Zhao Qian, dizzy from tallying up the numbers, looked at the mountain of supplies and said to Jing Shu, "You've got so much stuff it'll be hard to transport and not very safe. Should I file a report and request some help?" "No need. Our armed team will be here soon. No one would dare mess with us. Thank you for your hard work today. Here's a little something for you, please accept it. If fate allows, we'll meet again." Jing Shu was clearly in a great mood. This really was a proper trade fair. Even if some people had bad intentions, after seeing the 1,000-strong armed team and their machine guns, everyone behaved themselves. "It's the least I could do." Zhao Qian never expected that the person she was sent to observe would end up giving her a bag of soybeans, worth more than 3 months' salary. She could eat for half a year. How was she supposed to report this? She couldn't help but lean toward Jing Shu's side. That night, the whole team held a celebration banquet and handed out New Year's benefits early. The food was even better than on the road. The sausage porridge alone smelled so good it wafted for a kilometer. When Jun Bao and his team returned, they could smell it from afar. "Looks like we made a big haul this time. Let's go check out Jing Shu's trading results. I bet we got all of Chuanshu's specialty products. I can already smell the sausage. Makes my mouth water." "Hurry up. Let's share the results of this negotiation and talk about our next steps." It was truly strange. No one in Wucheng got frostbite even at -50 degrees. But here in the southern region, just a few degrees above zero, many people were covered in frostbite. Some places were oozing pus, some had scabs, and some hadn't even healed before new sores appeared, yellow fluids smearing their bodies. This phenomenon was especially common among the large migration group that had just crossed into Chuanshu. Ordinary people suffered, but even official workers had no good solution. Those with the means wore hats, kept their ears covered, and soaked their feet in hot water every day. It only cost 1 virtual coin to get a pot of hot water, so the boiler hot water truck became the most crowded place every day. While waiting in line, people would chat, gossip about recent events, and compare whose workplace had the best benefits. In the north, it's dry and cold. A lot of people's skin cracked from the cold, but here in the south, the humidity makes frostbite so much worse. Either way, we all suffer. It's not the same. Cracked skin just hurts, but frostbite is both painful and itchy, drives you crazy. My old wife is fine, but my daughter has suffered all along the migration. Luckily, our bug factory has great benefits. The ointment they gave us worked wonders. She was almost healed in just 2 days. I know. Only your bug factory in all of Wucheng gives out that rare stuff. Not just that, you get half a bar of soap, half a portion of doubanjiang, 10 synthetic meat patties every month, plus a pair of warm shoes, a hat, and a pair of new material gloves every year. I even heard you'll get a few cigarettes as a monthly benefit soon." A middle-aged woman tucked her white hair behind her ear, her worried expression tinged with pride. "Yeah, from now on, we'll get a share of ointment every month too, though our salary will be 100 virtual coins less. I guess we'll be on par with regular workers." A chorus of envy, jealousy, and resentment came from behind. "Listen to that. How is that fair?" "Ah, Hua, just your labor benefits are worth more than our salaries. If your pay goes up any more, it's just not right." "Ah, Hua, no men in your family smoke, right? Will you sell your cigarettes?" Ah Hua nodded. "Same as always, 10% off market price." "Ah Hua, will you sell me a share of ointment for 50 virtual coins?" Ah Hua rolled her eyes. "No way, not selling. My daughter doesn't even have enough. This stuff is precious. But I'll sell my share of synthetic meat." "Ah Hua, you make so much at the bug factory. Why do you need so many virtual coins?" Ah Hua sighed. "When we reach our destination, I want to pay extra to get a bigger dorm for my family. If I rely on the factory's allocation, it won't be enough. I spent money and pulled strings just to get my mother's household registered in Wucheng. I still have to scrimp and save to support my mom and daughter." "You have to admit, the bug factory is amazing. Where else can you support 3 people on 1 salary? And they give you an internal dorm too? Food, housing, clothes, all covered, and you still get paid." Ah Hua smiled. What she didn't say was that the company was recruiting 3-year, 3-star veteran employees for the new cigarette factory, and she'd been selected. "What's a cigarette factory?" Even before the apocalypse, it had the best benefits. Now, after the apocalypse, the news hadn't even been announced before all the internal staff had already taken the spots. To get in, you had to be trusted by the organization. She'd heard that the bug factory would pick some people, the town government would pick some, and other regions would send a few. The factory hadn't even opened yet, and she could already sense the competition. No matter what, once they reached the new settlement, she could start her new job, and her salary might go up again. If her daughter could finish another year of online classes, she could get an internal job at a company under the bug factory. She'd also heard the new materials clothing factory had great benefits, an extra coat every quarter. But the Hulk bus factory was the easiest job. Just sit inside, report if anything happens, and if not, just relax and get free meals. That job was so competitive, it required graduates from top online universities. She needed to find a good job for her daughter. As for her elderly mother, she could go to the senior center during the day, do some simple work, and get a free meal. Once they reached the new settlement, there'd be plenty to do. The desperate, grieving Ahua who'd lost her husband and son was gone. Now, Ahua was busy every day, her life full and meaningful. Unknowingly, Jingshu had given countless people a sense of happiness in living. How nice! Today the three of us can soak our feet in hot water again. There was no light in the apocalypse, but Ahua saw hope. She decided to work hard and repay her boss. Though she'd never met the big boss, Jingshu's legend was everywhere in the factory. Even the details of the boss's family, what they did, how many there were the subject of endless gossip. The boss's mother was in the agriculture department, and the weekly vegetable deliveries couldn't be kept secret. Her father was in animal husbandry, and everyone knew about the rare eggs delivered daily. Of course, these were all normal business and nothing to hide. Suddenly there was a commotion in the distance. "There's a fight up ahead." Ahua shook her head. Who would dare cause trouble at the town government's gate these days? She didn't care and stayed in line for water. "Someone hit Aunt Yu, the one in charge of the hot water." "Who's got a death wish?" "Hey, they say it's a relative of Boss Jing from the bug factory." "The bug factory?" Now Ahua couldn't sit still. "Watch my kettle for me, I'm going to check it out." After all, a hot water kettle was a valuable item, like a fridge or TV before the apocalypse. If it got lost or broken, it'd cost 100 virtual coins to replace. Time rewinds to the day Junbao returned from negotiations. Not only was there sausage congee, but also scallion pancakes with egg, stir-fried chives and bean sprouts, and the elite camp even got a serving of pan-fried synthetic meat. The results of the negotiation: one good news, one bad news. Jingshu raised her hand. "Let's hear the bad news first." "The bad news is, according to the new law on regional rights, both Jinlan and Chuanshu have the right to mine ticks." That really was bad news. Wucheng would have to share the pie. "The good news is, even though they have mining rights, they don't have the ability to extract raw materials from the tick sea, so they can't build factories. Both sides can only take a 5% share each." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. That meant Jinlan would get 5%, Chuanshu 5%, and they'd just have to contribute some people and resources. The key decision-making power would still be with Wucheng. With a deal like this, everyone was basically satisfied. Jinlan and Chuanshu didn't have to do much, just send some people and supplies, and they'd get a share of the profits no matter where new factories were built. It was like free money. Wucheng held the real power. Whatever happened, Wucheng had the final say. Our next step is to set up 3 raw material plants at the Jinlan-Chuanshu border and open 16 new processing plants nationwide. Time is tight and the task is heavy. The cigarette factory must recruit staff in a 1:1:8 ratio, 10% from Jinlan and Chuanshu, 10% local workers, and 80% from Wucheng. Jingshu, you'll be in charge of selecting people and leading the workers to set up processing plants in places like Guiguang Lake. Once you reach the migration destination, you'll establish our main factory there. I'll give you an armed team of 300 and 100 specialists. Is that enough? Jing Shu nodded. The current armed teams weren't just physically strong and skilled in combat. They were also great at logistics, building houses, and even making cigarettes. Truly all-round elites, good at anything you put them to. The only downside was that the young guys had huge appetites. If you let them loose, they could eat a whole mountain bear. The teams assigned to Jing Shu's command were secretly thrilled, unable to hide their grins. Those who didn't get picked could only blame their bad luck. Junbao turned to the other side. Hao Yunlai, you'll take the elite team and 500 armed men back to set up the processing plants in Xinlan, Chuanshu, and Chang'an. Hao Yunlai opened his mouth, muttering, I don't even need that many people. They only gave Jing Shu a handful. Do they think I'm not up to the task? Well, Jing Shu is a bit more capable. Sigh, and there won't be as much good food. Junbao narrowed his eyes. There's a crime wave sweeping the country right now. It's not safe. Who knows which foreign power is meddling? Once we're done with this, you idle folks should go out and give them a taste of their own medicine. For some reason, Jing Shu thought of the Wildman tribe from before. Maybe there was a connection. Hao Yunlai stopped complaining, nodded excitedly. He'd get to go out and have some fun again. The whole family was getting restless. Even he could barely hold back. A cold wind blew through and everyone felt the temperature drop a degree or two, but no one paid much attention. Junbao would take the rest of the team to handle the factories south of the heartland. The cigarette factory involved huge interests, and there was no way outsiders wouldn't try to get involved. He had to oversee things personally, and also use this as a chance to secure some benefits for Wucheng. How things went in the South China Sea, and how many resources they could get, would depend on how well the cigarette factory performed. There was also the major task of restarting the railway, important not just for transportation, but also as a backup plan for Wucheng's future. As for the mass migration, so far, the death toll was 80% lower than expected. That tunnel had made a huge difference, saving countless people from freezing to death. The road ahead would be tough, but with temperatures rising above zero, no one would freeze anymore, so the second-in-command would lead the next leg. That night, Jing Shu set out with 15 military trucks and supplies, taking 2 days to rendezvous with the main group. After nearly a month, she finally reunited with the whole Jing family. Hearing that Jing Shu had something to discuss, they called over her eldest aunt, third aunt, and others. What? You're leaving again? You just got back, and now you're leaving? Why not travel with us? Grandma Jing looked at Jing Shu with concern, rubbing her cold hands and checking her face for frostbite before finally relaxing. In the corner, the fat chicken poked its claws together, wondering why no one cared about the chicken. Just as it thought that, Grandma Jing set a bowl of leftovers in front of it, stroked its belly and plump backside, nodded in satisfaction, and turned her attention back to Jing Shu. Fat chicken. These days, you don't dare come home unless you've got a few eggs in your belly. Jing Shu gulped down a bowl of chicken and pig stomach soup, chomping on a freshly made egg flatbread as she spoke. That's the situation. I'm back to recruit enough people and handle some arrangements, then I have to leave with my team, at the latest, the day after tomorrow. The town government is still sorting out their quotas and our factory slots are almost set. I need to take a few trusted people ahead to lay the groundwork. Once things are on track, it'll be fine. Her mother nodded. Joint ventures like this are complicated and the pie is huge. If you're not careful, things can go wrong. Have you decided who to take and what they'll do? Her father coughed. Your eldest aunt and uncle's breeding pig business isn't doing well. How about... Jing Shu shook her head. Once they get to the new settlement, their business will pick up. I've already planned other things for them. Let third aunt take the position of head of procurement at the main cigarette factory, under the town government's canteen procurement quota. She's got experience now and will do well. It's a lucrative position, and the most likely to attract trouble. I wouldn't trust anyone else. Third aunt, the cigarette factory isn't like other places. It has contracts with the bug factory, agriculture, and animal husbandry departments for mutual supply. The most important thing is quality. No cutting corners. She paused, then continued. This factory is full of people with connections. Shoddy goods, deception, and cover-ups are inevitable. In the beginning, you'll have to be extra vigilant, checking every level from the bottom up. The main cigarette factory would be huge, with an initial plan to hire 3,000 people. There would be major departments: sales, finance, planning, HR, construction, production, and more than a dozen others. The procurement department, though under finance, controlled all purchasing for the factory: food, clothing, housing, supplies, holiday benefits, daily meals, everything. What to buy, how much to pay, all decided by procurement. There were too many tricks in there. Only someone trustworthy and upright could prevent the kind of joke where an emperor pays 10 taels of silver for a single egg. Third Aunt frowned, not because she didn't want the job, but because it was too good. So many people were fighting for it, and by rights, she'd never get it in 100 years. But, with her own niece involved in the factory, a position countless people were fighting over just landed in her lap. Life is unpredictable, she thought. Still, Third Aunt hesitated. If I use the town government's quota, I'll count as their person. I've heard there's a frenzy for cigarette factory slots. Everyone's pulling strings. That's easy. I'll swap the finance director position with the town government. They'll be happy. 2 high-level posts for them, a great deal. The finance department was even more sensitive, and the town government wanted that post, not for corruption, but to prevent the other 3 parties from embezzling or faking accounts. Jing Shu didn't mind, since all 3 parties would be watching finance, and monthly reconciliations made it hard to pull any tricks. Third Aunt wanted to say more, but Jing Shu had already turned to her mother. Uncle will come with me and serve as deputy general manager of the main cigarette factory. His son, Da Long, didn't get into college, so he'll start at the bottom in the bug factory. With Aunt helping from the outside, he'll rise quickly. At that moment, there was a bang. Grandpa Jing slammed his pipe on the table. Everyone turned to look at him. The atmosphere grew heavy. No one in the family spoke, and even the fat chicken's pecking grew quieter. "Grandpa?" Jing Shu called out, a bit puzzled. Was Grandpa about to make some big announcement? Just as Grandpa was about to speak, Grandma slapped him. "Speak properly. You scared everyone with that pipe banging. What? You think you're something special now?" Grandpa's imposing air instantly deflated. He coughed and said, "Old Zhang, who used to hang out with us, worked as a security guard at his son-in-law's factory. My chess buddy, Old Wang, used to watch the gate at Wu Cheng's power bureau." Jing Shu looked at him oddly. "So?" "Ahem. My friend Old Ji said he got into the cigarette factory's cleaning department through connections. You know your grandpa's health. Shouldn't I at least be security captain?" Grandpa stroked his pipe, thinking that if he was guarding the gate, people would have to bring him cigarettes to get information. Jing Shu sighed. "Grandpa, security captain isn't worthy of your skills. You're so good at carpentry and construction, and they need a lot of beds and tools made. You should be a foreman in the materials department guiding the team. That suits you better." She shot Third Aunt a look. Procurement managed materials, and Third Aunt instantly understood. Grandpa was getting on in years and still liked to mess around. With the situation in the South China Sea uncertain and the cigarette factory so lucrative, if trouble came, Grandpa could be in danger. Grandpa lifted his chin. Guiding others? That did sound better, and it was more respectable. "All right," Grandpa agreed, and surprisingly, Grandma didn't object. Instead, she said, "Good. Let your grandpa keep an eye out. If anyone breaks the rules, he can quietly let you know." Jing Shu was both amused and touched. Then Grandma started chattering about everything that had happened while Jing Shu was away. Like when a wild, boar-like dark creature charged into the migration convoy, causing chaos. By the time the armed team arrived to help, the creature had already been chopped up and snatched away, down to the last hair, which was used for toothbrushes. The migration team hadn't seen meat in ages, so when that boar-like beast charged in, it was like a sheep among wolves. The armed team had to warn everyone not to eat wild creatures. Many had died from it before, but judging by the crowd's indifference, no one took it seriously. In the end, they had to buy back the meat at 20 virtual coins per kilo to piece the carcass together. Jingshu couldn't help but laugh. Grandma also talked about passing through a field of mutant reeds where everyone picked reeds as they walked, weaving mats, shoes, hats, and ropes, stockpiling all sorts of things. The convoy left nothing behind, stripping the land bare. Jingshu smiled as she listened, eating her meal and thinking how different this life was from her previous one. Back then, they never let anything edible or useful go to waste. Poisonous boars, even corpse bugs, they'd eaten it all, and many died along the way. This time, with Wucheng's resources, her bug cakes and processed food, they could even buy wild boar meat. Her father chimed in, "Too bad the mutant reeds are poisonous. Otherwise, they'd make great feed." Grandma was proud. "Our king chickens aren't afraid. Your grandpa and I picked enough for the chickens to eat for half a year." Grandpa snorted. It was all his work. "The hardest part of the journey is water. Most of it is polluted and the supply stations ration it. We can't exactly carry a well with us." "Exactly. Besides drinking, it's almost impossible to wash clothes or bathe." The family meeting turned to recent problems. Before, they could manage a weekly bath, thanks to Jingshu secretly subsidizing them. Now that she was gone, everyone felt the water shortage. But before they could come up with a solution, Jingshu's phone buzzed. Her expression turned odd as she said to her cousin Wu Yui, "Something happened at the hot water house, related to the bug factory. Come with me?" Grandma grumbled. "What's so important you have to go yourself? You haven't even finished eating. If the food gets cold, we'll have to reheat it, and natural gas is precious. Everything has to be saved on the road." "Don't worry, Grandma. I'll be right back. You sort out the supplies I brought. There's a lot of good stuff from Chuanshu, things you've never seen before." She turned to her mom. "The holiday's coming up. Pick out gifts for the Niu, Jun, and Yang families. Choose the best." With that, Jingshu led her grandparents to a Hulk bus. After all, the supplies she brought back weren't just a few sacks. They filled 2 whole Hulk buses. Since she'd be heading to the new settlement ahead of the family and couldn't look after them on the way, Jingshu worried they wouldn't eat or dress well. Grandma was still frugal to the bone, so Jingshu simply brought back as much as she could. "Use it. Don't be stingy." There were goods from Chuanshu, from her space, from before the apocalypse, fragrant foods, dried goods, daily necessities, all piled up in the Hulk's belly. Grandma looked at the packed bus and beamed, her face full of wrinkles. "Wow, so much stuff! This will last us forever. It'll be a pain to sort, though." "Take your time, Grandma, Grandpa." Wu Yui followed behind, quietly asking, "Does this have to do with me?" Jingshu nodded. "Yeah." When they arrived, Wu Yui realized it had everything to do with her. The boiler room's firelight flickered over Jingshu and Wu Yui's faces, making their expressions unreadable. In the corner, a skinny, pot-bellied middle-aged man was tied up, squatting on the ground. He looked up at them in disbelief, the firelight reflecting off his sallow face and gaping mouth. 3 classic signs of an apocalypse pauper: emaciated limbs, a swollen belly, and yellowish skin. All 3 were stunned for a moment. The atmosphere was tense. "This man, is he really your uncle? Your relative?" Ahua asked nervously. She'd just kicked him a couple of times. Had she made a mistake? The others didn't look good either, especially Aunt Yu from the hot water house. Jingshu's face was cold. "He's my former uncle." Wu Yui sneered. "Former uncle? His family never acknowledged me as a daughter. As soon as my mom couldn't have kids, he kicked her out, abandoned his wife and child, remarried, and had more kids. I wouldn't dare call him my father. So what kind of relative is that?" The atmosphere grew heavy. No one in the family spoke, and even the fat chicken's pecking grew quieter. "Grandpa?" Jingshu called out, a bit puzzled. Was Grandpa about to make some big announcement? Just as Grandpa was about to speak, Grandma slapped him. "Speak properly. You scared everyone with that pipe banging. What, you think you're something special now?" Grandpa's imposing air instantly deflated. He coughed and said, Old Zhang, who used to hang out with us, worked as a security guard at his son-in-law's factory. My chess buddy, Old Wang, used to watch the gate at Wu Cheng's power bureau. Jingshu looked at him oddly. So? My friend Old Ji said he got into the cigarette factory's cleaning department through connections. You know your grandpa's health. Shouldn't I at least be security captain? Grandpa stroked his pipe, thinking that if he was guarding the gate, people would have to bring him cigarettes to get information. Jingshu sighed. Grandpa, security captain isn't worthy of your skills. You're so good at carpentry and construction, and they need a lot of beds and tools made. You should be a foreman in the materials department guiding the team. That suits you better. She shot Third Aunt a look. Procurement managed materials, and Third Aunt instantly understood. Grandpa was getting on in years and still liked to mess around. With the situation in the South China Sea uncertain and the cigarette factory so lucrative, if trouble came, Grandpa could be in danger. Grandpa lifted his chin. Guiding others? That did sound better, and it was more respectable. All right, Grandpa agreed, and surprisingly, Grandma didn't object. Instead, she said, Good, let your grandpa keep an eye out. If anyone breaks the rules, he can quietly let you know. Jingshu was both amused and touched. Then Grandma started chattering about everything that had happened while Jingshu was away. Like when a wild, boar-like dark creature charged into the migration convoy, causing chaos. By the time the armed team arrived to help, the creature had already been chopped up and snatched away, down to the last hair, which was used for toothbrushes. The migration team hadn't seen meat in ages, so when that boar-like beast charged in, it was like a sheep among wolves. The armed team had to warn everyone not to eat wild creatures. Many had died from it before, but judging by the crowd's indifference, no one took it seriously. In the end, they had to buy back the meat at 20 virtual coins per kilo to piece the carcass together. Jingshu couldn't help but laugh. Grandma also talked about passing through a field of mutant reeds where everyone picked reeds as they walked, weaving mats, shoes, hats, and ropes, stockpiling all sorts of things. The convoy left nothing behind, stripping the land bare. Jingshu smiled as she listened, eating her meal and thinking how different this life was from her previous one. Back then, they never let anything edible or useful go to waste. Poisonous boars, even corpse bugs. They'd eaten it all, and many died along the way. This time, with Wu Cheng's resources, her bug cakes and processed food, they could even buy wild boar meat. Her father chimed in, Too bad the mutant reeds are poisonous, otherwise they'd make great feed. Grandma was proud. Our king chickens aren't afraid. Your grandpa and I picked enough for the chickens to eat for half a year. Grandpa snorted. It was all his work. The hardest part of the journey is water. Most of it is polluted and the supply stations ration it. We can't exactly carry a well with us. Exactly. Besides drinking, it's almost impossible to wash clothes or bathe. The family meeting turned to recent problems. Before, they could manage a weekly bath, thanks to Jingshu secretly subsidizing them. Now that she was gone, everyone felt the water shortage. But before they could come up with a solution, Jingshu's phone buzzed. Her expression turned odd as she said to her cousin Wu Yui, Something happened at the hot water house, related to the bug factory. Come with me? Grandma grumbled, What's so important you have to go yourself? You haven't even finished eating. If the food gets cold, we'll have to reheat it, and natural gas is precious. Everything has to be saved on the road. Don't worry, Grandma, I'll be right back. You sort out the supplies I brought. There's a lot of good stuff from Chuanshu, things you've never seen before. She turned to her mom. The holiday's coming up. Pick out gifts for the New, June, and Yang families. Choose the best. With that, Jingshu led her grandparents to a Hulk bus. After all, the supplies she brought back weren't just a few sacks, they filled 2 whole Hulk buses. Since she'd be heading to the new settlement ahead of the family and couldn't look after them on the way, Jingshu worried they wouldn't eat or dress well. Grandma was still frugal to the bone, so Jingshu simply brought back as much as she could. Use it. Don't be stingy. There were goods from Chuanshu, from her space, from before the apocalypse, fragrant foods, dried goods, daily necessities, all piled up in the Hulk's belly. Grandma looked at the packed bus and beamed, her face full of wrinkles. Wow, so much stuff. This will last us forever. It'll be a pain to sort, though. Take your time, Grandma, Grandpa. Wu Yui followed behind, quietly asking, Does this have to do with me? Jingshu nodded. Yeah. When they arrived, Wu Yui realized it had everything to do with her. The boiler room's firelight flickered over Jingshu and Wu Yui's faces, making their expressions unreadable. In the corner, a skinny, pot-bellied middle-aged man was tied up, squatting on the ground. He looked up at them in disbelief, the firelight reflecting off his sallow face and gaping mouth. 3 classic signs of an apocalypse pauper: emaciated limbs, a swollen belly, and yellowish skin. All 3 were stunned for a moment. The atmosphere was tense. This man? Is he really your uncle? Your relative? Ahua asked nervously. She'd just kicked him a couple of times. Had she made a mistake? The others didn't look good either, especially Aunt Yu from the hot water house. Jingshu's face was cold. He's my former uncle. Wu Yui sneered. Former uncle? His family never acknowledged me as a daughter. As soon as my mom couldn't have kids, he kicked her out, abandoned his wife and child, remarried, and had more kids. I wouldn't dare call him my father. So what kind of relative is that? After all that fuss, he wasn't even old enough yet. So what was everyone getting so worked up about? Half a day's emotions wasted. The scene was awkwardly silent for a moment. Wu Dahai's face turned the color of pig liver, and Wu Yui suddenly burst out laughing, breaking the tension. That's right. Jingshu is right. Wait until you actually make it to 60, then we'll talk. It's not far off. Just 3 more years. I look forward to seeing you reach 60, Mr. Wu Dahai. As Wu Yui spoke, her eyes narrowed, sizing up Wu Dahai and the rest of the Wu family. Just now, she'd been overwhelmed with anger and lost her composure. Normally calm and clever, she could never let go of the issue with her biological father. Her heart was full of rage. Her teacher had said, "Follow your heart," so she would. Good people get good rewards. Bad people get bad ones. Wu Dahai's retribution was her Wu Yui. I hope none of you use our names to do anything again. Otherwise the consequences will be very serious. Wu Yui pointed at her own eyes, then at the Wu family. I'll be watching you all closely. Jingshu looked at Wu Yui with some concern. She wasn't sure if the girl had finally figured things out or what, but her spirit suddenly seemed energized. Jingshu nudged her. Why not change your surname? Submit the paperwork now and it'll be approved by tomorrow. You've already proven it. Being abandoned was their loss, and you don't need to keep reminding yourself. Wu Yui shook her head and smiled. Changing my surname won't change the past or my blood. Why run from it? Since they insist I'm a Wu, wouldn't it be a waste not to be one? The Wu family felt a vague sense of unease, though they couldn't say why. Wasn't this supposed to be a good thing? Wu Yui's way of thinking really was different from most people. Jingshu had worried these people would cling to her like leeches and cause more trouble, but now it looked like the Wu family was in for a rough time. With that, Jingshu stopped worrying and left with Ahua, the employee she'd never met before. Your name's Ahua, right? Thank you for stepping up this time. If it weren't for you, things could have gotten much worse. Jingshu smiled as she looked over the middle-aged woman in front of her, dressed in thin clothes and wearing reed-woven sandals. The woman smiled shyly and said it was nothing, that she was always grateful to the boss. If not for her, she wouldn't have survived the apocalypse, let alone supported her child and elderly mother. Life was a bit tight, but otherwise good. No wonder she hadn't worn the welfare shoes the factory gave out. Jingshu quickly learned about Ahua's position and her upcoming assignment to the South China cigarette factory. A 3-star core employee. Not bad. Family ties. Not bad. Just wants to make money, nothing else. Very good. Ahua, do you want to get promoted? How about becoming the branch manager of a cigarette factory? I dream about it. The woman was no longer shy. But it'll be dangerous. Boss, I'm not afraid, as long as my mother and daughter can have a good life. All right, then you'll be in charge of the Yungi branch. It's never been peaceful there since the apocalypse. For ordinary people it's fine, but it's a hub for all sorts of shady business. I have some things I want you to do. The security force there will be 3 times the size of a normal factory, and Wu Cheng will send you some firearms. When you get there, don't rush. Settle in first, then start gathering information about the distribution centers. Here's what I want you to do. Ah Hua listened, dumbfounded. Was the boss planning to muscle in on the local gangs? Even the local government couldn't control those people. Jingshu didn't really want to go that far. Just take care of things along the way. If she got solid intel, she'd even fly in by helicopter if needed. Jingshu was not one to forget a grudge. With the new factory and the rumors Junbao had brought back, she suspected the Wildman tribe was involved, so she was making early preparations. Understood, boss. I'll leave my mother and daughter in your care when they get to South China. With this big worry off her mind, Jingshu ate 3 extra bowls of dinner, even though she cooked it herself. Why? Because Grandma and Grandpa were still in line to collect their monthly free multivitamin calcium tablets. They were given out for free, once a month per person. With so many people in the Jing family, they could get 77 tablets worth 154 virtual coins. There's no way Grandma would miss out on something free. Even though the family didn't need them, it was nice to save them up and give them as gifts to less well-off relatives during the holidays. After all, if someone gave you a gift worth 10 virtual coins, you couldn't return something worth hundreds. But the Jing family just didn't have anything cheap. Every time it was time to return a gift, Grandma would scratch her head in frustration. The last time she was this frustrated was the last time. Grandma's philosophy was to return a gift worth just a bit more than what she received. And why did Grandpa go? To chat, of course. With the house empty, Jingshu quickly reheated her meal and restocked the RV with all the supplies it needed. Water, fish tanks, chickens, ducks, geese, cows, sheep, pigs, and the mobile vegetable greenhouse all got a dose of spiritual spring water. She worried about the long journey ahead, whether her family would have enough to eat and wear, or if they'd run into trouble. What if someone tried to rob them on the road? Jingshu secretly stuffed the house with supplies, afraid they'd run out, and worried Grandma would be too stingy to use them. The whole Jing family spent the night preparing things for Jingshu, afraid she'd suffer or go hungry or cold on the road. The south is damp, so we made chili sauce and pepper salt for you to take. Traveling is different from being at home. We made extra soup base, just heat it up and add whatever you like. You love beef rolls, so Grandpa made you a meat slicer to get those thin slices. Sweetheart, we'll be with the main group, so it's not dangerous. Dad took the cannon off the RV for you. If you run into trouble, just use it. No need, really. It was getting ridiculous. They practically wanted to take the whole RV apart for her. Jingshu couldn't help but laugh and cry. No matter how much you prepare, you still have to say goodbye. Jingshu packed the RV to the brim, left plenty of weapons, the Hulk, and the secret mudfish, and finally said goodbye to her family. Grandma, Grandpa, Mom, Dad, UI, I'm taking third aunt and uncle to South China first to find us a good place. We'll be the vanguard, so when you arrive, you can move right in. I know, third aunt will be there and uncle will look after me. All right, goodbye. With that, Jingshu led her team and finally set out. Memories surged like a tide. That period was the darkest for the Jing family. Third aunt, braving countless strange looks and gossip, dragged her daughter back to her parents' home, scraping by on odd jobs. The whole family patched things together until Jingshu's father helped pull some strings to find steady work, and only then did things improve. Grandma Jing cursed that heartless man for over a decade. Jingshu's expression was complicated. The fact that this man was still alive, truly evil, lingers for 1,000 years. Jingshu narrowed her eyes. Aunt Yu, I don't have relatives like that, and I wouldn't dare call someone like him family. All cooperation between the bug cake factory and the boiler house will be handled strictly by the rules. With that, Aunt Yu and Ah Hua both let out a sigh of relief. Otherwise, this would have been a real mess. In the corner, Wu's father looked at the 2 women with a shifting, uncertain expression. He still couldn't believe it. The woman in front of him, dressed warmly and neatly, With clean, tidy hair, soft, uncalloused hands, and spotless nails, her face glowing with health. One was his daughter, the other his niece, Jing Shu. Could someone so well off really be the boss of the bug cake factory? What on earth had happened in these apocalyptic years? Everyone knew the bug factory had great benefits. Others paid 1 virtual coin for water, but bug factory workers only had 0.8 points deducted from their accounts. The factory covered the other 0.2. This was because the bug factory supplied goods to the boiler house, offsetting the cost. Plus, while waiting in line for water, Wu's father had heard Jing Shu's name several times and thought he could use the relative of the boss angle to get a little extra. He'd even managed to cut in line a few times. After all, who doesn't have a poor relative? No one would pretend to be family just to cut in line, right? So this time, he tried to use the relative of the bug factory boss card to get some free water. He wouldn't have started a fight if it didn't work. He wasn't stupid, and he wasn't even sure if this boss Jing was the same person. But he hadn't expected Aunt Yu to look down on him and say, "Look at you, so shabby. How could you be a relative of boss Jing? Pah. I've seen her relatives, all well-dressed and presentable, not like you." Aunt Yu's scolding was relentless, every word hitting home, and Wu's father lost his temper. That's how things escalated. Wu's father had already prepared to be exposed, but now, in a twist, he really was the infamous boss Jing's relative. And the girl he'd always looked down on was now living a life of luxury in the apocalypse. Wu's mind spun, but before he could react, Wu Yu-ai said, "Aunt Yu, just handle this however you see fit. This has nothing to do with us. Next time you don't need to call us over." Seeing that Jing Shu and Wu Yu-ai were serious, Aunt Yu finally relaxed. "He broke a thermal kettle and needs to pay 100 virtual coins. He also cut in line for water." I said, "I don't care whose relative you are, you can't cut in line and no tabs. Who needs to run a tab for 1 virtual coin's worth of water? He just wanted something for nothing." Her tone was full of disdain. She continued, "Since it's got nothing to do with you, you can go. I've already called his family. If he doesn't pay, I'll tell the administrator and have him sent to labor reform." At this, Wu's father panicked. A labor record would ruin his son's job prospects. "Nonsense. Wu Yu-ai has my blood. She's my child, whether she admits it or not. She's responsible for supporting me in my old age, for honoring me until I die. She should pay." Wu Yu-ai sneered. "Oh? Didn't you say back then that daughters are a loss? That no matter how successful they are, they belong to someone else's family? Only sons are truly yours. Only sons can support you in old age. Only sons can inherit the family." Tsk, tisk. You were such a big shot back then. A little boss, a contractor. Now you can't even pay 100 virtual coins and you still try to take advantage of a single coin. Wu's father's face turned red and green, veins bulging, looking like a caged beast about to break free and tear Wu Yu-ai apart. The people he used to look down on were now far above him. He couldn't bring himself to beg, especially since he'd once mocked the Jing family for being doomed to die out. Now, with his pride in tatters, he felt even more awkward and agitated. Wu Yu-ai deliberately stepped closer, as if daring him, "Come on, hit me, go ahead." Just then, there was a commotion outside, and 6 more people arrived. Wu Yu-ai calmly introduced them to Jing Shu. That's the wife he married after, Chun Xiao, and his 2 sons, his elderly mother, his sister-in-law, and her daughter. A few are missing. The woman in front, though thin, looked sharp and capable. As soon as she entered, she scolded, "You idiot! How could you cause such trouble, fighting at the boiler house? Apologize to Aunt Yu and make amends." Then she turned and smiled. "Oh, Aunt Yu, please don't hold it against him. He really is Boss Jing's relative. Over 20 years ago, I even picked Boss Jing up from kindergarten. We're just the down-and-out relatives. Now that she's successful, we don't dare bother her. We're too proud to ask for help, or we'd have gotten jobs at the factory long ago. Anyway, my husband just wanted a little extra hot water for his 80-year-old mother. Her hands and feet are covered in frostbite." "Oh, and these 2 are?" Jing Shu smiled slightly. "I'm the boss Jing you're talking about." The sharp woman, Wu Yu-ai, with a fake smile, said, "Jing Shu is my relative. What does that have to do with you? Did you even meet her 20 years ago? The sharp woman blinked. And you are? Aunt Yu snorted. Aren't you always claiming to be her relatives? Don't even recognize her? She's Wu Yu-ai, and that's Jing Shu, the big boss of the bug factory. Wu's father gritted his teeth, knowing he should beg, but his pride wouldn't let him. After all, he was her biological father. At the mention of those two names, the whole family froze. Then all eyes turned to Wu Yu-ai and Jing Shu. Surprise, suspicion, disbelief, envy, and hostility all mixed together. The old lady was especially shocked. Seeing her youngest son still tied up, she cried, "Untie your father! Heartless girl, you got rich and never came back for your real dad. How can you let him end up like this?" Chunxiao quickly recovered, cutting off the old lady with a smile. "We're all family. Let's talk at home. Yu-ai, you really aren't who you used to be." Jing Shu smiled. Wu Yu-ai sneered. Aunt Yu was impatient. "Enough talk. Pay for the kettle, 100 virtual coins." The moment money was mentioned, the Wu family's faces soured. Cheng Xiao muttered, "Courting disaster," then quickly put on a smile, looking at Wu Yu-ai. She wasn't embarrassed at all, and kept praising, "Not only are you beautiful, but you've made something of yourself in this apocalypse, much more capable than your two brothers. I think the Wu family's honor depends on you now." The old lady grumbled, "Rely on a girl? Look, your father's in trouble. Your two brothers are still in school. The family's got old and young to care for. We rushed all the way here, barely scraping by. Where would we get money to pay the public? But 100 virtual coins is nothing to you, Yu-ai. Your dad may say harsh things, but he talks about you all the time. He still cares. You're still a Wu, after all." Chunxiao looked at Wu Yu-ai with feigned warmth. What a joke. The Wu family's brains were all scrambled. Even now, they couldn't see the situation clearly. Still clinging to their pitiful pride? What good is that? Wu's father kept his head down, silent. The old lady clung to her son, eyeing Wu Yu-ai up and down. She couldn't help but notice all the nice things Wu Yu-ai was wearing, her eyes spinning with calculation. True, 100 virtual coins isn't even a meal for me. Helping you would be nothing. Wu Yu-ai paused, watching hope light up in the Wu family's eyes, then poured cold water on them. "But I have nothing to do with your family anymore. Why should I help you? Because of the beatings and curses you gave me 20 years ago? Because you and my mom were too afraid to even go outside?" Wu Yu-ai crossed her arms, ready to watch the show. The old lady lunged to scratch Wu Yu-ai's face, but Chunxiao held her back. Wu's father roared, trying to break free. "See? I told you this ungrateful girl wouldn't take responsibility. Why? Because you're my flesh and blood. You have to pay, and you'll have to support me in my old age, too. If you don't, I'll report you. Under the new laws, if you don't support your parents, you'll be sent to labor reform." That was Wu's father's trump card. He'd remembered that old Wang next door hadn't supported his father and got sent to labor reform. He didn't even survive the migration. In the apocalypse, there were special benefits for children and the elderly. Kids got fed, elders got a daily meal and a bit of nutrition supplement. But for many, the elderly were still a burden. So the government passed new laws. If you didn't support your elders, you'd be punished. Jing Shu frowned. That was true, but there were a lot of loopholes. Labor reform was for those who abused or abandoned their elders and had no money. Usually it just meant being forced to pay or hand over food, which was a headache. Jing Shu wasn't about to let that happen. She quietly contacted her support team, looking for a professional solution. Wu Yu-ai gritted her teeth and sneered, "I'd rather give money to a stray dog than to you. Go ahead and report me. At worst, I'll go to labor reform." She was so angry she'd lost her usual sharpness. Normally, Wu Yu-ai was much more clever. Jing Shu shook her head. "Support is one thing, compensation is another. Today's matter has nothing to do with us. Let's go." There were plenty of ways to handle this later. At worst, Wu's father could have a little accident. Chunxiao cursed 100 times in her heart, then cursed Wu Yui another 100 times. She held back her mother-in-law and tried to stop Wu Yui from leaving. She wasn't about to let this fat sheep get away. In her mind, Wu Yui was a gold mine. The monthly support payment was nothing. She wanted to get her 2 sons' living expenses covered too. Wait! Under the lights, another woman appeared. She wore black leather pants, a long black fur coat, knee-high boots, and had a short bob haircut. Her skin was glowing and healthy, her hands thick with calluses. A woman used to hard work but with the aura of a boss on inspection. "Mom," Wu Yui called softly, "Third On is here." Jing Shu had wanted to avoid her, but here she was. Well, it was time to settle things. Everyone was shocked to realize this was the woman Wu's father had thrown out over 20 years ago. Unbelievable. Was this really the haggard woman from before? After all these years, she looked even younger and prettier. Chun Xiao instinctively touched her own wrinkled, sallow face. She was 10 years younger than the ex-wife, but now looked a decade older. Xiao Jing? Wu's father couldn't believe it. Was this really the woman he'd divorced? Why had they divorced again? Wu's mind was fuzzy. If Xiao Jing had looked this good and feminine back then, would he have divorced her? Wu Dahai, when we divorced, you wouldn't even pay the 1,000 yuan a month in child support. Ha! If you'd paid even a penny, you wouldn't be in this mess today. Here's the court record of your unpaid support. I never sued for enforcement, just for today. Third Aunt slammed down a stack of documents. She'd endured over 20 years for this moment. So what? Wu Dahai sensed something was wrong. So what? If you'd paid child support, your child would be obligated to support you. But you didn't pay a cent. Now you expect your child to care for you in your old age? What are you dreaming of? The last words echoed in the small boiler room, ringing in everyone's ears. Third Aunt's words left the Wu family stunned. So the hard-won connection was useless? Seeing their chance to exploit a fat sheep slipping away, Wu's father began to panic. Chung Xiao took a deep breath. It's the apocalypse. Laws are different now. The new laws don't care about the past. For your own reputation, you'd better help your father out of this. If we report you, who knows what will happen? It'll be ugly for everyone. Why make trouble for family? Jing Shu quickly typed a message. Got it. Thanks. Then, in the tense silence, she interjected, May I ask, Mr. Wu Dahai, how old are you? Everyone turned, puzzled. Why ask that? 57. Why? Third Aunt answered. She was the same age. Jing Shu smiled. Then there's no problem. Mr. Wu Dahai isn't yet 60, so he's not old enough to require support. When he makes it to 60, we can talk about this again. Ah, so that's it. After all that fuss, he wasn't even old enough yet. So what was everyone getting so worked up about? Half a day's emotions wasted. The scene was awkwardly silent for a moment. Wu Dahai's face turned the color of pig liver, and Wu Yui suddenly burst out laughing, breaking the tension. That's right. Jing Shu is right. Wait until you actually make it to 60, then we'll talk. It's not far off, just 3 more years. I look forward to seeing you reach 60, Mr. Wu Dahai. As Wu Yui spoke, her eyes narrowed, sizing up Wu Dahai and the rest of the Wu family. Just now, she'd been overwhelmed with anger and lost her composure. Normally calm and clever, she could never let go of the issue with her biological father. Her heart was full of rage. Her teacher had said, follow your heart, so she would. Good people get good rewards, bad people get bad ones. Wu Dahai's retribution was her Wu Yui. I hope none of you use our names to do anything again, otherwise the consequences will be very serious. Wu Yui pointed at her own eyes, then at the Wu family. I'll be watching you all closely. Jing Shu looked at Wu Yui with some concern. She wasn't sure if the girl had finally figured things out or what, but her spirit suddenly seemed energized. Jing Shu nudged her. Why not change your surname? Submit the paperwork now and it'll be approved by tomorrow. You've already proven it. Being abandoned was their loss, and you don't need to keep reminding yourself. Wu Yui shook her head and smiled. Changing my surname won't change the past, or my blood. Why run from it? Since they insist I'm a Wu, wouldn't it be a waste not to be one? The Wu family felt a vague sense of unease, though they couldn't say why. Wasn't this supposed to be a good thing? Wu Yui's way of thinking really was different from most people. Jing Shu had worried these people would cling to her like leeches and cause more trouble, but now it looked like the Wu family was in for a rough time. With that, Jing Shu stopped worrying and left with Ah Hua, the employee she'd never met before. Your name's Ah Hua, right? Thank you for stepping up this time. If it weren't for you, things could have gotten much worse. Jing Shu smiled as she looked over the middle-aged woman in front of her, dressed in thin clothes and wearing reed-woven sandals. The woman smiled shyly and said it was nothing, that she was always grateful to the boss. If not for her, she wouldn't have survived the apocalypse, let alone supported her child and elderly mother. Life was a bit tight, but otherwise good. No wonder she hadn't worn the welfare shoes the factory gave out. Jing Shu quickly learned about Ah Hua's position and her upcoming assignment to the South China cigarette factory. A 3-star core employee? Not bad. Family ties? Not bad. Just wants to make money, nothing else. Very good. Ah Hua, do you want to get promoted? How about becoming the branch manager of a cigarette factory? I dream about it. The woman was no longer shy. But it'll be dangerous. Boss, I'm not afraid, as long as my mother and daughter can have a good life. All right, then you'll be in charge of the Yungi branch. It's never been peaceful there since the apocalypse. For ordinary people it's fine, but it's a hub for all sorts of shady business. I have some things I want you to do. The security force there will be 3 times the size of a normal factory, and Wu Cheng will send you some firearms. When you get there, don't rush. Settle in first, then start gathering information about the distribution centers. Here's what I want you to do. Ah Hua listened, dumbfounded. Was the boss planning to muscle in on the local gangs? Even the local government couldn't control those people. Jing Shu didn't really want to go that far. Just take care of things along the way. If she got solid intel, she'd even fly in by helicopter if needed. Jing Shu was not one to forget a grudge. With the new factory and the rumors Jun Bao had brought back, she suspected the Wildman tribe was involved, so she was making early preparations. Understood, boss. I'll leave my mother and daughter in your care when they get to South China. With this big worry off her mind, Jing Shu ate 3 extra bowls of dinner, even though she cooked it herself. Why? Because Grandma and Grandpa were still in line to collect their monthly free multivitamin calcium tablets. They were given out for free, once a month per person. With so many people in the Jing family, they could get 77 tablets worth 154 virtual coins. There's no way Grandma would miss out on something free. Even though the family didn't need them, it was nice to save them up and give them as gifts to less well-off relatives during the holidays. After all, if someone gave you a gift worth 10 virtual coins, you couldn't return something worth hundreds. But the Jing family just didn't have anything cheap. Every time it was time to return a gift, Grandma would scratch her head in frustration. The last time she was this frustrated was the last time. Grandma's philosophy was to return a gift worth just a bit more than what she received. And why did Grandpa go? To chat, of course. With the house empty, Jing Shu quickly reheated her meal and restocked the RV with all the supplies it needed: water, fish tanks, chickens, ducks, geese, cows, sheep, pigs, and the mobile vegetable greenhouse all got a dose of spiritual spring water. She worried about the long journey ahead, whether her family would have enough to eat and wear, or if they'd run into trouble. What if someone tried to rob them on the road? Jing Shu secretly stuffed the house with supplies, afraid they'd run out, and worried Grandma would be too stingy to use them. The whole Jing family spent the night preparing things for Jing Shu, afraid she'd suffer or go hungry or cold on the road. The South is damp, so we made chili sauce and pepper salt for you to take. Traveling is different from being at home. We made extra soup base. Just heat it up and add whatever you like. You love beef rolls, so Grandpa made you a meat slicer to get those thin slices. Sweetheart, we'll be with the main group, so it's not dangerous. Dad took the cannon off the RV for you. If you run into trouble, just use it. No need, really. It was getting ridiculous. They practically wanted to take the whole RV apart for her. Jing Shu couldn't help but laugh and cry. No matter how much you prepare, you still have to say goodbye. Jing Shu packed the RV to the brim, left plenty of weapons, the Hulk, and the secret mudfish, and finally said goodbye to her family. Grandma, Grandpa, Mom, Dad, I'm taking third aunt and uncle to South China first to find us a good place. We'll be the vanguard, so when you arrive you can move right in. I know. Third aunt will be there and uncle will look after me. All right, goodbye. With that, Jing Shu led her team and finally set out. Outside the window, the scenery of ruined buildings slid by, while drizzling rain tapped against the glass. Drip, drip. And from time to time, flying insects would whiz past, only to be snatched up by the green giant's tongue in a flash. The fat chicken and Little Green were fighting over food again. The muddy roads only slightly slowed down Jing Shu's convoy. If it weren't for the convoy constantly getting stuck in the mud, Jing Shu's green giant could have gone even faster. The closer they got to the south, the more humid it became, and the more insects there were. Luckily, the rain kept the mosquitoes down, but the damp cold was something the people from Wucheng, unaccustomed to southern weather, really felt. Of course, compared to Wucheng's minus 60 degrees, this was still a huge improvement. Inside the Green Giant luxury RV, Jing Shu was still lost in thought, wondering if she'd forgotten anything important for the Jing family before leaving. Suddenly, she clapped her hands. I forgot about the water shortage at home. Third Aunt Jing sat in the corner looking aggrieved. Shu, did you forget about your third aunt too? Jing Shu secretly slapped her thigh. She'd been so caught up in the sadness of parting that she'd brought third aunt along but forgotten to arrange her role. She quickly said, No, third aunt, for now you'll follow Ah Hua and another factory manager to get familiar with things. Once we reach South China, there'll be plenty to do. For now, we'll all stay inside the Green Giant, eat with Uncle, I'll cook, and you can sleep in the back, Green Giant. All right, but I can't sit idle. That kid Xiao Lu can't handle the camp kitchen, so I'll help out this afternoon and keep an eye on the kitchen for you. Also, your grandma sent you with 12 chickens, ducks, rabbits, and 2 pigs. I'll feed them every day so you don't have to worry. Having third aunt is the best. As for why bring so many live animals, Grandma Jing said. With over 100 soldiers protecting you, I'm not worried about bad people. But this trip isn't like before. You're opening so many factories in a new place, and these chickens and ducks make great gifts. And if you get hungry, just butcher one. Don't go hungry. Fair enough. Jing Shu sent third aunt to the back Green Giant, which she called carriage number 2. Carriage number 3 was for chickens and ducks, 4-8 for family supplies, 9 for tick processing, and 10 and up for public supplies like food, water, gasoline, and other resources. There were still over 30 Green Giants left as bodyguards. 20 more were left with Grandma Jing for furniture, livestock, vegetable racks, and as extra protection. Over 100 were rented out in exchange for natural gas, oil, and other restricted resources. Otherwise, the Jing family's consumption would have quickly outstripped what they could store. Carriage number 2 was connected to Jing Shu's Green Giant, with a door that opened at a touch. Of course, carriage number 2 couldn't compare to Jing Shu's own luxury RV, which had a toilet, soaking tub, partitioned kitchen, dining table, sofa, a big round bed, and even a coffee and milk tea bar, plus Grandma's potted veggies and fruit, and Grandpa's water tank. Carriage number 2 was only the size of a van, but it was enough for daily life, just a bit empty, since it was temporary. Third aunt, here's some bug spray. Make sure to use it every day, there are a lot of bugs here. Here's Grandpa's toilet, and for the bed, just lay out a blanket. Sleeping inside the Green Giant is like a waterbed. Duang duang. It's quite the experience. Hey, where's your luggage? Third aunt pointed mournfully at her backpack. That's it? Didn't Grandma say she'd pack for you? Jing Shu was shocked. Third aunt, your grandma forgot I was leaving too, but Grandpa said there's no need to pack much. If I need anything, I'll just mooch off you. All right, Grandpa really thinks of everything, but I've got plenty here, third aunt, just wait. Grandpa's thoughtfulness got him scolded by Grandma the next day, because with third aunt gone, no one was left to feed the animals or clean up, and Grandpa forgot his third daughter wasn't there. He went off to chat with old Z, leaving the chickens, ducks, and cows hungry for a day. Moo, moo, quack, 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 cock-a-doodle-doo, oink, oink, oink. The chorus of animal cries made the neighbors' eyes go green with envy. Luckily, Grandma Jing fed them some greens in time, or the whole flock would have burst out of the green giant. Fortunately, the green giants were emotionless tools. So long as they were fed, they never rebelled. 10 days later, Jingshu's convoy finally reached Yunggui. The road was tough. At first, it was just lots of bugs. But later, poisonous ants, moths, and all sorts of toxic plants and shrubs blocked the way. After the apocalypse, dark element plants grew wildly, and poisonous vines nearly choked the city. Just getting into the city, the convoy had over a dozen injuries. Luckily, there wasn't too much water here, or it would have become a true toxic jungle. Yunggui was a big city, high in the mountains, surrounded by hills, and had escaped many disasters. It was one of the few cities still intact and full of people. After absorbing the populations of nearby small towns, it now had 18 million people, a true isolated city. All the surrounding towns had been swallowed up by terrifying vines and algae. Because of the terrain, there wasn't much farmland, so food was scarce. With so many mouths to feed, life should have been hard, but in reality, people in Yunggui lived pretty well. They lacked many goods, but few actually went hungry. As the saying goes, the early bird gets the worm. In Yunggui, the early riser catches bugs. A hard-working Yunggui person won't go hungry. Only the lazy ones do. During the third year's great earthquake, while the rest of the country was hiding from tremors, Yunggui people were busy catching bugs. That year, it was said, Yunggui stirred up every bug nest in the region. Every quake brought out swarms of insects. Come on, try our specialty. Yunggui's 18 strange bugs. Don't mind how they look, and honestly, they don't taste great either. But they're an acquired taste. A dark-skinned middle-aged man chewing on a stick enthusiastically introduced the local delicacies. Bzzz! Slap! The man smacked a huge mosquito on his arm, its belly full of red blood. He cursed, "Damn, got distracted and let it bite me. Can't waste it." With that, he popped the mosquito into his mouth and swallowed it. Ahua, uncle, third aunt, and the others all quietly gasped, thinking to themselves, "Damn, Yunggui people really are something else. If it were Wucheng folks eating bugs, they'd at least cook them first." "What? Afraid to eat?" The dark-skinned man sneered, his eyes full of contempt. Back when he was starving, he'd eaten maggots. Now these people were putting on airs? The 18 strange bugs of Yunggui lived up to their name. Each one looked bizarre and unappetizing, making it hard to know where to start. Jingshu smiled, picked up a palm-sized spider-like bug, deftly removed the abdomen, plucked off the dozen or so black, hairy legs, and stripped out the white meat from the base to eat in one bite. The taste was fresh, with a hint of earthiness. Boiled hairy spider? Not bad. She then picked up a golden, deep-fried bamboo worm, took a bite, and shook her head. Needs to be fried on high heat or it's not crispy enough. Raw, marinated jumping bug. Just needs more chili. If you ask me, these rice weevils are best roasted. Leaf-wrapped pan-fried grasshoppers, crispy and fragrant with the greens, really tasty. Under everyone's stunned gaze, Jingshu quickly polished off a big plate of Yunggui's 18 strange bugs. The dark-skinned man looked Jingshu up and down, retracting his earlier contempt. He hadn't expected this big boss to have such guts, or to be so familiar with the local bugs, and most importantly, she ate them all without a hint of discomfort. He said, "How about letting your people try some too?" Jingshu replied meaningfully, "Their stomachs aren't strong enough for Yunggui bugs." See? The locals were clearly trying to give them a hard time. After the apocalypse, these bugs all carried some level of toxicity. Most outsiders would get sick the first time they tried them. If her people had eaten them unknowingly, they'd have made a fool of themselves. The man realized his little trick had been seen through and just chuckled awkwardly. "All right, old bye, is it really proper to serve guests these back alley snacks?" "Invite them in properly," came a woman's voice from the loft. Old Bai immediately straightened up and invited everyone inside, much more polite now. "That's my wife calling you in. My name's Mu Lin, but everyone calls me Old Bai." Everyone wondered. He wasn't fair-skinned, so why Old Bai? Old Bai explained proudly. "Back in the day, I got ahead on my looks. My wife noticed me and everyone called me Pretty Boy, Xiao Bai Lian. Over time, it became Little Bai, and now that I'm old, it's Old Bai." Well, that explained it. In Yungi, most households were run by women. Jing Shu's group knew they'd passed the first test. To build a cigarette factory here, they had to win over the woman in charge, Yun Xinyang, the local warlord. Her younger brother was the real power in Yunggui. A quarter of Yunggui's West City was her turf, and she ran all kinds of businesses: tobacco, food, energy, and other vital post-apocalyptic goods. The village house was brightly lit but hazy with smoke. One side of the table was empty, the other already full. In the center, a black, plump woman with a pipe, Yun Xinyang, raised her brows and smiled. "You've seen it. Yungi folks love their smoke. Even in the apocalypse, every household needs a pipe and tobacco. We're a major taxpayer with our tobacco. I've tried your cigarettes. They're good, but I doubt they'll suit our market." Third aunt and the others frowned. Was she saying their cigarettes wouldn't sell? "Sit, please." Old Bai had everyone sit down. Everyone sat cross-legged at low tables, each covered with a big green leaf. On the leaves were Yungi specialties: smoked black pork ribs, a small pile of 5-colored rice, 2 thin slices of fiery red ham, a piece of flour cake, and a bowl of mushroom soup. This was authentic local fare. Yun Xinyang gestured. "Just a home-cooked meal. Eat as you like. Let's talk as we eat." Everyone picked up their chopsticks. Ah Hua gasped. No wonder she was called the local warlord. If this was a home-cooked meal, it was way too lavish. A few people looked out of place, which made Yun Xinyang very satisfied. Her brother had said the big shots from Wucheng were coming to talk business, and no matter what, they couldn't lose face. This was a contest between cities. She'd even brought out her prized ham. Her heart ached. Jingshu ate and smiled. Even KFC had to adapt its menu to local tastes to succeed here. If we want a place in Yunggui, we'll have to adapt too. If people don't like cigarettes, we can make tobacco leaves instead. Products can change. People are what matter. Yun Xinyang nodded and continued. "Your prices are too high. Here, if someone has 1 virtual coin, they'll spend 1 virtual coin. We can split the products, sell at 1 coin each, and even make regular, premium, and luxury grades of tobacco." Yun Xinyang coughed, voicing her real concern. "Wucheng is migrating on foot. Conditions must be tough. I saw the news and even donated some fried grasshoppers. Anyway, if we're going to cooperate, the initial investment is fine, but midterm maintenance and later supply are big expenses. If your funding dries up or you can't supply, we'll lose out too. How about I help you cut costs, cover the initial investment and distribution, and take a 40% share?" Jingshu raised her brows. Was she doubting their strength? Looking down on them? Thinking they couldn't afford it? "Look at me. I've finished everything and I'm still not full. Your food is a bit petite, so I brought some local specialties too. Let's all try them." She had the green giant bring out plates of spicy beef jerky for everyone, the aroma making Yun Xinyang's people swallow hard. Jingshu felt a little stingy. Oh well, she'd eaten plenty of their good stuff. Yun Xinyang clapped her hands. "No rush, little sister. We haven't even served our freeze-dried century egg congee or Yungi rice noodles yet, or our freeze-dried stir-fried veggies. Bring them out." Her heart ached, but she had to keep up appearances. As if she, the local warlord, could lose face? "Since that's the case, please try our Wucheng specialties: black currants, dried apple, dried plums, banana chips, dried strawberries, dried pineapple, dried apricots, just to whet your appetite." A plate of colorful dried fruit was set before everyone, filling the air with a rich, fruity aroma. Yun Xinyang took a small bite, and her taste buds were instantly filled with happiness. What kind of divine fruit was this? It was just too delicious. Many people secretly stashed some fruit in their sleeves, wanting to bring it home for their families. After all, in these post-apocalyptic years, They hadn't tasted anything this good in ages. Ahem, you've really gone all out, little sister. As our guest from afar, let me give you some of our Yungui specialties: bamboo fungus, matsutake, black truffle, and morel mushrooms. Yun Sinyang's heart ached as she spoke, thinking, all right, I get it. You're not short on money. Let's stop here. She stuffed several pounds of dried mushrooms into Jingshu's hands, just for her, since she didn't have enough to give everyone. Jingshu could tell at a glance these were top quality, though all dried. She'd already used up a lot of the black truffles and other dried goods she'd collected in her space, or she could have separated out the spores and grown thousands more. Fresh mushroom soup as hot pot base, or stewed with lamb or chicken would be delicious. Jingshu was very satisfied. Using her black box to block everyone's view, she secretly took a few pounds of chocolate from the 10 cubic meters she'd acquired from a billionaire's mansion in America, packed it in a special box, and gave it to Yun Sinyang. 10 cubic meters of chocolate was a lot. Jingshu had been eating it in every way imaginable: chocolate fondue, mousse, coffee, candy, milk tea. She never got tired of it, but she hadn't even finished a ton. She'd probably never eat it all in her lifetime. She still had plenty of Haagen-Dazs left too, but now she was reluctant to eat it. Chocolate wasn't something she could easily give as a gift at home, but out here, it was the perfect opportunity, and she didn't feel bad about it. These days, anyone who could give out milk or eggs was considered powerful, let alone someone who could offer high-quality processed chocolate. After eating 2 big spoonfuls of chocolate, Yun Sinyang was completely won over. This stuff was smoother than milk, her absolute favorite. When Jingshu subtly hinted that she had a source for this chocolate, Yun Sinyang was totally convinced. Jingshu planned to use chocolate as a slow-burn gift to build a strong relationship with Yun Sinyang. The two sides quickly drafted various agreements. Originally, they were only going to get a rundown warehouse in the suburbs, but since Yun Sinyang couldn't come up with a better return gift and was too heartbroken to part with her limited stock, she decided to hand over the old cigarette factory instead. No need for renovations or hiring. Jingshu's team could move in and start work right away. The factory's been closed for a while, but there are still a few hundred people living inside. You'll need to recruit about 20% locals from them, and the rest can be workers from my brother's side. That way I don't have to kick anyone out. As for equipment, only the big stuff is left. You'll have to supply the rest yourselves. Jingshu nodded eagerly. For them, labor was the biggest cost, not raw materials. As long as they solved the labor and daily food issues, everything else would be easy. Ahua stepped up. Then let's get started. Recruit people, assign jobs, and we can start production tomorrow and ship the day after. We'll need your help finding sales channels and running ads tomorrow. Tomorrow? You can ship in a day? You need at least 50,000 cigarettes in stock. Yun Sinyang was stunned, unable to keep up. Don't you need to grow tobacco? Oh, right. Her brother said it was a new post-apocalyptic species, but you still need to prep, cure, store, shred, dry, blend, flavor, and so on. It's a complicated process, not as simple as brewing wine, but still, one day to ship? If it's really that easy, what if someone steals the raw materials and starts their own? Wouldn't Wuchung's cigarettes be short-lived? Is Wuchung really up to the task? Yun Sinyang would soon find out. After dinner, Yun Sinyang had 4 people carry her, and her entourage plus Old Bai, to the local cigarette factory, gathering hundreds of people for Ahua to choose from. Ahua looked at the group, skinny, listless, dark-skinned people, and followed the plan. We're only hiring 50 for now. I'm posting tasks. Whoever earns the most points in 2 hours gets hired. The crowd nodded weakly. Some said they didn't care about being hired, as long as they could keep living there. Ahua took a deep breath and announced the official benefits. Even if you're not hired, you can use your points to buy cigarettes. If you're hired, you get 1 cigarette a day, 3 meals a day, and can use your points to buy cigarettes at an internal price. At this, the old smokers in the factory got excited, shouting for the tasks to be posted. The tasks were simple: clean the work area, organize the canteen, clear out the warehouse, set up security. And finally, a cigarette rolling speed contest. The faster and better you rolled, the more points you got. Jingshu's Wucheng team also got to work. Record keepers, inspectors, accountants, and those assigning housing. Third aunt took people and ingredients to set up the canteen and scout for local food supplies. Uncle and Ah Hua started learning the management ropes. Yun Xin Yang's main goal was to see the new raw materials. She was shocked to find a truckload of fist-sized bugs. Shouldn't we keep this secret? What if someone steals a few and breeds them? Yun Xin Yang was worried. After all, she was a partner now, and these people were good at everything except being professional. Jingshu smiled, grabbed a few palm-sized mosquitoes and tossed them in. Under the lights, the mosquitoes were instantly sucked dry. Yun Xin Yang swallowed, too fierce, not even sparing mosquitoes. Jingshu pulled one out of the green giant and said, "Mutant ticks, no males or females, can't mate, can't lay eggs, can't be bred." How would anyone raise them? If someone figures out how, they'll have solved a huge post-apocalyptic problem. These raw materials are non-renewable. Once they're gone, they're gone. Of course, there were actually plenty of raw materials, just like the early days of discovering new oil fields. Only now did Yun Xinyang understand why the Wucheng cigarette factory was so confident. As long as they controlled the source of the ticks, it was like sitting on an oil field. Just keep extracting and you'd have barrels of crude oil. There was no need to worry about copycats, stolen technology, or trade secrets. But how big was the tick source? How long could it be harvested? And she'd heard that dozens more factories would be opening across the country. That meant there was plenty of raw material. Right, the contract was for 10 years, which meant that for the next decade, there'd be no worries about raw materials. Other factories begged the heavens for a bite to eat and feared their food would be stolen. Wucheng's factory, on the other hand, was being force-fed by the heavens, so much that they couldn't even finish it all. Once she figured this out, Yun Xinyang's smile became genuinely warm. Tomorrow is our annual Yungi Gourmet and Flower Festival, organized by the authorities. Each business brings a specialty from their hometown, and there's a big resource exchange. I happen to have an extra entry ticket. Jing, why don't you join in the fun? Yun Xinyang was reluctantly giving up Old Bai's spot, planning to take Jing Shu along for a free feast, just as she did every year. As for the business deals at the exchange, that wasn't really her concern. In the post-apocalypse, with resources scarce, the upper class mostly relied on barter. Big companies and merchants had also switched to this model, rarely using currency. Instead, they swapped goods of equal value, or, like Jingshu's bug cake factory, traded bug cakes for water from the water plant. This exchange was all about trading resources. Jingshu hesitated. Time was tight. Once she finished here, she had to head to her next destination, and there was still a lot to do in South China. Seeing her hesitate, Yun Xinyang coaxed, "You're a Yunggui business now, too. Maybe you'll find some resources you need. Besides, there'll be specialty foods from all over the country. Think of it as an all-you-can-eat buffet. And this year, the main organizer is a big merchant from Wucheng. I hear there'll be Wucheng specialties, too." A buffet? Jingshu had everything in her space anyway. But it was a good chance to see what resources the factory still needed. Someone from Wucheng? Do you know who? Jingshu actually knew quite a few big merchants from Wucheng, but she wasn't sure which one had expanded into Yunggui. Whoever it was, they must be powerful. "No idea," Yun Xinyang replied. Her brother had just gotten a few tickets for the free food. He didn't care about the details. "All right, I'll go check it out tomorrow." The next day, Jingshu went with Yun Xinyang to the Gourmet and Flower Festival at Seagull Park. After the apocalypse, Seagull Park was covered in vines, surrounded by bright flowers. Walking through it felt like stepping into a magical forest. The scenery was truly beautiful. Don't touch those poison vines. It's a shame, really. The flowers and vines are all toxic. Can't eat them, can't distill perfume. And if you burn them for firewood, it's like setting off a poison gas bomb. They're basically useless. If the vines were even a little useful, even just as firewood, Youngui wouldn't be so tightly surrounded by them. Jingshu agreed. It was a pity. The rampant vines in Youngui blocked out the sky, yet had no practical value. If only they could be used, she'd be rich. Su Mary rested her chin in her hands, listlessly playing with 2 crayfish in a small pond. No, they were giant crayfish now, a gift from Jingshu years ago. At first, they were bred for food, and they didn't disappoint. Their reproduction rate was amazing, though their appetite and temper were both fierce. Over time, they just kept growing, now as big as basketballs. The key was, they only liked Su Mary. Anyone else who got close would get pinched. So Su Mary kept them as pets, playing with them from time to time. "Miss, the crayfish feast is ready. We've prepared 500 pounds in 5 spice, garlic, and spicy flavors." Little Green and Little Red were great at eating, pooping, and breeding, never got sick, and were even easier to raise than before the apocalypse. Every year they produced plenty for gifts. Very impressive. 100 servings of rich yogurt are ready. 50 platters of big plate chicken are set. Su Mary nodded, sighing. Yungui's livestock bureau is so stingy. It's just 1 ewe. Why won't they sell it to us, not even for oil? Sheep are so cute. If I'd known, I'd have raised more sheep like Mr. Qian's family. Tears of regret and frustration trickled from the corner of her mouth. The old butler's mouth twitched. Not just Yungui's livestock bureau. Even Wu Cheng's or any in the country wouldn't sell a single ewe. Was it Mrs.'s fault? Miss just suddenly wanted a whole lamb feast, and as her butler, he could only indulge her. "I've already contacted someone in Inner Mongolia. At the latest, a ram will be airlifted in tomorrow. By the time we get to South China, the lambs Wu Cheng's livestock bureau set aside for you will be grown." Su Mary sighed. "You don't get it. If I don't eat it today, I won't want it tomorrow. If only Jingshu were here. She always has every ingredient, and it's all so delicious and fresh. Frozen stuff just isn't the same." The old butler smiled and shook his head. "Miss, you'd better do well today. If you perform, second master will bring you your favorite perfume from overseas, and third master will bring you craft and ribeye steaks." I really don't want to inherit the family business. I just want to be a spoiled rich kid who eats and does nothing." Su Mary sighed, then spotted a familiar figure in the distance. She grabbed the butler and pointed. "Am I seeing things, or is that Jingshu?" The butler nodded. "That's her, miss. You always get what you wish for." "What good is that? I should have wished for Jingshu to bring a sheep," Su Mary said. Jingshu's family raised all kinds of fat, adorable livestock. But was that even possible? Obviously not. Who would bring a live sheep on a trip? But, as it turned out, Jingshu really had brought a live sheep, and it was a special one from Minglu. The sheep was still bleeding, but Su Mary was already planning out its future. The wool for a sweater, the horns for 2 combs, the skin for a coat for Dad? The head, braised until tender and flavorful. The neck meat, with its fine tendons, for meatballs and dumplings. The spine, with sea cucumber, white radish, and tofu for a hot pot. The upper shoulder, perfectly marbled for hot pot. The tenderloin, sliced thin, silky and delicious. The leg, marinated and roasted with cumin and chili. Lamb chops with alternating layers of fat and lean, no tendons, soft texture, juicy and tender, make them into French-style lamb chops for me. The cartilage on both sides of the forechest, use it for pilaf. Make Wucheng-style lamb pilaf with carrots and raisins, rich but not greasy. Lamb brisket slow-cooked. Meat is a bit chewy but rich and flavorful. Tail meat pan-seared. Hip, mostly fat with little lean, make it into kebabs. Su Mary went on and on, listing more than a dozen ways to eat lamb, each one making everyone's mouth water. Jingshu was swallowing hard as she listened. In the past, she'd mostly eaten whole roasted lamb, or maybe stewed, braised, or stir-fried, but never with such detail and variety. Jingshu immediately raised her hand. Count me in." She offered up another sheep, asking Su Mary's Michelin chef to make a duplicate set for her to take on the road. "No problem." Jingshu had the sheep. Sue Mary had the chef. The two hit it off instantly. The old butler smiled dotingly. "All right, we'll make a special batch for you, miss, just as you requested. The remaining bones will be used for soup with radish for the guests, and we'll add pilaf and stir-fried lamb offal to the banquet. Jingshu, you can take your share with you, how's that?" "Perfect! I hope the banquet goes smoothly and I can—" "No, we'll definitely exceed my goals." Sue Mary made a wish. "You'll definitely get what you wish for." The Yungi Gourmet and Flower Festival began, and it was just like a pre-apocalypse buffet. Tables lined up with specialty foods from all over the country, stacks of plates underneath. You picked what you wanted, and a server would give you, well, about a chopstick's worth. Most things were served in small portions: bowls of yogurt, tiny fruit platters, plates of Beijing duck the size of a fingernail. There were bowls of Lanzhou beef noodles with no beef, and lamb stew with no lamb. Mini Yungi flour cakes, thin-sliced baked salt chicken, Ningbo tangyuan by the piece, XJ nut cake by the gram. The only generous display was the central round table piled high with mountains of crayfish, very eye-catching. There weren't many attendees, fewer than 60, but everyone was well-mannered, no fighting, just chatting and tasting. If not for the loud slurping of crayfish, Jingshu might have believed it was all real. Everyone left full. Even Yun Xinyang burped, drank 2 more bowls of lamb soup, and ate 30 more crayfish, declaring this year's festival the most satisfying yet. Jingshu just barely filled up. She was saving room for the private whole lamb feast later. The resource exchange was wrapping up. Jingshu listened in, but there weren't any good resources to trade for. Other companies wanted to swap for cigarettes, but either the price was too low or the resources weren't useful for the factory. In the end, cigarettes just weren't cost-effective. Ruthless bosses would rather buy cheap food and essential survival goods than trade for cigarettes. Sue Mary's petroleum resources also hit a snag. Oil was a high-end necessity, very scarce. In the past, petroleum byproducts were cheap and widely used, but now, with food shortages and low productivity, few could afford them, and prices weren't cheap. So now, if you want to buy oil, you have to buy the expensive byproducts too? If you buy fuel, you have to take 10% of the byproducts as well. People whispered, some annoyed but not daring to protest. Someone suggested raising the fuel price but buying fewer byproducts. Sue Mary lazily explained the rules, then started discussing buying lamb, pig, and calf with Jingshu, ignoring whether others agreed or not. The terms were set, take it or leave it. Oil doesn't spoil in storage. "Sigh, it's just that the byproducts have piled up for years. Our warehouse is full. My old man wants to bundle them and trade for something useful, so he put me in charge. He said if I can sell 1/10 of the stock, I pass the test. If I sell 1/5, I'll be made vice president. I've been to 2 cities and only sold 1%. Poor Sue Mary. But really, how is a mega-rich girl poor? Jingshu couldn't help but ask, "What can you do with the byproducts? Are they really useless in the apocalypse?" She was hoping to find a bargain. Sue Mary shrugged helplessly. They used to be super useful, but now people can't afford them. Lubricants, paraffin oil for soap, those are still okay. But things like asphalt for roads or olefins and aromatics for plastics, synthetic fibers and rubber, almost no one can use them now. Oh, so nothing Jingshu needed. Finally, someone came to trade, a big spender who bought a lot of fuel and bundled it with polypropylene. "That boss must be loaded," Jingshu said. Others were all trying to haggle, but this one didn't say a word. Sue Mary explained, "That family owns a metal mine. They burn a lot of fuel and their workshops are dusty. They'll use the polypropylene to make a batch of filter masks and face shields for the workers, otherwise the workers wouldn't last long." "Oh, wait, filter masks?" Jingshu suddenly perked up. "Yes, why?" Sue Mary asked, surprised by her reaction. "Polypropylene is used for masks, or related to masks, so polypropylene is a petroleum byproduct?" Jingshu was excited. She fired off several questions in a row. Sue Mary didn't know why Jingshu was so worked up, but explained. Petroleum byproducts, olefins, are refined into polypropylene, which is PP plastic. That's the main material for melt-blown fabric, which is the key material for filter masks. That's the connection. So, in short, polypropylene is the main raw material for masks, and Sumeri's warehouse was overflowing with it. Oh my God, is heaven trying to make Jingshu rich? If you want to know the cost of ignorance, here it is. Sumeri, sitting on a mountain of mask material, had no idea, because this year the whole country would soon be filled with the stench of rotten eggs and 100 days of constipation, an unbeatable toxic stink. Not only deadly, but actually poisonous. Jingshu's space only had enough gas masks for her own family. Sure, you could get used to the smell, but still. She used to be small and powerless, but now that she knew in advance, how could she not prepare for next year's disaster? Jingshu swallowed hard and said, "You might be made vice president as soon as you get home." Why? Because I'm buying all your polypropylene, that petroleum byproduct. Do the math. How much of your inventory does that clear out? When Jingshu said she'd take all the leftover byproducts, Sumeri's eyes lit up. You want it all for making masks? Do you know how much we have in stock? You want it all? That's years' worth of inventory. Of course, the more the better. Even if her own factory couldn't use it all, wouldn't all of Wucheng need it? And when that disaster hit next year, masks and respirators would be scarce everywhere. Everyone would need them, and they'd sell out instantly. Jingshu was grinning inside, but kept a calm face and waved her hand. Doesn't matter how much, I'll take it all. You know our new cigarette factory, right? Extracting the raw materials releases a lot of harmful smoke, so workers need masks to stay healthy. Otherwise, we'd have to pay for their medical care, which is a hassle. And with dozens of factories and raw material sites nationwide, we'll need tens of thousands of masks a day. How many is that in a year? In 10 years? I'm heading to South China next, and I'll set up a mask factory there, self-sufficient. So I'll take all the material at once, and it's not even that expensive. Before the apocalypse, melt-blown fabric was only about 21,000 per ton. When global demand for masks surged, it went up to over 300,000 per ton. Now, in the apocalypse, it's just a little more expensive. But compared to the resources she could trade for later, it was a bargain. With this excuse, at worst, people would just be jealous that Jingshu got lucky and was making masks for her cigarette factory. Not that she somehow knew a disaster was coming and was preparing in advance. What could she do? She really was a prophet. Since she knew masks would be a scarce resource, and the raw material was right in front of her, how could she not take advantage? If she waited until disaster struck to start production, it'd be too late. Stockpiling enough for next year would take at least 3 months. Even though Sumeri thought her inventory could last Jingshu's factory 100 years, Jingshu was right. It wasn't that expensive compared to her current wealth. The key was, Sumeri could finally say she'd, luckily, cleared out her inventory and passed her test. She could go back to being a salted fish. Wait, being vice president probably wouldn't be that easy. She felt like she'd just escaped one pit and fallen into a bigger one. Deal. Since you're buying so much, I'll give you the lowest price. Who are we if not friends? But you'll have to pay in resources. Cigarettes, bug cakes, whatever you've got. Sumeri insisted on the lowest price. Jingshu felt a little embarrassed. Who knew how much this stuff would be worth later? She coughed. Who are we? I'll throw in an extra 50% of bug cakes and synthetic meat cakes for you. Your father has a lot of people to feed after all. Wow, Jingshu was too generous. Sumeri waved her hand. Then I'll throw in extra fuel for your family and factory shipments. There's no natural gas in South China, you know. Jingshu didn't know what to say. Sumeri was such a sweetheart. She really felt bad taking so much from her. Of course, she'd still buy the inventory at a fair price. After all, even if Sumeri had all that raw material, she couldn't turn it into masks overnight. When the time came, she'd just provide masks and respirators to them at cost or for free. Oh, right. Do you know any other suppliers for mask materials? Can you introduce me? Of course. They've got plenty of stock too, just waiting to get rid of it before it goes bad. Great. I'll leave it to you. Everything was settled. They even had the old butler draft a contract on the spot, finalizing the resource exchange. Today, Sue Mary really did get her wish and more. She'd far exceeded her test goal. Afterward, Jing Shu not only enjoyed a whole lamb feast cooked by Sue Mary's chef, but also packed up plenty of hot food to take with her. She was in a great mood. Sue Mary asked about Jing Shu's next plans. "Are you heading straight to South China, or—" "I've got a few more places to open cigarette factories, but once the contracts are signed, I'll have people start prepping everything. When I get to South China, I can get things running right away. What about you?" Sue Mary glanced at the coughing old butler and sighed. "I've still got a few more places to visit, but we're already settled in South China. We even saved a spot for you, just waiting for you to arrive." "All right. Once the mobile villa from Greentown Company arrives in South China, I'll have them set it up." Jing Shu already had plans for the Jing family's new home in South China. Even if they could only stay a few years, it was the apocalypse. After all her hard work, there was no way she'd let herself be uncomfortable. A few years ago, she wouldn't have dared to stand out, just trying to be an ordinary citizen. Back then, everyone was starving, and she was afraid her assets would be confiscated. But now, thanks to the bug cakes, everyone in Wucheng could eat, and she had both power and connections. Besides, as a major shareholder in dozens of factories, she was now on Wucheng's rich list. There was no hiding it. Still, she'd keep a low profile when needed, but her living standards had to match her status. So, a bigger, more luxurious, better located, and more secure home wasn't too much to ask, right? And besides the hardware, she'd use this move as an excuse to stock the new villa with plenty of rice and flour. Since her space had upgraded, she'd been growing all kinds of grains, and the family went through them fast. The stuff she'd brought back from America, except for a few rare items, wasn't as good as what she grew herself. So this time, when Grandma and the others arrived at the new place, not only would they be amazed by the house, but also by the kitchen and storeroom packed with white rice. Maybe they'd be so happy they'd faint. Just thinking about it made Jing Shu eager to get to South China and start preparing. So, after agreeing to meet Sue Mary in South China, Jing Shu set off again without delay. This journey took over a month. With every new factory opened, the number of people traveling with Jing Shu dwindled. But the amount of supplies she carried just kept growing. She'd basically swept up all the best value local specialties and resources along the entire route without even trying. Jing Shu had truly broadened her horizons, tasting all sorts of delicacies she'd never even tried before the apocalypse. And she'd also taken in the unique dark scenery of the post-apocalyptic world. Food is the people's first priority, and in the food capital of Shunde, her only regret was not passing through. Sigh, it's only 200 or 300 kilometers away. If I had more time, I'd definitely go, Jing Shu thought regretfully, and as consolation, she opened 5 precious packs of rare seafood-flavored instant noodles, squeezing every last drop from the seasoning packets and rinsing them 3 times to make sure nothing was wasted. She casually added some giant prawns, abalone, sea urchin, and sea cucumber, just the usual seafood, not daring to add more for fear of ruining the original flavor. After all, these instant noodles were extinct. Every pack eaten was one less in the world, and Jing Shu had only a few left. She regretted not stockpiling a whole supermarket's worth of snacks back then. Why had she been so stingy, only buying a few boxes of each? Now, just craving the taste of instant noodle soup was a luxury. She couldn't even remember exactly what that classic braised beef flavor tasted like. Just that the soup was delicious, and after eating too much, she got sick of it. But once it was gone, she missed it terribly. Luckily, she'd picked up a few snacks from before the apocalypse that hadn't expired, which was some comfort. When she was alone, Jing Shu would take out KFC's old chicken nuggets, fries, popcorn chicken, chicken strips, shrimp cakes, and pair them with a bucket of taro and red bean milk tea. For dessert, a slice of cheese durian meal crepe cake. She was stuffed. The side effect of her space's spiritual spring was that her appetite kept growing. If not for the space's amazing yield, she really couldn't afford to feed herself. The whole Jing family now ate 2 or 3 times as much as before. They were true rice buckets. Crossing Guangxi, the food she collected most was Liuzhou snail noodles. The first time she tried it, she wasn't used to it, but after that she couldn't stop. The sour, stinky bamboo shoots were addictive. After snail noodles came Laoyu noodles, then Guilin rice noodles. She ate so much her lips broke out in sores. The second most collected food was sea duck eggs and salted duck eggs, iconic, cheap, delicious. One bite of that oily, salty yolk with a bowl of rice porridge, and Jing Shu could eat 3 big bowls without stopping. She even discovered a new dish, slap-fried rice. What's slap-fried rice? It's so good that even if someone slapped you, you wouldn't put down your bowl. Ordinary egg-fried rice is already delicious, but add shrimp heads fried for fragrant shrimp oil, mashed salted egg yolk, then toss in shrimp, carrots, egg mixture, and egg whites, stir-fry it all, and finally add the sole ingredient, leftover rice. Top it off with a sprinkle of scallions, and wow, the aroma is out of this world. The combination of shrimp oil and salted egg yolk is just unbeatable. Jing Shu, her uncle, and third aunt ate slap-fried rice for 3 days straight. That's how good it was. After eating, Jing Shu sprawled on the sofa, idly spinning a Rubik's cube. Since her last upgrade, she'd been grinding for experience, waiting for a breakthrough or a lucky encounter. But for now, she'd have to go out and see if there were any boss monsters to fight. Just then, someone knocked on the Green Giant's door. It was Zhao Yu, the trip's logistics coordinator. Basically, if anything came up, you went to Zhao Zhao. In his 20s, he was already part of the elite team, muscular but looked gentle and scholarly in clothes, easygoing and well-liked. He was perfect for handling all sorts of odd problems. Of course, the coordination department was also known as the scapegoat squad. If anything went wrong, every other department would blame them. Jingjie, the ferry operators at Zhanjiang's Shuzhen port still won't accept our price. They insist on a long-term contract at a low rate with our cigarette factory, or they won't let us ship our goods, and they won't handle our future shipments either. They know we're stuck on an island and will need the ferry to move goods out. After more than a month on the road, Jing Shu had finally reached Zhanjiang, just 100 kilometers from her destination, South China. Victory was in sight. But now, a big problem had cropped up. Everyone knew South China was an island. To get there, you needed a ferry or a plane. Even before the apocalypse, trains and cars had to be loaded onto ferries to reach South China. It was just an hour's ferry ride from Shuzhen to South China. The big ferries could carry thousands of people and hundreds of vehicles, each one the size of a football field. Before the apocalypse, Shuzhen was the world's largest port, and even now, the port was still busy. Freight still depended on ferries. Jing Shu frowned, remembering her previous life. When they migrated, exhausted and pitiful, the government subsidized everything, the local authorities helped, and the ferry operators warmly shipped all the Wucheng people to South China for free, even feeding them. This time they arrived with bulging supplies and high spirits, offering generous prices. Yet they were stuck at the dock. Because this was a commercial shipment, not a civilian migration, they had to pay full price, but the ferry operators weren't satisfied. The Ferry Association had banded together, wanting a big slice of the cigarette factory's profits. If you don't agree to our low price, we won't ship your goods. You can just sit at the dock and starve, or fly if you can. Jing Shu's convoy included military vehicles, cargo trucks, and dozens of loads of supplies. They really needed the ferry. The real issue was that future shipments to and from South China would be choked off. In the apocalypse, just getting a meal or a job was hard, but the Ferry Association had real power. Even the local government had to give way, since half of Zhanjiang's people depended on the ferries for a living. Fuel was expensive in the apocalypse, and ferries shouldn't have been able to run, but somehow they managed. For the first 2 years after the apocalypse, things were quiet. The turning point came with the corpse-eating bugs. With no natural predators, they ran rampant in the ocean, breeding out of control and swarmed the ports. Shuzhen was overrun, the sky darkened by waves of bugs crawling out of the sea. Tsk, tisk. The people of Shuzhen, who thought they could finally move back after the Great Flood receded, were dumbfounded. What was left behind wasn't just mud, but also the corpse-eating bugs that had made this place their lair. What could they do? The people of Juven couldn't live off government handouts forever. Now everyone was struggling to get enough to eat. So the authorities offered a huge reward for anyone who could find a use for the corpse-eating bugs. And wouldn't you know it, by sheer luck, someone actually came up with a solution. In the apocalypse, everything is either about how to eat it or how to use it. On the eating side, they never figured it out. Before the bugs evolved, they could be used as maggot feed, but after evolving and returning from the sea, even fat chickens cried after eating them. They were just too disgusting. But on the using side, they did find a way. If you sun-dried the corpse-eating bugs and put them through a special process, they could be used as fuel for modified fairies. The efficiency was very low, though. The modified fairies needed a huge boiler room just to burn the stuff, and the power output was worse than old steamships. Each ferry needed several truckloads of fuel per trip, so it couldn't be used for cars or regular ships, and it wasn't practical for widespread use. Still, just being able to power ferries was enough, so all the corpse-eating bugs in Juven were scooped up and used. Remember how the red threadworms never went extinct? These corpse-eating bugs were even more resilient. People from neighboring counties came to help, because 1,000 jin of dried bugs could be traded for a single white bread bun. Corpse-eating bugs? They were free for the taking. Just fill a sack. On average, one person working 3 days could earn an extra bun, so everyone was highly motivated. In less than a month, the people of Juven moved back home, the ferries were running, goods could be shipped, and people started scooping bugs out of the sea for a living. Now, 100 jin of processed bugs only got you a salty bun, but many people still relied on the Ferry Association for their livelihood. The Ferry Association no longer worried about fuel. Corpse-eating bugs were everywhere, so plentiful that if you didn't scoop them up for a few days, they'd crawl ashore. So, in the past 2 years, the Ferry Association had gotten cocky, confident enough to try monopolizing the cigarette factory's business. What should we do, Jingjie? Should I contact the authorities and have the local government step in? Zhao Zhao asked. Jingshu waved her hand. They're just naming their price, nothing unreasonable. No need to bother the higher-ups over something this small. This afternoon, take a few people who know how to pilot big ships and come with me. Okay, Jingjie. I know a few guys who are ex-Navy. They can drive anything, even warships. But, do we have a ship to drive? Jingshu smiled. You'll see soon enough. Zhao Yu was puzzled. Why wasn't Jingjie dealing with the Ferry Association directly, but instead looking for ship pilots? Was she planning to run her own shipping? But small boats couldn't carry big trucks, and the ferries were all monopolized. They'd never rent or sell a ferry, their golden goose. But the Ferry Association wasn't as airtight as it seemed, and Jingshu wasn't just sitting around in the Green Giant doing nothing. That afternoon, after Zhao Yu picked his team, Jingshu brought her special black box and led the group on a regular bus to Fuyu Village. It was called a village, but every house was a 5- or 6-story luxury villa, each with a few hundred square meters of gardens. From afar you could see colorful lights. Smoke curled from chimneys, delicious smells wafted through the air. It was warm and peaceful. This was the Ferry Association's headquarters. At the village entrance, a security team, men with rifles, stopped the bus. The scar-faced leader said, "This is private property. Outsiders are not allowed." Zhao Yu looked at Jingshu, who said to the scar-faced man, "Go find Shen Yuan at B15. He'll send a car for us." Sure enough, a black business van soon arrived to pick up Jingshu's group of 6, leaving the bus outside. Zhao Yu grew more and more curious. Jingjie had never been here, yet she seemed to know everything. She always brought the Green Giant on trips, but not this time. Shen Yuan's villa looked ordinary from the outside, but Jingshu was envious. Not just the huge yard planted with tobacco, but the moment you walked in, an 8-meter-high ceiling, a grand crystal chandelier, a massive stone mural, and a vast living room where your voice echoed. Now this was how the rich lived. So jealous. Jingshu admired the scenery. Zhao Yu watched the people. On the huge bed in the living room, someone was tied up. If Jingshu hadn't been so calm, he would have rushed over. "Did you bring the stuff?" the person on the bed croaked. Jingshu looked down at Shen Yuan, a 50-year-old man with dark circles, pale lips, haggard and weak, with many marks on his body. You realize this will offend the entire Fairy Association? Jingshu asked. Shen Yuan laughed bitterly. I'm almost dead. What do I care? Let them be offended. All right, Mr. Shen. Your strange illness is incurable, but I can keep you alive. Here's the wager contract. Take a look. I'll provide you with ginseng, lingji, and other life-extending medicines every month. For every year you live, you give me a fairy. You'll prepay me with 2 fairies now. If you don't survive 2 months, I'll give your wife and child a year's worth of medicine for free. A dozen ginseng and lingzi a year for a fairy? What a deal. Zhao Yu blinked, his mind racing. What the heck was going on? Wasn't the Fairy Association supposed to be united? They'd tried to buy fairies before, but no one would sell. Other provinces would sell, but not this port. No berths for outside ships. Shen Yuan nodded, and the young woman beside him got up to take the contract. Shen Yuan introduced her. This is my daughter, Shen Xin. You'll work with her from now on. I need to rest. Shen Xin grew anxious. Miss Jing, I've signed the contract. Can you give me this month's medicine now so my father can take it as soon as possible? She signed and uploaded the contract to the local government network. Jingshu nodded, opened her black box, and handed over blood mushrooms, lingji, and ginseng. Shen Xin immediately sent someone to prepare the medicine. You know the dosage and instructions. I'll deliver the medicine myself every month, Jingshu said. Shen Yuan soon fell asleep, muttering and groaning in his dreams, the bed creaking. Thank you, you've done so much for us. Shen Xin kept thanking her. It's nothing. The longer Mr. Shen lives, the more I get. Let's start the fairy handover. I've brought the crew. Of course. Tears welled up in Shen Xin's eyes. She'd grown up in a happy family, but her father's strange illness had turned everything into a nightmare. And the origin of that illness was the Fairy Association itself. After the Fairy Association got its hands on fuel, it landed a huge international order. Over 100 ferries were needed to transport supplies to NSQD, mobilizing almost the entire fleet. With such a lucrative deal, many shareholders and bosses were uneasy and insisted on going along themselves. Fortunately, the trip went smoothly, no unexpected incidents, and both sides settled up cleanly. But just a few days later, some people in the association started coming down with a strange illness. They began sleeping longer and longer each day, from 8 hours to 15, then 20. The more they slept, the more exhausted they felt, and nothing could wake them. In their sleep, they would scream or even go berserk, growing weaker and weaker. Once someone started sleeping for a full 24 hours a day, it meant they would never wake up again. Even if they didn't die, they'd become vegetative. Anyone who went to NSQD that time, about half of them caught this strange illness. Most died within a few months. Of the shareholders and bosses who went, 4 got sick, 3 have already died, and the last one is still alive, but just a vegetable. We've sought medical help all over the country, tried every medicine, but all we could do was delay the onset of the vegetative state. Luckily, the illness isn't contagious, or I can't even imagine. Shen Yuan has been sick for over 2 years now. She's barely hanging on, only awake for about an hour a day. If it weren't for Jingshu, she probably wouldn't make it past next month. So what's useful isn't ordinary ginseng, but the ginseng from Jingshu's space, purified by the spiritual spring. After taking Jingshu's medicine, Shen Yuan can now stay awake for 3 hours a day. NSQD, huh? There's definitely something weird going on there. I'll have to find time to check it out, Jingshu mused. There might be some dark force or law at work, or maybe it's related to dimensional space. Anyway, whenever it comes to these things, Jingshu gets excited because upgrading the Rubik's cube space now depends entirely on the power of dimensional space. Jingshu got the exact address from Shen Xin and planned to head to NSQD after finishing business in the South Sea. With her spiritual spring, she wasn't afraid. The red flag and blue moon were the two ferries Jingshu had acquired. Each ferry was as big as a football field, and the manpower needed for the boiler room alone was at least several dozen people. The few people sent to take over were just there to command and manage. The rest were people Shen Yuan lent to Jingshu. Once the people from Wucheng arrived, they'd hire more. For now, Jingshu was really short on staff. With the ferries sorted, Zhao Yu got busy coordinating departments to load supplies. By midnight, they'd be ready to set off for the South Sea. Jingshu looked up and saw the massive ferry as big as a mountain casting a 6-story-high shadow, like 2 skyscrapers built on a football field. The red flag was for passengers, with lots of rooms, a standard capacity of 5,000, but it could squeeze in tens of thousands. Jingshu led dozens of green giants onto the deck, through the dark, narrow corridors and stairways, up to the 6th floor, her private camp. Until their South Sea villa was ready, they'd be living here. This used to be a 600-square-meter banquet hall. Now it was empty, reeking of fish with some slippery, unidentified liquid on the floor. The living conditions were terrible. Jingshu couldn't stand it. She set up battery-powered lights to brighten the hall, sprayed medicated oil everywhere, picked a nice spot by the window, and had the Green Giant King unfold a van-shaped bread truck into a thick, soft carpet over 100 square meters. A few more green giants did the same, making a huge, comfy floor. She unpacked the sofas and dining tables that had been crammed inside the green giants, set up a kitchen and bathroom, arranged the fat chicken's nest, settled the lazy bugs, and had the Green Giant King direct his brothers to clean the whole floor. What? You're wondering how green giants clean? Easy. They just lick everything spotless, not even leaving a single mosquito behind. In no time, the big flat was ready, and Jingshu, who'd been squeezed inside a green giant for months, could finally relax. Third Aunt, who'd bought dozens of tons of Shuwen pineapples, got busy cooking. She said they'd had enough rice noodles and fried rice lately and wanted to try something new, a pineapple feast. We need something affordable and tasty for the cigarette factory's staff meals. Sure, Third Aunt, you decide, Jingshu said, sipping milk tea in a rocking chair, looking down at the blue moon, which was a cargo ferry with a huge interior, able to carry trains or dozens of cars. Trucks and off-road vehicles lined up to board, looking tiny in comparison. Cranes hoisted containers aboard. The dock was bustling with shouts, horns, and whistles. With the last truckload of Hubin pineapples aboard, the blue moon let out a coocha-coocha, woo-woo-woo sound. It was finally setting off. By the way, Zhuwen pineapples used to be pretty low-key. If it weren't for the ban on Taiwan pineapples, people wouldn't know that Zhuwen produces 700,000 tons a year, almost half the country's total. So, as soon as she arrived in Zhuwen, Third Aunt, the cigarette factory's chief buyer, went to buy pineapples for the staff. After the apocalypse, Zhuwen pineapples mutated into several varieties. The rarest and most prized is the black gold pineapple, sweet and tangy, juicy and delicious, selling for 100 virtual coins per jin. The most common is the platinum pineapple, sour with a hint of sweetness, but cheap and plentiful at just 5 coins per jin. Third Aunt got dozens of tons at a wholesale price of 2 coins per jin. As for pre-apocalypse varieties, maybe the local government kept a few seeds. Once the ferry moved, it was like striking gold. In just 100 miles, countless dried zombie bugs crackled and burned. Jingshu watched the dock recede, the Black Sea churning, and the aroma of food making her mouth water. Dragon pineapple sea, glorious pineapple lobster balls, exotic seafood pineapple pie, glorious fragrant pineapple. How is it? I learned this golden soup pineapple abalone from a local chef. How does it taste? Jingshu gave a thumbs up, quickly polishing off another plate. This baked cheese pineapple is a whole new world. So good. But Third Aunt, you're too conservative with the cheese. Next time pile it on like it's free. Third Aunt laughed. Good thing your grandma isn't here or I wouldn't dare you so much. I still like this pineapple jade liquor cup best, said Big Uncle, who'd rushed back for dinner. After much discussion, everyone agreed that only the honey pineapple sweet and sour pork was suitable for staff meals. The others just weren't practical. At 2 a.m., the red flag and blue moon finally arrived at the South Sea. After a night's rest, everyone started unloading at dawn. 10 years later, Jing Shu set foot in the South Sea again. Before her rebirth, she'd arrived like a drowned rat. Now she returned in style, with 2 ferries and countless supplies, and, along the way, saved countless lives. Jing Shu looked at the large, empty plot of land. Besides being able to place 2 mobile villas, there was still enough space for a big vegetable garden, a cattle shed, and a pigsty. She could even raise a few more cows and pigs. Satisfied, she nodded. "This is pretty good. I just wonder about the price." Fat Lou wiped his sweat again and said with a smile, "In the South Sea, land can only be leased, not sold by national regulation. Our boss paid a hefty price to secure the 30-year usage rights for the entire dock port. Plus, this plot is the best and cleanest of the newly developed dock area, so the lowest price I can offer is 500,000 virtual coins per year." Wow. Even in the apocalypse, with no guarantee of next year, there are still big shots leasing land for 30 years in the precarious South Sea. They might lose everything, not even their underwear. Jing Shu shook her head inwardly. In a few years, the South Sea would be uninhabitable again. Little did she know, when the South Sea was flooded back then, Fat Lou's boss made a bold gamble, securing 30 years of dock rights at a rock-bottom price. If he won, he'd make the provincial rich list. If he lost, the whole village would feast, and he'd be a laughingstock. Although the South Sea was abandoned for a year after the tide receded, once it was discovered that corpse bugs could be used as fuel, the area's commercial value emerged, attracting many investors. Now they were no longer losing money. Everything from here on was pure profit. Seeing Jing Shu remain silent, Fat Lou tried to sweeten the deal. If you think it's too expensive, you could pick a lower-lying plot for just 100,000 virtual coins a year, but honestly, you don't look like someone who'd care about that. If you really wanted, the lowest land is free, but the corpse bugs there. Tisk, tisk. There are so many you can't even sleep at night. Indeed, this plot was higher ground, the cleanest in the dock area, practically prime real estate even before the apocalypse. Most importantly, Jing Shu wasn't short on money. "All right, I'll lease it for 3 years." Fat Lou grinned. "Lease for 5 years, get 2 years free. Lease for 10, get 6 free. Miss Sue just leased for 10 years. Such a deal." Who would lease for that long? Even the boss must know what's coming. Besides, Jing Shu knew they'd have to move again in a few years. Sue Mary, what a sucker. But with Sue Mary's luck, she never seemed to lose out. Let's see what happens next. Just 3 years. Jing Shu firmly believed, if you don't chase bargains, you won't get burned. Fat Lou wanted to persuade her more, but Jing Shu interrupted. "Hey, you're sweating so much you must have weak kidneys. Here, take some astragalus and cotonopsis to brew at home." So young, yet already worn out. Fat Liu's eyes lit up. He wiped his endless sweat, took the 2 medicine packets, and quickly said, "Thank you, sis, thank you. It's all the foolishness of youth. 3 years it is. Don't worry. I'll handle all the paperwork for this plot. You won't have to worry about a thing." Jing Shu nodded in satisfaction. "My 2 mobile villas will arrive in a few days. I'll trouble you to help with the procedures." Of course, of course. Sis, if you need to lease any other land at the dock, just come to me. The whole dock is our boss's." Why do salespeople always call you sis these days? She was clearly younger than Fat Lou, Jing Shu muttered to herself. So her years in the South Sea were set at the dock port, just over 30 kilometers from the new city outskirts where the main migration group would live, a 40-minute run for a green giant. Only her parents would have a tougher commute, but it was close to the cigarette factory, just 6 kilometers away. It was a bit far from the insect cake factory, which was already set for the new city outskirts. Speaking of which, Jing Shu suddenly remembered she needed to build a mask factory. Where should I build the mask factory? Jing Shu pondered. The dock port had a complex mix of people, some shipping goods out of Hainan, some bringing goods in, some investors who'd come early after hearing about Wu Cheng's migration, branch companies from all over trying to grab market share, like cable and iron sheet factories, and local businesses like hydropower, fuel, and real estate. The dock port had only 100,000 people, more like an industrial zone, while the new city outskirts would house 4 million from Wucheng, crowded and residential. I'll build it next to the cigarette factory. I need to prepare for next year's disasters. Demand will be huge, and there won't be space in the new city for expansion, Jing Shu decided. Just as Fat Lu was about to leave, Jing Shu called him back. Do you know about the new cigarette factory being built at the dock port? Fat Lu nodded. It's a Wucheng government enterprise, set to be a pillar industry for the South Sea. The land got a special subsidy, no rent for 3 years. Wow, what a coincidence. Just the 3 years she needed. Jing Shu touched her nose. No wonder today's contract had no land rent, only construction fees. I want to lease a plot near the cigarette factory, about half a football field, 3 or 4 mu. That area is mid-level ground. 4 mu is about 400,000 virtual coins a year. Want to take a look? Fat Lu was interested. No wonder she was friends with the tycoon Su Mary. Rich people really do flock together. All right, let's go. Jing Shu wanted to settle it early. The rent wasn't bad. They got in the Green Giant. Fat Lu was curious, but kept his composure, glancing around discreetly to maintain his professional image. The atmosphere was a bit quiet, so Fat Lu made small talk. Sis, you're from Wucheng too? Jing Shu nodded. Is it true that 4 million people from Wucheng are migrating on foot? I heard they're about to leave Yunnan Guizhou. How do you know so much? The whole country's watching. Lots of you are live streaming the migration. It's so tough. Donations from all over are ready, just waiting for Wucheng people to arrive. I even donated 10,000 virtual coins. Don't worry, once you're in the South Sea, treat it as your home. Everywhere is a mother's embrace, just moving from one side to the other. Jing Shu's lips curled into a gentle smile, remembering how, in her previous life, she'd arrived in the South Sea to find it piled high with specialties from all over the country. Guangzhou sent cured sausages, the Northeast sent green onions, Shanxi and Gansu made tens of thousands of liangpi overnight. Sichuan and Chongqing weren't to be outdone and handmade tons of spicy noodles. Yunnan and Guizhou brought out smoked ham. Jilin's famous smoked meat pancakes had already arrived. Beijing's golden steamed buns were just dispatched, and Tianjin's Jianbing guozi had already appeared on Wucheng's tables. These netizens are just too competitive. They can't stand to see others suffer. Even when they don't have enough to eat themselves, they still donate their best food. Jing Shu's voice was especially gentle. You're right. In a mother's embrace, everywhere is home. Jing Shu's voice was especially gentle. You're right. In a mother's embrace, everywhere is home. Good people deserve good rewards, so Wucheng should repay everyone's kindness too. This time, let Wucheng give everyone a surprise. Jing Shu silently made up her mind. At the dock port, a new profession had emerged: land reclamation sanitation workers. They could be seen everywhere around the dock. Their duties were much like sanitation workers before the apocalypse, constantly clearing weeds and silt from wasteland, rolling heavy stone rollers to flatten uneven ground, expanding the usable area of the dock. Every day, they also had to clear out any corpse bugs in their assigned area. If their work didn't pass inspection, they'd have virtual coins deducted. Although the job was tough, it was popular. Besides free meals and a few virtual coins a day, workers could also earn extra by selling the corpse bugs they caught to the fuel factory. Corpse bugs were cheap, but there were so many of them. Each worker could clear out thousands of kilos a day, earning several virtual coins. Even so, in the lower-lying areas, corpse bugs still crawled everywhere. Even in the mid-level areas, there were always a few that slipped through. If it weren't for these workers cleaning up every day, the dock would have been overrun by corpse bugs long ago. How about it? This plot has already been cleared and leveled, even the corpse bugs are gone. You can lay a foundation and set up pest control and start building right away. Plus, our company has people cleaning up corpse bugs 24/7, giving you a 5-star experience, all for just a tiny cleaning fee. As Fat Lu spoke, he casually ground a wriggling corpse bug into mush under his foot, making sure not to let Jingshu, his delicate VIP client, get scared by the bugs. The South Sea was great in every way, except for the bugs. That's why high ground was so expensive. It needed less manual bug catching. Expensive, but for a reason. All right, I'll take this plot. Jingshu subtly moved a little farther from Fat Lu. This guy was really something. His shoes were covered in bug guts, and he didn't even flinch. Did he think she couldn't see just because it was dark? Heh, lease for 5 years, get 2 free, lease for 10, get 3 years. If the South Sea floods again next year, will you refund me? Jingshu cut him off. She hadn't even said she'd lease for just 1 year. After all, once the disaster passed, masks would be useless, and she'd have to close or pivot. If Fat Lu ever wondered why she left after exactly 3 years, well, she couldn't knowingly overpay for years she wouldn't use just to avoid suspicion. If he ever found out, he'd probably just sigh at her luck or foresight, right? Otherwise? Jingshu narrowed her eyes at Fat Lu, her gaze unreadable. Fat Lu felt a chill, quickly changed his tune, and smiled. Sis, even if the South Sea floods next year, there's no refund, but you could lease for 4 years and get 2 free, or 8 years and get 5 free. Honestly, the South Sea was full of money, but also full of danger. No one knew when it might flood again. Everyone knew the risks. Otherwise, the original residents would have moved back by now. But they couldn't move back. First, they couldn't afford the travel or food. Second, the trauma from the mass migration and death still lingered. Third, the original residents had settled well elsewhere. Fourth, they weren't as desperate as Wucheng, with no way out. Wucheng was now at minus 60 degrees Celsius. Living there was just too costly. Jingshu's voice was steady. 3 years. Sis, you must be someone who never gets a membership card. Correct, but there's no prize. Fat Lu. All right, let's settle up. Please get the paperwork for both plots done as soon as possible. 3 years' rent for both plots is 2.7 million. The high-end area has an 8% annual property fee, 40,000 per year. The mid-level area has a 4% cleaning fee, 16,000 per year. That's 2.868 million for 3 years. I'll round it down. Just 2.86 million. First 6 months of the loan are interest-free, and there's a discount for credit collateral. Before Fat Lu could finish, his phone chimed with an electronic voice. Your personal account has received 2.86 million yuan. Fat Lu. Jingshu was already gone, leaving just one sentence behind. I'll start construction here tomorrow. Bring the paperwork to me when it's ready. Miss Jing is really assertive, but I like it. Huh. That afternoon, Jingshu contacted the contractor building the cigarette factory and paid 2 million virtual coins to have them build the mask factory as well, just a simple, cheap metal building. The real expense was the high-quality employee dormitory. Just like with the cigarette factory, she was willing to cut costs everywhere else. But the dorms had to be built well to give her workers a comfortable and safe home. The contractor didn't get it. These days, bosses cut costs everywhere, especially on dorms. If you got a shed, you were lucky. But here was Jingshu, insisting on building nice houses for her staff. Of course, they didn't know that Jingshu's employees already saw the factory as their home. The first day in the South Sea was spent rushing around, so busy she barely had time to drink water. She could only squeeze in a break by eating and using the bathroom at the same time. What? You want to know what position? Figure it out yourself. After finishing everything, Jingshu finally had a moment to take a deep breath of fresh air. Ah, so fresh. The air in the South Sea was really different from Wucheng. The South Sea was known as one of the top 10 longevity cities, largely because of its air. The oxygen content here was so high you could get oxygen drunk just by breathing deeply. People with insomnia could come here, take a few deep breaths, and fall asleep. Why were people in the South Sea so laid back? It was all the oxygen. Night had fallen. On the dock you could hear the waves, see the flickering lights on the ferries, and hear the lively voices of people. At 7 p.m., it was dinner time for Jingshu's employees. The 5th floor of the Red Flag was the main dining hall. It was packed with people in line, but the queue was neat and orderly. Young men, shy-faced but muscular and full of energy, each held a bowl the size of a wash basin, no, a rice basin, excitedly discussing what was for dinner. I heard it's pineapple sweet and sour synthetic meat. Smells amazing. Can we eat as much as we want? Will it be enough? Seriously, you guys never hold back. Last time with the braised bacon rice, you all really went all out and finished 10 days' worth of meal subsidies in one go. In the end, Minister Zhao Yu from the coordination department had to take the blame. Zhao Yu, standing at the back. Standing nearby, Jing Shu, who was inspecting the work, thought, "Wow, that's rough." Zhao Yu coughed, and as soon as the people around saw him, they immediately quieted down. Zhao Yu raised his voice. "Last time it was my fault for underestimating everyone's hippo-sized appetites, so this time each person only gets one big bowl. Eat until you're about 70% full. There's unlimited egg soup. All right, let's eat." At the sound of the whistle, the unflappable lunch lady scooped pineapple sweet and sour rice into the wash basin-sized bowls, 3 heaping scoops per person, pressing it down and adding more soup until it was almost overflowing. After getting their food, some found a spot to eat, while others lined up at the egg soup barrel. After finishing their main dish, they'd get in line for a bowl of egg soup, then drink while queuing again, so by the time they finished, they could get another bowl, this time with more eggs from the bottom of the barrel. Perfect. Slurp slurp, chomp chomp. For a while, the only sound in the dining hall was the sound of eating. These guys finished unloading today, helped move all the materials to the construction site, and even cleaned up around the cigarette factory. They've basically done all the work they can. What should we have them do tomorrow? Can't let them sit idle. A day of idleness costs a lot of food. Even a rich family would go broke feeding people like this. Jingshu completely agreed. Let's start stocking up tomorrow. Set up a simple processing plant in the Blue Moon Ferry and start making cigarettes from all the raw materials. Produce as much as possible. When the next batch of raw materials arrives from Sichuan, the higher-ups should be back too. Originally, the plan was to wait until the cigarette factory was up and running, since the raw materials are perishable and finished products attract corpse bugs. But you can't just let these energetic young men sit around with nothing to do. The finished products could be stored in the Green Giant's belly for safekeeping. Most importantly, renting out the Green Giant for storage could earn Jing Shu a little extra cash to soothe her wounded soul. What? You're asking why Jing Shu's soul is wounded? Well, it's because she only found out this afternoon why the cigarette factory is considered Wu Cheng's pillar industry. After more than a month of running around, the dividend statements from each factory finally arrived, and she and Junbao each got a copy. She skipped all the dense income and expense details and went straight to the last few lines. Total profit, 126,768,000 virtual coins. Holy crap, that's 126 million. And that's with the factory not even fully operational yet. For context, a pound of expensive white sugar is only 800 virtual coins, and you can eat very well for just 10 coins per meal. Over 100 million in profit in a single month. Jing Shu's mind was already racing with ideas of what to buy next. She kept reading. Huh? Value-added tax and consumption tax together are 56%? That harsh? Is that for real? Now she finally understood that old saying, if you don't smoke and I don't smoke, who will build the aircraft carrier? Turns out more than half goes to taxes. Scrolling down, she finally saw her own dividend. After splitting with the Wucheng government and deducting over 831 million in personal income tax, she ended up with 19.4 million virtual coins. All right, over 100 million in profit, and she gets nearly 20 million in hand. Jing Shu didn't mind paying taxes, but the gap was a bit much. She decided not to look at the details anymore. Just wait for the money to arrive. On the other hand, Zhao Yu had no idea about Jing Shu's disappointment. He only made a few hundred coins a month, not even enough to pay taxes. He just said, "Okay, got it." Then he hurried off with his rice bowl to get food. Jing Shu nodded and was about to head back to her private quarters on the 6th floor when her phone rang. It was Yang Yang. She had a feeling something was up. As soon as she answered, Yang Yang's bold, brash voice came through. Remember Jobs Busi? Jobs Busi, of course she remembered. She'd remember even if he turned to dust. Not to mention, The 10 cubic meters of chocolate fountain in her space was from his place. She'd only managed to eat a ton of it so far. The wall of Skittles, she'd only eaten a few 100 pounds. Dozens of cubic meters of fine liquor, most of it gathering dust in her space, a little in the green giant's belly. Her family didn't even like to drink it. The luxurious blueberry cheesecake had only been made once at home before being banned from the family table. The world's annual supply of top-grade saffron was now used by Grandma Jing as regular herbal tea. She only brewed it occasionally, since the family didn't appreciate it. Otherwise, with her dad's personality, he'd say, expensive things really are different. Such a unique taste. I love it. At least the ginseng in the cabinet was often used by Grandpa Jing for tea, with a few goji berries and a cigarette, listening to Peking opera in a rocking chair for a leisurely afternoon, unless Grandma Jing called him to do chores. And those top-grade ribeyes and steaks, Jing Shu would use them for hot pot every few days. Even the luxury crystal furniture she'd borrowed from his place, Jing Shu would occasionally take out to admire, planning to use some in her South Sea villa. You could say, life was full of Jobs Boussy's traces. All of the above were of limited use. But then there was that time she snuck into his Rhine estate in the US and got the meteorite that could refine synthetic meat, as well as the advanced synthetic meat cell technology. How many people had that fed? How much money had it made for Jing Shu? Of course, the most important thing was that Jobs Boussy had set her up as a scapegoat, trapping her in the tower and nearly costing her life. She could never forget that. So what about him? Jing Shu tried to keep her excitement in check, her voice calm. Calm down, Jing Shu. Don't get too excited. Don't start daydreaming. Don't think about fleecing the fat sheep the moment you hear about him. Last time you came back from the US, you turned in those robot chips. Recently there's been some activity. The signal source is coming from the Middle East. After some investigation, we've confirmed he's in Saudi Arabia. Normally this wouldn't be a big deal. After all, we've taken plenty from him and it's been a while. We're not the type to hold grudges. Even Jing Shu didn't buy that. And Yang himself felt he was pushing it, so he dropped the pretense and got to the point. But recently, several factions over there have been fighting over food, and I heard oil prices have crashed, almost like it's free. The higher-ups are thinking, maybe we should go to Saudi Arabia and, well, pick up some goods. A price crash isn't the same as free. A crash means it still has value and costs. Free means it costs nothing. But sometimes the result is the same. The key is, it's free. Free? But you still have to spend manpower and resources to haul things back. And that's a cost too. Of course, we're not looting while they're down. It's just reciprocity. After all, they sent plenty of mercenaries to stir up trouble on our turf not long ago. Jing Shu swallowed, her voice already tinged with an excitement she herself didn't notice. And then? When are we going? How many people? Are we going by land, sea, or air? Yang chuckled quietly. We're planning to send 80 cruise ships to haul back a few million tons of crude oil, departing from the Suwen port. The round trip will take about 3 months, but we'll have to wait for the higher-ups to coordinate and schedule everything. It'll probably be another month or two. This time, the higher-ups want to organize a team of high combat value new humans, much higher specs than when we went to the US, since the risks are greater and the cargo is huge, so security and protection have to be top-notch. From Wucheng, it'll just be me, you, and Hao Yunlai, the 3 of us. The rest are top talents from all over the country. Not sure if any of our old teammates from the US trip will be there. Oh, I remember Tank is on the list. As for Zhen Nantian, probably not. He might have to stay behind to draw enemy fire. After all, he's our top combat power now, and his abilities are great for crowd control. You get it. Looks like the higher-ups are well aware of the risks, so they're making sure to get the best bodyguards. Jing Shu had performed outstandingly on the US mission. She could heal, she could fight, she could dismantle a pursuit cannon with her bare hands, and most importantly, she never missed a chance to grab loot. She was the kind of all-rounder you could trust and rely on. Jing Shu quickly calculated in her mind. By the time the main group arrived in the South Sea, they should be settled, so she could leave without worry. And by the time she got back, the mask factory's raw materials would probably be running low, just in time to restock. The timing was perfect. All right, no problem on my end, sign me up. Yang continued. Take this time to get ready. You know what I mean, right? Like what? Those with high combat value can bring 1 or 2 extra ship teams. It's a perk for this mission. But the teams following behind have to bring their own food and take care of themselves. And in battle, they have to follow orders. Also, those who bring their own teams get normal pay, but all other benefits are halved. The boss eats meat in front, the workers drink soup in the back. If you want to tag along for the perks, you have to put in some effort, and the boss saves on wages. Win-win. Otherwise, why would high combat value people risk going so far? For low pay and bad benefits? Of course not. But from the sound of it, the higher-ups aren't even bothering with secrecy this time. Feels like they're just letting things go. Got it, Jingshu replied quickly. With Yang's explanation, it was easy. She could openly bring more ferries to haul back as much crude oil as possible. She'd nearly used up all the pre-apocalypse gasoline she'd hoarded in her space, and it always made her feel insecure. Now she could finally fill up that empty space. This time, not only could she eat and take, she could even pack up and leave with the loot. Things were about to get busy again. Next time she went to Shuven to deliver life-saving medicine to Shen Yuan, she'd asked to rent a few more ferries. If that didn't work, she could have the Mud Mermaid follow the main fleet and pick up whatever scraps were left behind. The Mud Mermaid had been so bored at the dock lately, chasing corpse bugs all day, it was practically rusting. Oh, I've invited you to the mission group chat. Accept it when you get a chance. That's all for now. Let's talk on WeChat if anything comes up. Beep, beep. With that, the call ended. Jingshu waited ages for her 2G network to connect, then finally got Yang's invitation. Yang has invited you to join the group chat, Loyal and Loving Bodyguard Team, Group 1. Other members include Lone Wolf of the Northern Shanxi Desert, Longmen Master of Sichuan, Corpse Handler of Western Hunan, Lion Dancer of Guangdong, Shandong Pancake with Scallions, Macau Gambler, and a total of 132 people. Just from the group name, it seemed normal, but as soon as people started chatting, Jingshu felt something was off. Custom villa orders, welcome newcomer, flowers. Cockroach ball chain store, franchise, welcome, applause. Loan services, welcome newcomer, don't forget to update your nickname. Honest e-commerce seeking agents, roses. Jingshu rubbed her chin. What kind of group had she joined? Was this really the country's top combat power group? Was it reliable? She changed her group nickname to Wucheng Cigarette Factory Seeking Agents. If you can't beat them, join them? Jingshu replied, Thank you, everyone. Please take care of me. Fist. Yang. Cockroach ball chain store. Franchise. Hey, I know you. That's the popular civilian cigarette, right? It's really good. How do I become an agent? I want in. Corpse handler. You make so many cockroach balls a day and still want to get involved? This job is more my style. Sichuan Santiao. Why are you trying to sell cigarettes to corpses, you fool? Corpse handler. Santiao, come out and PK. Santiao. Random emoji, rock, paper, scissors. Paper. Corpse handler. Emoji, scissors. Jingshu. Confused. The group chat quickly became lively. Before long, Hao Yunlai joined too, changing his name to Son of Good Luck. Jingshu thought Son of Bad Luck would be more accurate, but she wasn't about to call him out. Hao Yunlai didn't greet the group. He probably muted it as soon as he joined and was off slacking or napping somewhere. Meanwhile, Jingshu called Zhao Yu, who was still eating. From now on, cigarette production in the morning, full team training in the afternoon, Navy style, practice sea combat, ferry pursuit, how to escape with heavy cargo, and add in desert combat, cargo transport, survival, boiling water, cooking, camping, first aid, logistics, and team support. In a month, I want to see your team's wilderness survival and sea combat skills. The focus is on how to transfer cargo and escape quickly. Got it? Huh? Zhao Yu was a bit confused. Was there going to be a war? He hadn't heard anything, but it sounded more like a heist and a plan for a quick getaway. But they were proper soldiers, not bandits. Still, whatever the boss said, went. They'd been assigned to Jingshu since leaving Sichuan, and their future paychecks depended on her. And you had to trust the boss. The boss would never do anything illegal. The higher-ups wouldn't allow it. Zhao Yu reassured himself. No problem, Miss Jing, but this training, it's going to make us hungry. As he spoke, Zhao Yu took out his palm-sized notebook and wrote down everything Jingshu said. From now on, everyone gets an extra bowl of egg custard every day, plus a meal of synthetic meat and okara pies and unlimited soy milk. Drink as much as you want. Jingshu thought for a moment and said that once Grandma Jing arrived, she'd use factory funds to buy a batch of bawang chickens just for laying eggs, so everyone could get proper nutrition. Until Grandma came, fat chicken would just have to lay a few more eggs each day. As for synthetic meat, if they traded resources with the insect cake factory, the price would be extremely low, so everyone could eat their fill every day without a problem. Soy milk was both nutritious and cheap, perfect for big eaters. A pound of soybeans could make over 10 pounds of soy milk, and even a water buffalo couldn't drink dozens of pounds in a day, right? This was about as good as nutrition got in the apocalypse. Zhao Yu scribbled all this down, then paused and asked cautiously, "Are the meat pies as big as a pot?" He couldn't help it. After taking the blame so many times, he'd learned to clarify the specs in advance. Jingshu replied, not too kindly. If you're not afraid of bursting, make them as big as you want. Yes! Zhao Yu pumped his fist in excitement. With this standard, let's see how that devilish bald guy can drill these kids to death. Scratch, scratch, scratch. I'll go tell them the good news. He finished writing, snapped his notebook shut, and was about to leave. Come back! Zhao Yu spun around, instantly pulling out his notebook and pen, eyes wide as if to say, Any more orders? I'm ready. Jingshu propped her chin on her hand and continued. Fill out a form for the boss to approve, then have procurement order 2 sets of desert camouflage combat uniforms for everyone, and rent a set of combat weapons for each person. Let them pick based on their specialties. Stock up on 10 times the usual amount of ammo. These need to be ordered from the military. Use my private account. I still have over 10 million virtual coins in government credit. As for the rest of the supplies needed for the long journey, she could handle most of it herself. This trip would be long, far, and involve many people, so the supplies had to be thorough. Jingshu had already mentally listed all the life-saving equipment, emergency kits, fire extinguishers, water storage tanks, and various detox and fever medicines she'd need to buy soon. As for the standard for self-supplied rations and fuel, she'd have to think about it. For example, whether to use diesel or red threadworms for fuel. As for rations, she'd just write up a list and buy what was needed. Anything she had in surplus in her space, she'd find an excuse to use. Oh, right. She also needed to prepare a medical team. She'd post a task through the Pharmacists Association to find reliable people. As for the team leader, she'd pick Dr. Zhang, the chainsaw maniac who could amputate with a saw. He was skilled and experienced, and with their life-and-death friendship, he'd probably take the private job. Zhao Yu's eyes lit up. He could finally use his beloved weapons again. Okay, I'll get right on it. Come back, Jingshu called again. Young guys were always in a hurry, unlike Xiao Lu from the insect cake factory, who always had a thermos of hot water ready for her. When would Xiao Lu get here? This time, before Zhao Yu could pull out his notebook, Jingshu took 2 pieces of spicy, cumin, sesame hand-torn beef jerky from her pocket and handed them over. Here, have a snack. Work hard. Thank you, Sister Jing. Zhao Yu tucked the jerky into his pocket, clearly not planning to eat it right away. Jingshu shook her head and finally returned to her private quarters on the 6th floor of the Red Flag. The once greasy, dirty banquet hall was now spotless. Clearly, the Green Giants had licked it clean. The crystal chandelier sparkled, the glass gleamed, and the Green Giants lay flat on the floor as a carpet. Dozens of potted plants lined the windows. Scallions, garlic sprouts, chives, cilantro, and even strawberries and other fruits, plus fresh vegetables buried in the soil for storage. At a glance, it looked like a spacious, homey living room. nothing out of place. The air was filled with a faint scent of medicated oil, the aroma of stir-fried lamb with scallions, and the pia 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 sound of noodles being slapped on the counter. "Jingshu, you're back? Go peel a plate of garlic. Dinner's almost ready. We're having hand-pulled noodles tonight." Third aunt was putting the strong, long noodles into boiling water for a couple of minutes before rinsing them in cold water. "Okay, got it." Eating noodles without garlic is nonsense. One bite of noodles, one bite of garlic, that's the soul of it. Jingshu washed her hands, dug up a few heads of garlic from a pot by the window, and quickly peeled a big plate. Third aunt brought over a big pot of noodles. "We'll eat first. Your uncle is busy these days. If it's not enough, I'll make more for you later." "Okay, I always feel like something's missing if I don't have noodles for a few days." Jingshu poured a pot of noodles into a big bowl, added a generous helping of stir-fried lamb with scallions and vegetables, mixed it all up, then slurped up a long strand of noodles and popped a clove of garlic in her mouth. The marinated lamb, stir-fried over high heat, was tender and juicy. Paired with chewy noodles and the spicy kick of raw garlic, it was a feast for the taste buds. Jingshu's cheeks puffed out like a squirrel stuffed with nuts as she chewed. This was Wucheng's famous guoyuru banmian, oil-splashed meat noodles. Not some top-tier delicacy, but hand-pulled noodles had the same status as Northeast stew, Sichuan cold rabbit, pan-fried buns, hot dry noodles, and crayfish, regional classics everyone recognized. After dinner, third aunt hurried off to the procurement department for an evening meeting to approve tomorrow's expenses. Jingshu cleaned up, then collapsed into bed and fell fast asleep, not caring that fat chicken, left to fend for itself, was grumbling as it mixed leftovers and bran for dinner. The bugs, meanwhile, were stuffed full in fat chicken's belly. Little Green took advantage of Jingshu's nap to sneak out with the hungry green giants for a midnight snack. No one would know by morning. You could say Jingshu's pets were all mature now. They knew how to feed themselves. The next day, it was 28 degrees in the South Sea with a light drizzle. The air was muggy, making you want to sleep with every breath. Jingshu set up a comfy temporary office, a fluffy pink round rug, a gentle oscillating fan behind her, a lazy sofa to sprawl on, a four-legged paralysis table in front, a 5-tier snack rack, and a milk tea stove. She sipped butter tea, snacked, and made a detailed list of supplies and plans for the upcoming trip. Then she began preparing, step by step. First, she called Wang Danai from the Pharmacists Association to check in before posting the job. Otherwise, she'd be a pretty unqualified president. Of course, given that she sold the association thousands of points worth of dinosaur chicken manure fertilizer and rare medicinal seeds every month at low prices, no one would dare complain even if she didn't check in for a year. Beep beep. The call connected. "Danai, how long until our Pharmacists Association and the medical team arrive in the South Sea?" "President Jing, we'll be there in about 10 days. But since we have a lot of people, plus valuable medicines and equipment to transport, it'll take at least half a month to get everything settled." Jingshu thought for a moment, calculated the timing, and said, "All right, use my contribution points to post a task on the internal platform. I need an experienced elite medical team, 10 people, departing next month for about 3 months. Room and board included, plus a late-night snack. Base salary at 10 times the usual points, and for every medical service provided, pay double the standard rate. Oh, and don't forget to mark the risk level, high." 10 times the points? My God. President Jing, Boss Jing, can I sign up too? Wang Danai's excited voice came through. "You're not afraid of danger?" Jingshu laughed. "Of course I'm afraid, but Boss Jing, you're offering too much, plus room and board and a late-night snack. Who could say no to that?" Wang Danai was already counting on her fingers. This one job would earn as many points as 3 years of regular work, and there were extra points for surgeries or difficult cases. These were internal association points, which could literally save lives. She was sure that as soon as the task was posted, people would be fighting to join, and it would attract the most skilled and experienced doctors. Honestly, Boss Jing had so many points she couldn't spend them all. No one in the whole association was richer than her. "All right, go ahead and post the task. I want the best, or the points are wasted. I need the list finalized in 10 days at the latest. Also, I've sent you a list of medicines and medical equipment to rent. Some are stored with the association. If anything's missing, use my points to buy it." As Jingshu spoke, she checked her contribution points in the association, still several million left. She'd unlocked level 5 privileges, which let her rent valuable medical equipment and hire doctors with points. This time, hiring the medical team and buying medicine would use about 1/10 of her points. Not bad. Okay. After hanging up, Wang Danai looked at the list and couldn't help exclaiming, "Wow, just how many patients are you planning for?" Wucheng's cold-dressed pepper chicken uses free-range chicken, boiled in plain water, then soaked in ice water so the skin stays springy and tender, the soul of the dish. The chicken is hand-shredded into small pieces, then doused in a secret sauce made from dozens of Chinese herbs, tossed with scallion bulbs, green chilies, and onions. The result is numbing but not overpowering, spicy but not harsh, with crisp skin, tender meat, a fresh aroma, and a lingering aftertaste. If you pour the sauce over hand-pulled noodles, in this muggy weather, a bite of cool, spicy noodles is pure bliss. Jingshu made 50 chickens in one go, kept half in her space, and packed the rest into boxes. She deboned 100 chicken feet to make lemon-spicy boneless chicken feet and gave all the bones to fat chicken. Then she made a huge pot of chocolate milk tea hot pot with taro balls, red beans, pearls, and prepared cheese, coconut jelly, black glutinous rice, crispy boba, and homemade mochi. Thinking of someone's appetite, Jingshu also brought dozens of pounds of dried noodles. Finally, she spent 2 hours making an 18-inch cake, ringed with whipped cream and strawberries, with "Happy Birthday" scrawled in wobbly letters. After boxing it up, she gathered all the food, yogurt curds, braised meat, spicy crayfish, Skittles, chocolate, and more, loaded it into the Green Giant, and set out. Outside the red flag, a light rain was falling. The dock was as busy as ever, with people catching bugs and unloading cargo, business as usual. Near the edge of the dock, close to the slums, was a street called Dark Food Street, with more than a dozen restaurants, all surprisingly busy. In the dim light, you couldn't see the signs, so each shop just displayed its food and a kerosene lamp at the door. The first shop sold fist-sized black and white mud balls, smooth and round, but covered in long, hairy black legs that looked creepy. A cloth sign, written in what was probably corpse bug juice, read, "Cockroach balls. One fills you up, only one virtual coin." Jingshu stroked her chin, wondering if this was the same cockroach ball franchise person from the group chat. Hey, business was booming. She wondered what kind of high-combat new human was selling cockroach balls. Maybe he was going to the Middle East, too. She vaguely remembered a cockroach mutant, but he was supposed to be a national treasure, always well protected, unlikely to be sent on such a dangerous mission. So maybe the group chat guy was just an agent. The second shop sold green algae cakes, sticky, snot-like snacks. A few kids squatted at the door, tugging and chewing for ages without breaking it like eating rubber bands. Definitely a snack for the mouth, not the stomach. The third shop was one Jingshu knew well. Fatified fish. A giant transgenic fish with tough, stinky, woody meat. You could grind it into powder or make fish paste porridge, but the taste was even worse than fish mint. One whiff and you'd gag if you weren't used to it. In short, all the dark foods had one thing in common: ugly and unappetizing. Jingshu walked to the fourth shop. There, several 2-meter-long giant insect carcasses hung at the door. People gathered around, picking out parts. Some wanted the pincers, good for grilling with salt when guests came. Some wanted the abdomen, softer meat, easier for elders to chew, worth the higher price. Some wanted the legs, cheapest, since there were 36 long, thin legs per bug, and gnawing on one could fill you up. A leg that big only cost a few virtual coins. The butcher skillfully cut up the bugs for customers, while another villager weighed and tallied the money, just like a pre-apocalypse butcher shop. Soon, the last 2 giant bugs were sold out. That's right. Jingshu had come to the shop run by Xiao Wei the Bug Girl, who'd fused with the Centipede Queen after a mudslide buried her village in year 4 of the apocalypse. In year 5, she'd led the migration to the South Sea by tunneling with the bugs. "Boss, business is good. How much does one bug sell for?" Jingshu asked with a smile. Guotu wiped his sweat, looked up, and was surprised to see Jingshu. Sister Jing, when did you get here? Why didn't you say anything? One bug sells for 700 or 800 virtual coins. We can sell about 10 a day, any more and the market can't handle it, since it's not exactly tasty meat. It's enough to feed your village, but if you want to buy luxury goods, that's tough. Once the Wucheng people arrive, we'll keep working together. The market will definitely be big enough. Jingshu nodded. Unpalatable dark foods were cheap. 1 or 2 virtual coins could fill you up. Even the more normal synthetic meat cost 10 virtual coins, but luxury items like regular chicken or duck cost at least 7,000 or 8,000 virtual coins each. The markup was so high because they were rare and hard to raise. Guotu grinned, washed down the slaughterhouse-like shop with seawater, took off his apron and said, Sister Jing, today's Xiaowei's birthday. We were going to the rich district to buy a Wenchang chicken, okay? Say chicken, not ba. Let's be civilized. Xiaowei's wanted to eat chicken for ages, but never splurged. You finished all the food we traded before the migration? Jingshu was surprised. She'd left dozens of truckloads of food, though a lot of it was synthetic meat. Yeah, Xiaowei's appetite keeps growing and she's getting bigger too. Not sure if that's good or bad. Guotu looked a bit troubled. It's not a bad thing. Let's go. No need to buy from a restaurant. I brought plenty of good food. Jingshu smiled. Knew it. Sister Jing, you always have the best food. Leaving the dock, they headed 50 kilometers south. Xiaowei's base was in what used to be a cemetery in the South Sea district, desolate, far from even the new Wucheng settlements. In the pitch-black wilderness, a few 3-meter-long centipede bugs scurried ahead, their 36 legs spinning like electric fans. Jingshu, riding in the green giant behind, could only watch as the giant bugs seemed to fly on wind and fire wheels. Every few minutes, the centipedes had to stop and use their mouths to suck the corpse bugs off their legs. Otherwise, they couldn't run. The whole wilderness was crawling with corpse bugs. The closer they got to the bug nest, the fewer corpse bugs there were. When they arrived, there wasn't a blade of grass for kilometers, and the cemetery was gone. Just a huge sunken basin packed with centipedes. On the edge stood rows of mud houses for the 100 or so villagers. In the center was a tunnel leading to the underground bug nest, wide and clean like a train tunnel. Giant bugs came and went, some foraging, some tending eggs, some transporting goods with the villagers. The underground nest was huge, like a palace. For the villagers' convenience, the floors were reinforced with concrete and waterproofed, and there were even signposts at intersections. Guotu, his hair wild from the wind, boasted, Wenjun studied architecture just to build this nest with the bugs. It took over a month. Jingshu gave a thumbs up. This lair was built with heart. There was a special nursery, its 4 walls lined with bug eggs. Guotu said, When the Wucheng people arrive, we'll hatch all these eggs we've been saving for half a year and sell them to you, Sister Jing. That'll pay off our old debts. No rush. I have other plans. Jingshu smiled mysteriously. In fact, visiting Xiaowei today was part of her plan. Xiaowei was a key part. Jingshu wanted to take Xiaowei and the unhatched bug army to the Middle East. Her thinking was, it's hard to transport many adult bugs by ship, so better to bring lots of eggs and hatch them along the way. By the time they reached their destination, the centipedes would be fully grown, a whole army. Feeding them was easy. They thrived in the mud sea, and after hatching, could just eat corpse bugs from the ocean. Why bring so many centipedes to the Middle East? First, the centipede swarm was a powerful fighting force. Most importantly, Xiaowei had proven herself. She and Junbao had discovered her, and she'd helped build the tunnels. So Junbao would protect her as a Wucheng citizen, not dissect her. Since there were centipedes and mud mermaids in the world, there were probably other dangerous species in the sea. If they ran into trouble or powerful factions in the Middle East, the centipedes in the open and mud mermaids in the shadows would keep Jingshu safe. With her fear of death, Jingshu would definitely bring all her bodyguards, and the green giants would form a wall of muscle around her. Second, since this was a supply run, if they met weaker groups, no problem. But if they met equals or friendly parties, the Middle East was desperate for food. Since every part of a centipede was edible, these precious bugs could be traded for a fortune, much more than they'd fetch here. Third, if something happened at sea, like in year 4 when thousands drifted for days without food, if the fleet ran out of supplies, the centipedes could keep everyone alive. She could even earn more government credit to trade for secret weapons. So bringing centipedes to the Middle East was a must. They were mobile combat rations, and if fighting wasn't needed, they could be traded for supplies, a guaranteed win. With Zhao Wei as the bug queen, she could manage the swarm and keep producing eggs along the way, constantly expanding the army. Bringing Zhao Wei was like bringing a money printer. Zhao Wei lived in a vast underground nest. Her lower half was in a big pool, laying eggs, while her upper half was human-sized. Otherwise, you'd have to crane your neck to talk to her. The pool was lined with soft fluff. Her lower bug body was 3 or 4 meters long, her belly swollen, laying eggs almost every second. Fist-sized eggs rolled onto a conveyor belt where workers sorted and sent them to the nursery. Zhao Wei's upper body had grown plumper. She was yawning, propping her chin with one hand and popping the last chocolate bean into her mouth with the other. She was noticeably bigger than last year. When she saw Jing Shu and the Green Giant arrive, her eyes lit up. "Jing Shu, you're finally here. Wenjun, come get the supplies. Jing Shu brought us so much good food, I can already smell it." Wenjun, who was studying the map, looked up and smiled at Jing Shu. "Sorry to trouble you again, Jing Shu. I'll tally up the supplies and keep the accounts. For the millions of virtual coins worth of bugs we owe you, just let us know when you want delivery so we can time the hatching." "No trouble at all. And don't worry about that for now. Happy birthday, Zhao Wei. I brought you your favorite cold pepper chicken. 25 should last you a while. There's also a bucket of chocolate milk tea hot pot, lemon boneless chicken feet. These are on me, not on the books. And there's a big cake I made myself. Everyone, come eat." As she spoke, Jing Shu had the Green Giant transform into a big table next to Zhao Wei and laid out all the food. She also had the Green Giant pull out a big iron pot, light a fire, boil water, and cook noodles. After eating the pepper chicken, they could mix the secret sauce with the noodles. Absolutely delicious. "Jing Shu, it's so good to have you here. You have no idea how I survived these past months without you. Now that you're back, we'll never have to be apart in the South Sea again. My egg-laying ability has tripled lately, and I've just been waiting to trade for your delicious food." Zhao Wei was so moved, tears streamed from the corners of her mouth. "Boss Jing is awesome! Boss Jing is mighty!" Guotu cheered. With chicken selling for sky-high prices outside, Boss Jing just gave away dozens. No wonder Zhao Wei ignored all other offers and only sold bug meat to Jing Shu at a low price. "Zhao Wei, actually, next month I have to go overseas to the Middle East to bring back some oil. I might be gone 3 or 4 months, maybe longer." Jing Shu coughed. "What?" Zhao Wei had just taken a bite of her long-awaited pepper chicken, but suddenly it didn't taste good anymore. "How about this, Zhao Wei? Come with me. I really need you." Jing Shu invited her. Wenjun shook his head. "That's not possible, Jing Shu. Zhao Wei's too big now. It takes a dozen workers just to move her, and if you run into outsiders, it could be a huge problem if she's exposed." Zhao Wei was both excited and hesitant. "Can I really do it? What if I scare people? But I really want to see the world outside." "Don't worry, I've thought of everything. I'll make sure you have no worries, and you'll come back the same way you left. I'll also report to Wu Cheng's leader, Zhun Bao, so there won't be any trouble. Plus, you'll get free room and board and a late-night snack every day." Then Jing Shu pulled out her trump card. "I'll cook personally. You can order anything you want and you'll always have enough to eat." "I'm in. I have to go. Nobody stop me or I'll be mad. As long as there's food, I don't need a salary." Zhao Wei immediately raised her hand, her huge body almost standing up in excitement, all 36 legs wiggling. There was no resisting Jing Shu's cooking, especially with rare apocalypse ingredients. Just this trip alone, even if she had to fight or do anything else, Zhao Wei felt she'd earn it all back just by eating. Breakfast. Dozens of fried eggs, both sides golden and crispy, with a runny center, never enough. Lunch. A big plate of chicken, then a huge bowl of belt noodles with fragrant potato mash, chili, and chicken sauce. Afternoon tea, buckets of milk tea. Dinner, steamed noodles with ribs and soy milk. Late night snack, tiramisu cake, maybe even hot pot at midnight. Second day, third day, spicy dry pot chicken, mala chicken, chili chicken, salt-baked chicken, pepper chicken, roasted chicken, stir-fried chicken, fighter jet chicken. Fat chicken, wait, not that one. She could eat a different chicken dish every day for months. Wow, I haven't even left yet and I've already planned the menu. Xiao Wei was already thinking about what to eat on the road. Guotu raised his hand. I'm going too. I'll protect Xiao Wei. Anyone who tries to stop me will have to deal with me. Wenjun sighed helplessly. All right, but we need a detailed plan and thorough preparations. Xiao Wei, you can't slack off anymore. You need to train so you can run if there's danger. You don't have enough control over your body. You're right, Wenjun. Only by surviving can I eat more good food. I have to take responsibility for myself. I'll start training tomorrow, Xiao Wei said, full of energy, waving her 36 legs. The birthday party was a huge success, especially the strawberry cake, which made Xiao Wei even more determined to follow Jingshu. If Jingshu said go east, she'd never go west. If Jingshu said set a fire, she'd never kill anyone. Afterward, Jingshu and Wenjun discussed all the details of the Middle East trip. Wenjun even made a truly insane suggestion. Since we're going to get supplies, we should bring as many tunneling bug eggs as possible. When we reach camp, the first thing we do is dig a few tunnels. If we need to advance, we can sneak in and strike unexpectedly. If we need to retreat, we'll have escape tunnels ready so no one can catch us. Advance to steal, retreat to escape, perfect for banditry or survival. Jingshu gave a thumbs up. Wenjun, you really think of everything. Let's dig tunnels wherever we go. Deal? Deal, Miss Jingshu. Wenjun pushed up his black-rimmed glasses, which flashed in the light and gave a refined, handsome smile. Wenjun really was a genius, Jingshu thought. On the fourth day in the South Sea, Liu Pengzi finished all the land rental paperwork and certificates for Jingshu. The mask and cigarette factories were already taking shape. On the fifth day, Jingshu's 2 mobile folding villas arrived by freight. She'd spent 3.6 million virtual coins on 3 villas back then. 2 were shipped to the South Sea, and she kept 1 as a backup. Just that extravagant. The Greenland Company set up her 2 mobile villas next to Sue Mary's on that 700-square-meter plot. The villas had a front yard but no backyard, a parking lot, and each floor was 160 square meters, over 320 square meters total for 2 floors. Not as big as her Wucheng villa, but if she connected the 2, it would be much more spacious. The mobile villas were lightweight and modular so the professionals could remodel them easily. First, she had them placed back to back and knocked down the wall in between. Now, the 2 villas became 1, with a front yard, a backyard, and a super large living room. Why bother 2 landlords? Jingshu spent over 300,000 virtual coins and 3 days having the Greenland Company's professionals remodel the villas and installed all the crystal chandeliers and furniture she'd taken from that American tycoon's mansion. Then, Jingshu had the mud mermaids eat away all the soil around the South Sea prison, which was crawling with corpse bugs, leaving the foundation and lifting the entire wall and gate into the air. Just like that, the mud mermaids hauled the heavy, steel-reinforced concrete prison wall and main gate over, and after the green giant cleaned them up, they used them to completely enclose her 700-square-meter plot. When Liu Pengzi came by the next day, his jaw nearly hit the ground. Yesterday, the place was still wide open, but today there was a towering, oppressive wall all around. At the very top of the wall was a menacing barbed wire fence, majestic and imposing. Hey, this is weird. Overnight, a high wall appeared, and this gate looks just like the one from the prison I did time in. As Liu Pengzi gaped, the heavy gate creaked open. Jingshu appeared, wearing a pair of black gloves that seemed to squirm, dragging something behind her. She saw Liu Pengzi, whose mouth was still hanging open. Miss Jingshu, what a coincidence. Did you put up this wall? I thought the South Sea prison had moved here overnight. Scared me half to death. As long as it's you, that's fine. That's fine. Liu Pengzi wiped his brow, but he was sweating less than before. Clearly, Jingshu's medicine was working. How did you know this was the South Sea prison gate? Jingshu was surprised. She thought she'd done it so stealthily that no one would notice, but apparently anyone could tell she'd swiped the prison gate. Oh, back when I was a tenant, I accidentally sold my landlord's house as my own and ended up doing a few years in there. Never mind. Liu Pengzi realized he'd said too much and quickly covered his mouth, shaking his head hard. That's not the point. The point is, this really is the South Sea prison gate and wall. Liu Pengzi was quite the character. He'd done what every tenant dreamed of but never dared, selling the landlord's house. Of course he paid the price, so don't break the law on our land. Jingshu nodded. Yep, I paid a fortune for it. Feels secure, right? Oh, and from now on, tell the patrols and bug catchers not to come within a meter of my wall. Huh? Oh, okay. As a professional manager, Liu Pengzi knew some rich folks really valued their privacy. Still, he couldn't help but add, actually, it's pretty safe here. Miss Jing, your wall is impressive, but it's a bit suffocating. Feels like living in a prison. Gives me the creeps. Jingshu nodded. You're right. I thought of that too. So look. She started dragging out what seemed like endless vines, wrapping them around the high wall. The vines were lush, thick, and covered in menacing barbs, but also dotted with brilliantly colored flowers. In no time, the heavy, oppressive wall was completely covered in vines and blossoms, transforming the place into a magical fairy tale forest, instantly lifting the mood. Liu Pengzi. Wow, this is actually really pretty. Didn't think you could still grow such beautiful flowers in the apocalypse. Where'd you get them, Miss Jing? I'd love to plant some along the road. Way better than that ugly black grass. He reached out to touch them. Smack. Jingshu slapped his hand away. Haven't you heard of the infamous Yunggui sky-covering poison vine? It's deadly. Don't even think about growing it. One mistake and the whole village would be wiped out. Liu Pengzi's hand turned red, but he didn't care about the pain. He jumped back, trembling and pointing at the vine. Miss Jingshu, you actually brought that terrifying thing here? That mutant poison vine took over all of Yunnan and Guizhou in 3 years, impossible to eradicate. Called one of the apocalypse's worst plagues. We're doomed. Soon this place will be overrun. My bonus? My hard-earned property? Oh, heavens. Jingshu. Hey, relax. I'm a professional from the Pharmacists Association. I have special medicine to keep it in check. The whole South Sea won't be overrun. But you still want to plant some? Liu Pengzi shook his head like a rattle drum. No way. Don't worry, I'll make sure no one comes near. Now, seeing the formidable Jingshu casually drape dozens of meters of barbed, flower-covered vine over the gate, Liu Pengzi felt a chill in his heart. The fairy tale world outside gave him a psychological shadow. Boo-hoo, Miss Jingshu is too scary. He didn't like her anymore. After Liu Pengzi scurried away, a bunch of snakes with cold eyes and flicking tongues slithered out from behind the vines. Some were as thin as his thumb, others as thick as his thigh, and 2 giant snakes, entwined together, watched from atop the wall as Liu Pengzi disappeared. The 2 giant snakes were a little disappointed. Just a bit closer and they could have swallowed him whole. Jingshu clapped her hands. All right, this is your new home. Guard it well, don't let any strangers or creatures near, and don't let a single vine grow beyond the wall. With that, she went into her new villa, not caring whether the snakes understood her. She'd had enough of those 2 snakes making a mess in her space, producing dozens of nests at a time. She couldn't even keep up with making snake wine, though selling the skins and venom to the Pharmacists Association had earned her plenty of points. Now, with a new home for them, she could finally have some peace, and she wouldn't be bringing them to the Middle East. Before leaving, she'd have to remind Grandpa Jing to collect the shed skins and venom regularly. Most importantly, freeing up the space those snakes took would save her over 20 cubic meters. Jingshu walked through the high gate and let out a breath. After days and nights of work, her new villa was finally almost done. Inside the gate was over 200 square meters of open land and a neatly landscaped front yard. The soil was useless for farming, so Jingshu would have to buy hundreds of tons of specially treated fertile northeast earth from the auction house. The price was sky high. When she asked the sellers where it came from, they all said, "From the northeast, of course." Just like before the apocalypse, when every hairy crab was supposedly from Yangcheng Lake and every oyster from Roshan. So, buyer beware. After buying the soil, she'd find an excuse to transplant a few fruit trees from her space to make a small orchard and vegetable garden so her family could finally taste some fresh, rare fruit again. Poor Mom Jing hadn't tasted cherries or durian in ages. She'd also plant some local South Sea fruits, coconut trees, mango trees, and so on. Oh, right. There's also jackfruit. Jing Shu realized she hadn't eaten jackfruit since the apocalypse began. A single jackfruit tree can produce so much fruit that even a whole family couldn't finish it. She could dry the extra into snacks. Honestly, jackfruit chips are even better than fresh, crispy, and sweet. Once she thought of it, she acted. With a swish, her space merged seamlessly with reality, and Jing Shu felt as if she'd stepped right into her own dimension. Plots of land appeared before her, each cubic plot packed with all kinds of crops. There were radishes and garlic buried in the soil, watermelons growing on the surface, tomatoes and strawberries tucked into the corners, and even chili plants with branches full of peppers sprouting from the cracks. Everything grew wherever it could, crowding together. Jing Shu now had 54 cubic meters of land in her space. She remembered when she first awakened her ability. She only had 64 cubic meters, just 6 plots. Now she had so much land. The space's land was cubic. If she planted on all 6 faces, that was 324 square meters. If she planted trees, each plot could only hold 1 fruit tree, but she could squeeze potatoes or sweet potatoes into the gaps, and maybe some scallions or cilantro on the surface. Anyway, the land was limited. As long as she sowed the seeds, the space would handle the rest. And anything that grew out of the soil, no matter how big or tall, wasn't limited by the space. A hidden perk of her ability. Currently, Jing Shu's space was planted as follows: 12 plots for grains, barley, wheat, oats, rice, millet, black rice, soybeans, mung beans, and so on. Stocking up before Grandma Jing arrived. Processing would be Grandpa Jing's job. 12 plots for vegetables, harvested every 10 days or so. Jing Shu kept some for her family, and the rest she freeze-dried for storage, easy to stash, and not too suspicious to take out later. 24 plots for fruit. Fruit trees took up a lot of space and time. She harvested once a month, making durian chips, apple chips, prunes, dried plums, banana chips, or canned oranges, lychees, and pineapples. Some she gave as gifts or traded for other rare goods, some she kept, and the rare fresh fruit she usually ate herself. This time, since she was heading to the Middle East, Jing Shu planned to take out a few tons of common goods, plus all her freeze-dried veggies, clear out her inventory to save money, and make room for whatever she brought back. The rest of the land was for medicinal herbs. Jing Shu cleared out those plots, found jackfruit and other fruit seeds, and sowed them. With a little spiritual spring water, she'd have fruit in 10 days, ready to transplant into her yard. Past the open ground was the villa's front yard. Besides a parking spot, Jing Shu had turned the original 20-square-meter space into a 9-grid fish pond, learning from experience to keep species separate. Otherwise, mixed breeding led to daily world wars. Either you ate me or I ate you, and one species would end up dominating the whole pond. The most ridiculous time was when the crucian carp won out. While Jing Shu was in America, Grandpa Jing, bored at home, fed the fish with spiritual spring feed 3 times a day. In less than half a month, fish were jumping out of the pond. The ones that landed in the cucumber patch even started eating the cucumbers, can you believe it? Grandpa Jing quickly scooped them up, thousands of fat crucian carp, leaving the shrimp and crabs cowering in the corners. The whole family spent nights killing, salting, and smoking fish. Grandma Jing cursed Grandpa Jing for feeding them so much. Grandpa Jing, aggrieved, didn't dare say a word. He never expected the fish to be so fierce. For over 3 months, the family ate crucian carp every day. By the time Jing Shu got home, they'd finally finished them off. No one dared give any away or mention to Jing Shu that Grandpa had wiped out her pond, along with several other species. Luckily, Jing Shu didn't notice why the house was full of smoked fish. But secrets don't stay hidden. One day, someone let it slip, and Jing Shu could only laugh and cry. Back to the present. Now the pond was filled with filtered water, and 4 sections already had fish, lobsters, oysters, and abalone, seafood the family never had before. When Grandma Jing arrived, she'd add more fry and seedlings from the RV. There weren't many species. After all, there wasn't much live seafood in the Northwest. Now that they were by the sea, maybe she could find rare species to raise. She wondered if there were still any living bluefin tuna, mantis shrimp, rose-pink diamond oysters, giant king crabs, goose barnacles, salmon, or Alaskan king crabs. Jingshu wiped her drool and entered the villa. There was a changing room, then a massive 200-square-meter combined living room, decked out with crystal chandeliers and luxury furniture from America. Utterly grand. Next was her dream kitchen. 2 kitchens combined, as big as a living room with a row of 6 stoves. Jingshu could already imagine, one for soup, one for braising, one for stir-frying, one for stewing, one for steaming seafood, and one for milk tea. Finally, the whole family could cook without chaos. The dining room was much bigger than the one in Wucheng. On the first floor, only the master bedroom with an ensuite was left for Grandpa and Grandma Jing. The rest were all converted into storage. Jingshu organized them as dried goods and nuts storage, grain storage, condiments and oil storage, daily necessities storage, snacks, and instant food storage. The second floor was all bedrooms, plus 2 utility rooms and a walk-in closet. Worth mentioning, the place already had electricity, though the price was outrageous. Each kilowatt cost as much as 30 virtual coins worth of food, with a monthly limit, and the price doubled if you went over. But for Jingshu, if money could solve it, it wasn't a problem. There was no natural gas or propane. The rich could get coal or a tiny canister of gas for 5,000 virtual coins. Jingshu's family just hooked up to Sue Mary's natural gas line next door, paying a discounted rate in goods each month. Couldn't be more comfortable. As for water, due to material shortages and other reasons, the pipes hadn't been laid yet. Unless you brought your own materials to lay pipes, there was a water plant at the dock, not far away, but you had to haul the water yourself. In the rich district, people usually bought dozens or even hundreds of cubic meters at a time. Ordinary folks just went to the boiler room to buy hot water. If you wanted raw water, you had to boil it yourself. Fuel isn't free after all. As for bathing, the South Sea lacked everything except seawater. If Jingshu remembered right, there was a public bathhouse here. A hot bath cost only 3 virtual coins, and for 5 coins you could get the full scrub down from an auntie, inside and out. Hey, don't be shy. The auntie doesn't care about you. Just close your eyes and enjoy. Back to the point. Back in the day, to guard against drought, Jingshu had bought several huge water storage tanks and all kinds of filters. When Grandma Jing arrived with the family's stuff from Wucheng, Jingshu would set everything up in the backyard, buy water to fill the tanks, and that would last for months. That's the villa's setup. As for the 100+ square meters of backyard, it would be filled with livestock sheds, plenty of chickens, ducks, geese, cows, and pigs for the family, just enough. After touring her villa, Jingshu couldn't help but sigh. It's big. Really damn big. Is this the right way to live in the apocalypse? Living in such a comfortable, luxurious villa really lifts your mood, even if the next few years of disaster won't be easy. Now, the only problem was, with so many supplies in the villa, she needed a reasonable excuse to explain it all. Jingshu's hands flew as she twisted a giant Rubik's cube. As the colors lined up, she paused and said to herself, "In a couple of days, the Shuan dock will be shipping not just raw materials for the South Sea cigarette factory, but also some to the Guangzhou and Shenzhen factories. I'll just sign up to inspect the work. And the Shenzhen Chamber of Commerce is having a big event soon, selling all sorts of good stuff. I'll swing by Guangzhou, Foshan, Shunde, and Kaohsiung, those places that make your mouth water, and just accidentally buy a house full of grain, fruit trees, and local specialties. That's perfectly reasonable, right?" Totally reasonable. Absolutely perfect. By the way, why is Guangzhou called Goat City? Is it because everyone there talks like ba-ba-ba? So, for my first trip, is 50 million virtual coins enough? Jingshu actually felt like the first time she went to Starbucks, worried she didn't bring enough money. But rare goods are usually bartered. I'd better bring more blood mushrooms, ginseng, and lingzi, and a bunch of those now overpopulated live snakes and bees. I hear the snake soup here is amazing. Oh, and a few cows. Heard the beef balls in Kaoshan hot pot are legendary. And the wine I got from America? Might as well trade it for something good. And that awful moldy cheese, better swap it out too. After a long day, Master Jing sorted out several green giant truckloads of idle goods from her warehouse in space. On the day the cigarette and mask factories officially opened, she played the role of fake smiling ribbon cutter for the cameras, got an okay sign from the photographer, and then took her green giant bodyguards to the Blue Moon Ferry to pick up goods at Zhuan Dock. The Blue Moon made a coo-cha sound as it sailed, the smell of burning corpse bugs filling the cabin, the Black Sea reeking of fish, and mud mermaids swimming alongside, silently following the ferry. After a bumpy hour, Jingshu arrived at Zhuan Dock. The Blue Moon loaded 2 months' worth of raw materials and returned to the South Sea. Jingshu, meanwhile, led the transport teams that had come all the way from Sichuan, sending 6 factory convoys by sea to Guangzhou and Shenzhen, and then on to Fujian, Zhejiang, and Shanghai to deliver raw materials. General Manager Jing, please rest in the VIP cabin. We've got everything covered. When we arrive, I'll take you sightseeing in Goat City. The transport leader, Zhang Yicheng, flattered her in a broad accent. A big boss had come to inspect, and Zhang Yicheng wasn't annoyed at all. He saw Jingshu as his lucky star. Whether he got a year-end promotion depended on the score she gave him. No need. I'll just look around. Where are our bodyguards? Jingshu asked. Because the raw materials were so valuable, and dangerous since a few ticks could kill a person, the company had hired 2 teams of professional bodyguards, like the old days armed escorts. Oh, them? They only show up if there's trouble with the cargo, Zhang Yicheng said mysteriously. All right, you guys get to work. Okay, be careful, the floor's wet. I'll go check the process with the captain. Zhang Yicheng rolled up his wet pants and hurried off. All right. Jingshu wandered with her 2 green giants, letting some bugs patrol for hidden dangers, her usual cautious habit. As the trucks sealed with mugwort beeswax boarded the ferry, so did trucks carrying coffins. On steep ramps, corpses, pale, bloodless-looking dead, would jump out of the coffins and help push the trucks up, then hop back in and close the lids. Once done, everything was quiet. Jingshu. She tilted her head, not even noticing her crispy fish snack falling from her mouth as she wondered if she'd wandered into the wrong story. The fish landed on the floor, and a pale hand picked it up. A young man with black pupilless eyes and bright red lips kindly said, "You dropped your fish?" Boom! With a loud crash, the delicate red-lipped youth was kicked a dozen meters away and embedded in the ferry's iron wall. What the hell? Was that a person? He could talk? Jingshu was so startled she'd reflexively— The huge noise brought a terrified Zhang Yicheng running from the deck. What happened? What's wrong, General Manager Jing? Are you all right? My ancestor, my bonus, my promotion. Wait, General Manager Jing was standing there calmly. Good. Zhang Yicheng patted his chest. His job and bonus were safe. Then another voice called out, Sorry, could Team Leader Zhang give me a hand? It turned out the young man embedded in the iron wall was the one speaking. Huh? Isn't that little Ye from the Situ family? Don't tell me you got slammed into the wall. Hey, is there really anyone in this world who could smash you into a wall? Zhang Yicheng ran over panting and pulled the young man out. The young man twisted his neck, showing no sign of injury at all. But Jingshu felt something was off. Wait, isn't this one of our own? Zhang Yicheng, dragging the dust-covered Situ Xiaoye, introduced him to Jingshu. Ah, Boss Jing, this is our head of security, Situ Xiaoye. Then he turned to Situ Xiaoye. Xiaoye, this is our cigarette factory's big boss, Miss Jing. Jingshu was super embarrassed and quickly said, Are you okay? Sorry, I thought you were a zombie just now. I didn't hold back and gave you a little kick. What? So that noise just now was because you accidentally kicked Zhao Ye into the wall? Boss Jing, you're way too strong. Zhang Yicheng swallowed hard, covering his mouth in shock. Who would have thought that the delicate-looking Boss Jing was actually so badass? My God, what kind of strength does it take to kick someone like Zhao Ye into a wall? Boss Jing is scary. Heh, it's just a tiny bit stronger than an ordinary person, Jing Shu said modestly. Heh. Yeah, right, Zhang Yicheng thought to himself. I'll leave you two to talk. Now that the misunderstanding was cleared up, and most importantly, the boss was fine, Zhang Yicheng went back to work on the deck. The ferry also started up with a rumble. They'd heard that in 12 hours they'd arrive at the port in Yangcheng, just in time for the city's famously diverse morning tea. Jing Shu couldn't help but look forward to it. It's fine. I was the one who startled you, Miss Jing. By the way, if you don't want your fish, can I have it? Situ Xiaoye's eyes were pitch black and deep as he held out a dirty little dried fish. Go ahead, take it. I've got a whole bag of crispy fried fish here. You can have them all. Jing Shu felt really bad and quickly handed over a bag of crispy little dried fish. Situ Xiaoye waved his hands, saying one was enough. He just wanted to give his pet, little flower cat, a treat. What a coincidence! You have a pet too? Here, take them all. Let your little flower cat have a feast. My little flower cat has a huge appetite, so just a taste is enough. If you give me too much, it'll go to waste. What a coincidence, my pet eats a lot too, I get it. Here, let me give you a couple of smoked fish as well, please take them. She still felt bad for kicking him, so she wanted to make up for it. Honestly, what pet owner could resist the joy of dried fish and smoked fish? So Situ Xiaoye accepted them, and in return, gave Jing Shu a ring woven from what looked like dogtail grass. This is a special ring woven from the body of a goo insect. If you get poisoned, it'll absorb the toxins and shatter once it's full. Basically, it was a one-time use antidote. Jing Shu put on the ring. Within 3 seconds, there was a crack. The ring shattered. The atmosphere got a little awkward. Situ Xiaoye took out another one, tested it on himself, and then handed it to Jing Shu. Maybe that one was expired. Here, this one's new. Jing Shu put on the new ring. Crack! It shattered again. Jing Shu. Does that mean she's poisoned? Situ Xiaoye. This Miss Jing must have some big secret. Situ Xiaoye then took out a small packet. This is dulling and petrifying powder. It works on any living thing. Just throw it when you need it. I hope it helps. All right, better just accept it and move on. Now that they were more familiar, their conversation became much more casual. Jing Shu also learned that Situ Xiaoye was, well, technically human. According to the new post-apocalyptic laws, as long as you're conscious and willing to follow the rules, no matter what your body has become, you're still a good child of the motherland, a new human. Situ Xiaoye was at most a new human, not a zombie, so Jing Shu finally asked the question on her mind. Xiaoye, just now I saw everyone jumping in and out of coffins. I thought I'd run into zombies, and since I recently met a friend, I wondered if I'd stumbled into one of those legendary corpse-driving Taoist stories. Actually, Jing Shu had been scared out of her wits earlier, but she didn't say so. Situ Xiaoye, with his pupilless eyes, replied, You guessed right, but I'm the zombie being driven by the corpse-driving Taoist in those legends. Huh? How could you just drop that out of nowhere? Damn, I guessed wrong after all. Then Zhao Ye began to explain. That year, when our whole village was on the verge of starving, we found an edible black plant in the mountains. That's how we survived. Not only that, but everyone became super strong. But the good times didn't last. A few months later, we gradually lost our sense of pain. Our bodies became stiff and pale. Our eyes lost their whites. Our vision deteriorated, and eventually, more and more villagers' bodies became as hard as stone. In the end, they all turned into motionless corpses, just like zombies. And then? Jing Shu raised an eyebrow, looking Situ Xiaoye up and down. Don't get the wrong idea. It wasn't that kind of look. Boss Jing was just thinking, since he's already a zombie, if she added her own special Mud Mermaid AB saliva tetanus combo, plus a petrification effect, would it be even more powerful? This could be a business opportunity. She'd have to ask about it later. Just when I thought all those zombie-like corpses were dead, well, they really were dead, Jing Shu. Thanks. The last time I was this speechless was last time. At that point, only one friend of mine in the whole village was still alive, because he was the only one who ate that plant and didn't change at all. He stayed a normal person, didn't get any stronger. I even teased him, saying he must have a guilty conscience. Otherwise, why would everyone else turn into superhumans except him? Anyway, with everyone else turned to stone corpses, my friend had no reason to stay. So before leaving, he spat on my corpse, the one he'd teased, and was about to go, but unexpectedly, I came back to life. Well, that was bizarre enough. After that, even though we all came back to life, our bodies were still stiff. We not only had to keep eating that plant, but also needed my friend to pour some of his bodily fluids on us every few days. Yes, any bodily fluid from him would work, from either the top or bottom half of his body, and the white stuff worked best. Jing Shu quietly took a step back. Situ Xiaoye coughed. Miss Jing, are you thinking something weird? You must be. Actually, there's a special team that collects and processes it, dilutes it according to a formula, and makes it into a proper medicinal patch. You know, the probiotics you eat have tens of millions of E. coli in them, too. With that explanation, Jing Shu just let out an "oh." Honestly, the explanation only made things more confusing. What did he mean by special staff to collect it? Was it like she imagined, with special ladies in charge of collecting it? Did they use machines or do it by hand? Jing Shu shook her head hard, trying to get rid of those messy thoughts. So, you don't know. His bodily fluids are really valuable now. Lots of people are studying them. Jing Shu nodded. So, just like you saw, we have a certain amount of strength and even ticks can't get into our bodies. That's why our village took on the dangerous job of transporting ticks. After all, the benefits you offer are so good that everyone in the village is working hard, hoping to get picked for the next escort job. Jing Shu looked proud. Our factory's benefits have always been the best. By the way, what's your friend's name? Why didn't he come with you? He calls himself the Jiangxi Corpse Driving Master now. His job is basically to drink lots of water every day and produce as much as possible. After all, our village has hundreds of people counting on him to survive. Situ Xiaoye gave Jing Shu a sideways look, as if to say, "See, you were overthinking it." That's not at all what I imagined a corpse-driving master to be. I thought it'd be some high-level Taoist holding a bell in one hand and a peachwood sword in the other. Wait, my friend also calls himself the Jiangxi Corpse-Driving Master. Look, is this him? Jing Shu pulled up a WeChat profile picture, a man in Taoist robes looking cool as he held a ritual tool. The Jiangxi Corpse-Driving Master was actually a very active member of the Mutual Love and Support Bodyguard Team group chat. He always seemed to have a lot of free time and loved to brag in the group, saying the zombies he drove were amazing. Some could do ballet, some could do stand-up comedy, some were Michelin chefs, and some were super strong. Basically, they were all multi-talented. Come to think of it, he really did seem to have a lot of free time. Situ Xiaoye nodded. That's him? He glanced at Jing Shu's group chat and said, So you're going to the Middle East too? We're heading there next month? So they were business buddies going to source goods together, one of their own. Jing Shu immediately looked at Situ Xiaoye with more warmth. Why aren't you guys in the group chat? Jing Shu had become close with the bodyguard team lately and was sure she hadn't seen Situ Xiaoye's group. He says since he's the corpse-driving master and we're the corpses, how could corpses be in the bodyguard group? Actually, he just doesn't want us to see him bragging every day. Jing Shu nodded. He really could brag. Internet friends are all so talented. She was now even more excited for the upcoming trip to the Middle East together. Then see you next time, Xiaoye. Next time bring your little flower cat and I'll bring my pet too. Maybe they'll have something in common to talk about. Jing Shu wasn't sure what a chicken and a cat could talk about, but it was just a polite way to say, let's hang out next time. Situ Xiaoye nodded. Sure, Miss Jing. Looking forward to it. With that, he lay back down in his coffin. Unlike the other stiff villagers, Situ Xiaoye's body was as flexible as a normal person's. Maybe because he had a better relationship with the corpse-driving master and got extra waterings. The night passed uneventfully. Early the next morning, the ferry safely arrived at Yangcheng's dock. Jing Shu, who was so excited she hadn't slept all night, stumbled off with dark circles under her eyes. After unloading the cargo, she hurriedly said goodbye to the transport team and got into the business car sent by the Yangcheng cigarette factory. 2 rows of green giants, bodyguards, followed closely behind, scaring the driver into shouting, "What the heck, do these monsters even have a car?" Zhang Yicheng calmed him down, and the driver finally quieted. Yawning, Jing Shu asked, "Team leader Zhang, are we heading back to the company first?" Zhang Yicheng pulled out the itinerary and said, "Here's the plan, Boss Jing. First, we're going to do some business." Jing Shu's yawn stopped mid-air, and Zhang Yicheng felt the air suddenly turn cold. He quickly finished. "It's the local custom to discuss business over morning tea. We've booked a table at the 5-star White Swan Hotel's Yutang Chunwan. Actually, it's mainly President Wu's meeting. You just need to listen in and offer some guidance." He finished in one breath, and Jing Shu started yawning again. The air felt warm and relaxed once more. Zhang Yicheng wiped the sweat from his brow and said with a smile, "Since you're here, we have to treat you well. The higher-ups said you must have the best food and accommodation. This represents our factory's image, so please don't refuse. At noon, we'll tour the factory. You're experienced, so please give us your advice. If you see anything lacking, let us know and we'll fix it right away. Tonight, we've arranged a welcome banquet for you at Yangcheng Restaurant. In short, you don't have to worry about a thing while you're here. Just enjoy our food culture. If you need anything, just call me. I'll be your guide these few days." Though Zhang Yicheng was being tactful, Jing Shu understood right away. "So, everything's covered these days. Food, lodging, and transportation. Most importantly, you want me to have a good time. Who could say no to the joy of a free ride? No wonder leaders love to go on inspection tours. If it were Jing Shu, she'd love it too." Jing Shu nodded in satisfaction. "Then I'll leave it to you, team leader Zhang. I also brought some local specialties. Not anything fancy, just a little something. I'll make sure everyone at the factory gets a share." She enjoyed the perks, but she wasn't the type to take without giving back. She decided to look through her space for something suitable to give away, something her family didn't need. Boss Jing, we're a branch, but the factory is pretty big. Over 2,000 employees." Jing Shu looked up, thought for a moment, and found a suitable specialty. "Oh, over 2,000? Zhang Yicheng nodded. "Yeah, it's quite a lot." Before he could finish, Jing Shu said, "Then give the extra to the best-performing employees as a reward." "Huh?" Zhang Yicheng was curious about what the specialty was, but didn't ask. It probably wasn't anything too expensive, otherwise 2,000 people would eat the boss out of house and home. The White Swan is the country's first 5-star hotel, perfectly blending classic garden scenery with understated modern luxury. The sound of waterfalls splashing over artificial rocks was refreshing, and the gentle, melodic notes of a guzheng drifted from a pavilion by the ornamental pond. Jing Shu saw a pair of slender hands plucking the strings. "This way, please." There were already 5 or 6 people seated in the private room. Zhang Yicheng enthusiastically introduced, "President Wu, everyone. This is Miss Jing Shu, the big boss of dozens of cigarette factories across the country." At that moment, a middle-aged man in slippers, baggy shorts, and a tank top stood up to greet her. Come, have a seat. It's your first time here, Boss Jing. You must stay a few days and let us show you some real hospitality." Zhang Yicheng then excused himself to go check inventory at the factory. Afterward, the casually dressed Wu Jiang introduced the others to Jing Shu. 2 were leaders in the fishing and aquaculture industry, 2 were from the grain industry, and 1 was a shareholder of the hotel. In short, though everyone at the table looked ordinary, they were all top figures in their fields. "Boss Jing, it's the apocalypse now, so a lot of cuisines have disappeared. Even morning tea only has a little over 100 varieties left, so you'll have to make do." Seriously, is that something a person would say? 100 different dishes for breakfast and you're complaining it's not enough? Jingshu returned a polite smile. After sitting down, someone handed out hot, sterilized towels to wipe their hands. A young man prepared tea right in front of them, rinsing, brewing, and finally serving it. Everyone had their own little teapot, so refined, so particular. Wu Jiang from the cigarette factory started chatting with the others over tea, mostly about the current economy and government policies. Jingshu took a sip as well. It tasted just like tea, but with all the ceremony she pretended to savor it for a while. Then came the main event. Soon 2 servers wheeled in carts stacked with palm-sized plates. Today's morning tea. Each person got a small portion, but the presentation was top-notch. Yang Cheng's fresh shrimp dumplings, 2 per plate with thin wrappers and plump sweet shrimp inside. 1 bite and the juicy springy shrimp exploded with flavor, instantly awakening Jingshu's taste buds. Ginger egg fritters, shaped like fried twists but not hard at all, melt in your mouth with a rich egg aroma and a hint of ginger that was the perfect finishing touch. Jingshu wanted another bite, but it was already gone. The seemingly ordinary custard buns were a flavor bomb. Molten egg yolk filling paired with fluffy, sauce-soaked bread, filling her mouth with creamy goodness. The crispy egg tarts had layers that melted in her mouth, the custard silky and sweet, just the right amount of sweetness, perfectly balanced. Not to mention the classics even Jingshu had heard of. Fall-off-the-bone chicken feet, soft and savory char siu buns, crispy yet tender millefeuille pastries, wife cakes that were better than any wife, and silky smooth double-skin milk pudding. There were even things Jingshu had never heard of: fresh cream mango rolls, salmon wasabi spring rolls, abalone tarts, truffle siumai. Dishes like whole abalone roast goose rice rolls, so many delicious ingredients that even if you wrapped them in a shoe sole, they'd taste good. But with the translucent, fragrant, chewy rice noodle skin, the flavors were even more layered and memorable. Saying there were only 100 or so types of morning tea was just being modest. There were dozens of ways to make rice rolls alone, just like Chinese crepes, you could add anything. With pork, beef, shrimp, chicken, all kinds of mushrooms, greens, chives, ham, and different sauces for each filling, every bite was a new taste sensation. It was amazing. The only downside was the portions, just 1 bite of each variety. Just as you started to savor the flavor, it was gone, and the next dish was already calling your name. It was a cycle of delicious, gone, driving you crazy with longing. Luckily, this didn't last long, because Jingshu had already polished off every last bite of her food. Still, her stomach grumbled, and the others at the table glanced over. For a moment, the air was especially quiet. I was just listening to Mr. Long from the fisheries talk about how last year Yangcheng and other cities exchanged resources and brought in most of the country's fish species. I don't have as many varieties, but the quality of my fish is good enough to use as breeding stock. Mr. Long, I'd like to exchange resources with you. If you're not interested in fish, I also have all kinds of high-quality grain seeds from the local government. The quickest way to break the awkwardness was to change the subject. Sure enough, as soon as Jingshu asked, Mr. Long from the fisheries and the grain industry reps turned their attention to her. Mr. Long said, "As long as it's a species we don't have, or an especially good one, we're open to exchanging." But in reality, Mr. Long didn't think Jingshu could offer anything he'd be interested in. After all, an individual's resources were nothing compared to a whole city. Even if her fish were good, could they really be better than his? Could she possibly have crayfish as thick as an arm, abalone as big as a dinner plate, or crabs the size of basketballs? Then, in a rather show-offy way, Mr. Long and Jingshu compared their fish species. Mr. Long's attitude screamed, "My seafood is the best in the world, my fish rule the universe." But Jingshu was listening with stars in her eyes. Seriously, you could just list the species. But why did you have to describe the cooking methods and flavors too? And so vividly that Jingshu was practically drooling. Everyone knew that Jingshu's live seafood collection was mostly from pre-apocalypse wholesale markets in Wucheng, a landlocked place with only the usual fish, shrimp, crab, and abalone, maybe a few dozen types. Later, she'd gotten some rare frozen seafood from a rich man's ship in America, like a 1-ton bluefin tuna and sturgeon caviar. She'd also unlocked live king crab, Boston lobster, sea cucumber, sea urchin, and other high-end stuff, but that was about it. But listening to Mr. Long talk about Young Cheng's offerings, for example, dragon tongue fish, few bones, lots of meat, delicious pan-fried or in soup. Or red snapper, palm-sized, tender and smooth, a local favorite. Mackerel is fatty, especially good braised with pickled greens, or in soup. He went on. Not just dozens of fish, but also crabs, swimming crabs, red claw crabs, mitten crabs, and more than a dozen others, some perfect for marinating raw. And all kinds of shrimp, 9-section shrimp, red shrimp, mantis shrimp, monster shrimp, sweet Arctic shrimp you can eat raw, peony shrimp, Spanish red devil shrimp, hairy shrimp for shrimp paste, plus all sorts of shellfish and snails, easily 100 varieties, so many types, so much variety. No wonder Yangcheng was the seafood capital of the country. Ha! This is only about a third of what Yangcheng had before the apocalypse, Mr. Long said with a casual, humble bragging wave. There were also some rare and precious species that moved Jingshu, like tuna, Canadian geoduck, tiger crab, and the like. Unfortunately, these weren't available for trade. They were considered internal resources. Mr. Long spoke with pride. Yangcheng is probably the city with the most complete range of seafood species in the country. Next month, we're even hosting a fish species exhibition. These endangered species really need to be protected now. Wait, aren't these fish meant to be eaten? Jingshu asked. Mr. Long looked at her in disbelief. Eat them? The common ones, sure, but most of these are now second-level protected species. The cooking methods I mentioned were mostly from before the apocalypse. Jingshu swallowed and asked weakly, So, it's forbidden to eat them now? Not exactly. Oh, that's good. Then Mr. Long, take a look at my fish and see if there's anything you like. Maybe we can trade for some varieties I don't have, especially the tasty ones. As she spoke, she called in the green giants from outside. Miss Jing, you actually carry fish with you when you go out? Fish are delicate, you know. If they suffocate, they're worthless. Now, not only Mr. Long, but Wu Jiang and the others were all curious. They watched as the green giant, acting as a mobile fish tank, literally lifted the top of its head. Mr. Long was so shocked he fell back onto his stool. He'd never seen a creature just pop open its own skull like that. But soon, everyone's attention was drawn elsewhere. Inside the green giant was a built-in 9-compartment tank, displaying the ordinary fish and shrimp Jingshu had brought for trading, just 1 or 2 of each kind. I left in a hurry this time, so I just grabbed some hearty fish and shrimp. Nothing special, just the usual stuff. What the? You call abalone the size of a dinner plate nothing special? The others looked at Jingshu strangely. Just a moment ago, they'd been showing off their fist-sized abalone with pride, but now it felt a bit embarrassing. Miss Jing, what's this? I've never seen a small spiny lobster of this size. Mr. Long pointed at a basketball-sized red shrimp. Oh, that? That's just a descendant of the crayfish I bought for 50 wien a kilo at the market before the apocalypse. Probably a few generations down by now. Huh? You call that a crayfish? Mr. Long thought of the tiny crayfish enshrined in his unit's museum and fell into deep thought. My friend even has a pair of crayfish as big as millstones. It's nothing special. Maybe my fish and shrimp just eat a lot and grow a bit bigger than usual? Her words made everyone start to question reality. What about this crab the size of a basketball? It looks even bigger than a king crab, asked another aquaculture leader, Mr. Zhuo, a bit uncertain. It looked like a regular hairy crab, but he couldn't be sure. Oh, that's just a rebranded Yangcheng Lake hairy crab. Who knows where it's really from? But look, it's full of eggs. If you trade for this, you'll definitely make a killing. If not, I'll just steam it and eat the roe. They lay too many eggs and they eat a lot. Keeping them at home is a huge drain on feed. As she spoke, Jingshu casually flipped the female crab over. Its 8 legs flailed wildly, making Mr. Long cry out, "Careful, easy, easy there." Everyone could see the crab's belly was covered in huge, densely packed eggs. Ordinary crab eggs are tiny, but these were massive. Mr. Long was practically trembling with excitement. This was a true treasure. Mr. Zhang beside him tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "Trade for it, we have to. So many crab eggs, it's a gold mine." Mr. Long nodded subtly, giving a reassuring look, then asked, "And this? Don't tell me it's just a regular green shrimp?" He pointed at a shrimp thicker than his arm. This was just too much. How could a shrimp grow as big as an Australian lobster? "Yes, Mr. Long. I picked out a few females and they're all carrying eggs. If you don't want them, we'll just make shrimp roe soy sauce noodles." Jingshu lifted the giant shrimp, running her hands over its belly, which was packed with wriggling, transparent eggs, looking ready to hatch at any moment. "Easy, easy there." Mr. Long was heartbroken. How could she treat endangered species like this? And she even wanted to eat them. Mr. Zhang tugged again, whispering, "We have to trade for this one too. Save the endangered species." "What's with this boss Jing always wanting to eat them?" "Oh," Jingshu said, tossing the big shrimp back into the green giant's tank. Then she started fishing around in another compartment, finally pulling out a fish as big as a small shark, with teeth and a bulging belly. The fish was ridiculously fat. What is this?" "Looks like a post-apocalyptic mutant." Jingshu hugged the flapping fish. "I don't know if it's a mutant, but it used to be just an ordinary crucian carp. It's full of eggs, should be laying them any day now." This is a crucian carp? It doesn't look anything like one." Wu Jiang nodded in agreement. "Other than the name, it has nothing in common with a crucian carp." Mr. Long examined it closely and nodded. "It really is a crucian carp, but it must be a rare mutant. Look at those teeth, almost like a shark's." Jingshu's eyes lit up. "So, can I trade it for some internal resources?" She actually had way too many of these at home, so if she could swap them for other species, that would be perfect. Mr. Long hesitated. What did she mean by internal resources? If they were that easy to trade, would they still be called internal resources? But this crucian carp was huge, with beautiful fatty meat. Imagine the soup. And it was full of eggs. Who knew how many baby fish it could produce, and how many would survive? "You've got at least 100,000 eggs in this one, right? I wonder if the survival rate could reach 30%, Mr. Long asked. Actually, it wasn't even spawning season for crucian carp. Did nothing in Boss Jing's place follow the laws of science or biology? No idea, I just let them roam free. When I see they're about to spawn, I scoop them up and make fried fish roe. It's delicious. Whether there were 100,000 eggs or not, she always ended up with a big bowlful." As Jingshu was speaking, the crucian carp in her hands started laying eggs with a splash. A whole string of eggs splattered into the water, leaving everyone around her utterly dumbfounded. And it just kept going. An endless stream of eggs, huge clusters of fish roe dropping into the water, making little splashes. It's spawning! It's spawning! Crucian carp are external fertilizers. Quick, get a male. No, you'll probably need several males for this many eggs." Mr. Long and Mr. Zhang were so excited they were practically dancing, nothing like the industry bigwigs they usually were. After so many years of the apocalypse, they'd never seen anything like this. Jingshu said, "So, are you going to trade internal resources or not? If you do, I'll throw in this big male crucian carp as a bonus. If not, I'll just take these eggs home and make fish roe sauce." With that, she tossed the fat female crucian carp back in, then fished out a slightly smaller male, though it was still absurdly big, at least 20 kilos, with shark-like teeth, thrashing around and splashing water everywhere. Jingshu smacked it with her palm, bang, and the stunned crucian carp finally calmed down. "Easy! Easy there!" "So are you trading or not?" "These are a pair of mutated crucian carp, absolutely priceless. With a batch like this, you'll get hundreds of thousands of fry. We'll trade, we'll trade." Jingshu nodded in satisfaction and tossed the fish into the green giant's tank. "Great. Then I want all the things you mentioned before. Tuna, tiger crab, Canadian geoduck, red devil shrimp, peony shrimp, whatever. Fry are fine too, as long as they're in pairs and can breed." "Deal." Come with us to the base now, and we'll talk about the specific species on the way. We need to get these egg-carrying fish and shrimp settled ASAP. For crucian carp, since they fertilize externally, we'll need to arrange it manually to boost the hatch rate. Jingshu nodded. Right, we'd better hurry. If they were too slow, the eggs would all hatch before they got there. Jingshu knew her fish well. They were always super fast. Like, the car's still on the road, the soul's still catching up, and before you know it, there's a whole new batch of babies. Mr. Long didn't even care about finishing his morning tea. He and Mr. Zheng hurriedly dragged Jingshu away. Wu Jiang and the others were left half amused, half exasperated, and remembered that the big boss Jingshu was still hungry. So they had the cafeteria pack up 2 servings of fresh shrimp congee for her to take along. So how did it start with someone else coming to talk business, but end up with Jingshu running the show? In the car, Mr. Kui was already contacting the aquaculture base's experts to prepare for the new arrivals. Hurry up. Get ready to move these new species in, acclimate them to the water temperature, simulate their environment, use the highest standards. Oh, you want to know what's coming? There's a crab as big as a basketball, abalone bigger than your face, mutant crucian carp with shark teeth, giant green shrimp as thick as your arm, crayfish bigger than Australian lobsters. Don't believe me? Just wait and see. Mr. Kui hummed a tune, ready to let the old-timers at the base see something new. The aquaculture base was just outside the city, about half an hour's drive. The base was divided into several zones. Mr. Long took Jingshu to the VIP Rare Species Pond number 8. Why was this pond so precious? Because it was an indoor man-made pond, with air conditioning to control the temperature, panoramic lights to simulate sunlight and waves, oxygenators, and even the soil was organic, iron-rich, pH 7 red earth. When the lights came on, you could see all kinds of rare and endangered species in the pond, and a row of experts standing by, rubbing their hands in anticipation. Where are they? Old Kui, don't mess with us. The pond's ready, if we don't see what you promised. Mr. Long cleared his throat. Boss Jing, show these old guys something they've never seen. Jingshu snapped her fingers and the green giant popped open its head. The experts all took a step back, but then were stunned by what they saw in the tank. So old Kui wasn't lying. With a snap, the green giant closed its head again. Goods for goods. Once I've received my end, these are all yours. Of course, of course. Mr. Kui had barely finished before the experts dragged him off to ask all about the new treasures and how to care for them. Mr. Kui cleared his throat. On a bright and sunny morning, a boss said she had some ordinary seafood and wanted to trade for resources. Now, when Mr. Long introduced things, he no longer had that "I'm the best in the world" attitude, but was full of humility. Boss Jing, look, this is our internal resource, Canadian geoduck. Jingshu's eyes lit up. I bet that tastes amazing. Mr. Long gave an awkward smile. It's good as sashimi. This pair is a bit small and, well, a little misshapen, but they're genuine geoducks. I'll give them to you, Boss Jing. Jingshu didn't mind at all, solemnly accepting the 2 weird-looking geoducks. I'll take good care of them. And in her heart, I'll treat them to the highest standard. Delicious food. Then came pairs of tiger crabs, tuna, and other rare species. Jingshu accepted them all, not minding that they were small or looked malnourished. In fact, she was over the moon, already calculating how soon she could eat them if she used her spiritual spring to speed up their growth. Next, Mr. Long took Jingshu from pond to pond, letting her scoop up any species she didn't have, explaining how to raise them and what to watch out for. Once Jingshu had received her goods, she started handing over her own from the green giant's tank. The experts were fully prepared, acclimating the fish and shrimp to the water, oxygenating, simulating the environment, and recording everything. Mr. Long, I'm ready for the artificial external fertilization, said a young man in gloves, holding a big basin and some saline solution, ready to squeeze the crucian carp's milt and mix it with the eggs to boost the hatch rate by 20%. After all, sometimes the fish are lazy and need a little help. Mr. Long nodded, then turned to Jingshu. Boss Jing, Could you please fish out the male crucian carp? Don't worry, this guy's technique is top-notch. Jing Shu had never heard of this before and quickly shook her head. No need to go to all that trouble. Why not? Because they've already hatched. My fish eggs hatch super fast. If you don't separate them, the big fish will eat all the babies. That's why I said we had to hurry. But don't worry, I've already separated them for you. As she spoke, Jing Shu gave the water a stir, and like scooping up egg drop soup, she used a huge net to pull up a wriggling mass of tiny fish. On the other side, the big crucian carp were already separated. This isn't scientific at all. These just hatched crucian carp are already this big? Who cares if it's scientific or not? Just put them down quickly, they're about to jump out. Oh. Jing Shu put the fish back and said, No need to go through all that trouble. I'll just put them straight into these 2 transparent tanks for you. With a snap of her fingers, the green giant's compartments holding the crucian carp split open, the whole thing jumped into the pond and then, after pouring out all the fish inside, it slipped out like liquid and reassembled itself. Now everyone could see. One tank was packed full of tiny crucian carp, and the other held 2 shark-like adult crucian carp. Everyone was stunned by the sight. Not only could this mutant crucian carp lay so many eggs, but the hatching was so fast, and the survival rate was unbelievably high. There must be hundreds of thousands of fry in there. At this rate, in a few months, there'd be hundreds of thousands more. By then, they could use these mutant crucian carp to trade for even more species. Jackpot! All the experts were thinking the same thing, not realizing Jing Shu was also considering whether to use these valuable, rare crucian carp to trade for more resources along the way. In any case, both sides were very satisfied with this round of resource exchange. Jing Shu had traded just a few ordinary species for dozens of endangered ones, but the aquaculture base didn't lose out at all. They got top-quality space-grown stock, and all were egg-laying females. One batch would mean millions of offspring, a huge win. Of course, Jing Shu didn't lose out either. With these dozens of new species after a little cultivation, in a month she'd have piles of plump, strong, juicy seafood. Just thinking about it made her happy. With so many new species, Jing Shu had already completed half her go out and explore mission. So easy. After saying goodbye to the aquaculture base, Jing Shu went to inspect the Yangcheng cigarette factory. Zhang Yicheng was already waiting at the gate. Boss Jing, you're finally here. Come, let me show you around. By the way, President Wu said thanks to you, those 2 from the grain industry who weren't planning to sign so soon, saw our good relationship with the fisheries and immediately rushed to sign the deal. Jing Shu smiled, thinking back to their morning conversation. They'd chatted about everything except business. Was there some secret code she didn't understand? Zhang Yicheng led Jing Shu on a tour of the factory. It was a family-run cigarette company before the apocalypse, and the building looked grand and imposing. The second-floor plaza had a 10-meter-high ceiling, making it feel like you were outdoors. People strolled around, kids played on swings, and there was even a children's play area in the corner, like an employee daycare. Zhang Yicheng said proudly, Here at our factory, employees with kids can bring them along and we provide meals every day. Jing Shu gave a thumbs up. That's great. We should do the same at our factories. 3rd floor, cafeteria. 4th, supermarket. 5th, gym. Above the 6th, offices. Above the 10th, employee dorms. It was clearly a big company. Jing Shu thought of her own factory in Hainan, built from sheet metal, and felt a pang of envy. If not for the cafeteria's food standards, she'd have doubted which was the real headquarters. Lunch was 3 dishes and a soup, plus an insect meat patty. The dishes were wild greens, green algae, and spore mushrooms from the fields, sometimes with synthetic or enhanced meat. Only during holidays would there be fish or shrimp as a treat. With this meal standard, 15 virtual coins a day, it's already among the best in the industry. Ordinary companies only spend 3 coins a day, and it's cockroach balls every meal. Jing Shu nodded. Zhang Yicheng was right, though Yangcheng's cost of living was higher. Their standard was 20 coins a day. and each meal included synthetic meat and eggs, much higher than here. Oh, and here are some local specialties I brought as gifts for the staff. Please help distribute them. Huh? Oh, sure. Zhang Yicheng scratched his head. How did Boss Jing remember this? With so many employees, what if there wasn't enough? He'd have to be smart and handle it well. Jing Shu had the green giant pull out sack after sack. She opened one and tossed a sample to Zhang Yicheng. Try it, our local red date stuffed with walnuts. Zhang Yicheng caught a date the size of a fist, stuffed with a huge walnut, and was stunned. In these times, who could eat a date this big? Was this a joke? He took a bite. The date was sweet, the walnut skin a bit bitter, but together, the bitterness disappeared, leaving only the layered sweetness of the date and the rich aroma of the walnut. My God, it tasted like first love. Sweet, with a hint of bitterness. And after a while, you just wanted more. After savoring it, Zhang Yicheng could only say 2 words. Delicious. Jing Shu opened another sack and tossed him one. This is a milk date with home-peeled almonds inside? Zhang Yicheng took a date the size of a fingernail, coated in white milk powder. One bite, and the sweet milky flavor filled his mouth, followed by the almond's aroma. It felt like a puppy licking your palm, pure happiness. Moved, Zhang Yicheng gave a thumbs up. So good, I'm touched. Then Jing Shu took out some finger-sized milk curds. Try this. Zhang Yicheng was nearly in tears from happiness. What was this one? He popped it in his mouth, sucked on it, and tasted sweet milk and rich tea, then, surprise, pearls. This tastes just like bubble tea. Exactly, it's bubble tea-flavored milk curd. Okay, go ahead and distribute them. There might not be much for each person, but it's just for a taste. I hope everyone likes it. Boss Jing, these are worth a fortune each. Who would complain about the amount? And I'm not just flattering you. These are honestly amazing. He grabbed the loudspeaker and told everyone to line up for their share. Each person got 2 or 3 of each kind, so it was a small bag in total. Some people couldn't bear to eat them. Some sucked on one slowly, eyes lighting up as if they'd found new meaning in life, and some gobbled them down and licked their lips for more. While people were still lining up, a sudden scream came from the end of the line. What happened? What's going on? Something's happening while Boss Jing is inspecting. Zhang Yicheng cursed inwardly and rushed over, Jing Shu following. It turned out an employee was writhing on the ground, clutching his body and screaming in pain, his face twisted in agony, a terrifying sight. Doctor! Get a doctor! Maybe it's a heart attack. Don't worry, Boss Jing. Don't be afraid. Zhang Yicheng tried to reassure her. Jing Shu, isn't it you who's scared? She said, a doctor won't help right now. Call security to maintain order, gather all employees in the second-floor plaza, and get Wu Jiang here. Tell him it's a major emergency. Huh? Just because one person got sick, isn't this a bit much? Zhang Yicheng's voice trembled. His first reaction was that he was in trouble. Damn, this guy's face was twisted in pain like he was experiencing something excruciating, worse than any woman he'd seen rolling on the floor with period cramps. No, it's very serious. He's got a tick inside his body. When a tick first burrows in, its toxins numb you so you don't feel anything. But after a day or 2, it's probably eaten through most of his organs by now. Of course it hurts like hell. If there's one, there will be more, so everyone needs to be checked. As for this person, I'll handle it. Huh? Oh, okay. Hey you, get things arranged. Wait, you'll handle it? Ticks are really dangerous. I think we should call Situ Xiaoye's people from his village. They're not afraid of ticks. Before Zhang Yicheng could finish, Jing Shu had already pulled out a black case from the green giant, revealing layers of medical instruments. She took out a shiny scalpel. I'll extract the tick. I have experience. You just hold this container. Oh, okay. Jing Shu spoke calmly, handing the dazed Zhang Yicheng a glass container. She quickly tore open the employee's shirt, flipped him over, pinned him down with one leg to prevent struggling, and said, "No anesthetic, so bear with it. I'll be quick." That one leg from Jing Shu pinned the person so hard he couldn't move, only able to make muffled sounds. Zhang Yicheng swallowed hard. remembering how Jing Shu had kicked Situ Xiaoye into the deck the day before. With a leg like that, Zhang Yicheng was afraid she'd squeeze the guy's organs out, but he didn't dare say a word. Jing Shu's scalpel sliced open a patch of flesh on the back, revealing a fat, blood-engorged tick. Exposed to the air, the tick panicked and tried to fly away. Zhang Yicheng's mouth hung open, pointing at the tick in shock. But Jing Shu flipped her knife, grabbed the escaping tick barehanded, and yanked it out. Zhang Yicheng wanted to shout, "Danger!" Ticks can burrow into anything. But in Jing Shu's hand, the tick was as docile as a grandchild. With a crisp clink, the tick was sealed in the glass container. Jing Shu quickly stitched up the wound, then made a few more precise cuts. Strangely, even though you couldn't see the ticks with the naked eye, Jing Shu's cuts were always spot on. Every slice produced a tick. She dug out several more, stitched up the wounds, all with ruthless efficiency. The onlookers were both horrified and awed. Some whispered, "Isn't she a shareholder from headquarters? Why does she look so scary? So fierce, but also really cool." Some employees' eyes were already sparkling with admiration. "It's not a big problem. The internal organs haven't been eaten much. Just give him some supplements to recover. Take him to rest." Okay. Zhang Yicheng wiped his sweat, hands shaking as he held the glass jar. Now he knew. When ticks burrow into a body, they leave hollowed-out bloody holes. Terrifying. Just then, Wu Jiang rushed over. Seeing the tick in Zhang Yicheng's jar, he frowned. "A tick outbreak?" "No, impossible. We followed all the protocols." Jing Shu guessed. "It's probably not a leak. If it were, there'd be more than just a few. It's likely someone deliberately released them, either from outside or someone inside did it during operations." Wu Jiang nodded and immediately ordered an investigation. He then asked Jing Shu, "You wanted everyone gathered in the plaza? They're all there now." "Good, let's go. I'll check everyone to see if there are any more cases. When ticks first burrow in, you don't feel anything." So Jing Shu checked every employee in the second-floor plaza. After being checked, each employee also got a local specialty gift from the big boss. Thanks to the unique energy signature of ticks, the Tick Queen in Jing Shu's space could sense them from afar, so it wasn't hard for her to find 3 more employees with ticks inside. She performed surgery on each, extracted the ticks, and stitched them up, her technique smooth and practiced. By the end, Zhang Yicheng's glass jar held 15 ticks. Wu Jiang's expression was grim, but he managed a forced smile and said, "Thank goodness you were here, Boss Jing. Otherwise, we'd have lost not just a few precious employees, but the social impact and public opinion would have been disastrous. We might even lose our license to produce cigarettes. I owe you a big favor, and I'll get to the bottom of this." Jing Shu nodded. "Start with the production batch numbers. Every step is recorded. This could be a big deal. If someone stirs up public opinion, the consequences could be severe." Jing Shu felt this was a targeted attack on the Yangcheng cigarette factory. Maybe the factory's cake was too big and threatened someone's interests. Other factories would need to be warned. She'd have to issue a notice and start reforms to prevent such sabotage. Today she was here. But what if she hadn't been? The consequences could have been catastrophic. Because Jing Shu had solved a major crisis, Wu Jiang upgraded the evening banquet, preparing some rare traditional dishes with unique flavors and techniques. Maybe he knew Jing Shu could eat, or maybe he had something to say in private. Either way, it was just the 2 of them in a private dining room that night. "Boss Jing, try this Macau-style roast pork." Wu Jiang eagerly turned the dish toward her. Jing Shu picked up a slice of golden, crispy pork belly. The skin was crunchy, the meat tender and layered, the unique aroma of fatty and lean pork bursting in her mouth. She nodded in praise. "Delicious. Rich texture, lingering flavor, really special taste." Only after Jing Shu finished the whole plate did Wu Jiang introduce the next dish. "This is freshly steamed East Star grouper. The secret is to steam it for exactly 6 minutes and 6 seconds, not a second more, not a second less, to bring out one thing: freshness. Please try it, Boss Jing." Wu Jiang turned a big plate of fish toward her. Jing Shu peeled back the steaming scallion garnish, took a big piece of the tender, fatty fish belly, and took a bite. The fish was so fresh and silky it melted in her mouth, the flavor lingering on her tongue, so fresh, so fragrant. Jingshu couldn't even find words to describe how tender and fresh the fish was. In the end, she just gave a big thumbs up and praised it in the simplest way. Fresh, tender, silky, and a little sweet, so delicious. With that, she polished off the entire fish in no time. Seeing how well Jingshu was eating, Wu Jiang smiled with satisfaction and continued, "Try this Cantonese-style wenchang chicken. It's a traditional dish with a lot of history." A plate of what looked like ordinary chicken pieces was served, each piece paired with a bit of chicken liver and ham. You had to eat all three together. The chicken was tender and smooth, the ham added a touch of saltiness, and the liver, once bitten, melted and released a unique, meaty aroma. All the flavors exploded at once, awakening the soul of the taste buds. The two of them chewed in silence, savoring the lingering fragrance of the chicken. Wu Jiang explained, "The chicken itself is just an ordinary bird, cooked like white-cut chicken. After it's cooled, the meat is cut into small pieces like this. You press it with chopsticks, then pour ladle after ladle of boiling, secret broth over it to finish cooking and infuse it with flavor. That's how you get this texture and taste. No wonder the chicken tastes so different from usual. Really unforgettable." Jingshu smacked her lips, savoring the aftertaste. Southern food was delicious, but the portions were always so dainty. Just a few pieces of chicken per serving, barely the size of a palm. Not like her family's big plate chicken, which filled an entire pot, with potatoes, peppers, carrots, and chicken stewed into a rich broth, then poured over wide belt noodles. Ahem. Next came salt-baked conch. Using a toothpick, she twisted out the plum-sized conch meat, removed the liver, and popped it in her mouth. The conch was baked until slightly crisp, and with the secret sauce it was chewy, aromatic, and had a lingering sweet aftertaste. Delicious. "Try the crispy roast goose next." Jingshu tasted a piece and commented, "The skin, meat, and bone stay together but don't separate. The skin is crispy, the meat tender and juicy, the bone fragrant and fatty but not greasy. The aftertaste is savory and rich, and even after swallowing, the juicy flavor lingers between your teeth." Wu Jiang gave a thumbs up. Brilliant review. Famous Yangcheng dishes kept coming. Apple pearls in goji broth, braised squab, honey-glazed char siu, lobster baked in superior broth, and more. When the table was finally cleared, Wu Jiang clapped his hands. The servers brought in a whole roast suckling pig, red and glistening, the size of an arm, carried in on a red sedan tray. Wu Jiang's heart ached. This dish wasn't originally on the menu, but he owed Jingshu a huge favor. He introduced, "This lost dish, roast suckling pig, was a signature of the Manchu Han Imperial Feast, a palace dish renowned at home and abroad, truly one of a kind. The secret is in the chef's knife skills, deboning the piglet in under a minute, then washing it in a special herbal broth to remove any gaminess and enhance the aroma. Next, it's pounded with a special technique to tenderize the meat, then massaged inside and out with marinade, coated in secret sauce, and slow roasted over charcoal until the skin is crisp and the juices burst out." The aroma was intoxicating, dipped in sugar and bean sauce. As Wu Jiang spoke, he grabbed a piece of the crispy, tender meat and stuffed it in his mouth. Since he couldn't undo the expense, he might as well eat his fill. Crunch. The crispy skin shattered, releasing juicy, tender meat. Wu Jiang closed his eyes, savoring the long-lost flavor, his taste buds fully satisfied, as if he'd floated up to the clouds. He let out a long, contented sigh. Was it really that good? Jingshu grabbed a piece and took a big bite. The crackling sound echoed in her mouth. The skin was crisp and flavorful, the meat underneath sweet with honey, salty, fatty, and tender. The complex layers of flavor made her close her eyes and savor it slowly. Ah, this crispy, fragrant roast pork was truly delicious. The two of them fell silent, each enjoying the roast pig. There were extra dipping sauces, fresh lettuce, basil leaves, garlic, and more to wrap and dip as they pleased. After eating and drinking their fill, Jing Shu let out a satisfied burp. Wu Jiang slumped in his chair, too full to move. The meal was originally meant for 20 people, but the two of them finished it all. He'd managed 2 servings at most. Jing Shu had eaten enough for 18. He'd heard Northerners had big appetites, but he never imagined it was this much. Truly terrifying. Boss Jing, I heard from Zhang Yicheng that you'll be going to the monthly Shenzhen Business Fair in a few days. Entry requires proof of assets over 100 million virtual coins, and reapplying is a hassle. I also need to buy a few things. Why don't we go together? Wu Jiang said, burping. Sure, I was just worried I'd have no guide. Thanks for helping out, President Wu. No trouble at all. We'll head out tomorrow, spend a couple of days exploring the area. You must try the marinated seafood in Kaoshan and experience Shunde's food culture. It's really something. Jing Shu nodded eagerly, just what she wanted. Actually, cough. Wu Jiang coughed awkwardly, only to be met with another burp from Jing Shu and her casual reply. President Wu, we're old friends now. If you need anything, just say it. If I can help, I will. If I can't, there's no point worrying, so don't go out of your way for me. It's nothing, really, just convenient. About today's incident, we've investigated, but not fully. It was definitely sabotage. Someone was jealous of the cigarette factory's profits, bribed 2 employees, and released a few ticks to cause trouble. They wanted to get our license revoked. I've already handed those 2 over, but we haven't found the mastermind. I have a few old enemies. It's definitely one of them. Jing Shu nodded. That matched her own suspicions. Our factory can only stay vigilant for now, but the Shenzhen factory is also worried about trouble. When you go, could you keep an eye on things for us? And if you could help us train a few people, even if they're only a third as skilled as you, that would be enough. We need to be prepared. It's not scary when something happens. What's scary is having no way to solve it. If a tick burrows into someone, it can go anywhere. If you cut in the wrong place, the tick escapes. Cut again, and the person might die before you even find the tick. That's truly fatal. This wasn't just talk. Wu Jiang had actually seen it happen before. Even putting aside how much she could eat, the fact that Boss Jing could handle such tricky emergencies so quickly and perfectly was enough for Wu Jiang, the local big boss, to humble himself and ask for help. A skilled person is welcome anywhere. No problem. It's not a big deal. Just pick a few people with quick hands, and after lots of practice, I'll teach them the techniques. It'll be fine. Thanks for your help, Boss Jing. But, what do you mean by lots of practice? You're not going to use us as test subjects, are you? Wu Jiang was a bit confused by her lots of practice. Jing Shu nodded matter-of-factly. Of course. What else did you think? Practicing on livestock doesn't work. Back in Sichuan, when we faced a sea of ticks, countless soldiers got infested. That's how I honed my skills. Wait, you mean practicing on people? Isn't that a bit cruel? Jing Shu burst out laughing and decided not to tease him anymore. Come on, President Wu, if you know it's cruel, why would I do that? Don't worry, I have my ways. So you were joking. You scared me. Jing Shu returned to the 5-star White Swan Hotel, took a hot bath in her Green Giant's portable tub, and fell asleep contentedly on her own down bed. The night passed uneventfully. At 5:30 the next morning, there was a knock at the door. Boss Jing, wake up! We have a train to catch. We'll be late. Get up! Zhang Yicheng's distinctive voice rang out. Jing Shu opened the door, yawning sleepily. Huh? What train? There are still trains running these days? Are you kidding me? Waking me up in the middle of the night? The air seemed to freeze again, so cold it made people shiver. Seeing her expression, Zhang Yicheng knew he was in trouble. Not only did Boss Jing have a temper when woken up, but she also didn't know today's schedule. Didn't President Wu tell her last night? Thinking of her preferences, Zhang Yicheng carefully explained. We're heading to Chaoshan today. The fastest and most convenient way from Yangcheng is the one daily train. Didn't Yangcheng just reopen the railway last year? And when we get to Chaoshan, we can have their famous breakfast. Pig's blood soup, rice noodle soup, seafood congee, all kinds of delicious morning tea. President Wu's friend has arranged lunch for us too. Oh, I see, that's fine. I haven't taken a train in ages. Might as well experience it again. Hearing there'd be breakfast, Jingshu immediately calmed down. The air returned to normal. Zhang Yicheng breathed a sigh of relief. Crisis averted. Yes, and if you're tired, you can nap on the train. All right, let me get dressed and we'll go. With a snap of her fingers, the green giant packed everything up in one gulp. All Jingshu had to do was get dressed, making Zhang Yicheng both envious and jealous. Yangcheng train station was packed. Even though there were only a tenth as many trains as before the apocalypse and most people couldn't afford tickets, the city's huge population still filled the place. Jingshu looked around curiously at the post-apocalyptic train station. Most people wore vests and shorts. After all, it was hot year-round in Yangcheng. Wu Jiang greeted her with a yawn. Zhang Yicheng did a head count. Wu Jiang had brought a male secretary and 2 quick-handed surgeons to learn tick removal techniques. Then there was Jingshu and her 25 green giants. Zhang Yicheng scratched his head. Were all those green giants really going on the train? The station wouldn't allow it, would they? Boss Jing was a real character. Situ Xiaoye's crew always traveled with coffins. Boss Jing always brought a whole army of green giants. Was the world really that dangerous? He asked Wu Jiang what to do. Wu Jiang asked, Boss Jing, maybe just bring a few green giants? There's not enough room on the train for all of them. We'll be back in a couple of days, and it's very safe here, I guarantee it. I've lived here all my life and nothing's ever happened, I promise. Plus, I have a male secretary and a bodyguard. They're very capable. Bro, please don't jinx it. Jingshu asked. It's true, it's hard to bring them all on the train. How fast does the train go? My green giants can run on their own if needed. I'm just used to bringing them everywhere, and I need them to carry things for the trade fair. Without the green giants, how would she get her stuff out of her space when she needed it? And if there was danger, who would take the hit for her? So she had to bring them, always. Hearing it was for business, Wu Jiang said, Oh, if it's for trading, then you have to bring them. Wait a moment, I'll call a friend. He made a call, and soon everything was settled. Whoever Wu Jiang called, the station gave Jingshu the last freight car for her green giants. Only the Green Giant King, loaded with goods, stayed by her side. Facial recognition checked tickets, and every car had attentive staff. The train was a double-decker sleeper. Regular hard sleepers had 6 bunks per compartment, soft sleepers had 4, and first-class business suites had a bed, table, and bathroom. Very comfortable. Zhang Yicheng had bought first-class suites for the bosses, and he, the secretary, and the 2 surgeons were in the next soft sleeper. Boss Jing, call us if you need anything. We're right next door. Okay, I'm going to nap first. The train set off with a long whistle. Jingshu arranged for her mudfish bodyguards to follow in secret, checked the surroundings for danger, then lay down and fell asleep, dreaming of the delicious breakfast waiting in Kaoshan. After yesterday's food marathon, she was really looking forward to the next meal. Time flew by, and before she knew it, they were almost at their destination. Jingshu drooled in her sleep, dreaming of legendary Kaoshan breakfast, pig's blood soup with dozens of toppings and veggies, tender and sweet, barley congee with pork offal and seafood, a sprinkle of pepper for a spicy kick, rice noodle soup with braised pork intestines and cured meat, topped with scallions. Boom! A deafening explosion shattered her dream. At the same time, Jingshu felt herself flung by a powerful force, then slammed into something soft and liquid. After 2 violent jolts, everything finally stopped. The once bright train car was plunged into total darkness. Jingshu snapped her eyes open and found herself completely wrapped up by the green giant, lying sideways on a luggage rack that had been knocked askew by the crash. Luckily, she wasn't hurt. Good thing she always had Little Green act as a blanket for close protection. Jingshu sat up and saw that the train window was now facing the sky. Wait, the whole train flipped? Was there an accident? Not daring to be careless, she immediately used her white energy to create dozens, even hundreds of mudfish, hiding them throughout the area, and ordered the green giants at the rear of the train to regroup with her. She also released countless bugs to scout the situation outside. At this point, the train was filled with screams, crying, and chaos. Jingshu opened the compartment door, walked over, and with one hand picked up Wu Jiang, who was hanging upside down and dazed, dusting him off. See? I told you not to jinx it. Now look what happened. The door to the neighboring soft sleeper opened, a faint phone light shining through. Zhang Yicheng called out anxiously, President Wu, Boss Jing, are you two okay? He saw Boss Jing holding President Wu up with one hand. Zhang Yicheng swallowed hard. Well, that's Boss Jing for you. No need to worry about her. Jing Shu said, President Wu's knocked out. Doctor, come take a look. Thankfully, they'd brought 2 doctors. After a quick check and some first aid, they woke Wu Jiang up. Just then, the train staff were going from car to car with megaphones announcing, Dear passengers, please do not panic. The train derailed and overturned due to unknown reasons. We have already requested headquarters for support and repair crews. Please gather your belongings, keep valuables safe, and stay in your compartment. Do not attempt to open doors or windows or climb out of the train. Just wait for rescue. Injured passengers, please stay where you are to avoid further harm. Our staff are counting the wounded, and the train doctors are providing treatment. Medical professionals, please report to the broadcast room to assist with rescue efforts. There are many injured in the front cars who urgently need help. Gradually, the chaos in the train calmed down. The screaming stopped, people started talking, and everyone began gathering their scattered belongings, water bottles, suitcases, everything was everywhere. Since the train had flipped, everything was sideways. The beds were now vertical, so you couldn't lie down. After packing up, everyone just squeezed into whatever corner they could find. Zhang Yicheng, using his phone as a flashlight, squatted down and asked, Boss, what about our luggage? Luggage? We're men. What do we need luggage for? He replied. Wu Jiang was puzzled too. Yeah, I just brought a charging cable. Is there a problem? Oh, then you're in trouble. Zhang Yicheng jumped. Huh? Trouble? What kind of trouble? The train's flipped. The power's out, all the doors and windows are sealed. We can't get out, so we have to wait for rescue. But who knows how long that'll take? What about food, water, supplies? When you travel, you should always be prepared. At least bring some biscuits and eggs for emergencies like this. Zhang Yicheng scratched his head, embarrassed. Now that you mention it, I'm starving. I skipped breakfast, thinking I'd wait for seafood congee in Chaoshan. Wu Jiang swallowed. Who could have expected this? We always just went to Chaoshan, Shunde, or Foshan for breakfast like this. Jingshu shook her head. That's why I always bring the green giant. With a snap of her fingers, the green giant popped open its head. Jingshu pulled out a portable stove and a big thermos of milk tea, heated it up and poured everyone a cup. Then, she pulled out a giant iron pot. Goose-sized. 1 pot isn't enough for a whole goose. Ahem, off topic. Wait, is that a pot? Boss Jing, you actually carry a pot this big with you? Zhang Yicheng's jaw nearly hit the floor. Wu Jiang didn't say anything, but his gaping mouth said it all. The other doctor was even more shocked. Who brings a pot when they travel? And if you bring a pot, don't you need bowls, oil, seasonings, ingredients? Surely you didn't bring all that? But yes, Jingshu really did. Don't be so surprised. Once you start eating, you won't think it's too big. Jingshu snorted. She heated oil in the pot, cracked an egg with one hand, then, in the blink of an eye, cracked a dozen more. Everyone realized she was pulling fresh eggs from under a giant old hen, each one as big as a fist. You even brought fresh ingredients? Is that even possible? Wu Jiang pointed at the fat hen, finally understanding why Boss Jing always brought live seafood. She also brought live poultry. Zhang Yicheng also realized why Boss Jing never went anywhere without the green giant. It was like a treasure chest, a mobile home with everything you could need. But soon, everyone's attention was on the eggs in the pot. The clear egg whites turned white, the edges golden and crispy, and a rich aroma filled the air, making everyone's mouth water. A sprinkle of salt and black pepper, and the golden, runny eggs were ready. With a flick of the pot, the eggs slid around. Jingshu scooped them out with a spatula. Everyone swallowed hard. Then, like a magician, Jingshu pulled out bacon, sausage, steak, meatballs, and crispy pork from the green giant and fried them all in the big pot. The aroma of all those sizzling ingredients mixed together, making everyone's glands go into overdrive. They all swallowed again, but it was no use. Saliva still dribbled from the corners of their mouths. Zhang Yicheng licked his lips. Wu Jiang wiped his mouth as discreetly as he could. It smelled so damn good. If it smelled this good, how amazing would it taste? Jingshu handed out disposable plates and chopsticks, serving up the runny eggs, sausages, meatballs, crispy pork, and steak. A sip of milk tea, a bite of sausage, another sip, a bite of meatball. This is all for us? Boss Jing, you're too good, Zhang Yicheng almost shouted. Boss Jing, I love you. Breakfast. Just making do, Jingshu said, waving her hand, frying up more meatballs, chicken cutlets, and skewers for herself as she ate. Sis, you call this kind of breakfast just making do? The group wolfed down their food, feeling like they'd wasted decades of their lives. Maybe the cooking was a bit rough, but the taste was absolutely unbeatable. All the first-class business passengers were wealthy types, and the mouth-watering aroma wafted for miles, driving everyone crazy. People started pulling out their own food. Some had rare, now extinct instant noodles. Once those were opened, the rich scent of Kang Sui Fu braised beef filled the whole car, overpowering the smell of all the snacks and pastries. Zhang Yicheng rubbed his belly in satisfaction. Thank goodness you were so well prepared, Boss Jing. If I'd only had the smell of instant noodles, I'd have died of craving. Wu Jiang nodded in agreement. It's all thanks to you bringing the green giant. Otherwise, we'd be in a sorry state. Your decision was truly wise. Even the usually invisible bodyguard assistant gave a silent thumbs up. After eating, Jingshu sprawled out on the green giant like a couch potato. That's called experience. Learn from this, young people. Always keep yourself in an unbeatable position. Be prepared, and you can handle any emergency calmly. 3 more green giants squeezed in from the rear of the train, but no one complained now. Zhang Yicheng even dismantled the luggage rack to make room for them, patting a green giant and saying, "Right this way, sir. There's more space here." Jingshu shook her head, feeling the feedback from her mudfish outside the train. Something was odd. The bugs had all lost contact, only the mudfish were fine. In this kind of wilderness, there should be plenty of bugs and mosquitoes, but outside it was eerily quiet. Nothing at all. At the front of the train, it wasn't a derailment. The tracks were just gone. According to Zhang Yicheng, this train ran every day, so it was fine yesterday, but today, suddenly, there was an accident. Jingshu decided to wait and see, cultivating a few hundred more mudfish to guard the area and sending some out to scout. She even gave up the idea of taking the green giants and leaving on her own. Better to stay put and observe. She had a bad feeling about what was ahead. The quiet didn't last long, because soon, an unavoidable problem arose. Boss, there are no toilets in the hard sleeper section. The conductor says they're sending someone to take the toilet from our suite. Zhang Yicheng, holding a tiny cup of water he'd waited half an hour for, wiped his sweat and handed it to the boss. Watching her gulp it down, he licked his lips. Now, he finally understood why Jingshu always said to be prepared. When something really happens, even getting a drink or using the toilet is a challenge. With the train on its side, the floor was now the wall, and the toilet hole was now on the wall. By the laws of gravity, even standing, you'd have to aim at an angle to pee past the splash guard. That's hard enough. But for number 2? Forget it. Who can use the toilet at a 90-degree angle? If you can, Jingshu wants to see it. Wu Jiang was stunned. Let them take it, but how are we supposed to use the toilet then? Should I go queue up at the broken toilet now? There's already a line. Jingshu sat up and saw that the train window was now facing the sky. Wait, the whole train flipped? Was there an accident? Not daring to be careless, she immediately used her white energy to create dozens, even hundreds of mudfish, hiding them throughout the area, and ordered the green giants at the rear of the train to regroup with her. She also released countless bugs to scout the situation outside. At this point, the train was filled with screams, crying, and chaos. Jingshu opened the compartment door, walked over, and with one hand picked up Wu Jiang, who was hanging upside down and dazed, dusting him off. See? I told you not to jinx it. Now look what happened. The door to the neighboring soft sleeper opened, a faint phone light shining through. Zhang Yicheng called out anxiously, "President Wu? Boss Jing? Are you two okay?" He saw Boss Jing holding President Wu up with one hand. Zhang Yicheng swallowed hard. "Well, that's Boss Jing for you. No need to worry about her." Jing Shu said, "President Wu's knocked out. Doctor, come take a look." Thankfully, they'd brought 2 doctors. After a quick check and some first aid, they woke Wu Jiang up. Just then, the train staff were going from car to car with megaphones announcing, "Dear passengers, please do not panic. The train derailed and overturned due to unknown reasons. We have already requested headquarters for support and repair crews. Please gather your belongings, keep valuables safe, and stay in your compartment. Do not attempt to open doors or windows or climb out of the train. Just wait for rescue. Injured passengers, please stay where you are to avoid further harm. Our staff are counting the wounded, and the train doctors are providing treatment. Medical professionals, please report to the broadcast room to assist with rescue efforts. There are many injured in the front cars who urgently need help." Gradually, the chaos in the train calmed down. The screaming stopped, people started talking, and everyone began gathering their scattered belongings, water bottles, suitcases, everything was everywhere. Since the train had flipped, everything was sideways. The beds were now vertical, so you couldn't lie down. After packing up, everyone just squeezed into whatever corner they could find. Zhang Yicheng, using his phone as a flashlight, squatted down and asked, "Boss, what about our luggage?" "Luggage? We're men. What do we need luggage for?" he replied. Wu Jiang was puzzled too. "Yeah, I just brought a charging cable. Is there a problem?" "Oh, then you're in trouble." Zhang Yicheng jumped. "Huh? Trouble? What kind of trouble?" "The train's flipped. The power's out, all the doors and windows are sealed. We can't get out, so we have to wait for rescue. But who knows how long that'll take. What about food, water, supplies? When you travel, you should always be prepared. At least bring some biscuits and eggs for emergencies like this." Zhang Yicheng scratched his head, embarrassed. "Now that you mention it, I'm starving. I skipped breakfast, thinking I'd wait for seafood congee in Chaoshan." Wu Jiang swallowed. Who could have expected this? We always just went to Chaoshan, Shunde, or Foshan for breakfast like this. Jing Shu shook her head. "That's why I always bring the green giant." With a snap of her fingers, the green giant popped open its head. Jing Shu pulled out a portable stove and a big thermos of milk tea, heated it up and poured everyone a cup. Then she pulled out a giant iron pot. Goose-sized. One pot isn't enough for a whole goose. Ahem, off topic. "Wait, is that a pot? Boss Jing, you actually carry a pot this big with you?" Zhang Yicheng's jaw nearly hit the floor. Wu Jiang didn't say anything, but his gaping mouth said it all. The other doctor was even more shocked. Who brings a pot when they travel? And if you bring a pot, don't you need bowls, oil, seasonings, ingredients? Surely you didn't bring all that? But yes, Jing Shu really did. Don't be so surprised. Once you start eating, you won't think it's too big. Jing Shu snorted. She heated oil in the pot, cracked an egg with one hand, then, in the blink of an eye, cracked a dozen more. Everyone realized she was pulling fresh eggs from under a giant old hen, each one as big as a fist. "You even brought fresh ingredients? Is that even possible?" Wu Jiang pointed at the fat hen. Finally understanding why Boss Jing always brought live seafood, she also brought live poultry. Zhang Yicheng also realized why Boss Jing never went anywhere without the green giant. It was like a treasure chest, a mobile home with everything you could need. But soon, everyone's attention was on the eggs in the pot. The clear egg whites turned white, the edges golden and crispy, and a rich aroma filled the air, making everyone's mouth water. A sprinkle of salt and black pepper, and the golden, runny eggs were ready. With a flick of the pot, the eggs slid around. Jing Shu scooped them out with a spatula. Everyone swallowed hard. Then, like a magician, Jing Shu pulled out bacon, sausage, steak, meatballs, and crispy pork from the green giant and fried them all in the big pot. The aroma of all those sizzling ingredients mixed together, making everyone's glands go into overdrive. They all swallowed again, but it was no use. Saliva still dribbled from the corners of their mouths. Zhang Yicheng licked his lips. Wu Jiang wiped his mouth as discreetly as he could. It smelled so damn good. If it smelled this good, how amazing would it taste? Jingshu handed out disposable plates and chopsticks, serving up the runny eggs, sausages, meatballs, crispy pork, and steak. A sip of milk tea, a bite of sausage, another sip, a bite of meatball. This is all for us? Boss Jing, you're too good, Zhang Yicheng almost shouted. Boss Jing, I love you. Breakfast. Just making do, Jingshu said, waving her hand, frying up more meatballs, chicken cutlets, and skewers for herself as she ate. Sis, you call this kind of breakfast just making do? The group wolfed down their food, feeling like they'd wasted decades of their lives. Maybe the cooking was a bit rough, but the taste was absolutely unbeatable. All the first-class business passengers were wealthy types, and the mouth-watering aroma wafted for miles, driving everyone crazy. People started pulling out their own food. Some had rare, now extinct instant noodles. Once those were opened, the rich scent of Kang Sui Fu braised beef filled the whole car, overpowering the smell of all the snacks and pastries. Zhang Yicheng rubbed his belly in satisfaction. Thank goodness you were so well prepared, Boss Jing. If I'd only had the smell of instant noodles, I'd have died of craving. Wu Jiang nodded in agreement. It's all thanks to you bringing the green giant. Otherwise, we'd be in a sorry state. Your decision was truly wise. Even the usually invisible bodyguard assistant gave a silent thumbs up. After eating, Jingshu sprawled out on the green giant like a couch potato. That's called experience. Learn from this, young people. Always keep yourself in an unbeatable position. Be prepared, and you can handle any emergency calmly. 3 more green giants squeezed in from the rear of the train, but no one complained now. Zhang Yicheng even dismantled the luggage rack to make room for them, patting a green giant and saying, "Right this way, sir. There's more space here." Jingshu shook her head, feeling the feedback from her mudfish outside the train. Something was odd. The bugs had all lost contact, only the mudfish were fine. In this kind of wilderness, there should be plenty of bugs and mosquitoes, but outside it was eerily quiet. Nothing at all. At the front of the train, it wasn't a derailment. The tracks were just gone. According to Zhang Yicheng, this train ran every day, so it was fine yesterday, but today, suddenly, there was an accident. Jingshu decided to wait and see, cultivating a few hundred more mudfish to guard the area and sending some out to scout. She even gave up the idea of taking the green giants and leaving on her own. Better to stay put and observe. She had a bad feeling about what was ahead. The quiet didn't last long, because soon, an unavoidable problem arose. Boss, there are no toilets in the hard sleeper section. The conductor says they're sending someone to take the toilet from our suite. Zhang Yicheng, holding a tiny cup of water he'd waited half an hour for, wiped his sweat and handed it to the boss. Watching her gulp it down, he licked his lips. Now, he finally understood why Jingshu always said to be prepared. When something really happens, even getting a drink or using the toilet is a challenge. With the train on its side, the floor was now the wall, and the toilet hole was now on the wall. By the laws of gravity, even standing, you'd have to aim at an angle to pee past the splash guard. That's hard enough. But for number 2? Forget it. Who can use the toilet at a 90-degree angle? If you can, Jingshu wants to see it. Wu Jiang was stunned. Let them take it, but how are we supposed to use the toilet then? Should I go queue up at the broken toilet now? There's already a line. Jingshu waved her hand. Here, you guys use this portable toilet. It's yours now. I have a new one. She snapped her fingers, and the green giant pulled out the original no-cold-butt folding toilet suit Grandpa Jing made her 3 years ago. Later, he'd made her an even better wool-felt princess skirt folding toilet, so this first-gen one had just been gathering dust. Jingshu unfolded what looked like a raincoat and demonstrated. Underneath was a skirt-like frame, and when you sat down there was a big hole in the seat with a folding bucket underneath. You could do your business in total privacy. Boss, you even travel with a toilet? Is there anything you don't bring? You're basically a mobile fortress. Zhang Yicheng was floored. He was truly convinced. Wu Jiang wanted to slap himself. He'd almost stopped Boss Jing from bringing the green giants. What was he thinking? Thank goodness she insisted. Otherwise, what would they do now? It's nothing, really. I travel a lot, so I have experience. Jingshu sipped her milk tea, fanned herself with a palm-sized fan, and seeing Zhang Yicheng eyeing her drink, poured him a big cup. Drink up, kid. You look desperate. Zhang Yicheng gulped it down, too moved for words. Boss Jing, from now on, I'm following you. When we get back, I'm transferring to Nanhai to work for you. No matter what, eating, drinking, and bathroom breaks are always the top priorities on a train. The food was soon gone, and everyone at least got some mashed potato cakes or mixed veggie soup. There was still some clean water, but if rescue didn't come by nightfall, everyone would be hungry. But now, with all the doors and windows sealed in this hot, humid place, the train was stifling. It's so hot! Open a window, or at least a door! Yeah, it's bad enough not having food, but with so little water and this heat, we'll die. Some people in other cars open the doors. Let's open ours too, just for air. We're not going outside. Ha! You want to go out? This double-decker train is lying on its side. There's a 3-meter drop to the ground. Go ahead and jump. Still, better not open the doors. Who knows what's out there in the wilderness? What if something comes in? In their suite, Jingshu, Wu Jiang, and Zhang Yicheng were having lunch. Lunch was simple. Slices of fatty sausage, smoked goose, smoked chicken, smoked ham, all steamed, plus some vacuum-packed braised pig's head, pork knuckle, chicken legs, and eggs, all heated up, super quick. Jingshu was very satisfied. When you're traveling, keep it simple and fast. Zhang Yicheng chuckled. Wu Jiang nodded, whatever Boss Jing said, but in their hearts they thought, if this is simple, what's a complicated meal? Then Jingshu suddenly wanted chive and egg turnovers, so to their shock, she pulled out a big bowl of fresh green chives, cut a whole pile, and muttered, these need another week to grow. Then she looked up and said, don't copy me, I have no principles, I just do whatever I want. No, Boss Jing, you're just genuine. Zhang Yicheng quickly chimed in with a flattering remark. Wu Jiang whispered to Zhang Yicheng, I was wrong before. A true boss is someone who can eat whatever they want, whenever and wherever they want. Zhang Yicheng nodded in agreement. Chive and egg turnovers weren't rare, but being able to eat them at a time and place like this, that was the real miracle. Who else could do that? Crunch! Zhang Yicheng bit into the fresh, fragrant turnover, the crispy fried dough merging with the filling. After finishing, he gnawed on a chicken tail and some other parts Jingshu didn't like. Finally, he stuffed a slice of juicy sausage into the turnover like a meat sandwich, steam rising from his mouth, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. Then he started another round of wolfing down food. Boss Jing never minded how much he ate, because she could eat even more. But suddenly Jingshu stopped mid-bite, her cheeks puffed out like a squirrel frozen in place. She frowned, staring into the distance. What's wrong? Wu Jiang wiped the oil from his mouth and asked. Everyone was drawn in by the sudden change. Zhang Yicheng especially had a bad feeling. Nothing good ever happened after Boss Jing's jinx moments. Something's coming. Jingshu put down her chopsticks, quickly swallowed her food, and patted Wu Jiang's male secretary bodyguard. Go find the conductor and have him broadcast to everyone. Check if any windows are open and close them immediately. Also, get ready. There's a huge swarm of unknown creatures heading our way. I'm contacting the special ops team for backup. The secretary looked to Wu Jiang for confirmation. Wu Jiang, hand trembling, pointed to the broadcast room. Go. I'll go with you. My word carries weight, and I'm afraid people won't take this seriously. Wu Jiang and the secretary hurried off, their fat jiggling as they ran. Poor President Wu Jingshu posted her location in the Friendly East China Trading Group, asking if anyone nearby could come help, or if someone could contact the authorities for support. Nanhai Cigarette Factory recruitment. We're not sure what species it is yet. Doesn't seem too dangerous, but there are a lot of them. There's a train full of civilians here who need protection. Things could get out of hand. Jiangxi Corpse Driving Master. Color. Wonderful. Looks like we've got a new edible species. 4 Eyes. Aren't you in that area? Something big's happening in your jurisdiction. If you don't show up, you'll lose your job. Cockroach ball. Franchise. Don't joke around. New species aren't always edible. Four Eyes. I'm already on my way, but it's a bit far. Can someone from above take over the scene and stabilize things? After Jingshu finished calling for help, Zhang Yicheng asked, teeth chattering, Boss Jing, what do we do now? The other doctor clutched his medical kit, pressing close to Zhang Yicheng. We have to ensure our own safety first, then help as much as we can. Jingshu stood up. Time to stop pretending. She started dismantling the sideways bunks, doors, bathroom doors, anything in the way. If it wouldn't come off, she just bent it out of the way. Good thing post-apocalyptic materials weren't as tough as pre-apocalypse steel, or this would be a lot harder. Soon, she'd cleared a wide-open space. Zhang Yicheng was dumbfounded. He'd always known Boss Jing was strong, but not this strong. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming sense of security just being near her. At that moment, the train's broadcast came on, warning everyone to stay put because of unknown creatures outside. Train staff began checking for any open windows or doors. Wu Jiang and the secretary returned, jaws dropping at the now empty compartment. Jingshu snapped her fingers, and green giant cars 2 and 3 rolled in from the freight section, filling 2 private suites. These 2 had been stuck outside because they were loaded with supplies, but now there was space. Come in, it's safer inside. Wu Jiang and the secretary's jaws dropped even further. Everyone moved into green giant car 3. Despite the tight space, Zhang Yicheng, Wu Jiang, and the others felt safer than ever. Neon lights glowed, the car was cozy, with single beds, a dining table, sofa, food, drinks, and all the supplies they could need. A true boss indeed. I used to think bringing a toilet was impressive, but this is a whole portable villa, Zhang Yicheng said. Wu Jiang silently gave a thumbs up. Boss Jing's foresight was on another level. Jingshu went back and forth, moving the single beds into the green giant. You'll have to squeeze into bunks for now. There's not much space. No problem. This is better than home. Thank you, Boss Jing. With their base camp secured and all supplies safe, Jingshu had no time to eat. She said, President Wu, you're the authority here. Come with me. There might be emergencies. Everyone else, stay inside the green giant. Don't go out. Zhang Yicheng shook his head like a rattle. Not going out? No way. As Jingshu and Wu Jiang with 2 green giants prepared to head out, screams erupted from farther down the train. Panic and fear spread through the cars. Jingshu sprinted over, hearing, Car 13's door is broken, couldn't close it. Tons of giant bugs the size of basketballs crawled in. They've killed a bunch of people. Quick, lock our car's door. It's locked. Crap, the people from that car are opening our door. They're all running this way. Lock it. Don't let them in. Block the door with something heavy. It's no use. The staff opened the door and now people are flooding in, bringing the bugs with them. We're doomed. Run. Head for the back cars. Hurry. Damn, the back cars are locked too. Open up. Let us through before you lock it. No way. If they don't open up, we'll break the door down. Get the staff to open it. Here they come. Open up. Break it down. Ah, the bugs are here! Huge bugs! What the hell are these things? Help! Help! What are you afraid of? There's so many of you. Can't you handle a bunch of bugs? Grab a hammer and come with me. What the hell are these things? I hit one and nothing happened. Wait, where's my hammer? My hammer's gone. Ah, run. Forget the hammer. The people who'd tried to organize a counterattack against the bugs ended up fleeing in panic. Jingshu finally made her way from car 20, running into a group of train staff who'd opened the carriage door and were leading a crowd to escape. She didn't bother blaming them. There'd be accountability later. This was a test of human nature. If you were a train attendant with the key to escape and the doors were locked, would you choose to stay and die heroically with a few? To be honored as a martyr later? Or would you open the door, bringing danger to more people, but survive and face public criticism and unemployment? And for those in the safe cars, it was also a moral dilemma. Do you abandon the people in the next car, watching them die or get hurt? Or do you open the door and let them in, risking your own life? Jingshu finally saw the bugs. They looked just like giant ladybugs, only the size of basketballs. Their bodies were half spherical, armored like iron, and when they opened up, their wings split into several segments, buzzing loudly. Maybe because they were so heavy they could only fly low, hopping and crawling like grasshoppers. They moved fast, scurrying through crowds, climbing walls like cockroaches. Jingshu noticed that the bugs seemed to be panicking from all the human screams, lashing out in self-defense and killing people by accident. Their wings and bodies were all metallic, so when they buzzed through the crowd, it was like a swarm of running electric fans. Imagine hundreds of flying, running fans rampaging through a crowd. It was a meat grinder. No wonder everyone saw them as killing machines. To make things worse, the bugs spat a silvery liquid from their mouths. It didn't seem to harm people directly, but it terrified everyone even more. Especially since this weird silver liquid would instantly corrode metal, iron, steel, whatever. The whole train was being eaten away. Anyone who got splashed was scared out of their wits. Jingshu quickly figured it out. Judging by the color and properties, the liquid was probably gallium. Gallium reacts instantly with iron, copper, aluminum, and eats them, but doesn't affect other materials. That explained why the train ran fine yesterday, but today the tracks had mysteriously vanished. The key point? This stuff is insanely valuable, and super useful for the next disaster she'd have to face. She'd just stumbled across a bug that spits gallium. Jackpot! Jingshu looked at the round bugs and found them absolutely adorable. What was she waiting for? These bugs were worth a fortune. She had to catch as many as possible before the special rescue team arrived. She ordered her mudfish outside to intercept and swallow as many bugs as possible, keeping them from getting into the train. After a day of travel, her mudfish army had finally caught up with her, so she wasn't worried about being outnumbered. The mudfish could swallow as many bugs as came their way, and the bugs' liquid didn't harm them at all. Even the propeller-like wings were no threat. In short, the mudfish were perfect storage units. Jingshu snapped her fingers in the carriage. The green giant secreted a puddle of slime, which she threw at a big bug. The bug's sharp wings slashed at the green giant, but since it was just liquid, it reformed into thin ropes, wrapping up all 6 legs, sealing the mouth and pinning the wings down. The bug struggled for a bit, then went still. Crabs are tough, right? Fast with painful pincers? But tie them up with a string and they're helpless. Same with these bugs. Jingshu nodded. This method worked. She had the green giant split into more puddles and start catching bugs. The scene was still chaotic. Some unlucky people were trampled. Some were sliced up by the bug's wings and dragged away. Others crawled around with half their bodies missing. People in one car tried to escape to the next, but those inside held the doors shut, so there was a standoff. Taking advantage of the pause, Jingshu pulled out a huge bundle of rope from another green giant and handed it to Wu Jiang. Cut these into 2-meter lengths for me. Okay, but didn't the green giant already tie them up? Why do we need more rope? Wu Jiang clung to the green giant, not even questioning why Jingshu traveled with so much rope. There were more important things to worry about. At least for now, their lives were safe. Or so Wu Jiang thought, until a bug buzzed low, heading straight for him. He froze, thinking, this is it, I'm done for. When suddenly Boss Jing reached out and grabbed it barehanded. Wu Jiang's mind went blank. He watched as the bug's vibrating metal wings screeched against Jingshu's black gloves, sparks flying. She calmly pressed the wings down, tied it up with rope in a few quick moves, even making a bow, and shook her head. Still not easy to tie up. Struggles too much. My hand hurts. The green giant is faster. How was he supposed to respond? How do you flatter someone without sounding like you're flattering them? Wu Jiang was desperate. Jingshu turned and said, "Don't be scared, I'll protect you. Even if I can't react in time, the green giant will. But there are so many bugs and only so many green giants. Ropes are faster. Come on, let's catch more bugs." Her voice was already trembling with excitement. Wu Jiang. What could Wu Jiang say? He could only put all his boundless admiration into action and quickly started cutting the ropes. Jingshu, with practiced hands, tied up another bug that the green giant had already caught, then tossed it into the green giant's body. The green giant that had just finished tying up a bug went off to hunt for the next one. But things were still too slow, so Jingshu summoned even more green giants from the rear of the train. Hundreds of blobs of slime shot out everywhere, catching bugs at lightning speed. Even though more bugs kept flying and crawling in from who knows where, and people from the front cars were still running around, the situation was clearly improving. As the chaos came under control, people around them started to calm down and even praised Jingshu. "You big guys are less useful than this girl, chased around by a bunch of bugs, but look at how well she ties them up. She must have sold crabs before." Jingshu just smiled and said nothing. "These bugs aren't so scary after all. Once they're tied up, they're helpless." "Then you go tie one up." I was wrong, I don't dare. Their wings are like meat grinders, too scary." Soon, Jingshu had dealt with almost all the bugs in this car. Any stragglers were temporarily tied up by the green giants, and then she squeezed her way to the door where people from both sides were still in a standoff. With a bit of force, she pushed the door open with a loud bang, sending the people guarding it tumbling backward. Jingshu found the train attendant and said, "The bugs in this car are all taken care of. Let these people in and keep guarding this door. If anyone comes, open up, but there won't be any more big waves of bugs. Also, get someone to move the injured to first class and have Zhang Yicheng arrange for their care." The attendant had already seen everything through the window and knew Jingshu was the real deal, the only one who could handle these bugs. He nodded quickly. "Okay, I'll take care of it." Jingshu left a green giant to guard the door, then took Wu Jiang and continued forward. Wu Jiang, clutching a green giant with one hand and his phone flashlight with the other, followed closely behind Jingshu. The dim carriage was splattered with blood, severed limbs everywhere. It was like a horror movie. Occasionally a bug would crawl out of nowhere and give them a fright, but the green giants always caught them first, and Jingshu would tie them up and toss them into the green giant's body. Still, Wu Jiang's nerves were shot. Cars 12 and 11 were already empty. Jingshu carefully checked the dozens of people on the floor. 5 were still alive. She sprinkled petrification powder to stop the bleeding and had the green giants carry them back. Jingshu kept moving forward, then suddenly stopped. Wu Jiang almost bumped into her and asked, voice trembling, What's wrong?" He saw that the entire carriage had broken apart. Anything metal had reacted with the gallium and turned into a crumbly new substance, which the bugs had dragged into a black hole below. The bugs hadn't spared the bodies on the grass outside either. It seemed their first choice was metal, then any kind of flesh. Jingshu silently called a squad of mudfish from up ahead to clean up the remaining bugs. "Car 10 is gone. Let's ride the green giant across." Gone? Wu Jiang felt a chill. Sure enough, the whole car was missing. He heard a rustling sound and was about to shine his phone light when Jingshu stopped him. "Don't look, let's go. I don't want you having nightmares." Wu Jiang swallowed hard. "Oh, okay." Jingshu had the green giant make a bridge, and they crossed to cars 9, 8, and 7, rescuing 3 more survivors and cleaning up the last of the bugs. Finally, in car 6, they ran into the main swarm of bugs and a group of train staff using wooden doors to fend them off, led by the conductor, who was organizing everyone. They'd figured out that the bugs' liquid didn't affect wood. "First team, grab the doors and push the bugs aside. The rest use sticks to knock them away. Hold on, rescue is almost here. Victory is in sight." "Rescue is almost here. Just hang on. Xiao Lu, you're bleeding too much. Step back. Xiao Wang, take his place. Get some volunteers from the passengers." But they were at their limit. Many were injured, and just then, a bug somehow got into the crowd. Its wings spun like a meat grinder, injuring several people in an instant. The formation broke, and the bugs surged into the crowd. Chaos erupted. That's when Jingshu arrived. She dashed forward and ordered the green giants to go all out. The people had already resigned themselves to death. The conductor had even prepared his last words. But at that critical moment, a girl, no rainbow clouds under her feet, just an ordinary person, ran into the crowd, found the rampaging bug, and, with her slender hands, grabbed it out of the air, stopped its spinning wings, and tied it up like a zongzi. She tossed the immobilized bug behind her, then grabbed another. A metal lump weighing dozens of kilos was as light as a ball in her hands. If one resisted, she'd just give it a smack and it would behave. Everyone shivered. The bugs that had been buzzing and rampaging suddenly stopped. In the blink of an eye, they were all wrapped up in green slime. It was as if the world had frozen. Then the girl, tying up another bug, looked up, smiled, and said, "Oh, this train is under my control now. The Special Ops Rescue Team will be here soon. You're safe." The conductor burst into tears. Are we really safe? Can we finally relax?" Those still standing collapsed to the floor, sobbing. Now that it was over, the terror of what they'd just survived hit them all at once. Jingshu smiled and nodded. "Yes, you're safe. You can relax now. But from here on, follow my instructions." "Thank goodness we're finally saved. We survived. We made it out alive." "We'll follow your lead, whatever you say, as long as we can stay alive." After finishing off the bugs in the carriage, Jingshu clapped her hands. "Everyone, pack up your things. Bring whatever you can carry. Bedding, food, supplies, you know the drill. We're getting off the train and moving away from here to wait for rescue. The special rescue team has already arrived." The conductor nodded vigorously, then suddenly paused, puzzled. "Wait, we're not waiting for rescue on the train? Isn't it more dangerous outside?" "Please don't be angry, I'm just a little curious. If you don't want to explain, that's fine." The conductor was humble and cautious. Jingshu explained, "These bugs eat metal. Rails, trains, you saw it yourself. Their saliva melts metal, turning it into a brittle substance. This whole train is basically their buffet. Do you really want to stay inside their food supply? It's like being the filling in a meat bun. Inside and out, it's all food. What do you think will happen if they get hungry?" On the other hand, as long as they have food, they won't attack humans without provocation. Even though Jingshu's mudfish were still hunting the iron bugs, don't forget there was a huge pit under Car 10. She couldn't guarantee the main swarm wouldn't come up from there, which would be even more dangerous. "Oh, I see. So it's actually more dangerous to stay on the train. I'll get everyone ready to evacuate." Everyone here had survived 5 years of the apocalypse. They were experts at grabbing what they could and getting out. Not even a feather left behind was an understatement. Besides their bedding and luggage, people took table boards, benches, toilets, pots, bowls, water buckets, anything not nailed down, and even some things that were. Someone even dismantled the train's generator. Jingshu looked on approvingly. These were people who knew how to survive. Wu Jiang, on the other hand, felt awkward, carrying nothing but a charging cable. Was he the odd one out? Jingshu had the wounded placed on green giant stretchers, and the group set off in a mighty procession. "This way, everyone! Stick together!" After walking just 400 or 500 meters, some of the older folks started to complain. "You said the train was dangerous, so we came down, but we've walked so far already. Us old folks really can't go much farther. Honestly, I think the train was safer than this wilderness." "Yeah, the train might be dangerous, but it's better than the wild. We can't keep up with you young people lugging all this stuff. Can't those green monsters help carry our things?" As everyone was arguing, a loud crash sounded behind them. Someone shone a phone flashlight back and saw the train, hundreds of meters long, collapse and disappear as countless iron bugs poured out, filling the air with a terrifying buzzing. The sight and sound of the swarming bugs brought back all the fear they'd just escaped. "Run! Run! There are so many bugs!" "Crap, it's too dangerous here. Let's get farther away. The bugs are catching up." Jingshu stopped and snorted. "Didn't you just say it was safe back there? Anyone who doesn't want to go can stay." The conductor jogged over, wiping sweat. "Let's hurry up. There are too many bugs back there. Thank goodness we listened to you and got out. That was terrifying." Everyone nodded in agreement, looking at Jingshu with newfound respect for her foresight. "Don't worry. As long as there's food, the bugs won't come after us. Besides, can you really run fast carrying all that stuff?" Jingshu had left plenty of mudfish behind as a safety net, so she wasn't worried. As soon as she finished speaking, the same people who'd complained about being old and tired were suddenly sprinting with their bags, faster than anyone. Jingshu shook her head. "Some people just don't learn until they see the coffin. Then they run faster than ghosts. Let's go. The rescue team is here. We'll meet up with them. Hurry up. Why are you all so slow? I keep telling you young people to exercise more, but you never listen. Now, when it matters, you're all out of breath and can't run. Soon, the group split into two. The older folks sprinting ahead, and the young people lagging behind, huffing and puffing under the weight of all their stuff. Jing Shu brought up the rear, glancing back at where the train had vanished. Where did these bugs come from? It was as if they'd just appeared out of nowhere. Just then, a rumbling came from ahead. Dozens of trucks and 2 armored vehicles arrived. The armored cars stopped, spotlights shining, and a strong man with little yellow braids got out. Jing Shu recognized him at once. It was Four Eyes from the group chat. But Four Eyes wasn't just a nickname. He really had 4 eyes, 2 normal ones, and 2 big frog-like eyes on his forehead, lively and alert. He seemed to have night vision too, because as soon as Jing Shu waved, he spotted her and ran over. Thanks for your help, comrade. I'll take over from here. You already explained the situation in the group, so the bugs are swarming again? Four Eyes looked at Jing Shu, his extra eyes scanning the distance. Jing Shu shrugged. You can see for yourself. With this many bugs, your team isn't enough. You'll need more people. But I still don't recommend using heavy weapons. These bugs spit gallium, and that stuff is worth a fortune. You know that, right? I only learned about it from you. After reporting it, the higher-ups are taking it very seriously. I'll leave 2 teams here for security and start evacuating the civilians. This is out of their league now. The top brass are working on 2 plans. One is to test which tranquilizer or poison works on the bugs, and the other is to send in a special spider silk ability user to tie them up, just like you did. If all else fails, we'll use heavy weapons. Oh, it'd be a shame if we had to use firearms. Better to grab a bit more before leaving. Sigh. Jing Shu regretted it. Regretted not bringing all the mudfish with her? Who would have thought you'd need a sack to carry money just to pop out and buy groceries? Damn, this is way too sudden. Well, that's good then. I'll leave these civilians to you. Go ahead. Jing Shu clapped her hands, watching as the travelers quickly and efficiently climbed onto the big trucks, hauling their luggage, train benches, toilets, and whatever else they could carry. Huh? Comrade, what about you? Four Eyes looked at Jing Shu in surprise. Jing Shu smiled and coughed. Oh, I need to stay here and keep watch. If any bugs spill out or escape, I'll have to deal with them on the spot, right? With great power comes great responsibility. I'm not in a rush. Besides, we're almost at Kaoshan. We'll just take my green giant over there ourselves, so don't worry about me. Wu Jiang, Zhang Yicheng, and the others trembled as they followed Jing Shu. Hearing her say this, they almost dropped to their knees. Damn, she's a real boss. Why are we still standing around? Let's get out of here. What's there to see here anyway? Please, let's just run. The bugs are terrifying. A look of admiration flashed in Four Eyes' eyes. As expected of you, comrade. Then I'll stay and help you keep an eye on things. The team from the other side has just arrived too. Once the civilians were evacuated, only Jing Shu, the Green Giant, Wu Jiang, Zhang Yicheng, the bodyguards, and the surgeon remained at the scene. After a busy day, Jing Shu was starving. She casually took out some golden, soft, crispy, sesame-covered naan and handed it out to everyone, eating it with some spicy, flavorful beef jerky. Four Eyes couldn't handle spicy food, but after a couple of bites he found it so delicious he couldn't stop, even as his 4 eyes watered from the heat. When a dozen more trucks arrived, a woman who could spit silk tumbled out. This was the scene she saw. Four Eyes, still sniffling from the spice, introduced, Comrade Jing Shu, this is Silky from the supply group. Just call her Silky. If you ever need silk quilts, she's your go-to. He turned to Silky and said, This is the cigarette factory agent from the supply group, also Comrade Jing Shu. We owe today's success to her. Otherwise, none of these people would have survived. Hello, Comrade Jing Shu. We'll have to help each other out in the future. Sigh, with my amazing and unbeatable abilities, I'm still not as popular as cockroach balls. Usually I just make silk quilts. It's rare that I actually get to put my skills to use today. Silky wore a tight black outfit, her curvy figure drawing attention. She looked pretty normal, but when she clapped her hands, the trucks opened up to reveal piles of white silk threads. With a flick of her hands, the silk spun itself into webs and flew out. Jingshu could see 2 fine threads in Silky's hands, controlling the entire web as it spread over the dense, black mass of iron bugs. Silky herself hung from the web, moving as nimbly as a spider. So shouldn't Silky's silk quilts actually be called spider silk quilts? Ha ha, off topic. A few bystanders munched on beef jerky and sipped milk tea as they watched Silky's performance. The endless web streamed from the trucks like yarn, constantly being pulled out. Spider silk is light, thin, and tough, but with so much from a dozen trucks, it must weigh several tons. Silky's ability was truly impressive. Four Eyes explained, "The original plan was to use iron nets to catch these bugs, but since you said they eat iron and can spit gallium, we scrapped that. Fishing line isn't as tough as Silky's web and is hard to control, so we couldn't catch them in bulk. Silky's web can't be cut, so we brought her in. We're all on the same team. When we go to the Middle East, we'll have to look out for each other?" "Of course," Jingshu nodded. A few hundred meters away, the massive spider web descended, covering the feeding iron bugs and trapping their legs so they couldn't move. When they tried to cut the web with their wings, more threads shot out from all directions, binding them tightly. Once their wings were tied up and couldn't spin like fans, they were done for. With Silky catching the bugs, things were much easier. Some bugs still managed to fly away, but Four Eyes would chat with Jingshu while one pair of his eyes shot out precise laser beams, slicing the escaping bugs in half. Even more impressive, the 2 eyes on top of his head could fire lasers in different directions. Amazing. With over 1 billion people in China, it's only natural that a few superhumans would pop up, right? Jingshu could only comfort herself with that thought. Seeing Jingshu's surprise, Four Eyes explained, "Actually, my eyesight isn't that great. I can't see static things, but I see moving things very clearly." "Oh." Silky openly caught bugs on the ground, dragging sack after sack of web-wrapped bugs onto the trucks, which were then hauled away. All night long, truckloads of iron bugs were transported to who knows where. Jingshu caught bugs in secret. Each mudfish fused with the earth could eat over 20 bugs. Once they were full, they'd disappear underground. By the time all the mudfish she'd brought were stuffed with iron bugs, the night had passed. Eventually, Jingshu, who'd been sleeping soundly inside the green giant, was woken up. "Comrade Jingshu, wake up. Our initial mission is complete. It's time to go back." Four Eyes gently knocked on the green giant's door. Jingshu groggily got up. "Huh? All the iron bugs have been caught already? Weren't there a ton yesterday?" "Oh, there are still plenty left. Silky ran out of web, so she needs to restock. Plus, a bunch of them escaped into the underground cave. It's hard to find them from above, so we'll need to send more people down. We'll leave a few teams here to keep watch." "All right then, since it's safe, let's go. Catch up later." Jingshu waved, a bit disappointed. After a whole night, she still hadn't caught the iron bug's boss. But the mudfish were stuffed full, so it was time to leave. Going out to pick up money with a sack, only to run out of sacks. What a headache. It's like seeing money lying on the ground but not being able to pick it all up. Heartbreaking. "Comrade Jingshu, you're such a good person, always thinking of the people and helping the world. Looking forward to our trip to the Middle East. Goodbye." All right then. See you next time." Jingshu yawned and waved her hand. After this incident, she reflected deeply and decided that when she goes to the Middle East for supplies, she must bring enough sacks and make sure to have all her bodyguards. She can't let what happened this time happen again. Going out to stock up and not bringing enough sacks, leaving behind what she couldn't carry. That's just a loss, isn't it? It's so painful, it's hard to breathe. If you're hungry, just help yourselves to some naan and beef jerky to fill your stomachs. Jingshu yawned again, went back inside the green giant, set the destination for Little Green, and promptly fell asleep. So when Jingshu woke up, she found... they'd already arrived in Chaoshan. Wu Jiang's friend had been waiting for them early. As soon as Baldy saw Wu Jiang, he ran over, nearly in tears. "Oh man, I was so worried. I saw on the news that the train that had the accident was the one you were on. I immediately burned incense and prayed to all 360 gods, begging them to keep you safe. Thankfully, they heard my sincere prayers and kept you all safe. If someone as kind-hearted as you had something happen, it would really be unfair of the heavens. I thought I was a goner this time. It was so scary. Having survived a brush with death, Wu Jiang and his friend Baldy hugged each other, crying and recounting what happened yesterday. Two grown men hugging and sobbing. What a sight. Zhang Yicheng quietly said to Jingshu, Boss Hui and President Wu are closer than gold. If there's anyone in the world who doesn't want anything to happen to President Wu, it's Boss Hui, because Wu still owes him 30 million virtual coins worth of goods. Jingshu nodded knowingly. Now that's real friendship, not a bit of it fake. Come on, you must be hungry. I've already prepared a welcome feast for you. Let's get rid of the bad luck. Burp Wu Jiang, who'd already eaten too much meat that morning, chuckled. No rush, let me take Boss Jing around first and try some of our local snacks. Chaoshan, a city that looks ordinary on the surface, but every nook and cranny hides delicious food. Wu Jiang was in his element in Chaoshan, expertly leading Jingshu and the others around the city's street for artists and cultural types, soaking in the vibe of old Republic-era architecture. But with the apocalypse, everything looked even more weathered and worn. What used to be a street of cheap food stalls had now become a high-end food street. If you didn't have confidence, you wouldn't dare come. Wu Jiang took Jingshu to try everything. Water cakes, rice cakes, white-cut goose with rice noodle soup, oyster pancakes loaded with fresh oysters, steamed fish rice with all the original flavors, and more. They ate their way through every kind of food on the street. Whenever she found something delicious, Jingshu would boldly order 10 or 8 more portions. For the oyster pancakes, she bought out the entire day's supply, 5 big pans. She'd never tasted anything so good. That feeling of knowing you won't be able to eat such delicious, safe food once you leave made Jingshu go on a buying spree, stashing everything in the green giant's body, actually in her storage space, to eat slowly later. It was pure happiness. Who could understand the joy of a hamster hoarding food? Baldy wanted to say, save some room for the big meal. Wu Jiang just smiled, thinking, Brother, this is all I can do for you. I don't even know if Boss Jing is half full, but I'm pretty much digested and ready for the main course. After filling up on snacks, they finally arrived at Baldy's Kaoshan Beef Hot Pot restaurant. The place was already packed, but Baldy led them into a private room. Kaoshan Beef Hot Pot is all about ultimate freshness, just a notch below eating straight off the cow. On the table was a big pot of secret beef broth with some radish, special shacha sauce, and all kinds of hot pot ingredients. The master chef sliced the beef right there, each cut steady and precise, the thickness perfectly even. The sliced beef was placed upright on the plate, sticking firmly without falling, keeping all the juices inside. Soon, plates of fresh beef cuts filled the table. Neck, tenderloin, spoon cut, spoon handle, 3-flower tendon, 5-flower tendon, and fatty brisket. You're in for a treat. Baldy only butchers 1 cow a week and the restaurant only opens 1 day a week. He even delayed opening a day just for us. Reservations for this are booked out till next year. Wu Jiang rubbed his hands, already drooling at the thought of the sweet, springy tenderloin. Baldy patted his bald head and grinned. Of course I'd save some for President Wu. And President Wu's friends are my friends. You all eat. I'll go make some hand-beaten beef balls for you. As half the host, Wu Jiang started explaining. Boss Jing, Chaoshan food is all about pure, original flavor, even the way you eat it. Watch. He demonstrated, putting a plate of meat into the boiling broth with a slotted spoon, shaking it evenly, then scooping it out. First dip to remove impurities, second dip for the blood, 3 soaks and 3 shakes. Scoop it out in seconds. And that's it. Jingshu picked up a slice of meat. The quickly contracting fibers locked in the juices, and the beautiful marbling appeared. She rolled it in the shacha sauce and popped it in her mouth. A bite that was savory, slightly spicy, and instantly brought out the beef's deliciousness. The spoon handle cut was crisp and smooth. The neck was marbled and tender. The tenderloin was thick, springy, sweet, and chewy. The brisket was chewy and silky. Every cut had its own texture, but they all had one thing in common. They were delicious. Unbelievably delicious. Soon, Baldy brought in fresh, hand-beaten beef balls and introduced them. Our beef balls are made from selected beef hindquarters. Each piece is pounded 808 times into a fine paste, no less, or it's not right. Then we use a family heirloom spoon to shape them and cook them at high heat. One bite and they're springy, juicy, and full of flavor. Jing Shu could tell at once. These fresh, hand-beaten beef balls were amazing, way better than the supermarket ones. The firm, meaty texture was unbeatable. Ahem, President Wu, do you think your friend could teach my green giant how to make authentic, hand-beaten beef balls? If I can't eat these in the future, I'll be really sad. Look at that. Who even says things like this? Just because you want to eat beef balls, you actually want your pet to learn how to make them for you. As expected of you, Boss Jing. But Wu Jiang didn't dare voice any objections. Instead, he eagerly ran off and soon came back saying, "My friend just happens to need someone strong, so he said let the green giant give it a try first." Honestly, if it weren't for the 30 million in goods he still owed, Baldy would have called him crazy and beaten him up for even suggesting a monster learn how to make hand-beaten beef balls. But for the sake of their financial friendship, Baldy just smiled and said, "Let's give it a try." After all, it's the apocalypse. What weird things haven't we seen by now? After finishing the beef hot pot, Jing Shu felt like she'd only had a taste. She wanted more. Luckily, Baldy had plenty of Chaoshan-style marinated seafood. Wu Jiang was worried Jing Shu wouldn't be used to the marinated seafood, but he was overthinking it. The moment Jing Shu put a piece of ice-cold marinated crab in her mouth, the layers of flavor were so rich it was like eating ice cream. That's why this marinated swimming crab is also called seafood ice cream. After being marinated with ice, the crab roe becomes firm and sticky. But if you press your tongue against your palate and suck out the roe, it instantly melts, flooding your mouth with fresh, savory juices that dance on your tongue. Jing Shu was a natural foodie. With each bite, she sucked out the crab roe and translucent meat, chewed gently, and let it slide down her throat, the flavor lingering long after. Watching Jing Shu skillfully suck out whole pieces of crab meat one after another until the whole pot of marinated crab was gone, while Wu Jiang only managed 2 pieces, he quickly pointed to another plate. "Boss Jing, try this one too, it's amazing. These are blood cockles, plump and juicy. They're blanched in 70-degree water for just 10 seconds so the skin doesn't break and the salty, savory juices burst out. Drizzle on the marinade and give it a try." Jing Shu picked up a little shell, first sipping the juice, then sucking the plump meat into her mouth to savor slowly. The marinade soaked into the meat, making it tender, smooth, and sweet. Delicious. Oh my, this marinated seafood is seriously addictive. Jing Shu just couldn't stop. The flavor of the marinade was so good you could probably marinate a shoe sole in it and it would taste great. Even though Jing Shu was only half full, she got the secret recipe for the marinade and planned to marinate a batch of seafood at home to enjoy slowly. Just thinking about it made her so happy. Wu Jiang and Baldy talked business for a while, signed a contract, and this time Wu Jiang generously paid a 30% deposit, making Baldy even more enthusiastic. He took Jing Shu and the others for a stroll around the Nanao Wharf. Nanao Wharf used to be a seafood hub, but now it's been converted into a corpse bug fuel base. The corpse bugs here have to be fished from the sea, so the land is clean, nothing like the South Sea where you can't even set foot for all the bugs. That's partly because the population here is denser, and partly because the people are more hard-working. After all, people from the South Sea are famous for going with the flow. After touring Chaoshan, Baldy thoughtfully packed up breakfast for Wu Jiang, Jing Shu, and the others for the next morning. Plain congee, with dozens of side dishes and all kinds of rice noodles. Before leaving, Jing Shu bought a bunch of local specialties. But honestly, Chaoshan's original flavor food is just unbeatable, except for that steamed fish rice with the whole fish, guts and all. She really couldn't get used to that. "All right, Baldy, you can drop us off here. The trains aren't running, so we'll take the Green Giant to Shenzhen. We've got things to do tomorrow," Wu Jiang said, waving. This trip had been a bit dangerous, but the rewards were worth it. All right. By the way, your green giant is amazing at pounding beef balls, so strong and fast. The balls it makes are even springier than anyone else's. Do you think I could hire a few just to make beef balls? Baldy grinned. He'd been a little skeptical at first, but after tasting the results, wow, they were really good. Wu Jiang didn't say it out loud, but he was secretly proud. He and the green giant were a team. He snorted smugly. Our green giant is awesome, but he's not just here to pound beef balls, he's a bodyguard. All right, we're off. Baldy waved a little regretfully. See you next time then. Come again. The group set off for Shenzhen under cover of night, arriving at the Shenzhen cigarette factory the next morning. On the way, Jingshu finally got to enjoy the Chaoshan breakfast she'd been craving. Plain congee with 100 side dishes, a luxurious and varied experience. Who wouldn't love such a rich, ever-changing breakfast? The Shenzhen cigarette factory was almost identical to the one in Guangzhou, except it was just a bit bigger, a bit taller, and had a few more employees. The boss of the Shenzhen factory was named Wu Hai. Boss Jing, this is my cousin Wu Hai, Wu Jiang said, sounding a bit competitive. His cousin had always been just a little better than him at everything. Taller, more standard Mandarin, more successful. It was infuriating, but Wu Jiang had to smile and say, "My cousin's amazing." This time, bringing Boss Jing along was his way of proving himself. He didn't care about pride, he just wanted to win for once. Whether he could outdo his cousin all depended on Boss Jing now. Boss Jing, go for it! Wu Hai was indeed a bit taller than Wu Jiang, and even his Mandarin was a bit more standard. Boss Jing, nice to meet you. Sorry to trouble you, but could you help us check things over and train our staff? The auction gala starts tonight and we'll go together after. Let's get started then. After all that eating and drinking, it was time to get to work. Wu Hai led Boss Jing, Wu Jiang, and the others on a quick tour of the company, then gathered all the employees. After Jingshu checked everyone and found nothing unusual, she called the surgeons who would be training to the infirmary. All right, split into Group A and Group B. Group A will practice suturing. Group B will be the test subjects on the operating table. Only through lots of practice and experience can you quickly find the ticks burrowing everywhere. To simulate the real feel and their tunneling routes, I'll be putting real ticks on you. Everyone's faces turned pale. What? Isn't that a bit much? Couldn't this be dangerous? Wu Hai even took a step back, but Wu Jiang calmly pulled him back. Relax, cousin. This is where you fall short. Even though Wu Jiang was nervous too, this time, he was determined to outshine his cousin. Jingshu snapped her fingers, and the green giant turned into a pool of liquid, wrapping around the people in Group B. Under the green giant's liquid, you could clearly see the ticks wriggling around on their bodies. Jingshu took out a scalpel. Touch, observe, and with enough experience, you can clearly distinguish their movement paths. Right now, their tracks are transparent. Watch closely, remember and summarize, and note how their behavior changes at different stages. Like this. As she spoke, she guided the scalpel with her finger, blocking a tick that was burrowing forward. And then, just like picking snail meat, she quickly extracted a tick, covered it with a glass jar, and stitched up the wound, all in one smooth motion. Wu Jiang secretly gave a thumbs up. So that's how it's done. But he pretended he'd known all along, stepped forward and said slowly, Before, you couldn't see the ticks and had no experience. Now that they're transparent, the answer is right in front of you. Just copy it and you'll get it, right? Boss Jing said there are no shortcuts here, just lots of practice. All right, get started. Yes. The group breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Hai coughed awkwardly. Boss Jing really has a way. This is a great method. After a full day of teaching and hundreds of practice attempts, the group finally learned to extract the ticks quickly and accurately, though they still needed more practice. A master can show you the door, but cultivation is up to you. With her work done, Master Jing rewarded herself with a pot of cheese milk tea, sipping and chewing contentedly with her eyes half closed. That evening, Wu Hai took Wu Jiang, Jing Shu, her assistants, bodyguards, and Zhang Yicheng to a monthly auction. Of course, 2 rows of green giants followed behind, making for an impressive entourage. But there was a problem at the entrance. During the asset check, Wu Hai and Wu Jiang could each bring 2 people in, but the green giants didn't count as people. And yet... The auction venue was huge, a 5-star hotel with thousands of square meters of warehouse space. In the center were 2 long tables surrounded by a variety of fancy snacks and tea breaks. There were no fixed seats, and with so many people it felt a bit crowded. If the green giants went in, there'd be even less space. Boss Jing, you always bring so many bodyguards with you? Don't worry, here in Shenzhen, if there's one thing we're good at, it's security. Before Wu Hai could finish, Wu Jiang clamped a hand over his mouth. Bro, you can eat whatever you want, but don't say whatever you want. Today, all these green giants are coming in, every single one. That's my decision. Wu Hai was stunned by his little brother's sudden assertiveness. Since when was he so tough? All right, let go. Fine, they can come in. No need to get so worked up. Wait here. I'll go say something to the staff. Seriously? Anyway, the green giants got in smoothly. Wu Hai's group just needed to buy or sell at least 10 million worth of goods. Otherwise, they'd have to pay a standard 30,000 entry fee for their goods. The green giants, loaded with cargo, followed Jing Shu. Wu Jiang felt safer than ever, while Zhang Yicheng just shook his head in amazement. They called it an auction, but it was really more like a product distribution fair. Think of it as a live JD.com plus shopping event. Why not Taobao? Because this was an official, government-run third-party platform, and all the goods at the fair were top-tier. Taobao and Pinduoduo just couldn't compare in quality. The government would select the best products, set the prices, and put them up for sale. The very best items would be auctioned off if needed. Wu Hai, holding a glass of red wine, led his little brother and Jing Shu around the venue, greeting acquaintances as they went. That's the rice grower. Over there's the pig farmer, the chicken guy, the cattle guy. Everyone's here. Oh, and here's the seedling cultivator. If you see anything you need, just let me know. I'll ask the boss to give you a discount. Great. Thank you, Boss Wu. Jing Shu was holding a big plate of unknown pastries, enjoying their soft, crumbly texture. When it was time, the auction officially began. On the huge stage were a dozen tables covered in red cloth, each displaying samples. A mature woman in a high-slit modern cheongsam sashayed onto the stage. Wu Hai discreetly swallowed and sipped his wine, then said, That's the famous host Li Jiaqi. As long as she's here, I'll be here. Whether I buy anything or not, just watching her is enough. Distinguished guests, handsome gentlemen, beautiful ladies, welcome to the monthly National Top-Tier Goods Distribution Fair. Let's skip the small talk and get right to it. The first product category tonight is soil. As everyone knows, after the 4th year of the apocalypse, soil nationwide has turned to mud and gravel, no longer suitable for farming. The soil structure must be changed to continue planting. Now, we've selected some premium products from top distributors. Please take a look. Premium Northeast Black Soil. Loose but not crumbly, sticky but not hard, breathable and water retentive, high in fertility, suitable for all kinds of crops and plants. 2-year after-sales support, including fertilization and soil management. Minimum order 10 tons for 100,000 virtual coins. Premium Clay. Less permeable but excellent at retaining water and nutrients, strong in nutrients, long-lasting fertilizer effect, suitable for rice, wheat, and aquatic vegetables. 10 tons for 50,000 virtual coins, 2-year after-sales support. You had to admit, host Li Jiaqi really knew her stuff. As she introduced the products, she invited interested guests on stage to inspect the goods. Jing Shu, still holding her plate of pastries, went up, with Wu Jiang and Zhang Yicheng trailing behind. What, was the boss really going to buy soil? Jing Shu grabbed a handful of soil, kneading it back and forth. Not bad. This would be perfect for growing vegetables and grains. Grandma and Grandpa Jing would love it. But these days, with the tough times, most people here were doing hydroponics or aquaculture, so not many were buying soil. There weren't many people coming up to check it out. The opening was just a warm-up, and Lee Jiaqi was used to it. She noticed a young woman on stage eating pastries while examining the soil, clearly interested. Maybe she was just here for the food, but Lee Jiaqi still politely asked, "Miss, are you interested in this soil? If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." "Huh? Someone just called me Miss." Jing Shu smiled and nodded. "How many tons would I need for about 400 square meters?" "For a flat layer, you'd need 100 tons. For a deep layer, 200 tons. But with this high-quality soil, a shallow layer is enough. 50 tons would do. Usually, for home gardening, you don't need that much." "I'd suggest starting with 10 tons, Lee Jiaqi replied with a smile. "So, the more the better, right? Then I'll take 300 tons of black soil, 200 tons of clay, and 100 tons of that sand you mentioned earlier." Jing Shu counted on her fingers as she spoke. "What?" No, Jing Shu shook her head. Lee Jiaqi quietly let out a breath. She'd almost thought she'd misheard. What kind of kid buys soil like this? You can't even eat it. She'd definitely get scolded at home. But then Jing Shu continued, "On top of that, add another 1,000 tons of sand. It's great for growing medicinal herbs." Ever since the Pharmaceutical Association took on orders from the capital, they'd had plenty of money and needed to expand production. Plus, this quality was excellent, saving them the trouble of sourcing it elsewhere. "Huh? Maybe you should go home and discuss it with your family. Where are your parents?" Li Jiaqi glanced at Wu Hai and Wu Jiang behind Jing Shu, her expression turning serious as she said to Wu Hai, "Mr. Wu, I know you like to support my work, but please shop according to your needs and spend rationally. Don't buy things you don't need just for show." Wu Hai gave a gentlemanly bow. "Miss Li Jiaqi, she's the boss of dozens of our cigarette factories. I really can't tell her what to do." Li Jiaqi looked at Jing Shu in surprise. This young woman was the boss of dozens of factories? Was that for real? Wu Jiang stepped up too. "That's right. Who else could get both the Guangzhou and Shenzhen cigarette factory managers to personally accompany her?" Li Jiaqi, who'd been skeptical, now truly believed it. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Actually, Jing Shu was already 28, she just looked young. Still, being called Miss made her happy. "The factories need it. Do you want payment in virtual coins or goods?" Virtual coins are fine. That'll be 7.6 million virtual coins. I'll have the warehouse start packing. Delivery to your door is free and it'll arrive within 20 business days nationwide." Li Jiaqi said this, but in her heart she was thinking, "Wow, I've seen a lot in my day. Auctions with billions in turnover, but this is the first time I've seen someone spend nearly 8 million on soil in one go. Usually these premium soils are bought by rich folks in 10-ton batches, just enough to grow some veggies for themselves. No one ever buys thousands of tons at once, but whatever, it's like how regular people buy a bag for daily use, while the rich buy thousands and even build a mansion just to store their collection." Jing Shu scanned her face to pay and said, "Have the 1,000 tons delivered to my door. I'll take the rest myself. Just have the warehouse pack it up, and I'll inspect and take it away." "Boss Jing, you're amazing! But why buy so much soil? Are you planning to develop agriculture?" Zhang Yicheng, eager to get on the inside track, had to ask. "My grandparents love farming. The stuff others grow doesn't taste good and it's expensive to buy, so I figured we'd just grow our own and save some money. The old folks can't sit still anyway. They love tending the fields," Jing Shu said dotingly. "Just listen to that, spending millions on soil just to save on grocery bills." For some reason, everyone thought of those stories about people driving Bentleys to haul corn stalks, onions, or grind wheat at home just to save a bit on labor costs. Haha, your grandparents really know how to live. An old person at home is a treasure. Jing Shu just smiled. That's right. Grandma Jing had already planned out the family's grain for the next 10 years. In the apocalypse with food, you never have to worry. Li Jiaqi continued the auction. "All right, everyone. Next up is the complete range of bean products, all pre-packaged. Oil tofu skin, oil tofu puffs, vegetarian rolls, dried bean curd sticks, shredded tofu, 15 kinds of spicy strips, 8 kinds of big spicy slices. These individually packaged spicy snacks can be stored for a year or two, no problem." As she spoke, plates of samples were brought out. Jingshu hadn't been interested at first, but the familiar smell of spicy strips made her mouth water. She remembered sneaking them in class as a kid, and those big spicy slices, 1 dime each, everyone sharing after class. With food, of course, there were lots of people sampling. Many placed orders for 10 or so packs on the spot, even though each pack cost several hundred virtual coins. Zhang Yicheng eagerly brought a plate over. "Boss Jing, try these. They smell amazing." Jingshu tried a few kinds, savoring the taste. She nodded. "This is just like the ones from my childhood. Authentic Weilong sweet and spicy strips. You just can't make this flavor at home. Imagine practicing Rubik's Cube while snacking on these, or watching a show with spicy strips and milk tea. Pure bliss." Wu Hai thought it was beneath his dignity and didn't try any, but it did look delicious. Wu Jiang, on the other hand, didn't care. He grabbed a few pieces, oil dripping everywhere, and said, "Delicious. I remember eating stinky tofu for 50 cents a slice, spicy and satisfying. Zhang, place an order for 100,000 virtual coins for me." "Zhang, while you're at it, ask Miss Li Jiaqi how much stock they have," Jingshu said just as Li Jiaqi walked by, and she answered directly, "We distribute nationwide, there's plenty in stock. Handsome guys and pretty girls, buy as much as you want." "Good, then let's wait a bit." Zhang Yicheng went off to place the order, while Wu Jiang, still eating, asked, "What are we waiting for, Boss Jing?" "Wait until everyone else has bought what they want, then I'll buy out the rest. Gotta leave some for others, right?" "Boss Jing, you're awesome," Wu Jiang exclaimed. Li Jiaqi looked a bit awkward. "For food, we only accept food in exchange, not virtual coins. Based on current stock, even if we sell half, there'll still be about 20 or 30,000 items left, worth about 10 million virtual coins." Jingshu quickly did the math. "If I limit myself to 20 packs a day, that'll last about 3 years. It still feels a bit little, but oh well, it'll do. I'll just buy more when I run out. Besides, there's nowhere to store too much." "Huh?" Li Jiaqi tilted her head. "Only stocking up for a few years is a bit little? Does she even understand what stocking up means? Who buys a house full of spicy strips just to eat at home? Too much money and nowhere to spend it?" Well, soon Li Jiaqi would really understand. Boss Jing truly had more money than she could spend and almost couldn't spend it all. Isn't that infuriating? Jingshu snapped her fingers and the green giant stepped forward, taking out wheels of top-grade blue cheese the size of millstones. She said, "I want to exchange all this cheese for food products today. You can estimate a price or auction it on the spot. This is a national distribution fair. Surely you can handle top-tier goods like this." After all, Jingshu had picked up these things for free in America. Trading them for all kinds of food and spicy snacks, no matter how expensive, didn't bother her at all. If she could swap this stinky cheese for dozens of rooms full of food, even she felt like she'd struck it rich. Blue cheese, the stinky tofu of France, gets its blue veins from mold. Its flavor is intense. Those who love it treat it like a treasure, while those who can't stand the smell won't go near it. But no matter what, it's still a top-tier ingredient. Li Jiaqi quickly checked the quality and said, "Authentic blue cheese is made by injecting Roquefort penicillium into the cheese, then aging it in special limestone caves. The process is complex, the yield is low, and the price is high. It's the best of the best. What you have here is the most authentic and highest quality I've ever seen. The last blue cheese auctioned went for 30,000 virtual coins per gin. Yours, at least 50,000 per gin, and a whole wheel is worth even more. These days, even a gin of milk costs over 1,000 virtual coins, not to mention that it takes 10 gin of milk to make 1 gin of cheese. No need to make it so complicated. This lady cleared out my stock, so I'll just take one of her millstone-sized blue cheeses in exchange." The spicy snack vendor came over, rubbing his hands and grinning. "That's fine. No need to complicate things," Jingshu said, quickly calculating the value. Even if the snack boss was getting a slight deal today, he could easily resell it to a blue cheese lover and make a tidy profit. 1 wheel of cheese traded away, but there were still plenty left. Li Jiaqi's eyes went wide. Just one wheel had been swapped for a whole room of spicy snacks. How much could the rest of those wheels get? Then she heard Jingshu say, "From now on, I'll prioritize trading cheese for goods. Whatever's left, we'll auction off at the end." "All right, Boss Jing." See? This is what it looks like when you have more money than you can spend. As long as Jingshu wanted something, she could trade for it. From then on, every time Li Jiaqi introduced a new product, she'd come over and ask, "Boss Jing, are you interested in this rice? It's top-grade Wuchang rice from the northeast." Jingshu shook her head. "We have plenty of rice at home." Her warehouse was full with dozens of varieties. Rice and grains were the last thing she needed, but she could always take some out of her space and say it was from the auction. Perfect. "How about this 5S cold-pressed premium peanut oil? Want some?" "No need for oil. We press our own at home. In fact, if anyone needs it, I could even sell a batch of olive oil." Not only did she press her own, she'd also brought back a house full of corn oil and olive oil from America. "How about some of these cultivated seedlings? Some are new varieties developed after the apocalypse. Try the finished product." Jingshu thought for a moment, tasted some of the unusual vegetables and said, "I'll take a dozen of this type, a dozen of that, and some of these southern specialties like wild rice stems and other veggie seedlings." China really is vast and full of wonders. Some of these southern vegetables she'd never even heard of, but they tasted novel, especially the wild rice stems, mini golden lotus roots, and finger-sized corn. No wonder the National Distribution Fair had such a complete range of products. It was like the old Double 11 shopping festival, with Jingshu going on a wild shopping spree. Forget rational spending. I want to shop with abandon. "I'll take 10 cases each of this all-natural shampoo and body wash. And 100 cases each of these tissues and toilet paper, the best quality I've seen in years. Pricey, but worth it. Give me 20 cases of these snacks. No, make it 40. "What? They've started making discontinued Coke and Sprite again? Give me 10 cases. No, just reserve all the stock for me." Oh my God, this was pure happiness. In the apocalypse, being able to buy discontinued products was something Jingshu never dreamed of in her previous life. Turns out, if you stand high enough and have enough money, even discontinued goods can have a production line restarted just for you. Of course, what used to be 3 yuan Coke now costs thousands of times more. No big deal. "Boss, these things can be restocked, you know. No need to buy so much at once. You could just come back every month. There's always more," Wu Jiang said, shocked by Jingshu's extravagance. He really didn't understand the mindset of someone who loves to hoard. Was Boss Jing acting like the world was ending and she had to stock up? Well, it was the apocalypse, but still, if you have money, you can buy anything anytime. But then again, even with money, you couldn't buy the things Boss Jing raised herself. Her stuff was plentiful and top quality. He was drooling with envy. "Yeah, Boss Jing, if you buy too much, won't it go bad before you can finish it?" Zhang Yicheng asked cautiously. "You don't get it." Jingshu shook her head, then added, "I have a ton of relatives. If I give each of them a few cases, it's still not enough." At that, the two remembered how, when Jingshu visited the Guangzhou cigarette factory, she handed out gifts by the sackful. No wonder. Boss Jing was just that generous. The National Distribution Fair ran until 6 the next morning, offering everything from screws to discontinued excavators, from seedlings to finished products, processed foods, grains, oils, daily necessities, and more. Jingshu was bold when it came to food and daily goods, but less interested in other things. Still, after another round of stocking up, she was loaded with new supplies. Most of the blue cheese was traded away, with a little left for gifts. There was still a batch of American liquor she hadn't traded yet. She'd save that for the next big auction. "So, what should we do next? How about some morning tea?" Jingshu asked, her mood so good that even her language had picked up the local flavor. Wu Hai, energized, waved his hand. "Let's go. I'll take you to the best morning tea in town." After Jingshu's performance last night, even Li Jiaqi asked for his contact info. She wanted to be friends. The hardest part is always getting started. Once you've taken the first step, the rest is easy. So Wu Hai treated Jingshu and the others to a great meal and even said at the table, Do you know why the distribution fair is held at night? Because people get excited at night and are more likely to buy. Boss Jing, if you ever want to return anything, just let me know. Thank you, Mr. Wu, but I won't be returning anything. All right then, let's get ready to head to Shunde. That place is our childhood memory. I'll show you around properly, Wu Hai said with a nostalgic smile. Let's go. When they arrived, Jingshu's green giants were mostly empty, but on the way back, their bodies were bulging, stuffed with dozens of grafted fruit tree saplings, so full they looked like they couldn't hold another thing. You could say it was a bountiful haul. Wu Jiang even joked, "Boss Jing, once you get to Shunde, you won't be able to fit anything else in." Jingshu snorted, "No worries, I can always squeeze in a bit more. Worst case, I'll just sneak some into my storage space. Oh, right, before heading to the Middle East, I should take out all the long-lasting supplies from my space and stash them away. Better yet, maybe upgrade the space if I can. Shunde, a place with the unique charm of a Lingyan water town, full of natural beauty and rich traditional culture." Even after all these years of the apocalypse, Jingshu thought it was the most vibrant, warm, and welcoming city she'd seen. When Jingshu, Wu Hai, Wu Jiang, and the others arrived in Shunde, they could hear the beat of drums and gongs from afar. 2 lions, just like the ones Jingshu had only seen on TV, were leaping and dancing atop tall poles several meters high. The lions' eyes blinked vividly, and the 2 lions moved in perfect sync. The crowd cheered and applauded. On the street, a few kids ran around with lion heads, playing and laughing. Jingshu was swept up in the lively atmosphere. "This is really lively. Is there a festival today?" Jingshu asked. Wu Hai cleared his throat. "You don't know, Boss Jing. Around here we have lion dances for everything. Opening a business? Lion dance. Weddings and funerals? Lion dance. Bad luck? Lion dance. Good fortune? Lion dance. Small events get a small dance, big events get a big one. Worship, incense, happiness, sadness, there's always a lion dance." Wu Jiang nodded. "That's right. It's a tradition here. Lion dancing is as essential as eating and drinking." Jingshu gave a thumbs up. "No wonder the food culture here is so famous. With this kind of heritage and dedication, it'd be strange if it wasn't outstanding. Food is the eternal star of prosperous Shunde, and the century-old Liang Mansion restaurant is its crown jewel. The 8th-generation inheritor, Liang Xing, is now the owner." After watching the lion dance, Wu Hai led Jingshu and the others to the restaurant. 2 giant stone lions stood at the entrance, and the restaurant itself was an ancient, multi-story Chinese building, one of the few left on this post-apocalyptic street. Wu Hai, familiar with the place, went to the altar in the main hall, lit incense, and prayed to the god of wealth, muttering under his breath. Jingshu and Wu Jiang quickly followed suit. Jingshu silently prayed, "Please let me strike it rich in the Middle East this time. Thank you." No matter what, there is a sense of ceremony here. Life in the South really is different. "You're here, Wu Hai. I've been waiting for you. Today I'll personally show our new friends some of Shunde's divine dishes." Boss Liang Xing arrived, wearing a tall white chef's hat and pushing a cart of fresh ingredients. "Business is booming, Brother Liang Xing," Wu Hai said, exchanging pleasantries. Wu Jiang whispered, "We all call him Brother Liang Xing. 20 years ago my big brother saved his life and they've been close friends ever since." With a swift motion, Brother Liang Xing took out a big fish and slapped it on the table. As he worked, he explained, "This 1,000-layer boneless fish is a signature Shunde dish. We use the finest grass carp, and the key is the knife work. The art is in following the grain to remove every bone, then slicing the flesh at a precise angle and thickness. When spread out, the fish looks like a scattering of flower petals, see?" He skewered the fish and placed it over a pot. "The broth is made from no-rice congee, the secret to making the fish silky and tender. Just dip the fish in for 10 seconds and it's ready. Here, try it." With a special sauce, Jingshu took a big bite. The fish was sweet, tender, and melted in her mouth. Wu Hai, who usually didn't seem interested in food, explained with pride, "Don't underestimate this simple-looking congee. It's called the freshest congee in the world. Every morning at 3 a.m., Brother Liang Xing simmers a secret broth with Qingyuan chicken, then adds soaked fragrant rice, slow cooking for 5 hours and stirring constantly. After straining, you get this incredibly delicious congee base. After cooking the fish, the congee base is enriched with shellfish, shrimp, marbled beef, hand-beaten beef balls, and more. The thick, silky congee wraps around the fresh ingredients, making everything even more tender and flavorful. The aroma is rich and savory with a lingering aftertaste. Wait 3 seconds, blow to cool, then take a bite of this heavenly congee. The combination of fish, seafood, meat, and vegetables is so good it's almost a spiritual experience. After this appetizer, Brother Liangxing brought out a big saucy goose. Pengong goose, you have to try it. It's a famous Shunde longevity dish. Legend says Pengong lived to 80 years old thanks to this goose. He poured on the tangy, rich Pengong sauce. The goose, first seared golden and then braised for 2 hours, filled the air with its unique aroma. Despite its size, the goose was gone in minutes. Wu Hai made sure to eat a few extra pieces, saying, "Eat more Pengong goose, may we all live to 80." Yunjia pig trotter. If you haven't tried this 300-year-old classic, you haven't really been to Foshan. The bones and meat are removed, leaving only the skin, which is stuffed with roasted, tender neck meat, tied with watergrass, and slow braised in aged marinade for 3 hours, then sliced. Brother Liangxing served up slices of glistening red and white pig trotter wrapped in silky skin. Jingshu dipped a slice in sauce and chewed. The thick, collagen-rich skin and tender neck meat combined perfectly, and the aged marinade and vinegar sauce elevated the flavor. It was rich, but not greasy, and the more she chewed, the better it tasted. Even after swallowing, the aroma lingered. Unforgettable. "Boss, pack me 20 more of these," Jingshu declared. After this, even cold pig ear salad would taste bland. No way. Her family back home had to try this amazing dish. Wu Hai waved his hand from the side. "Don't worry, Brother Liangxing. Our boss Jing isn't short on money. You can trade for goods or virtual coins, whatever you like." 20 portions? Huh. It's not that I don't want to make them, but with the current food shortages, I just can't gather that much at once. Chef Liang sighed at the state of the world. "If it were the old days and we still had 5 kinds of snake, I'd make you the legendary Taishi 5-snake soup. That soup was absolutely divine, rich, fragrant, and unforgettable. Ah, Hai, you've had it before." Wu Hai swallowed, reminiscing. That soup had 5 kinds of snake plus chicken and abalone. The deboned snake meat was silky and springy, and the finishing touch was chrysanthemum and lemon zest. So fresh. I remember back when Brother Liangxing and I went to the Middle East for business. We couldn't close the deal with those foreigners, but in the end, it was this dish that won them over. Jingshu raised an eyebrow. "Wu, you and Brother Liangxing went to the Middle East together?" Wu Hai chuckled. "Don't underestimate Brother Liangxing just because he's a chef. He speaks several minor languages and can translate just fine. He also knows all the tricks over there. Having one of our own along is reassuring. If it weren't for that accident 20 years ago, he'd be even more accomplished than us." Chef Liang smiled humbly. Jingshu's eyes lit up. She snapped her fingers, and a green giant came forward. Jingshu took out a huge cage filled with pythons, cobras, snakes preserved in wine, and 5-step snakes, all rare species she'd collected by chance after the apocalypse. Chef Liang's eyes sparkled. "Miss, these snakes are real treasures. So well raised and fat, perfect for either making medicine or soup, truly top-notch." Then his eyes dimmed. "But snakes are all but extinct now. These are probably the last of their kind, and I doubt you'd want to sell them. Even if you did, I couldn't afford so many at once." Wu Hai nodded in agreement. At current prices, that was true. Maybe they could pool together to buy a few? Wu Jiang swallowed hard. Boss Jing was always so full of surprises. Just how many treasures did she have? Zhang Yicheng. "As expected of Boss Jing?" Jing Shu said, "Chef Liang, I'm about to head to the Middle East for a few months. If you come with me, cook for us, help translate, and handle local matters, when we get back, all these snakes will be yours. How about it? That way I won't have to pack so much food either." Wu Hai's jaw dropped. "Seriously? Just one trip to the Middle East and you get all that as pay? Maybe I should go too, Boss Jing. Wu Jiang finally couldn't help but say, Bro, Chef Liang is going because he's an amazing cook and can translate. What would you do? Tag along and be a freeloader? Chef Liang was stunned. Are you serious? Just a few months and I get all these snakes? I'd feel guilty. How about I stay for half a year instead? And if you need more help, my apprentice Wang Zai can come too. My restaurant is ready to be handed over to my son anyway. Son, come here. Without hesitation, Chef Liang called his son over and did a handover ceremony on the spot, afraid Jing Shu might change her mind. Jing Shu. You probably don't realize being my chef is actually a lot of work. Well, coming to Shunda wasn't a waste. She'd managed to recruit a top chef. What a blessing. Chef Liang immediately used the snakes to make the long-lost Taishi 5-snake soup for everyone. A huge bowl of soup, fragrant and exotic, was served, filled with various cuts of snake meat. Jing Shu picked up a piece of boneless snake meat, springy like eel, with a unique texture and a hint of the softness of unagi. Then she sipped the soup. The flavor was incredible. That meal left Jing Shu truly satisfied for once. Shunda really was a food paradise in her heart. Pepper coconut chicken, kung fu fish tofu, fried dumplings. While Jing Shu and her group ate, Chef Liang got ready for the trip, packing his set of chef's knives, secret spices, and bringing his apprentice, Wang Zai. After the meal, Chef Liang had everything ready and waited with his apprentice. All good things must come to an end, and it was time for everyone to part ways. Wu Jiang and Wu Hai had to pay respects to their ancestors and handle business. With Jing Shu about to return to Nanhai, Zhang Yicheng insisted on following her, saying that even if she already had a chief secretary, he'd be happy to be the second. Jing Shu thought it over and agreed. Someone had to stay in Nanhai, and someone had to help coordinate in the Middle East. Zhang Yicheng was good at organizing. So, Jing Shu took Zhang Yicheng and her newly recruited chef, brother Liang Xing, and caught the next ferry back to Nanhai. Meanwhile, after Four Eyes and Silky delivered several truckloads of iron bugs to the lab, the research team began dissecting them, studying how to extract and store the gallium that could rapidly corrode metal. Once everything was arranged, Four Eyes received a message from the Middle East Procurement Group. Everyone, 7 days from now, gather at Zuan Wharf to depart for the Middle East. All departments, make your preparations and coordinate your fleets and supplies. Don't be late. Four Eyes replied, received, and went back to reading the news. After years of apocalypse, survival was still tough, but the country hadn't given up. Basic infrastructure like communications, energy, and drinking water was being rebuilt. The news was full of positive reports about reconstruction. Daewan Nuclear Power Plant restarted today, the 7th plant to resume operation this year, further improving the national grid supply. At this year's New Species Online Expo, reporters saw that, in addition to evolved potatoes and yams, darkroom sea rice has also had a bumper harvest. This means everyone will soon be able to eat fragrant rice again. After months of travel, and with the help of various departments along the way, millions of Wucheng migrants are finally about to land in Nanhai. Here's a report from the front lines. On the other side, Jing Shu hurried back and managed to return to Nanhai 2 days before the Wucheng migrants arrived. She settled Zhang Yicheng, Chef Liang, and the others into the Nanhai cigarette factory dorms and gave them allowances, telling Zhang Yicheng to take Chef Liang out to explore and try the local specialties. Finally, Jing Shu returned to her own villa. Outside, snakes, so rare and precious elsewhere, were everywhere on her high walls, poking their heads out. If Chef Liang and Zhang Yicheng saw this, they'd probably be scared to death. After welcoming their triumphant master home, the big snakes slithered back into hiding, disappearing into the darkness. Next door, the lights in the 5-unit villa belonging to the Somali family came on. It looked like they'd sent a butler to check things out, then left again, probably meaning the Somalis were back too. One by one, the green giants, stuffed to the brim with supplies, filed through the villa's front door. This meant Jing Shu's household stockpile was about to skyrocket again. After 5 years of the apocalypse, instead of dwindling, her supplies just kept growing. Now, her 700-square-meter villa was about to be packed to the rafters. That was close. Almost got exposed. Better pull an all-nighter and get this done, Jingshu muttered to herself, taking a deep breath. First, she spent the night digging up all the soil in the front and back yards, replacing it with the rich black earth and sandy soil she'd bought for farming. She transplanted some saplings she'd bought as a cover, but the real trick was moving over the cherry trees, which had no cherries yet, the lush but fruitless durian trees, and the coconut trees from her space, just one of each, so it wouldn't look suspicious. None of the trees had fruit yet, making it easier to explain. Later, when they were loaded with fruit, it would seem more natural. If anyone asked, Jingshu would just play dumb. I don't know. It's all thanks to Grandma and Grandpa Jing's green thumbs. Just a bit of casual planting. And look at all that fruit. Nothing to do with her, not at all. And by the time the fruit actually appeared, Jingshu wouldn't even be in Nanhai, so it'd have even less to do with her. Perfect. Looking at the 1 cubic meter root balls of each tree, Jingshu shook her head. Inside her space, crops were limited to 1 cubic meter, but outside, no matter how big the tree got, it was fine. So the roots were tiny, but the trunks were huge. What a weird sight. After finishing the orchard, Jingshu quickly transplanted all kinds of vegetables and crops into the garden. She was a bit rough and not very professional, so a few seedlings didn't make it, but she didn't care. By the end of a busy night, her home's vegetable and fruit gardens were packed with all sorts of produce. To ensure survival, she watered everything with diluted spiritual spring water. Problem solved. Finally, Jingshu started organizing her supplies. This was always an exciting but tedious task. Her 2-in-1 villa didn't have much of anything, except storage rooms. There were tons of them, all meticulously categorized, including a giant cold storage room for things that spoiled easily. She moved all the oil, rice, and flour from her space into the grain and oil storage rooms, filling the shelves until the rooms were packed with neatly stacked rice, flour, and grains, a truly soothing sight. Next was a room full of daily necessities, boxes of toilet paper, shampoo, and body wash stacked so high the door barely opened. Then came the snack room. Spicy strips took up half the space, with the rest filled by snacks scavenged during the Wucheng migration. All the pre-apocalypse snacks were long gone. Jingshu patted the spicy strips with a sigh. Wait for me. I'm not taking you this time just so I can bring back even more good stuff from the Middle East. But then she thought, why suffer? She'd take 20 boxes for the road, just enough to finish on the trip. She put anything prone to mold or spoilage, as well as frozen goods, into the cold storage and freezer. The liquor and corn oil she'd collected in America were piled into the green giants and left in the yard. Clearly, she'd need to build a few more underground storage rooms. There just wasn't enough space. After clearing out her space and emptying the green giants, Jingshu awkwardly realized that after all that work, she'd only freed up about half her space. It was like using a phone for 4 or 5 years. When you first get it, it's got 216 GB of storage, so you install every app, take every photo, and even save those action movies you can't bear to delete. But after a while, you're down to 1% storage. You delete photos, delete apps, delete everything, even the action movies, and you're still stuck with only 10% free. That was Jingshu's situation now. People might say, why not just take everything out of your space to free it up? But how do you take out 10 cubic meters of chocolate spring water? Where would you put it? Or the 1 cubic meter blocks of spicy hot pot, braised black pork ribs, steamed hairy crabs, seafood congee, lotus root soup, and other hot foods. If you take them out, you can't finish them all at once, and they'll get cold and lose their flavor. What if you want to eat them later, and they're gone? All these ready-to-eat foods, plus Jingshu's constant restocking, took up about 100 cubic meters. Then there were the 150 cubic meters of hundreds or even thousands of chickens, ducks, pigs, cows, and other livestock, too many to explain away, and her family now knew their true market value. 50 cubic meters of seafood. After restocking from Guangzhou in 2 months, when they all grew and reproduced, the seafood alone would take up 150 cubic meters. To have fresh salmon, tuna, tiger crabs, and more every day, Jingshu had to raise them herself. If Grandpa Jing killed them all again, she'd have nowhere to cry. There was also feed, seeds, daily necessities, cakes, snacks, frozen goods, none of which could be taken out. And of course, a small but important section for weapons, rocket launchers, machine guns, grenades, and more. Sure, she could store them in the Green Giants, but for someone as paranoid as Jing Shu, who needed to have them within arm's reach at all times, that just wouldn't do. She might not use them, but she had to be able to grab them instantly. That's it then. Sigh, I really need to upgrade my space soon. Why does it feel like the more I upgrade, the less space I have? Jing Shu finished her inspection, only to realize she was hungry again. So she started munching on durian, tossing the shells into the orchard and watering them with diluted spiritual spring water, leaving the rest to fate. She ate this, then that, sampling almost everything in her space. Ah, so satisfying. It had been ages since she'd let herself eat so freely. Just as Jing Shu was enjoying herself and the whole courtyard was filled with delicious aromas, there was a loud banging at the villa's front door. Jing Shu quickly swallowed what was in her mouth, grabbed a Green Giant to use as a giant fan, waved it around to disperse the smell, took a deep breath and, the smell was much lighter, finally went to open the door. Who could it be? After a whole night of work, Boss Jing was just about to eat something and catch up on sleep, but someone had shown up. She opened the door to see a familiar, massive man RV parked outside, with the usual dozens of Green Giant bodyguards behind it, all loaded with supplies. At the gate stood the entire Jing family, staring in shock at the towering, fortress-like walls and the colorful, fairy-tale-like castle. Grandpa Jing, sweating in his thick winter coat, puffed on his pipe and patted Fatty Lou next to him. You're telling me this is the house our Jing girl was talking about? For real? If it's this big, then I argued with the director over dividing up the land for nothing. Jing's dad nodded, still a bit skeptical. Yeah, didn't she say it was just a simple mobile villa? This looks like a castle, way too extravagant. Fatty Lou looked like he was about to cry. It really had just been an empty lot before, but overnight, it turned into this. He had no idea how it happened. Just then, everyone saw Jing Shu come out, hair a mess like a bird's nest. Fatty Lou wiped his sweat, jogged over, and grinned. Boss Jing, I was just discussing business with Secretary Wang from your cigarette factory, and your family got into an argument with someone. Looked like they were in big trouble. Huh? Jing Shu frowned. Her family in trouble? Was there really anyone left who could out-argue her family? Fatty Lou coughed and continued. Your family almost beat someone to death. If that happened, it'd be a real problem. Oh, well, that's true. Fatty Lou went on. Secretary Wang said they were your family, and since I know the way, I took the liberty of bringing them here. Secretary Wang is handling the aftermath. Jing Shu patted Fatty Lou. You did great. Thanks for your hard work. No problem. I won't keep you from your family reunion. There are a lot of people coming in batches to the docks, so we've got a lot of prep to do. I'll get going. Grandma Jing pulled out a handful of milk candies from her pocket and handed them over. Young man, thank you for your trouble. Of course, of course. Fatty Lou took the candy, beaming. Thank goodness. All that work last night wasn't for nothing. No slip-ups. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to explain. Jing Shu gave Grandma Jing a thumbs up. Grandma, your gifts are getting fancier, used to be soybeans. But seriously, weren't you supposed to arrive tomorrow? How come you're here a day early? Jing's dad chuckled. We wanted to surprise you. We came early with the government's supply convoy just to see where we'd be assigned. Thanks for the surprise. More like a shock. Grandma Jing hugged her granddaughter, ruffling her messy hair. Oh, my dear girl. Let Grandma have a look at you. You've been working so hard all alone in Nanhai. Must have suffered a lot, right? Did you have enough to eat? Enough to wear? Grandma missed you so much. Burp Jing Shu let out a full-bellied burp. The atmosphere got a little awkward. From a distance, Jing's mom muttered, Why does it smell like durian? Must be my imagination, just my imagination. Jing Shu coughed and asked, So, what happened with that argument? You almost beat someone to death? Jing's mom explained. That young man exaggerated. Your dad just pushed Director Wang a little, but the guy's so weak he threw himself to the ground, hit his head on a rock and started bleeding. I say he was just faking it. The whole family nodded in agreement. Oh my God, Dad, do you even realize how strong you are now? That Director Wang, isn't he the one we offended back in Wucheng, the one who said he wouldn't give us a house in Nanhai? Jingshu asked. Her dad nodded. That's him. Based on our family size and jobs, we should have gotten 2 apartments in the old city. We figured if the villa was too crowded, your aunt or your great-aunt could stay there when they worked late. It's not like we're freeloading, but he refused to give us anything. Worse, he assigned our livestock farm and your mom's agriculture department to the area closest to the docks, where the corpse bugs are everywhere. Jing's mom waved it off. Enough about that. We've already got a plan. That fat guy won't get away with it. If I don't get him removed, I'm not fit to be a minister. Right, let's not let it ruin our mood. Your third aunt and the others are off organizing things for the big group arriving tomorrow. Let's get settled in first. Jingshu nodded, feeling proud. Her parents had really grown into their roles these past few years. Go ahead and fight up front. I'll cover you from behind. Grandma and Grandpa Jing couldn't wait any longer. Looking at their castle-like new home, all the confusion and insecurity of the past 3 months seemed to melt away. Granddaughter, is this really our new home? It's so grand, like a castle. All right, I'll open the door. I said I'd surprise you. Let's go check out our new place. Jingshu led the family, all smiles, into the new villa. In the lush front yard, Grandma and Grandpa Jing stroked the thriving crops, muttering, "These are nice, but they all need to be redone. We'll have to build some paths, and this setup isn't very professional. But this soil is good. These days, good soil isn't cheap, is it?" Grandma Jing nodded, pinching a bit of earth. Used to be a few dozen yuan per ton. Now it must be over 100 points per ton, right? Expensive or not, the whole villa's worth of soil cost a few million at least. Something like that, Jingshu said with a smile. Just off by a teeny bit. 1 billion or so. Grandpa Jing was about to say something when Jingshu cut him off. Grandpa, don't even think about it. I got this soil on Double 11. No way you'll get it at this price now, and don't ask me to buy it for your friends. If Grandpa started bragging and wanted to buy for his friends, Jingshu would really lose it. Grandpa Jing smacked his lips, a little disappointed. And then, the moment that left the whole Jing family utterly speechless was about to begin. When Jingshu opened the villa's doors, her whole family was stunned by what they saw inside. Whoa, did we just walk into a European billionaire's palace? That was Jing's dad's first reaction. Just look at the luxurious decor, the space even bigger and more open than their old villa in Wucheng. Even with a dozen people inside, it still felt empty. There was a grand dining hall and a massive 2-in-1 kitchen. Daughter, that chandelier is as pretty as a diamond. Jing's mom immediately spotted the luxury crystal chandelier Jingshu had brought back from America. Jingshu just chuckled. It wasn't just as pretty as a diamond. It actually was made of diamonds. But she wasn't about to tell her family the truth, in case they felt too nervous to use it. Of course, Grandma and Grandpa Jing's attention was on the balcony, where garlic sprouts, chives, green onions, cilantro, and all sorts of herbs and flowers were growing. And then there was the huge kitchen, the giant cold storage, and the massive storerooms. Just looking at them gave everyone a sense of security. My dear granddaughter, are all these rooms filled with food? Grandma Jing asked in disbelief, pointing at the open doors and the neatly stacked supplies inside. Jingshu shrugged. Go see for yourselves. I went to Guangzhou for work a few days ago, and the food there was so good and cheap. I figured, even though we're not short on anything, the more the better, right? So I brought back a little bit of everything. Grains, dried goods, crops, saplings, you name it. Grandma and Grandpa Jing opened each storeroom one by one. Oh my, every room was packed to the brim with all kinds of grains and oils, enough food for 10 years, every kind of seasoning, and all sorts of rare and unusual foods. In short, the Jing family would never have to worry about food again. Good, good, good. In the apocalypse, as long as you have food, you don't panic. No matter what happens next, we'll be ready. Grandpa Jing took a puff on his pipe. I still think those walls aren't high enough. I'll get Jing on to help me reinforce them over the next few days. Jing's dad nearly tripped over himself. Jing Shu swallowed nervously. 4 or 5 meters high and a meter thick. Those prison walls weren't safe enough? Grandpa, Grandma, the real problem now is that I've already filled the villa with supplies, so there's probably no room for all the stuff you brought from Wucheng. Maybe you should build a few underground storage rooms? Oh, right, that's true. A wise rabbit has 3 burrows. Just in case, we should stash some food underground. So the whole family followed Jing Shu to the backyard to check out the orchard and see where, in the 700 square meter plot, they could dig a basement. But no one was very interested in the orchard. Shu, I'm telling you, after all my years in the agriculture department, fruit trees are the hardest. As the saying goes, 3 years to grow, 5 years to bear fruit. This orchard is probably a scam, especially with rare trees like durian and cherry. If they could really produce, people would treat them like treasures and never sell them. Grandpa Jing nodded. Still, they look pretty healthy. We'll see how they do. If nothing happens next year, we'll just chop them down. Jing Shu just shrugged. She hoped they wouldn't be too shocked when the fruit actually appeared. After the orchard, they checked out the livestock pen. Grandma Jing, wanting her beloved animals to have a proper home, immediately had Jing's dad and Grandpa start building a pen for them. In the end, they still couldn't decide where to dig the basement. As long as they didn't dig into the neighbor's yard, Jing Shu didn't care. The first day the Jing family arrived was a whirlwind of activity. Chickens and dogs everywhere. Why chickens and dogs? Because when fat chickens snuggled into Grandma Jing's arms, begged for cuddles, and then laid 20 eggs in a row to prove its status, chaos naturally followed. Fat chickens strutted after Grandma Jing, mocking Dahua, the constipated hen, picking a fight with Ernu, the milk cow, stealing veggies from the rabbits. Basically, it turned the whole house upside down. At dinner, the whole family sat in the huge dining room, the table loaded with a feast. Much of it food Jing Shu had brought back from Shunde. Jing Shu even poured everyone a glass of the now extinct Sprite, making it the official housewarming meal. But even the delicious food couldn't drown out Grandma Jing's roar. What? You've only been in Nanhai a few days and you're leaving again? And going so far away? That's way too dangerous. Grandma Jing's voice echoed through the house. Fat Chicken shivered in the corner, suddenly not wanting to go out anymore. It was much more comfortable at home. Food, shelter, eggs to lay, and little brothers to boss around. Out there, it had to run around, lay eggs on the go, carry things, and sometimes even fight. Grandma, it's just a supply run organized by the higher-ups. We're just hauling boatloads of food and supplies back. It's not dangerous at all. I only get to go because I have connections and I can bring back a whole shipload of stuff at cost. Just imagine that. Grandpa Jing smacked his lips. Not dangerous? Really, not at all. Even Yang Yang is going. Wu Yu Ai, who had just returned from the docks, pushed up her glasses, a glint in her eye. She looked a little helpless, but didn't say anything. To ease the tension, Wu Yu Ai changed the subject. The main group from Wucheng will start arriving in batches tomorrow. All kinds of donated supplies from across the country are coming in too. There'll be plenty to go around, and we'll get some extra rations as well. Third Aunt Jinglei added with a smile. The town government has everything coordinated. Every neighborhood has been assigned. The old city still needs cleaning up. Too many corpse bugs. We'll all be busy for the next 4 or 5 days, so we won't be home for meals. Shu, before you leave, tell us what you want to eat. I'll pickle some veggies and garlic for you to take. Right. And you know the food over there won't be any good? Grandma will pack you some dried goods and tasty instant foods, sweet potato chips, roasted snacks, all kinds of dried treats for the road. I'll fry up some dough twists and little dried fish and braise some pork intestines, pig face, pig ears, duck wings, duck intestines, duck feet. Good for adding to your meals. Jing's mom nodded. Shu loves meat, so we'll make sure to pack plenty of spicy beef jerky, cumin beef, smoked sausage, 5-spice sausage, all that stuff. Grandpa Jing tapped his pipe. Think about what else you need, and I'll get it for you. How did the conversation end up like this? Jing Shu smiled at her cousin Wu Yu Ai. then looked around at everyone. In the days that followed, it wasn't just the newly arrived Wucheng migrants who were busy. Every member of the Jing family was running in circles. Grandma Jing started preparing all sorts of food and supplies for Jing Shu every day, especially ready-to-eat or instant foods, worried that Jing Shu would go hungry, get tired, or lose weight in the Middle East. Jing Shu, knowing her own appetite, secretly increased her own stash of ready-to-eat meals in her space. Hot pot, for example, she stir-fried over 100 kilos of hot pot base, so she could just add water and ingredients for a meal and maybe even sell some at a high price. Who knew if people in the Middle East would like hot pot? She also prepped 2 cubic meters of cooked hot pot ingredients: wide noodles, Napa cabbage, beef tripe, duck intestines, beef rolls, meatballs, and more, ready to eat straight from her space, perfect for late-night snacks. Besides hot pot, she prepared other ready-to-eat foods for midnight cravings and brought plenty of fresh ingredients and seasonings. After all, with a Shunde master chef on board, she could have Brother Liang cook up delicacies and secretly stash them in her space. Then again, with Zhao Wei the big eater around, there might not be any leftovers. Poor Brother Liang. This trip to the Middle East would probably be even more exhausting than cooking for hundreds at his own restaurant. Meanwhile, Grandpa Jing was busy building livestock pens, digging basements, redoing the vegetable and fruit gardens, and even making some custom gear for Jing Shu, like improving her portable toilet and making more water containers. He also had to build a giant sedan chair for Xiao Wei so that from the outside, Xiao Wei would look like a normal person showing only her upper body, while inside the chair was her massive body and the little soldiers carrying her. Third Aunt was in charge of several canteens in the city, feeding tens of thousands every day. Wu Yui had to take over management of several thousand people in the old neighborhood, handling food, housing, transportation, and clearing out the mountains of corpse bugs in the main city. Only when the area was up to standard could people move in. She also had to work with her mentor on research projects assigned from above. Jing's mom was running the Wucheng Agriculture Department, with heavy responsibilities. Next week they'd start meeting quotas for vegetables and crops. Jing's dad was just as busy, dealing with everything from postpartum care for sows to figuring out why the dairy cows were producing less milk. Was it postpartum depression, a bad relationship with the bull, or not enough soup? All these were matters of human survival. In short, everyone had found their own role and purpose in this post-apocalyptic world. As the boss of the cigarette factory and vice president of the Wucheng Pharmaceutical Association, Jing Shu naturally had to attend the donation ceremony when the Wucheng migrants arrived in Nanhai. That day, a strong wind blew through Nanhai. Though it was still pitch black, the dock was bustling under the floodlights. Ferry after ferry arrived, and crowds of ragged families finally set foot on Nanhai soil. Camera flashes captured this historic moment. Live streamer brother Xiao Ma spoke excitedly into his phone. "I'm here at the Nanhai press conference for the successful migration of Wucheng. You can see over 20 ferries have arrived, bringing 100,000 Wucheng residents. Each person gets a big gift pack of local specialties donated from all over the country. Let me show you what's inside. A little Tianjin mahua, crispy and fragrant, a Shandong pancake, a piece of Wuhan hot dry noodles, a Shanghai qingtuan, a Shanxi guokui, Guangdong freeze-dried wild vegetables, dozens of items. It looks like people from all over China have donated their best foods. On behalf of the Wucheng people, thank you, everyone. There are also local subsidies. You can see the stage is lined with entrepreneurs who made major donations, and behind them are mountains of supplies they've given." He panned the camera to the stage where a row of entrepreneurs sat, with another row of staff behind them. At the podium, a young man in black-rimmed glasses was reading out the donation list. "Our Wucheng cigarette factory is donating supplies worth 10 million virtual coins, including..." At the same time, in Jing Shu's high school classmates group chat, Jie Zihao. "We've already arrived in Nanhai and got our housing. Have you all arrived yet?" Photo. Shirley. "Still waiting for the ferry at the dock. We'll be there in an hour." "Damn, Xie Zihao, your family's place is so nice. Your own clean house. I'm so jealous I could cry." Liu Gang. "Jealous +1. We got our place, but we have to clean out the corpse bugs ourselves. And I heard housing is so tight, 10 families to a house, 1 bedroom per extended family. Wang Chao. Everyone look, isn't that our classmate Jing Shu standing behind the guy speaking at the Wucheng press conference? Mu Xiaoshuan. That's definitely Jing Shu. She looks so cool and sharp, such a strong presence. I almost didn't recognize her in formal clothes. She always wore a big winter coat at reunions. Wang Chao. Isn't Jing Shu a shareholder in Shiyuan? Why is she involved with the cigarette factory? Wang Zihao. Maybe she's just someone's assistant or there to show her face. After all, only entrepreneurs get to speak at these events. And do you know how powerful the cigarette factory is now? Everyone wants to get in. Wu Yu. Yeah, the Wucheng cigarette factory is super famous now. If you can get their cigarettes as a gift, it's a huge deal. So many people are trying to get in. The benefits are amazing. My cousin's wife's neighbor's nephew's friend works there, and the perks are incredible. He supports his whole family and gets all kinds of great food and stuff. Everyone's jealous. Mu Xiaoshuan. But looking at Jing Shu's aura, it feels like the people in front of her are her underlings. Wu Yu. Maybe, but come on. Jing Shu is our age. She doesn't look like a big boss. At most, she's a small shareholder in Shiyuan. Could she really be the boss of the cigarette factory? Do you know how hard it is to get that job? Do you even know what it means to be the boss of the cigarette factory? Would the boss of the cigarette factory show up at an event like this in person? So, in summary, I really don't think Jing Shu could possibly be the boss of the cigarette factory. Do you know how deep your connections would have to be to run a town-owned enterprise like that? That would basically make Jing Shu a government insider. Just as Wu Yu finished saying this, all the classmates watching the live stream heard the refined young man on stage bow slightly and announce, "Now let's welcome our general manager, Jing Shu, to present the relevant donation documents." With that, he stepped aside and stood behind Jing Shu. Jing Shu displayed a stack of stamped documents and said, "This 10 million in supplies is just the initial donation." At the same time, the cigarette factory is also offering 1,000 temporary jobs, meals, lodging, and holiday bonuses included. Anyone interested can sign up. As Jing Shu continued her speech on stage, the class group chat exploded. Mu Xiaoshuan. Told you! With that kind of presence, Jing Shu was never just a secretary. Big boss energy, let those sour grapes eat their words. Shirley. Unbelievable. Jing Shu is actually the boss of the cigarette factory? We haven't seen her for half a year and she's changed so much. What's she been up to become the boss? Wang Chao. Oh my God. The boss of the cigarette factory is our classmate, I can't believe it. And the factory is hiring meals, lodging, holiday bonuses. Where else can you find benefits like that? Zhao Yun. Wu Yu, Jie Zihao, say something. Weren't you just saying she was just a secretary trying to get her face out there? Now you see how awesome the cigarette factory is and how impressive Jing Shu is as the boss. Mu Xiaoshuan. Bet those two are regretting their words now. If they hadn't said anything, maybe they could have asked Jing Shu for a temp job at the factory, haha. Ji Zihao. I don't need to beg. What's so great about a temp job at the cigarette factory anyway? Nima-sang. Ji Zihao, don't talk nonsense. If it weren't for Chen Zihan's family, could you even afford to live in Nanhai? Hurry up and apologize to Jing Shu. Everyone suddenly remembered that Ji Zihao had married into Chen Zihan's family. Jie Zihao. None of your business, Nima. Nima sang. Want me to call Chen Zihan? Just then, Wang Chao, everyone. Guys, look at the live stream. Turns out Jing Shu isn't just with the cigarette factory. She's also representing the Wucheng Pharmaceutical Association. How many secret identities has she been hiding all these years? Mu Xiaoshuan. Jing Shu is so cool. She helped my family back in the day. If she hadn't gotten us into Shiyuan, we wouldn't have our own place in Nanhai now. On the live stream, Jing Shu took out another document and said, "Also, on behalf of the Wucheng Pharmaceutical Association, we're donating 3 million worth of various medicines. If anyone gets sick, you can go to Wucheng Hospital for a checkup and get free medicine with your ID." After that, Jing Shu returned to the front row of entrepreneurs. The camera caught the refined young man pulling out her chair for her, attentive and respectful, making her status even clearer. The group chat went wild. 6 years after graduation, some classmates were still just classmates, while others had quietly become industry leaders with government ties. Jing Shu hadn't expected this. After all, who actually watches press conferences? But this brother Xiao Ma? Wait, his ID was actually Wang Qi from Banana Community. Wang Qi had become a famous influencer in Wucheng, and his live streams brought in a huge audience. With all the attention on Wucheng, now the whole class knew about Jing Shu's 2 secret identities. Well, after hiding them for so long, at least only 2 were exposed. She'd have to keep the others, like the Red Threadworm Project, Green Giants, Clothing Factory, and Mask Factory, under wraps. Now everyone in the class was wondering if they could use their connection to Jing Shu to get a job at the cigarette factory or the Pharmaceutical Association. Liu Yi. Do you think, as classmates, Jing Shu would let us work as temps? Nima sang. Yeah, we're all high school classmates. I studied pharmacy too. Maybe the association is hiring? Mu Xiaoshuan. Jing Shu is a good person. Back when we were in Xiyuan, she gave our classmates extra opportunities, so now 3 or 4 of us are still there. If you meet the requirements, she'll help. If not, begging won't work. As the group chat buzzed, someone else spoke up. Sumali. Everyone, Mu Xiaoshuan is right, but we're all classmates. Don't burn the last bit of friendship. Jing Shu doesn't owe anyone anything. Let's talk about something else. Back in Wucheng, we always wanted a reunion but never managed it. I said that once everyone made it to Nanhai, I'd host a dinner at my new place. Let's do it tomorrow. But if anyone tries to ask Jing Shu for a job, don't come. If you do, I'll kick you out. Shi Lei. Su, you're awesome. Wang Chao. Su, you're our forever MVP. Wu Yu. Actually, Su is the real rich one. Her family runs the biggest natural gas and oil companies in Wucheng. She's way more impressive than Jing Shu, and she's treated us to so many meals over the years. Jing Shu never has. Everyone remembered that year when it rained red threadworms and they ate at Sumali's house. Those meals were like a state banquet. Just thinking about it made their mouths water. Sumali. Wu Yu, you're not allowed at my house tomorrow. I mean it. Wu Yu. Why? I didn't say anything bad about you, Su. Sumali. But you badmouthed Jing Shu, and I don't like that. If you do it again, you're banned from all future reunions. So, after the press conference, Jing Shu saw the group chat full of chatter, and Sumali had even punished Wu Yu for her. Jing Shu shook her head. Thank goodness Sumali was so kind. If it were up to Jing Shu, Wu Yu would be in real trouble. After all, Jing Shu was never one to be overly forgiving. The next day. Even though Jing Shu had to coordinate the ferry fleet and prepare for the Middle East trip, she still had to show up at Sumali's class reunion. Luckily, it was right next door, just a few steps away. When Jing Shu opened her front door, she saw small groups of classmates, not daring to get too close, gathered around her dreamlike, forest-like high walls, both nervous and excited, taking photos for social media. Mu Xiaoshuan. I wonder who the big shot is living across from Sumali's house. Why does it look even more luxurious and impressive than Sumali's place? These 5-meter-high walls are so intimidating. He Shou. Yeah, especially with all the corpse bugs everywhere in Nanhai, and yet this big shot's house has so many beautiful flowers and rose vines. Imagine the maintenance costs. And look, there are several snakes in those vines. My God, only a true boss could pull that off. Those live snakes must be worth a fortune. Aren't they afraid someone will steal them? Hiss, hiss. The snakes stared coldly at the people in the distance, ready to strike if anyone got too close. Wang Chao. They must be worth a ton. I wonder if you can eat them. Are they poisonous? They look scary. Xie Zihao. Did anyone get a photo? Upload it to Douyin later. This is the only way most people will ever see how the upper class lives. Just then the door opened and out walked someone they all knew. Who else but Jing Shu? Jing Shu, a bit exasperated, said, "Could everyone who just took photos or videos please delete them? I can't have those uploaded online. Of course, to make up for it, I've prepared some gifts for everyone." Mu Xiaoshuan. Oh, it's Jing Shu. Sorry, I'll delete them right now. He Shouwu. Yeah, if we'd known it was you, Jing Shu, We'd have cooperated from the start. Yao Zixin. Deleted, I've already deleted them. Wang Chao. Should have guessed. Only Jing Shu could live in a villa like this. Of course there are always one or two who don't cooperate. Liang Xin. What kind of gifts did you prepare, Jing Shu? Now that you're so successful, I hope it's not just some handout for beggars. At that moment, a plump, delicious-looking white rabbit hopped out from behind the tall gate. Look, a rabbit! Just as a few classmates were about to approach, a massive snakehead lunged out, jaws wide, fangs gleaming, ready to swallow the fat rabbit whole. But before it could, Jing Shu punched the snake's head about the size of a soccer ball, exploding it in a spray of blood. The giant snake fell from the wall with a crash, dead before it could even cry out. All the other snakes, which had been slithering around, immediately recoiled in terror, vanishing from sight. Everyone stared, gasping. It was a snake over 3 meters long, thicker than a thigh, its scales gleaming menacingly. The once noisy scene fell silent, only the sound of trembling breaths remained. You could hear a pin drop. But Jing Shu wasn't done. She picked up the terrified white rabbit, tied it to her waist, then grabbed the huge snake head, pried open its jaws, and calmly extracted the 2 fangs and some clear venom into a glass jar, muttering, "This snake venom is deadly. 1 drop can kill. If it bit someone, there'd be no saving them. The snake was mine, but it was a bit unruly. I didn't tie it up, so if it got out and bit someone, I couldn't help it." At that, everyone quickly backed away, nearly pressing themselves against Sumali's wall. Jing Shu then expertly skinned and cleaned the snake, holding the processed meat in one hand and the rabbit at her waist, smiling sweetly. "Here's your gift. Who said they wanted to try snake meat? I'll add a dish for you. Fresh snake soup. How about it?" There may not have been much blood, but there was enough to leave a striking stain under Sumali's fancy lights. Today, Jing Shu was dressed elegantly, looking every bit the gentle lady, her dimples making her smile seem sunny and warm. But after that display, the classmates who'd been joking around now saw her as something closer to a demon. Jing Shu's aura was so powerful, it was suffocating. Mu Xiaoshuan's eyes sparkled. "Jing Shu is just too cool. I love our big boss Jing Shu." As she walked, Jing Shu added, "By the way, about those photos and videos, anyone still have an issue? Liang Xin, let me see your phone and make sure everything's deleted." Liang Xin, hands shaking, frantically deleted everything. "It's all gone, boss. I swear it's all gone." "All right, let's go. The class reunion is about to start." Jing Shu led the way into Sumali's house. The old butler at the door shook his head with a smile. If only Miss had even a third of Jing Shu's presence, the master wouldn't worry so much about passing on the family business. But Miss had her own strengths, and Jing Shu had her own charm. Both were good kids. "Jing Shu, you're finally here! How did you know I wanted snake soup? And you even brought such a big snake. Love you to death." Sumali waved excitedly from afar. Ever since she'd seen the snakeheads on Jing Shu's wall a few days ago, she'd been telling the butler how delicious they looked. She never expected Jing Shu to actually bring such a huge one today. So happy. Jing Shu smiled. "Just adding a dish for everyone. Let the chef handle it. It's as fresh as it gets." She handed the bloody snake to the kitchen staff and went to wash up. Sumali's place was 5 connected villas, built like an estate, even bigger than Jing Shu's, filled with rare plants and 24-hour sun lamps. There was even a huge eco-pond full of crayfish, and the classmates stared at it, drooling with envy. A warm breeze blew through Nanhai, the lights shining on the carefully transplanted trees and fresh flowers ordered from afar. Even before the apocalypse, this would have been a high-end feast. Now, it was the ultimate class reunion. Dozens of classmates wandered Sumali's home, marveling at everything like country bumpkins in a grand garden. For most, this was their only glimpse of high society, enough stories to brag about for ages. Although Jing Shu wanted to say, "Don't build it so nice you'll just have to move again in a few years," she thought about it and realized that at Sumali's level, it probably didn't matter anymore. Just like herself, at this point, it was all about enjoying a higher quality of life. "All right, everyone, Now that we're all here, let's eat and chat. Sumali clapped her hands to gather everyone's attention, then made a point of pulling Jingshu to sit beside her. Shu, you sit next to me. Okay. Each person had their own small table arranged in 2 rows, still a banquet but with individual settings. Every table had some candy, fruit, and a bouquet of flowers. Very high class. Once everyone was seated, Jingshu finally had a chance to look at her classmates. She couldn't help but notice how the hardships of the apocalypse had aged this group of 27-year-olds, making them look more like they were in their late 30s or 40s. Some even had heads full of white hair. A few who'd had it especially rough looked gaunt, skin and bones, but with distended bellies from long-term malnutrition. Anything they could take home, they would. In contrast, those like Sumali and Jingshu, who lived well, looked younger and more vibrant than ever. So even though they were old classmates, they were really living in different worlds now. There shouldn't have been much overlap anymore. Suddenly, Jingshu noticed a veiled female classmate in the corner. Watching her eat, Jingshu saw that her face and hands had no intact skin, as if she'd been completely burned or chunks of flesh had been gouged out. Jingshu quietly asked Sumali, "Is that classmate in the corner one of us?" Sumali looked at Jingshu in surprise. "That's Nima Sang, don't you remember? She was punished for selling zombie meat red threadworm cakes. She ate some herself, got sick, and I had to find a doctor to save her. But now, there's not a patch of good skin left on her." Jingshu suddenly remembered. Yes, that had happened. Sumali continued. "She made a mistake and had to be punished, but we're all classmates. After her punishment, I saved her. Not many survive zombie disease. She should be grateful." Indeed, Nima Sang was now neither quite human nor ghost. Anyone who didn't know the story might think she was still being punished. Jingshu shook her head. Back to the food. Sumali's cooking was as delicious as ever. To take care of everyone, Sumali first served Jingshu's snake soup, letting everyone have some broth to settle their stomachs, so they wouldn't get sick from eating too much rich food after so long without it. The rest of the dishes were also light and easy to digest, catering to most classmates. Still, some nearly gagged at the sight of the snake soup, remembering Jingshu's bloody scene earlier. But once they tasted it, even with their eyes closed, the flavor won them over. At the table, the conversation was as varied as ever. Some classmates bragged about knowing big shots, having dined with so-and-so, having connections, or being friends with some leader, anything to show how well they were doing. Every now and then, someone would say, "Sue, you know this person, right? Sue definitely knows them." But no one dared say that to Jingshu. Others hinted that they still had chickens or ducks at home, or could get some meat every few days, or talked about where their housing was assigned, always earning a round of envious looks. Meanwhile, Sumali and Jingshu chatted quietly, catching up. When Sumali learned Jingshu was about to leave again, she was full of envy. "I'm so jealous, Jingshu. You run a company and can be a hands-off boss. I'm stuck dealing with my dad's companies all day, no time to go out and have fun. Otherwise, I'd totally go with you. Don't worry about your mask factory. I'll keep an eye on the materials. Remember to bring me a gift when you get back." Jingshu replied, "By the way, the 5 million masks and respirators will be handed over to your company tomorrow so they don't take up space in my warehouse." Better to hand them off now in case she couldn't make it back in time. Sumali waved it off. Got it. Honestly, you're basically giving them away. Maybe I'll send you some natural gas in return? Oh, right, I almost forgot the real reason for this reunion. Hold on. Sumali admitted to herself that she had her own little agenda for hosting the class reunion and treating everyone to a meal. Ahem! Everyone, quiet down! Sumali clapped her hands, and all the classmates immediately looked over. She continued, "I know some of you have had a really tough time these past few years, even struggling to get enough to eat. I have a few dozen openings for food tasters right now." At that, most classmates' eyes lit up. The room fell even quieter, the only sound heavy breathing. A job at Sumali's company meant a real, formal position. These days, a stable job was almost impossible to find. She went on, Let me tell you about the benefits. You start as a full employee, no probation period, 600 virtual coins a month, meals and lodging included, full insurance, triple pay for illness, 10 times pay for disability, 20 times for death, holiday bonuses, 4 new outfits a year, 12 sets of daily necessities, 30 synthetic meat buffet vouchers. Sumali sighed inwardly. Even with these perks, she still had dozens of mandatory slots to fill. After a few incidents, the staff at the natural gas company were terrified of this job. She couldn't fill the positions internally, so now she was looking outside. At least among people she knew, she could explain the risks. Some who were nearly starving had actually gotten healthier and richer after taking the job. Wasn't that a win-win? Jingshu instantly understood. No matter how good the benefits sounded, better than the cigarette factory, there had to be a catch. She'd have to ask Sumali about it later. Otherwise, would the cigarette factory's reputation for being the safest, most secure, and best-paying job be just for show? But the other classmates didn't think that far. They didn't hear anything about death or disability compensation, just the salary and perks. This was insane. These benefits were already way better than the cigarette factory, basically the equivalent of a pre-apocalypse $1,000,000 salary. No one even touched their food now. All eyes were on Sumali, brains spinning, already plotting how to get one of those jobs. Just as everyone was getting excited and about to start asking questions, Sumali raised her hand to stop them. Don't speak yet. Don't ask questions. Let me explain the risks involved. After all, with benefits this good, it's not like manna from heaven. There's always a price to pay. The job itself was simple. Every day you just had to taste test all sorts of new foods developed in the apocalypse. Some tasted good, some were awful. After eating, you wrote a tasting report. No education or qualifications required. Very easy, no overtime, and you only had to work 3 hours a day. Sometimes, if there was nothing to taste, you could rest and still get paid. But most of the food was pretty nasty. At this, a classmate couldn't help but joke. Honestly, with those benefits, if you made me eat a pound of shit a day, I'd feel like I was cheating you. Want to add 2 more pounds? The room burst into laughter. Someone else chimed in. Yeah, it's the apocalypse. Who cares if it tastes good or not? I'm in. Sumali quieted everyone again. You get what you pay for. The reason this job pays so well is because you're eating all kinds of weird experimental foods. Sometimes it might not even be real food. She stopped herself. No need to scare everyone with too many details. Jingshu frowned, suddenly remembering something. Could it be that thing the tyrant promoted a few years ago? That really wasn't meant for humans. She thought to herself, at least her cigarette factory didn't have any forced quotas like this. Working with the government had its perks. For rich families like Sumali's, the government was bound to squeeze them. If she guessed right, Sumali's family had to provide the people and pay the wages. Sumali continued, You don't need to know the specifics. But there could be some negative health effects. So far, there's a 3% death rate, 10% irreversible physical damage, some people lose their sense of taste forever, and some end up half paralyzed. But overall, the health rate is about 80%. I'm not hiding anything, which is why the benefits are so high. Since I saw some classmates are really struggling, you can consider it, but I don't recommend it unless you have no other options. If you're truly desperate, this is at least a way out. One more thing. The contract is a minimum of 3 years, because they need to observe long-term effects. You can't quit halfway. If you break the contract, you pay 10 times the penalty unless you're disabled or die, in which case you get the full benefits. So think carefully. After she finished, the classmates were still eager, especially Nima Sang, who figured her body couldn't get any worse. I know you're doing this for us, Sue, and you said 80% health is already high. With all those benefits, it's worth it. Yeah, 3 years. Might as well be in jail, but with this much money, you couldn't get it even by robbing someone. Even if I end up disabled, a lifetime of benefits is worth it. Some classmates with better options were put off by the 3-year contract. They'd hoped to quit if things got dangerous, but with no loophole, they gave up. After all, they weren't desperate. Yet. In the end, Sue Molly signed up 18 classmates on the spot, about half the group. I'll invite my college and middle school friends next, see if I can fill the quota. But this is pretty good already. Sue Molly was in a great mood. With her task mostly done, Jingshu chatted with Mu Xiaoshuan about Shiyuan and was relieved to hear everything was fine. The boss, Qian Duoduo, was still focused on Wucheng, believing its strategic resources would be key in the future, even though it was currently uninhabitable at minus 60 degrees. In the apocalypse, resources were everything, so he'd eventually return, and Nanhai was just a temporary base. Jingshu had to admit, Wucheng's richest man really did have vision. After the classmates left, Sue Molly had her butler bring out some special medicines and unique weapons for Jingshu. Sue Molly said, I heard things are pretty chaotic over there, not as safe as here in China. I know you're tough, but still be careful. Here are some special antidote pills, adrenaline shots, and other life-saving stuff, just in case someone tries something sneaky. These weren't much use to Jingshu, since her body was now so special that even snakes couldn't poison her, but she still accepted them gratefully. Thanks. You really thought of everything. I'll definitely use these. You're a lifesaver. Sue Molly was even happier, glad to be needed and valued by her friend. Also, I figured you don't lack weapons. So here are some super-concentrated poison gas grenades. Nothing survives within 100 meters. Just remember to take the antidote before you use them. Jingshu gave her a thumbs up. Sue Molly really had thought of everything. Then Sue Molly brought out a bag of small pellets, carefully wrapped, and a slingshot-like launcher, handing them to Jingshu with a serious warning. Keep these dry and safe, they're dangerous. These are new weapons from the top, explosive gas pellets. Just load them in the slingshot, fire them far away, and run. Once they hit the air, they release compressed natural gas, then ignite, causing a massive explosion and fire. You know how gas explosions work. This is based on that. The blast covers several hundred square meters, and the shockwave is intense. If you need a bigger area, just fire several at once, but make sure you run far away. Perfect! This explosive gas pellet is amazing. A real lifesaver. I love it. I'll bring you back lots of goodies from over there. There's plenty of delicious stuff, and I'll get you the best. Jingshu grinned. She really was surprised and delighted by Sue Molly's gifts. Great. With these treasures from Sue Molly, Jingshu was almost ready to leave. Now it was time to talk about the tools she'd be taking for shopping and loading sacks, specifically the ferry situation. The owner of Shen Garden at the Juven Wharf, the one who had that strange illness and was always sleepy, had been recovering well after taking Jingshu's medicine. He used to sleep 23 hours a day, but now it was down to 22. Not only had his condition not worsened, it was actually improving. This proved that Jingshu's medicine worked. Improvement meant hope, and he was the only patient among so many who had shown any signs of getting better. To thank Jingshu, the owner of Shen Garden lent her 2 more fairies. Together with the red flag and blue moon fairies she already had, Jingshu now had 4 fairies at her disposal. However, the red flag was a passenger ferry with many rooms, not suitable for carrying cargo, so it was left behind for the cigarette factory to use for logistics. This time, Jingshu was heading to the Middle East to buy goods, taking the Blue Moon and the other 2 cargo ferries, determined to bring back a full load. These 3 ferries were Jingshu's private property, and the goods on them could be transported openly. That should be enough, right? If it really wasn't, she could always bring along the Swimming Hulk, the Mud Merman, and others to secretly smuggle more goods. If push came to shove, she could always sneak things through the back door. With the ferries ready, the next step was to prepare for the long journey ahead, coordinating all the supplies, manpower, and resources needed. To save money and achieve zero-cost procurement, all the ferries heading to the Middle East would be loaded with corpse bug fuel, since it was the cheapest option. Of course, Jingshu openly ordered corpse bug fuel for the trip out, but secretly ordered another batch to stash inside the Hulk. That way, she'd have fuel for the return trip too, saving thousands of tons in fuel costs. If there was too much stuff to bring back, she could always trade some of the corpse bug fuel for other things. After all, the Hulk was carrying the goods, so Jingshu wouldn't get tired, and every bit of fuel saved was money earned. One of the ships was fully managed by Bug Lady Xiaowei and her clan. With no outsiders on board, the journey would be more enjoyable for them. This ship didn't carry corpse bug fuel, but instead was loaded with all kinds of powerful engineer bugs, Xiaowei's specialty. First, these bugs served as Jing Shu's official security force. Second, if they ran into situations where they couldn't just take what they wanted, the bugs could be traded as food for Middle Eastern specialties. Rumor had it that, besides oil, the Middle East was most lacking in food. Third, Xiaowei could bring lots of tunnel-digging bug eggs. Wherever they went, they could dig tunnels, ensuring safety and allowing them to secretly smuggle more goods without anyone noticing. The crews of the other two ships were made up of elite members from the cigarette factory, the former Wucheng Special Ops guys. They had huge appetites and boundless energy. Ever since they learned they'd be going to the Middle East, Jing Shu had been putting them through special training every day. Now they were fully equipped with combat uniforms and weapons, and after all this training, their wilderness survival and anti-piracy skills were top-notch. The team leader was Zhao Yu, the designated scapegoat for any trouble that might arise. Basically, if anything happened, just look for Zhao Yu. Finally, Jing Shu hired a medical team out of her own pocket, led by the chainsaw-wielding Dr. Zhang, who was incredibly brave. His secretary was Wang Danai, Jing Shu's former secretary from the Pharmaceutical Association. The rest of the people going were Jing Shu's own staff. The chief coordinator was Zhang Yicheng, who was in charge of everything from meals to bathroom breaks. And of course, the most important person, Master Chef Liang Xing and his apprentice. That was the personnel arrangement for now. As for supplies, Jing Shu had prepared thoroughly. She could proudly say that, aside from the corpse bug fuel, the 3 ferries were packed to the brim with all kinds of food, drinks, and daily necessities. Considering the possible water shortage in the Middle East, Jing Shu also brought dozens of huge water tanks, just in case. Zhang Yicheng hadn't slept for days. When he found out that Boss Jing was bringing so much purified water to the Middle East, if it had been any other boss, he would have cursed them for being crazy. But after everything he'd experienced with Boss Jing, not only did Zhang Yicheng not complain, he even secretly stashed a few barrels of water at home. Anyway, following Boss Jing was never the wrong choice. The medical team even had a warehouse full of medical supplies and equipment, enough to run a small hospital. Whenever Jing Shu traveled alone, she always brought enough supplies for 3 years, just in case. Now, with so many people going, as Zhang Yicheng put it, "Boss, with all the supplies we're bringing, we could live at sea for a year or 2 without any problem." "Boss, I'm not trying to jinx us, but are you really planning for a long-term campaign? Also, I don't quite get why those energetic young crew members are bringing the cigarette factory's ticks and materials." "What are you planning?" Jing Shu smiled. "That's called a 3rd-level backup plan. These things might be rare snacks here, but over there they're practically unheard of. If we can't finish them, we can trade them for other things. Plus, those young guys are so energetic they need something to do. If they're bored, they can roll cigarettes, and when we get there, we can sell them to the local tycoons. We sell them for 8 virtual coins each here. Over there, we could easily trade them for something worth thousands of coins, right?" Zhang Yicheng gave her a thumbs up. "Listen to that. Even capitalists would cry hearing this." The young guys were all excited too. This trip to the Middle East meant they'd finally get to handle real weapons again. And most importantly, they'd get an extra late-night snack every day, plus 2 more eggs and 5 more slices of synthetic meat each. The guys were grinning from ear to ear. "Grandma, don't see me off anymore and stop giving me stuff. The house is almost empty. I'll definitely bring you back lots of supplies. I'm off now, the ship's waiting at the dock." "Auntie, I'll take all the pickles you made. We've got enough stuff for this trip. By the way, the cigarette factory's procurement department is busy these days, so you don't need to run back and forth. Don't worry about the cafeteria either. You and Uncle must keep an eye on the factory, especially Grandpa. He's working security, so make sure he does a good job." "Don't worry, I know what to do." The folks from Wucheng all came at once, and without experienced people, things were a mess. Now that everything's on track, I don't need to be there all the time. I'll make sure the procurement department runs smoothly. Grandma looked around the house, saw there was nothing left to give, and finally waved her hand. Go on, and be careful on the road." At last, Jingshu officially boarded the ferry. The journey to the Middle East had begun. The owner of Shen Garden at the Juvan Wharf, the one who had that strange illness and was always sleepy, had been recovering well after taking Jingshu's medicine. He used to sleep 23 hours a day, but now it was down to 22. Not only had his condition not worsened, it was actually improving. This proved that Jingshu's medicine worked. Improvement meant hope, and he was the only patient among so many who had shown any signs of getting better. To thank Jingshu, the owner of Shen Garden lent her 2 more fairies. Together with the red flag and blue moon fairies she already had, Jingshu now had 4 fairies at her disposal. However, the red flag was a passenger ferry with many rooms, not suitable for carrying cargo, so it was left behind for the cigarette factory to use for logistics. This time, Jingshu was heading to the Middle East to buy goods, taking the Blue Moon and the other 2 cargo ferries, determined to bring back a full load. These 3 ferries were Jingshu's private property, and the goods on them could be transported openly. That should be enough, right? If it really wasn't, she could always bring along the Swimming Hulk, the Mud Merman, and others to secretly smuggle more goods. If push came to shove, she could always sneak things through the back door. With the ferries ready, the next step was to prepare for the long journey ahead, coordinating all the supplies, manpower, and resources needed. To save money and achieve zero-cost procurement, all the ferries heading to the Middle East would be loaded with corpse bug fuel, since it was the cheapest option. Of course, Jingshu openly ordered corpse bug fuel for the trip out, but secretly ordered another batch to stash inside the Hulk. That way, she'd have fuel for the return trip too, saving thousands of tons in fuel costs. If there was too much stuff to bring back, she could always trade some of the corpse bug fuel for other things. After all, the Hulk was carrying the goods, so Jingshu wouldn't get tired, and every bit of fuel saved was money earned. One of the ships was fully managed by Bug Lady Zhao Wei and her clan. With no outsiders on board, the journey would be more enjoyable for them. This ship didn't carry corpse bug fuel, but instead was loaded with all kinds of powerful engineer bugs, Zhao Wei's specialty. First, these bugs served as Jingshu's official security force. Second, if they ran into situations where they couldn't just take what they wanted, the bugs could be traded as food for Middle Eastern specialties. Rumor had it that, besides oil, the Middle East was most lacking in food. Third, Zhao Wei could bring lots of tunnel-digging bug eggs. Wherever they went, they could dig tunnels, ensuring safety and allowing them to secretly smuggle more goods without anyone noticing. The crews of the other 2 ships were made up of elite members from the cigarette factory, the former Wucheng Special Ops guys. They had huge appetites and boundless energy. Ever since they learned they'd be going to the Middle East, Jingshu had been putting them through special training every day. Now, they were fully equipped with combat uniforms and weapons, and after all this training, their wilderness survival and anti-piracy skills were top-notch. The team leader was Zhao Yu, the designated scapegoat for any trouble that might arise. Basically, if anything happened, just look for Zhao Yu. Finally, Jingshu hired a medical team out of her own pocket, led by the chainsaw-wielding Dr. Zhang, who was incredibly brave. His secretary was Wang Danai, Jingshu's former secretary from the Pharmaceutical Association. The rest of the people going were Jingshu's own staff. The chief coordinator was Zhang Yicheng, who was in charge of everything from meals to bathroom breaks. And of course, the most important person, Master Chef Liang Xing and his apprentice. That was the personnel arrangement for now. As for supplies, Jingshu had prepared thoroughly. She could proudly say that aside from the corpse bug fuel, the 3 ferries were packed to the brim with all kinds of food, drinks, and daily necessities. Considering the possible water shortage in the Middle East, Jingshu also brought dozens of huge water tanks just in case. Zhang Yicheng hadn't slept for days. When he found out that Boss Jing was bringing so much purified water to the Middle East, if it had been any other boss, he would have cursed them for being crazy. But after everything he'd experienced with Boss Jing, not only did Zhang Yicheng not complain, he even secretly stashed a few barrels of water at home. Anyway, following Boss Jing was never the wrong choice. The medical team even had a warehouse full of medical supplies and equipment, enough to run a small hospital. Whenever Jingshu traveled alone, she always brought enough supplies for 3 years, just in case. Now, with so many people going, as Zhang Yicheng put it, "Boss, with all the supplies we're bringing, we could live at sea for a year or two without any problem." "Boss, I'm not trying to jinx us, but are you really planning for a long-term campaign? Also, I don't quite get why those energetic young crew members are bringing the cigarette factory's ticks and materials. What are you planning?" Jingshu smiled. "That's called a third-level backup plan. These things might be rare snacks here, but over there they're practically unheard of. If we can't finish them, we can trade them for other things. Plus, those young guys are so energetic they need something to do. If they're bored, they can roll cigarettes, and when we get there, we can sell them to the local tycoons. We sell them for 8 virtual coins each here. Over there, we could easily trade them for something worth thousands of coins, right?" Zhang Yicheng gave her a thumbs up. Listen to that. Even capitalists would cry hearing this. The young guys were all excited too. This trip to the Middle East meant they'd finally get to handle real weapons again. And most importantly, they'd get an extra late-night snack every day, plus 2 more eggs and 5 more slices of synthetic meat each. The guys were grinning from ear to ear. "Grandma, don't see me off anymore and stop giving me stuff. The house is almost empty. I'll definitely bring you back lots of supplies. I'm off now. The ship's waiting at the dock." "Auntie, I'll take all the pickles you made. We've got enough stuff for this trip. By the way, the cigarette factory's procurement department is busy these days, so you don't need to run back and forth. Don't worry about the cafeteria either. You and Uncle must keep an eye on the factory, especially Grandpa. He's working security, so make sure he does a good job." "Don't worry, I know what to do. The folks from Wucheng all came at once, and without experienced people, things were a mess. Now that everything's on track, I don't need to be there all the time. I'll make sure the procurement department runs smoothly." Grandma looked around the house, saw there was nothing left to give, and finally waved her hand. Go on, and be careful on the road." At last, Jingshu officially boarded the ferry. The journey to the Middle East had begun. Honestly, for someone like Jingshu, who's the #1 afraid-of-death expert, is there anything more painful than having your escape vehicle be slower than you want? That's why Jingshu had previously asked Shen Garden to modify her ferries a bit. She had them add a few more accelerators and stabilizers, so now the ferries were about 20% faster. Sure, it burned a bit more fuel, but Jingshu was never stingy when it came to spending where it mattered. At Shuwen Wharf, Jingshu's 3 massive ferries sped across the water, kicking up huge sprays and moving at an impressive speed. Among the 100 or so big ships and ferries, hers really stood out. The official ferries, of course, were the biggest and best, and there were even some modified warships, able to carry cargo and act as mobile artillery. Jingshu even spotted all kinds of launchers and other gear, which gave off a strong sense of security. But the big ships in the elite armed teams following behind weren't nearly as impressive as the official ones, nor as extravagant as Jingshu's. All the other so-called experts had brought big ships too, but compared to Jingshu's ferries, it was like the difference between a mother and her child. And when Jingshu's ferries were next to the official ships, it was like the difference between a burly man and a petite woman. But the key thing is, a ferry should look like a ferry. So why the hell is yours as fast as a big ship? Did you modify the engine or something? Why are you so fast? What are you trying to pull, going this fast? Some of the sharper folks quickly realized the main drawback of ferries is their size, which makes them hard to escape in. But now, with these modifications, not only are they big and hard to target, but they're also fast. Doesn't that just make everyone else's big ships into cannon fodder if something goes wrong? A lot of people started regretting not preparing better over the past month. These so-called experts had always trusted in their special abilities and weapons, so aside from bringing enough rations and weapons, they hadn't brought much else. Even the corpse bug fuel, they only brought just enough, afraid to waste money on extra. After all, their plan was just to go over there and take what they needed. If something was missing, they'd just grab it when they got there. What's there to be afraid of? But now, seeing how well prepared Jingshu was, they were kicking themselves. Jingshu parked her 3 ferries at the back of the main fleet, then took a transfer yacht with Zhao Yu and Zhang Yicheng to the flagship for the meeting. Most people had already arrived on the flagship. As they watched the newcomers board, people started whispering, "Whoa, who's that? Anyone know? Personally, I think she's even prettier than Ruan Ruan, the group's beauty." Ruan Ruan is delicate and gentle, which is charming in its own way, but this one, besides being beautiful, I can't think of any other word. She's just stunning, my type for sure. At that moment, a pale, zombie-like young man named Situ Xiaoye said coolly, "That's the agent for Wucheng Cigarette Factory, the boss of Nanhai Cigarette Factory. Didn't expect her to be such a beauty. No wonder she has such a strong presence. I always thought a boss like that would be like Dong Meiju, middle-aged and experienced. Didn't expect her to be so young and gorgeous." Everyone started praising her. After all, there were plenty of capable women on this trip to the Middle East, but very few who looked both normal and beautiful. Most looked a bit unusual. "Hey, you little rascal, you knew her and didn't tell me she was such a stunner?" The corpse handler from Jiangxi scolded Situ Xiaoye. "I wonder what kind of ability such a beautiful woman has. Probably not a combat type, right? She looks so gentle and delicate. Maybe she's in logistics. By the way, where's Cockroach Maruko? Didn't he want to meet the beauties?" "Him? He's hiding, too shy to face so many people." Jingshu came aboard with her group. Tank, from a distance, waved and shoved aside a bunch of people, his huge frame sending the Xiangxi corpse handler flying into a corner. Maybe on purpose. Jingshu greeted Tank with a smile and patted him. "Not bad. You've gotten even sturdier these past 2 years. How's your sister?" "All good, huh? This mission is dangerous, but when Yang Yang said you were on the list, I signed up right away. I know with you here, we'll get through anything." Tank grinned. "Thanks for the vote of confidence," Jingshu replied, then greeted Hao Yun, who looked half asleep. Maruko next to him was much more energetic. He knew that wherever Jingshu was, the food would be good. Yang Yang strode over in his usual flashy boots and leather jacket, chin raised. "Looks like everyone's here. Once we've done a head count, we'll set off. We'll have a meeting on the way to go over everyone's responsibilities. I see you're well prepared. If we run into trouble, we'll be counting on you." Jingshu laughed, thinking to herself, "Of course. We're going to the Middle East to scoop up money by the sackful. Of course I brought extra ships to haul more loot." Out loud, she said modestly, "Oh, it's nothing. We'll all help each other out. If we run into trouble, we'll work together to solve it." Just then, an unpleasant voice piped up. A woman in a super short skirt with long hair and a mole between her brows, looking frail and worried, spoke up. "Excuse me, sister, the official notice says each expert protecting the fleet can bring their own team and ship, but usually only one ship. You've brought these huge ferries, almost defenseless, and 3 of them at that. If there's a fight, are you going to protect everyone, or are we supposed to protect you?" She paused, seeing people frown and think, then continued in her soft, weak voice. "Even though the rules say each team is responsible for itself, if something really happens, no one's just going to stand by and do nothing. We're all reasonable and considerate people. But sister, aren't you taking advantage of everyone by doing this? Don't you feel guilty? You were invited to contribute to the team, not to freeload off everyone's strength and pick up bargains. Sorry if I'm being blunt." Before the long-haired woman could finish, Jingshu frowned, raised her little fist, and said, "Who are you, anyway? If you know you're being rude, why don't you shut up? What are you whining about? If you talk to me like that again, I'll throw you overboard to feed the corpse bugs. And how do you have the nerve to call me sister? Judging by your face, you must be at least 30. Next time, call me little sister." You... She almost coughed up blood from sheer anger. Tears streamed down her face and she started crying like a weeping beauty. Immediately, 2 knight in shining armor types jumped out to comfort her. Ruin, don't cry. Some people are just like that. The higher-ups calculate pay based on contributions. If she doesn't contribute, the higher-ups will naturally be dissatisfied." "Yeah, that's right." Just then, whether it was because of the strong wind or something else, A thick, long, snake-like corpse bug suddenly smacked right into Ruin's face, and, as luck would have it, the corpse bug started wriggling and squirming, and its head went straight into Ruin's mouth. Woo! Gag you! Ruin was instantly stuffed to the max, flailing her arms wildly, her eyes bulging. The more she struggled, the deeper the corpse bug burrowed in. Half its body was already inside her mouth. People around her just pointed, not knowing what to say. Because it was dim, one of her fanboys kept scolding Jingshu, while the other finally noticed what was happening and managed to yank the thick corpse bug out of Ruin's mouth. Gag! Gag! Ruin ran to the railing and threw up on the spot. The stench of the corpse bug, mixed with who knows how much rot and mold, kept assaulting her senses. Thinking about that thick thing being shoved down her throat, she started vomiting again, snot and tears streaming down her face. Having made such a spectacle of herself, Ruin just wanted to die of embarrassment. The more she thought about how pathetic she'd just looked, the more she wanted to disappear. She ran off as fast as she could. Jingshu shrugged. That's what you get for bad-mouthing people. Yang shook his head after seeing all this, said nothing more, and just announced, "The ship's leaving. Let's go inside." Tank gave Jingshu a big thumbs up. A few people around immediately realized, this beautiful young woman, damn, she's not someone to mess with. At Zhuan Wharf, the sound of horns blared. The warship led the way, with the other ferries following in a wing formation. The dock fired a salute, as if sending off heroes destined to return in triumph. Jingshu and her group were on the main warship, the Triumphant. 4 fighter jets circled overhead, with more parked on the deck, a truly impressive sight. The sea breeze was warm, the waves were calm. Today was a perfect day to set out. Inside, in the conference hall, Jingshu and her group found their seats by the nameplates on the table and sat down. There were about 300 people in the meeting room, all key figures or department heads for this mission. On the projector screen, a densely packed tech tree appeared. At the top, the name Zhou Chong was written, with an S+ clearance level. Hello, everyone. I'm the Chief Commander for this Middle East procurement mission and also the Chief Commander of China's Advanced Combat Command. My name is Zhou Chong, but you can just call me Old Zhou. I'm getting on in years, not as spry as you young folks, so I hope you'll all look out for me on this trip. After all, my clearance is S+, he said with a smile, sipping from a thermos of goji berry and red date tea. Of course, you're a national treasure. If there's danger, you run first, I'll cover you. Oh, Old Zhou, don't joke. Look at these kids' faces. Don't they realize you don't get to be chief commander without some real skills? Old Zhou waved his hand, still smiling. All right, enough chit-chat. Let's assign tasks and introduce the department heads. If you need anything, find them, not me. Also, mind your clearance levels. Don't overstep your authority and cause trouble. The atmosphere immediately relaxed. Old Zhou seemed to have a good temper. He looked easy to get along with. He called a young man up to the stage. Some people started whispering because although the young man looked human, a cockroach head the size of a fist was sticking out of his mouth. Jingshu frowned. It had only been 2 or 3 years since she'd last seen him in a video call with Jen Nantian, and back then, the cockroach only appeared when he transformed. Now, the cockroach was mutating further, already half out of his mouth. If this kept up, would it eventually take over his whole body? Old Zhou pointed at the young man and said, "This guy is a big deal. You all know him. He's Cockroach Maroko. In our darkest times, he produced food at an irreversible cost, saving millions. On this trip to the Middle East, he's a key protection target, with 2 elite security teams assigned to him. His clearance is S+. If war breaks out, protecting him is the top priority. We're also here to find a secret gene therapy to help his condition, and to trade his cockroaches for supplies. And with him here, if anything happens, he's our logistics lifeline. He can guarantee our food supply. So, nothing can happen to him. I hope you all understand how important this is. If anything goes wrong, protect him at all costs." "Don't worry, Old Zhou, we get it. Maroko is a hero to our people. No joke. I'd give my life to protect him." Seeing everyone's promises, Old Joe grinned and patted the young man. Go on. You'll meet plenty of your kind on this trip. Good chance to get out and clear your head. Old Joe then brought up a man radiating a cold, icy aura, dressed in combat gear like a walking iceberg. This is our operations commander, clearance A+. All military forces on the ferries report to him. You can call him codename Chi or Captain Chi. He's also the direct superior of all elite fighters here. Just a heads up, he's a battle maniac and doesn't have the best temper. The cold man had sharp features and a soldier's bearing. He said, All military matters are under my command. If you don't like my orders, you can try to convince me with force. Otherwise, I'll convince you with force. If you mess up, I won't dock your pay. Before anyone could relax, he added, I'll just keep beating you until you truly realize your mistake. Everyone. Thanks, but honestly, docking our pay would be better. Old Joe waved his hand and had Yang Yang come forward, introducing him. Xiao Qi is our top combat power in the China region. He's truly the ceiling of our fighting strength, but he's a bit too blunt, so just treat him as the general. This is Yang Yang. You can think of him as the strategist. Then, Old Joe introduced the logistics division, transport team, coordination department, and the special warship units. Finally, when he got to the medical team, he said, That's odd. Where's that little girl Ruin? I just saw her bouncing around. Oh, well, if any of you get a headache or feel unwell, make sure to go see the medical department. Jingshu raised an eyebrow, so that woman from before was with the medical team. Honestly, not very impressive. Old Joe smiled and pointed at the screen, continuing, All right, everyone, take a picture of the department heads on the screen and remember their faces so you know who to find if you need something. Now let's talk about your elite group's mission for this operation. Finally, the main event. Everyone sat up straight. You are the elite chosen from across the country. Each of you has special abilities or plays a crucial role in this mission. I hope you'll make the most of this opportunity and perform well. Those who make outstanding contributions will have their internal clearance levels raised. Codename Chi has already divided you into 20 teams based on your abilities and characteristics, about 5 people per team, with both attackers and support. Each team will take turns patrolling and protecting all our ferries. You can sort out the duty roster among yourselves. When there's no emergency, you're free to do as you like, but if something happens, your first priority is to protect the ferries. And during a fight, don't damage the ferries. Those are our money bags. If the bags are broken, how are we supposed to collect the money? The elite members in the audience burst out laughing and nodded in agreement. Oh right, almost forgot. Xiaolu, hand out the clearance badges that were assigned to everyone. You all need to wear them at all times. Also, introduce yourselves to your teammates so you know who to turn to if there's trouble. Even though we're all about teamwork and getting rich together, if chaos breaks out, there will inevitably be disagreements between team members or groups. In those cases, whoever has the higher clearance level calls the shots. The eyes of the national elites lit up. They hadn't expected everyone to have an evaluated rank. Based on Zhang Lang's S+ clearance, he was certainly rare, but as top-tier new humans from all over the country, their own ratings shouldn't be low, right? Soon, the assistant Xiaolu took out his phone and laid out the badges from a box on the table. Will the elite bodyguards whose names are called please come up to collect your badges? Zhang Lan, C rank, strong assault type, can serve as a shock trooper. A burly, bald man with a fierce grin made a strong impression. Zhou Mengyao, B rank, new human, mutated assault support type, can emit powerful hallucinogenic gas and wield bone blades. Her name sounded nice, and she was indeed pretty, but the 4 arms waving in the air and the 2 extra long joints behind her made people feel weak in the knees. Jiangxi corpse handler, A rank, new human with a horde of undead zombies, suitable for suicide squads. A man with yellow teeth and half a bald head went up, grinning and bowing. We're all old friends here, let's work well together. 4 eyes, B+, new human, mutated, strong long-range attacker. A serious-looking man with 4 eyes went up to get his badge. Macau gambler, A rank, new human, mysterious type, can attract strong magnetic fields to increase luck during certain events. A middle-aged man in an old suit and glasses smiled, revealing gold teeth. Hao Yunlai, A+, has made 2 major contributions to the country. As Xiao Lu read out each name, another elite would stand up to collect their badge, introducing themselves to everyone. People were generally satisfied with the rankings. They seemed fair. The elites this time were truly strong. Some were a bit unhappy with their own ratings, but when they saw that even the super-powerful Four Eyes, who could attack from a distance like Erlang Shen, was only rated B+, they felt better. What did this show? That the higher the rating, the more powerful the person really was, which made everyone feel more secure. During this, Ruin quietly slipped in and got her badge, B+ rank. She lifted her head a little proudly. Among all these elite bodyguards, none of the really strong ones looked normal, and none of the normal-looking ones were as strong as her. Most looked neither quite human nor quite ghostly, so she still felt pretty superior. Xiao Lu kept reading down the list, then suddenly paused. Wucheng brand cigarette factory agent S rank, confidential. Could the agent from the cigarette factory please come up to collect your badge? Ahem! Jingshu quickly stood up, shooting a glare at Yang Yang in the crowd. So embarrassing. Why did he have to submit her WeChat nickname as her name? Who else knows the pain of having your online handle read out in public? And to top it off, all her details were marked confidential. At this point, whispers started spreading. I didn't expect that beauty to have S-rank clearance. If I'm not mistaken, she's the only other S-rank besides Zhang Lang, right? Yeah. Isn't codename Qi supposed to be the top human combatant? And he's only A+. How is that young woman S-rank? Is this a mistake? Maybe it's a mix-up. I don't buy it either. How could it be a mistake? Out of nearly 200 national elites, there are only about 20 A ranks. I'd rather believe this girl really has some skills. She's got a strong presence. I felt it too, back on the deck. She's not simple. Maybe I should try to get a job at their cigarette factory? Xiao Lu coughed, smiling as he handed over the S-rank badge, exchanging a look with Old Joe. Old Joe took a sip of his goji red date tea, finally remembering the details about this young woman. As for her abilities and whether she was a new human, even the higher-ups didn't know for sure. But her ability assessment had been personally submitted by Jen Nantian, so it was absolutely legit. She really did have that level of ability. Just from that one mission in the US, she'd earned S-rank clearance and made a huge contribution. Later, during the mudslide rescue, she saved the whole team and those trapped. Ruin gritted her teeth, completely baffled. She wanted to say something, but this time she'd learned her lesson. Instead, she nudged her fanboy, who immediately got the hint and stood up to ask. It's not that I'm questioning the higher-ups' decision, but what's with all the secrecy? Shouldn't we at least know each other's abilities so we can help one another? If everything's confidential, is she really S-rank? Of course, I'm not saying there's any shady business going on. After all, even S+ Zhang Lang's abilities and mission are public, so why is it that we know nothing about an S-rank teammate? See? Hang around with green tea types long enough and you start talking like one too. But honestly, he had a point. If even the S+ wasn't kept secret, why should an S-rank be? What special privilege does she have? Ruin gave him a thumbs up. With that, the national elites in the hall all nodded in agreement. Old Joe felt a headache coming on. What was he supposed to say? He wanted to explain the girl's abilities too, but the truth was, he didn't know anything either. So he pointed at Yang. Ahem, you kid, you explain. You're from the same place and you're the one who signed her up. You'd better make up something everyone can accept. Yang coughed and stepped forward. Honestly, even though he'd known Jingshu for 5 or 6 years, he had no idea what her abilities were either. As far as he could tell, aside from being strong, she seemed pretty ordinary. Yet, every time things looked hopeless, she'd somehow lead everyone to safety. What could he say? He'd just have to make something up. Actually, the secrecy is for everyone's good. But since you're all so curious, I'll say this. 4 years ago, she went with us on a major mission to the US. Her individual contribution was equal to the sum of everyone else's. She was immediately rated S internally. In later missions, she saved millions of lives, with total merit points in the tens of millions. Not to brag, but most of you have been on overseas or classified missions, so you know how hard it is to earn merit. How much do you bring back for the country each time? That synthetic meat, the giant meat, all came from her. Any more details would require a confidentiality agreement since it involves state secrets. Xiaolu, get the confidentiality agreements ready. I'll apply to the higher-ups to declassify her info, since everyone's so concerned. He was halfway through when someone quickly stood up to object. Questioning? Hey, I never questioned anything. I haven't said a word this whole time. I trust the organization the most. Me neither. It was all that other guy talking nonsense. The organization's ratings are fair and I trust them. Same here. Confidentiality agreement? The less you know, the longer you live. Signing one means annual reviews, and if anything leaks, you're on the hook. Most importantly, what if it leaves a bad impression with the higher-ups? In an instant, all the elite bodyguards stood up, firmly supporting the organization's decision, expressing their trust and obedience. No one wanted to leave a bad impression. Old Joe quietly sipped his goji tea and gave Yang Yang a satisfied look. When it came to understanding human nature, this kid was good. Anyone with sense knew you couldn't fake merit, and signing a confidentiality agreement meant it would go on your record. A bad record could affect your future assignments and opportunities. If you got a reputation for causing trouble, would you get picked for the next big mission? Yang Yang smiled and told Xiaolu, who was already holding a stack of confidentiality agreements. All right, Xiaolu, looks like we don't need those after all. Everyone's very understanding. But before he could finish, Ruin kept nudging her fanboy, giving him frantic hints. Determined to go all the way, the fanboy stood up, took a deep breath, and said, I'll sign. Since no one else minds, I'll check it out for everyone. Yang Yang didn't mind. Go ahead. It's reviewed 3 times a year, and there are professional hypnotists and memory experts who'll test you. If you leak anything, you and anyone you tell will be finished in China. Please don't reveal anything in any form. Our security team is very thorough. The other elites shook their heads, looking at the fanboy with pity. Why push it this far? After he signed, Yang Yang showed him the report Jen Nantian had written years ago. The ability was unknown, the background seemed ordinary, but the accumulated merit was truly shocking. And at the end, it was clearly stated. To avoid drawing attention, this person's clearance is downgraded from S+ to S with S++ confidentiality. After reading, everyone watched the fanboy's expression, trying to glean something from his face. Especially Ruin, who bit her lip in disbelief. She was sure there was some inside story, and if her fanboy could figure it out, she'd make a scene. But she was disappointed. The fanboy's look of utter shock and the way he slumped into his seat said it all. This cigarette factory agent girl was the real deal, seriously impressive. Old Joe shook his head at both the fanboy and Ruin. These 2 immature kids weren't worth cultivating. He was a little disappointed but didn't show it. Smiling, he said, That's all for today's meeting. Codename Chi will announce your team assignments and duty roster. I'm off to rest. As Old Joe left, the conference room filled with whispers. Everyone was even more curious about Jingshu's identity. Codename Chi, still expressionless, tilted his head at Yang Yang, signaling him to announce the operation plan. Yang Yang stood up and smiled. Before I announce the team rosters, let me say a few words. The journey ahead won't be peaceful. You may have had it easy in China these past few years, but out at sea, pirates are everywhere, fighting for resources. In the next few days, we'll pass by Laos, Vietnam, and Cambodia. Don't be fooled by how poor these places look. Their pirates are thriving. For the sake of the local people, we'll be doing the world a favor. If we run into pirates... At this point, Yang Yang paused, then continued under everyone's expectant gaze. Of course, we'll take the initiative to strike first. After all, it's for our own safety. What if those pirates see us as a big, juicy target and try to rob us? What if on our way back they gang up to ambush us? So, we have to be proactive. As long as our reconnaissance planes spot pirates within 300 miles, the assigned team for that day will go out and deal with them. To keep the main fleet moving, the patrol teams will take speedboats to launch attacks. Jingshu rolled her eyes inwardly. This routine again? Seriously, you're going to deal with pirates within 300 miles? Do you think pirates are idiots? Who would dare attack a fleet of hundreds of fully armed ferries? Pirates aren't brainless robots. This is just an excuse to train the teams, build chemistry, and, most importantly, get the most out of those high salaries. If you're paying this much, you want to get your money's worth, so you have to keep these national elites busy along the way. That's just how bosses are. If you're paying for employees, you want to get your investment back. So of course you'll strip the pirates bare and fill your own pockets. Anyone who knows Yang Yang and Jingshu knows this is classic Joe the Skinflint behavior. Sure enough, Yang Yang went on. But remember, when you attack pirates, aside from disabling their ships, our main goal is to seize their equipment, weapons, fuel, and supplies. So don't use large-scale weapons or abilities that would destroy valuable loot. Of course, aside from strategic materials, everything else you seize is yours to divide up. The more pirates we catch and the more loot we collect, the higher our margin for error on this journey. Even if we run into other problems, we'll have plenty of resources to handle them, and even if you think something is useless, I suggest you still load it onto your ship. When we resupply or fill up, you can sell it on the black market for other goods. After all, it's all money, right? Right. Don't worry, Master Yang. We'll strip those pirates down to their underwear. Haha, old Zhang here will show them what it means to squeeze every last drop. We'll take everything, even their clothes and daily necessities. If nothing else, we'll dismantle their ships for parts. Those are worth money too. Worst case, the planks can be used as fuel. By now, everyone understood, and their eyes were shining. Master Yang's words, though tactful, were clear. On this trip, we're going to be the granddaddies of pirates, robbing the pirates blind. Whether it's useful or not, grab it all. Sell it at the next stop. Even if it's not worth much, you can't lose. At first, some people had been grumbling. Why bother with pirates within 300 miles? But now they thought 300 miles was too little. Why not 500? Master Yang, I'm all for ridding the world of evil. The people of Laos are suffering. We have to wipe out the pirates. But what about those of us without our own ships? Yang Yang smiled. If there's space in the ferry fleet, you can rent a spot for just a little contribution. With that, everyone started laughing. No more worries. As long as you rob the pirates, you can use the official ferries to store your loot, then sell it at the next stop. Perfect. So when Yang Yang started assigning teams, everyone was all smiles, with no complaints at all. In fact, when it came to patrol duty, people almost started fighting over it. Master Yang, not to nitpick, but Team 13 has 2 women and more shifts. That's too much for them. Our team is all tough guys. We can take an extra shift. Our team too. We're happy to patrol more and lighten everyone else's load. Yang Yang waved them off. Don't worry. If we spot pirates, the patrol team goes first, but if there are a lot of pirates or more show up, everyone will get a turn. Besides, small-time pirates aren't worth much. The big ones are where the real loot is, and we'll need half the teams for those. Everyone relaxed, sharpening their metaphorical knives, some already messaging their crews to make arrangements. Jingshu was assigned to Team 20, naturally as captain. Her teammates were Hao Yunlai, Tank, Four Eyes, Chuanshu Longmenjian, and Zhang Lang. That's right, normally it's 5 per team, but Jingshu's team had 6, with Zhang Lang added in. Their main job was, along with Team 1, to protect Zhang Lang, with patrols as a secondary task, so they had half the usual shifts. Jingshu glanced at her team's lineup. Yep, definitely set up to prioritize Zhang Lang's safety. For example, the new member Chuanshu Longmenjian's ability was to help people escape, and the team's overall combat power was top-notch, making them perfect for protecting Zhang Lang. Jingshu was actually happy to have fewer shifts. She didn't care much for pirate loot anyway. She already knew Hao Yunlai and Tank, and they didn't care much either. As for Four Eyes and the new guy Chuanshu Longmenjian, she wasn't sure what they thought. Team 1, on the other hand, didn't look too happy. They were also top tier, But because they had to protect Zhang Lang, they had fewer patrols and thus fewer chances to rob pirates. Less money, less fun. They didn't say anything, but Zhang Lang could sense it. Even his 2 antennae drooped. Jingshu walked over, patted Zhang Lang on the shoulder and smiled. "So, you're with us now. Got the guts to patrol with us, see the world, and hunt some pirates?" Zhang Lang's eyes lit up. "Can I? I can go on patrol too? Look at this kid. An S rank, so precious he's not even allowed out the door, poor thing." Jingshu nodded matter-of-factly. "Of course. You're part of our team now, so you have to listen to me. A few years ago, you were such a cheerful guy. How come you're so down now? Later, I'll introduce you to a beautiful girl just like you. I bet you two will hit it off." Zhang Lang's antennae perked right up and he grinned. "Okay." The captain of Team 1 was called Black Dragon, a gloomy young man, always shrouded in a black cloak so you couldn't see his body. From his profile, it was clear he wasn't exactly normal. He stepped forward and said in a sinister tone, "Zhang Lang, going out on patrol with you isn't a good idea. What if something happens? He's safest on the ship. If there's danger, we can't guarantee his safety." Jingshu frowned and asked, "What's your rank?" Black Dragon was momentarily stunned. Jingshu continued, "Oh, you're just A rank. No wonder you can't guarantee his safety. Don't worry, I'm S rank. No matter what, he's safer with me than with you." "You?" Black Dragon glared at Jingshu, then angrily swished his cloak and turned away, only to hear something that made him even angrier. Jingshu shrugged and said to Yang Yang, "You saw it yourself. Having 2 teams protect Zhang Lang just leads to disagreements. Why not just let our team handle it? No need to split the responsibility. If something happens, it's clear who's accountable." Everyone in the room sucked in a breath. Wasn't that a bit too bold? She was actually asking the strategist to reassign such an important S-rank protection mission? Wasn't she afraid of what Captain Chi would say? And this was an S-rank protection task. How could she make it sound so simple? Would they really agree to this without a higher-level discussion? But to everyone's shock, Yang Yang nodded seriously and said, "All right, your team alone is more than enough to protect Zhang Lang. If something happens to him under your watch, we'd all be doomed anyway. No need for anyone else." Now everyone was even more stunned, but when they glanced at the ever-stoic Captain Chi, he didn't say a word. No one expected Yang Yang to have such a high opinion of this young woman. Was she really that impressive? And Captain Chi still didn't object. Yang Yang called Black Dragon over. "Since that's settled, we'll give your team a few more patrol shifts, but you won't get the extra merit or special bonuses for S-rank protection anymore. Team 20 will handle it all." What? There were extra merit points and bonuses for protecting S-rank Zhang Lang. Team 1's members, who had just been happy, immediately deflated. Why didn't anyone say so earlier? Is it too late to change their minds? Black Dragon's face changed several times, but in the end he said nothing. They'd already become a joke today. No point in making it worse. After the new assignments, Yang Yang had everyone report their ship personnel and combat strength, assigned numbers to the independent teams, and explained that sometimes those teams would be needed. Then he took everyone to get familiar with the official warships and the planned route, and announced that there would be daily afternoon meetings for updates and summaries. Captain Chi stood up and said, "Let's go with Yang Yang's plan. Remember, our main goal is to get rich together. If there's a conflict, higher clearance wins. If that doesn't work, settle it with your fists. And I have the final say, because my fists are the biggest." He raised his fist for emphasis. No one objected. After all, Captain Chi was the top combat commander. What he said went. Just as Captain Chi was about to dismiss everyone, the loudspeaker crackled. "This is Recon Plane 2. We've spotted 5 suspected pirate ships about 200 miles ahead toward Vietnam, 3 cargo ships and 2 armed with cannons. Repeating." Everyone perked up. Business was coming fast. Team 2's elites were especially excited. It was their turn to patrol today. But Yang Yang waved his hand. "Don't get too excited. Just because we spotted ships doesn't mean they're pirates. These days, even merchant ships are heavily armed." He was right. Pirates aren't stupid. They don't sail around with a big skull and crossbones flag saying, "Come catch me." So what do we do? Send someone to check? Even if we look, how do we know they're pirates? Yang smiled and said, Team 2, take your ship and approach them, ask for help, and then do this and that, like so. The elites all suddenly understood, grinning mischievously. Wasn't this just a sting operation? Pretend to be rich, weak, and defenseless on the sea? See who takes the bait? If the other side makes a move, they're pirates. What? You say you're legitimate merchants? Then why are you robbing us? We're just defending ourselves. We're not the ones doing the robbing. Of course, in the apocalypse, many powerful merchant fleets moonlight as pirates, robbing others while transporting goods. Someone asked, what if we run into real merchants who actually help us? Yang replied, then we escort them for a while. Good people deserve good karma. If they're not pirates, we'll protect them. Teams 2 and 3 set out with their ships. Since it was their first time fighting pirates, they weren't very experienced, so 2 elite teams were sent just in case. They even sent a stealth expert to tail the action, filming everything on their phone for a live broadcast. If anything happened, the command team, sitting in rows with their little stools, could offer advice. But really, everyone was just curious and wanted to watch the show. So, let them watch. Even Jing Shu sat in a corner, chewing on a rare Dada bubble gum that Zhang had given her, occasionally blowing bubbles as she squinted at the big screen. In truth, her mind was already wandering elsewhere. There's no signal at sea, but the ships have their own satellite transmitters, so when the 2 teams arrived at the scene, all the elite squads were glued to the screen. Actually, the broadcast was about 30 seconds behind. How did Jing Shu know? Because while she claimed not to care about these little ships, she'd secretly sent some mud mermen to follow along, not to steal anyone's credit, but just to see if there was any junk left behind that she could pick up. It's like going to the supermarket just to look, and your boyfriend says, I'm not buying, just holding your hand. Same idea. So while the main hall had only one camera angle, Jing Shu had a full 360-degree view. By now, the members of Teams 2 and 3 had already boarded the other ships. Yang shook his head as he watched. Judging by the ships, they look like merchant vessels, probably American. Pirates don't bother making their ships this fancy, and those 2 armed ships are professionally modified. Pirates usually use off-the-shelf stuff. Let's see what happens next. Some of the elite bodyguards were a bit disappointed. The first group they encountered weren't pirates after all. What a letdown. The screen showed the 5 big ships not far from the 2 smaller ones. Everyone waited for the outcome of the negotiations. Just as it seemed they'd have to go back empty-handed, suddenly, boom, 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 the 2 enemy warships opened fire on the elite team's ordinary boats. In just one volley, the expensive boats the elite teams had brought were blown to pieces. The enemy had been prepared, ramming their big ships right into the smaller ones. The message was clear. The captains of the big ships saw that the approaching boats had no weapons, and the people asking for help looked clean and innocent, claiming they were out of fuel and offering lots of food in exchange. Food? In the apocalypse, food is precious, and you're flaunting it at sea? Clearly, these were fat sheep ready for slaughter. Time to teach them a lesson. So while offering the guests drugged drinks, the captain sent his men to loot their supplies. The boats might be junk, but they were loaded with food. Oh, and don't forget, just fire a couple of shots, but don't sink the boats. They didn't care about the boats, but if the food got wet, it'd be ruined. But just as the captain was thinking this, the little lambs suddenly grinned mischievously. The captain looked confused. What? Eagle, you got it all on camera? They fired first. A voice came over the radio. All recorded. They fired first and wrecked your boats. Finish it quickly before the boats sink. No worries. If the boats sink, we'll just take theirs. But if the boats sink, we won't have bait for next time. With that, the elite team stopped pretending. Mengyao, start the illusion. Let's end this in one move. Zhanglan, block the exits and stop anyone from escaping. Gazi, Dagan, you 2 handle the loot. So while the captain was still confused, the woman in the black cloak suddenly transformed, her clothes ripping as 4 huge, jointed limbs burst out from her back. She released a hallucinogenic gas. The people on the ship realized something was wrong, but were dazed for a second, long enough that they didn't even get a shot off before they all collapsed. The alarm blared, but it was useless. The fight was completely one-sided. The crews of the 5 ships were all part-time pirates, and while they were experienced, the power gap was just too big. They didn't even get a chance to fire. For the 2 elite, heavily armed national teams, it was like using a dragon-slaying sword to kill chickens. Outside, the rest of the team rounded up escapees and took control of all 5 ships in just 30 minutes. The rest of the time was spent sorting and dividing the loot and taking over the new ships. Damn, for their first time doing this, the 2 teams were over the moon. The other teams watching the broadcast were practically drooling with envy as they watched the loot being sorted. Of course, all strategic materials had to be handed over, but the rest, clothes, daily necessities, and all sorts of supplies, were incredibly valuable. The main cargo on these merchant ships was electronics, clothes, and daily goods. Things like discontinued electronics scavenged from corpses, phones, rice cookers, stainless steel pots, ironware, and all food and fuel had to be turned in as strategic materials. But a whole shipload of clothes stripped from the dead, household goods scavenged from abandoned homes, and everything except the iron bowls and pans could be divided up. Individually, these things weren't worth much, maybe a few virtual coins each, but a whole shipload added up. Someone asked, "Is it really worth it to haul all this random junk across the sea? Will it even cover the fuel?" Of course. In other countries, people die in droves, so these things are basically free, just picked up for nothing, then shipped over once you've filled a few boats. In other countries with smaller populations, there's not much demand, so you can't sell them for much. But in China, with its huge population, and with phones and such no longer being produced, what do you do when yours breaks? Over the past few years, the fleet had robbed plenty of other ships, growing from 2 to 5 vessels and making a tidy profit. On the new big ship, the captain was scolding Zhou Mengyao. "Mengyao, you only have that one cloak. Can you not rip it every time you transform with a dramatic BGM? Sure, it looks cool, but next time, could you take it off before you change?" The huge joints behind Zhou Mengyao swung back and forth as she laughed. "Okay, Captain. I just wanted to make a scary impression. I'll patch it up and use it again next time." As they chatted, a few gunshots rang out. They rushed out to see what happened. Turns out, C-rank shock trooper Zhang Lan was tallying cargo in the hold when someone hiding inside suddenly fired at him. Luckily, he reacted quickly and only took a hit to the thigh. The shooter, a straggler, jumped overboard. But there was no escape. An arrow shot through the water, and moments later a corpse floated up, only to be devoured by corpse bugs, since sharks are extinct. In the blink of an eye, not even bones were left, just a full set of clothes. The crew, true to the scavenger spirit of the apocalypse, fished out the clothes, checked the pockets, and even found a gun. An extra 10 merit points. Elsewhere. Who would have thought someone could hide in such a tiny crate? Zhang Lan complained, still shaken. If he hadn't reacted fast, he could have died in a stupid accident. It just goes to show, even the most powerful superhuman elites are still vulnerable to bullets. The 2 elite teams searched the entire fleet again, just to be safe, before bringing the loot back to the main group. They left with 2 ships, came back with 7. A huge haul. Everyone returned to the main ship in high spirits. The crew went to tally and hand over the loot and record merit points, while the elite team members gathered in the conference room. Injured Zhang Lan was carried in, and Ruan quickly removed the bullet, stitched him up, and used a special ability to speed up healing. Yang looked at the blackboard and summarized, "You all saw how this operation went. Any thoughts or suggestions? Let's review together." The 2 teams hadn't expected a debriefing right after returning. Someone immediately said, "They were too careless. Sure, they outmatched the enemy, but they let their guard down at the end." A female member stood up. "I think the team should assign roles and have both Plan A and Plan B before acting. After taking out the pirates, we should search the ship again before sorting the loot." Yang nodded. "Good point. We'll adopt that." Aye. The yellow-toothed Taoist raised his hand and stood up. Their reaction was too slow. Big loss. The setup was weak, but I get it. It was their first time and they didn't think it through. The second team's captain couldn't take it. Slow? We finished the fight in half an hour. What's your brilliant idea? The Taoist corpse handler replied slowly, I wouldn't call it brilliant, but let me give you some advice. The two elite teams were annoyed, but held back to hear him out. He continued, even though we were probing to see if they were pirates, the team should have set up an ambush beforehand. With proper positioning on all 5 ships, anyone could have wiped them out. Why were all 10 of you bunched together? If you'd been ready, you could have taken them out before they even fired a shot. He shook his head. Look at your ship, blown to bits. That's a waste of money. If it were me, I wouldn't have let them fire even once. Everyone nodded. Why wait for the enemy to make the first move? You could have struck the moment they showed hostile intent. Yang Yang nodded. You all heard that. Next time, set up first. If there's any sign of trouble, take them out instantly. The two teams, initially unconvinced, now accepted the criticism. When it comes to ruthless tactics, the yellow-toothed Taoist is king. Yang Yang glanced around. Everyone was deep in thought about tactics, except Jing Shu, who was daydreaming, a faint smile on her lips, looking very satisfied. Who knows what she was thinking? Yang Yang shook his head helplessly. Jing Shu only cared about food and loot. If she'd gone, there wouldn't have been a scrap left. If Jing Shu had led the mission, what would she have done? So Yang Yang told everyone, all right, meeting's over. Free time. If you're interested, go check out the loot. Later, everyone write a reflection and report on what you learned. Jing Shu still hadn't snapped out of it. Her mind was with her mud mermen. What were they doing? Scavenging, of course. If it were her, she'd have the mud mermen surround the area first to prevent any escapees, then set up the rest. Setting up an ambush only takes a few people, but blocking all escape routes takes dozens of times more manpower and resources. In ancient times, when officials raided a house, they'd surround it at night with thousands of soldiers, even guarding wells and tunnels, just to stop anyone from escaping with valuables. That step is crucial, but no one mentioned it. No matter, next time they wiped out pirates, she'd have her people guard the perimeter first. No fat would be left for outsiders. So, sure enough, when someone tried to escape in a mini-sub from the hold, the mud mermen caught them. Hey, that sub is a nice toy, don't break it. Be careful, everyone. But as soon as the sub dove, it was completely stuck. Turn on the lights. What's going on? The submarine was working as hard as a dog paddling in water, but it was as if some invisible hand had grabbed it by the scruff of the neck. No matter how hard it tried, it just couldn't move. Was it a horde of corpse bugs or seaweed? But even seaweed shouldn't be that strong. What the heck was going on? So they turned on the lights to see what was happening. The moment the lights came on, they saw the seafloor packed with fat, menacing mud mermen, all squished together, making it impossible for the submarine to budge. The sub's engines were running at full power, but to the thick-skinned mud mermen, it was just a nice massage, didn't even make a splash. Some of the mud mermen even closed their eyes in enjoyment. Report! Our submarine has encountered an unexpected, irreversible event. We can't... The crew member didn't even finish before the captain's brother slapped him hard. Cut the crap! I can see what's happening. Just tell me how to get us out of this hellhole. And what is this place? Why are there so many monsters under the sea? Report, I do have an idea, but... Before he could finish, he turned and knocked out the captain's brother with a slap. At the same time, a few others exchanged glances and, in one swift move, finished off the captain's brother and his wife. Actually, it was a coincidence they were in the sub at all. With everything happening so fast, no one should have had time to get to the sub, but these 5 crew members had been doing maintenance inside. Halfway through, the captain's brother and his wife had snuck down to the sub for some private time. Judging by how familiar they were, this wasn't their first time using the sub as their secret base. The crew, hiding inside, watched with hungry eyes, hoping for a live-action show. After all, opportunities like this were rare. Just as things were about to get interesting, the alarm blared, scaring the captain's brother so badly he lost all his nerve. No amount of encouragement could bring him back. Whether he'd ever recover his manhood was another story. Anyway, chaos broke out, and when they realized the main ship had been taken over, they decided to make a run for it. And that's how this scene came to be. Now, the world was quiet again. After dealing with the two, the remaining crew started fiddling with the sub's weapons. There were so many monsters outside, but surely a burst of gunfire would take care of them, right? The crew even had time to chat. "I've put up with that guy for so long, always bossing everyone around." "Yeah, and now the captain's dead, why not become pirates ourselves? With this sub, we could rule the seas. It's got weapons, just a few torpedoes, and we'll be living the good life as pirates for a year or two." "I still think we should just sell the sub. One big deal and we could split a mountain of food." "Forget that for now. How do we get rid of these monsters? If we use torpedoes, we'll blow ourselves up and we don't have many left. I say use the anti-aircraft gun." "That's risky. Ammo is scarce. Maybe try the electric motor. Wait, is the sub moving? Are we being pushed? What's going on? Where are these monsters taking us?" "Hurry! Fire the anti-aircraft gun! Get rid of them!" Just then, a cold voice rang out. "I'm afraid you won't get the chance to use your weapons." "Who's there? Where's that voice coming from?" The crew was terrified. In a sealed submarine underwater, hearing a strange voice was like a ghost appearing in your house. In the dim cabin, a young man with glasses appeared, dripping wet. Before he could finish speaking, another crew member who was secretly reaching for a gun was knocked out with a club. "Wenjun, why are you wasting time talking? Didn't Xiao Wei say villains die from talking too much? Let's get this over with. Brother Liang Xing is making Buddha jumps over the wall for our victory feast." Guo Tu, also in a wetsuit and carrying an oxygen tank and a big club, appeared. At the mention of that dish, even the usually calm Wenjun started drooling. He'd only ever heard of it before the apocalypse, never dreamed he'd get to eat it now. "All right, let's hurry up. Boss Jing is waiting for us." Wenjun waved his hand. Why didn't the crew resist while they were talking? Because cautious Wenjun had already used his 36-footed bugs to subdue everyone when he appeared, he wasn't about to risk his own life. With the help of the big bugs, Guotu stripped everyone of their clothes, underwear, and shoes to bring back for the village, tossed the bodies out to feed the mud mermen, and even wiped down the sub to clean it up. If Jing Shu knew how on top of things Guotu was, she'd definitely reward him. And when she found out she'd just scored a submarine, she was so happy she couldn't stop grinning. When Tank and the others asked why she was so cheerful, she just giggled and said nothing. Sorry, I just can't help it. This is even better than winning the lottery," Jing Shu told herself, patting her cheeks and reminding herself to stay low-key and not look too silly. By the time Guotu caught up with Jing Shu's main ship, the sub was sparkling clean. Wenjun had filmed the whole thing and was still muttering, "Xiao Wei, see? Catching pirates is actually pretty boring. Just follow the steps. Next time Boss Jing takes you out, you can come too, okay?" Guotu clapped his hands. "Let's go eat, Wenjun. When Boss Jing sees this shiny new sub, do you think she'll reward me with a roast chicken leg?" "Just one? You're underestimating Boss Jing Shu's money magic." Wenjun waved his hand. "Of course. Not just one, even 10 wouldn't be a problem. Good thing Jing Shu brought us along or we wouldn't have gotten this loot. If she'd come herself, it would have drawn too much attention, so this kind of job is perfect for us. But honestly, she's way too good at managing resources." Guotu scratched his head. "What do you mean? Boss Jing isn't exactly frugal. Look at her, eating and drinking like a landlord, even fattening up Xiao Wei. Even in the apocalypse, no rich family would be this extravagant. First day at sea and we're already having a victory feast with Buddha jumps over the wall." As he spoke, Guotu started drooling. What did that dish even taste like? Wenjun just smiled and shook his head, following Guotu out of the sub and back to their big ship. He pointed at the submarine being pushed along by a swarm of mud mermen and said, "Look, she didn't even want to leave a single crew member alive, and she wouldn't waste a drop of fuel. She had the mud mermen push the sub all the way back. If that's not frugal, what is?" "Oh, right. That's next-level thrift." Guotu scratched his head, thinking back to before the apocalypse when he'd seen a trending topic. Maybe this is just how rich people think. Spend hundreds of thousands to ship a supercar somewhere, drive it for a few days, then pay again to ship it back, just to save mileage. I never understood how that's saving anything. Wenjun thought Guotu was a bit silly, but he had a point. Jingshu's logic was similar. But while shipping a car takes manpower and resources, the mud mermen just burn a little corpse bug fuel underwater. Just then, Jingshu returned from the flagship to Xiao Wei's ship, smiling. Spend where you should, save where you can, eat the best you can, but save on fuel if you can. Why wouldn't I use free labor? I'd have to be crazy not to. But seriously, Guotu, you did a great job cleaning up the sub. For tonight's victory feast, you get an extra bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall. Wow, thank you, Boss Jing. Come on, let's eat. Everyone happily headed to the ship's big dining hall. There weren't many people, just Xiao Wei's group and some of their own villagers. A great start. First day in the Middle East, and they'd already scored a submarine. That's a lucky omen. Time to celebrate with a feast. The ship's dining hall was huge, with a custom-made 3-meter table for Xiao Wei in the center, loaded with colorful, fragrant, and plentiful dishes. Especially the giant pot of Buddha jumps over the wall in the middle, topped with thick sea cucumbers, dried scallops, jumbo shrimp, abalone pork skin, and other delicacies. The golden, rich broth steamed and filled the air with a mouth-watering aroma that made everyone's mouths water as soon as they walked in. Even Jingshu couldn't help but swallow. She'd never had authentic Buddha jumps over the wall before. This dish was the result of Master Liang and his apprentice prepping ingredients for a week and simmering for 2 days. When Jingshu bit into the plump, juicy, springy sea cucumber, the unique broth and chewy texture exploded in her mouth. Pouring a bowl of golden soup over rice, then a bite of tender abalone, and a spoonful of rice soaked in the rich, savory broth. The taste was out of this world. Jingshu had meant to say a few words, but as soon as she opened her mouth, all she could think was, "Let's eat first, talk later." So the whole table dug in, the only sounds the clatter of chopsticks and the happy munching. Even Guotu and Wenjun, who'd wanted to brag about their achievements, just buried their heads in their bowls, not saying a word. Even Master Liang, who'd planned to explain the history and recipe of Buddha jumps over the wall, couldn't resist. In nearly 6 years of apocalypse, he'd never had such complete ingredients. Only with the best materials could you make a dish this perfect. For those who'd never tasted it, it was just delicious. So damn delicious. But for foodies like Jingshu, she could tell the difference. The sea cucumber was bouncy and flavorful, the pork skin soft and savory, bursting with collagen. Xiao Wei ate the most, popping pieces in her mouth without even chewing, her face flushed with excitement, all 36 of her abdominal feet waving in joy. After the meal, everyone slumped at the table, sipping the last of the creamy chicken and mushroom soup, except Xiao Wei, who was still going strong. Master Liang coughed and asked, "Boss Jing, how's the creamy chicken and mushroom soup?" Jingshu burped and gave a thumbs up. "When it comes to eating, you're the master, Chef Liang. The soup is rich with cream, fragrant with butter and flour, and every sip is heavenly." Master Liang nodded in satisfaction. "I'll make more roux and stock. If it's hard to cook or store food in the Middle East, we can just add water for instant soup. Quick, easy, and tasty. I'll also make other flavors, clam and mushroom chowder, creamy pumpkin soup, creamy mushroom soup, and so on." "Perfect! Make plenty. You're so thoughtful. Start prepping now. Enough for 200 people for 3 days." Jingshu sipped more soup, eyes closed in bliss. Heaven, how can soup be this good? Better than anything she'd had at Western restaurants or Pizza Hut. Even better than her own attempts. Sometimes you just have to leave things to the professionals. The flavor was on another level, and as a cream soup lover, Jingshu was in heaven. After earning her trust, Master Liang saw that Boss Jing was in a great mood and brought up something else. "Boss Jing, there's a rare ingredient in the Buddha jumps over the wall. Deep-sea fish maw. I brought it from Chaoshan. If we get the chance, we should try to get more. It's an essential ingredient for this dish." What? There are still ingredients in this era that Jingshu hasn't gotten her hands on? That won't do? Fish maw? It's just fish maw. She remembered buying some before the apocalypse, but it was long gone, Later, with so many other ingredients, she never bothered again. Fish maw is the white, bubbly part inside a fish's belly. Before the apocalypse, it was 30 yen per kilo at the Wuchang market, a huge bag for cheap. Deep-sea fish maw comes from big fish, dried and aged, packed with collagen. Before the apocalypse, it could sell for thousands per jin, making it a prized delicacy. No problem, however much we can get this time, we'll get. After reassuring Chef Liang, he happily went off to prep ingredients. As Chef Liang put it, while things are still peaceful on the ship and there's time and resources, it's best to prepare as many instant meals as possible. Once they reach the Middle East, they'll be running around non-stop, maybe not even having time to eat. That's when these ready-to-eat meals will come in handy. Just add water or throw them in a pot, and you've got a simple, delicious meal. Jingshu also asked Chef Liang to prepare more low-key food for the young men, so when the main group is gnawing on dry bread, her team isn't out there eating fragrant, steaming meals and making everyone jealous. With Chef Liang in charge, Jingshu felt completely at ease, leaving all kitchen matters to him. She loved being prepared for anything. After the victory feast, Jingshu had another meal sent to the big ship. After all, young men get hungry fast, and they were still busy rolling cigarettes. Once they reached the Middle East, they'd have a whole batch of cigarettes to trade. Then, led by Guotu and Wenjun, Jingshu went to check out the newly acquired submarine. She had to admit, the sub was impressive, rightly called an underwater killer, especially with its torpedoes and mines, which were even more powerful than cannons. One torpedo at long range could wipe out an entire ship, but unless it was absolutely necessary, she wouldn't use them. After all, she was after profit. If you torpedo a ship, all the loot gets blown up. Plus, there were only 2 torpedoes in the sub, extremely precious. There was another problem. She didn't know how to operate a submarine and couldn't ask the main ship's crew, since she'd acquired it secretly. She couldn't have the mud mermen pushing it forever either. So, for now, she left it to Guotu and Wenjun to figure out. That's what subordinates are for. Set a good reward and just wait for results. Isn't that what a boss does? Night fell. The sea wind howled, black waves crashed against the ferry, making a constant roar. Jingshu's first day at sea ended peacefully. She stayed in her huge suite on the 6th floor of the ferry, where the Hulk crew had spread out all her furniture and supplies. The biggest benefit? If the ferry was attacked or they needed to escape, the Hulks could roll everything up and run. After a few drills, the Hulks could pack up Jingshu's belongings and jump into the sea with her in just 15 seconds. Jingshu was satisfied. With the mud mermen on guard, even if something happened, they'd be the first line of defense, and 15 seconds was plenty of time to escape. So, she could relax, feed her chickens, ducks, cows, and pigs in her cube space, check on her spirit fields, and even speed up her seafood farming. Only then did she start practicing with her magic cube, hoping to upgrade it before reaching the Middle East and free up more space. But she'd hit a bottleneck. She'd need a new energy source to upgrade further. The next day was calm. The radio only reported safe patrols from all directions. The elite patrol team was disappointed. They even took their boat out for a spin, but didn't see a single ship, not even a big mosquito. Jingshu spent the day running team drills, practicing coordination and escape, and getting to know her new team members' abilities. On the 3rd day, the fleet reached the ports of Vietnam and Cambodia. They traded the captured ships and surplus supplies for new resources, then set out again. But Jingshu thought this was unnecessary. They'd only captured 5 ships, barely enough to fill a fraction of the fleet. They could have loaded up more before trading. She even suspected the higher-ups were deliberately making a show of it, spreading the news. In fact, when they reached the Cambodian port, Jingshu was stunned. Long before the fleet reached the dock, the sea was crowded with people in little wooden boats. These people were thin and dark, some catching corpse bugs in the water, tying them up and tossing them onto boats, then binding them together to keep them from escaping. When they saw Jingshu's massive fleet, they weren't afraid at all. Instead, they started shouting and tried to climb aboard. Some even crawled under the ships trying to steal whatever they could. Jingshu's fleet was made up of large ferries, fully armed and modified before setting out, and every ship had mud mermen guarding the hulls. The official ships were all steel giants. No way for the locals to steal anything, even if they dove under with hammers. But the smaller boats brought by the elite teams weren't so lucky. Damn, are these people crazy? They even stole my lifebuoy. This is nuts. They're so desperate they even took my anchor. HQ, can we fight back? They're out of control. Come on, there are so many people. It's like a crowded beach before the apocalypse. Who do you hit? You can't fight everyone, especially not civilians in their own waters. Just watch your stuff. All teams, listen up. Guard your personal property. If anything gets stolen, you're allowed to take it back. We don't let anyone get away with this. Repeat. So the moment the cannons fired, the once arrogant locals scattered like startled birds, vanishing in no time. Yang Yang shook his head with binoculars. Just look at the sea. These Cambodians are really struggling. They've almost fished out all the corpse bugs. In China, we use them for fuel. Here, they're eating them because there's nothing else. In the South China Sea, corpse bugs pile up on the shore and have to be cleared daily. But here, people have to dive for them. Tank nodded. In this apocalypse, China's actually doing pretty well. We've tried every way to get food. Sure, the giantized food tastes awful, but it's still better than corpse bugs. The real problem is eating corpse bugs for too long gives you chronic poisoning. Jingshu agreed. In her previous life, they'd survived on corpse bugs too. Maybe it was the butterfly effect, but this time she'd brought out ZS-880 synthetic meat and giantized meat early, plus her mass-produced red threadworm cakes, which had changed the lives of many in Wucheng. After driving off the locals fishing for corpse bugs, the elite teams quickly recovered most of their stolen ship parts. The incident passed, and the fleet finished resupplying. Soon, the 100-ship fleet set out again. But this time, everyone could feel something was different. There were a lot more small boats trailing them from a distance. Some elite team members asked in the group chat, "Should we drive off all these little boats?" Yang Yang replied, "No need. Let them follow. How else will they know exactly where we are?" The quick-witted ones immediately got it and started chuckling. The slower ones were still confused. Who needs to know our position? The yellow-toothed corpse handler immediately messaged his zombie team, "Xiaoye, take a few villagers who can swim and quietly check out those small boats. Your main job is to see which ones are carrying the most supplies. If a fight breaks out, you'll know which boat to hit first. Also, see how many people and what weapons they have. These are definitely pirate scouts." "Roger!" So, dozens of small boats trailed the massive fleet. The elite teams didn't even bother to act. Those little boats were so worthless, only the engines were worth anything. The wooden hulls didn't even have canopies. Nobody would buy them. But still, C2 Xiaoye's team, who were almost more zombie than human, hung under the boats, listening in. They didn't need to breathe, so it was perfect for gathering intel. Soon, C2 Xiaoye reported back, "They're so poor, even a rat would shake its head in pity. There's nothing on board, just 1 or 2 people, some fuel and clothes, worth less than 200 virtual coins." The yellow-toothed corpse handler winced. "Damn, even the pirates are broke." But C2 Xiaoye added, "But 4 boats have small satellite transmitters and GPS trackers, and they're constantly contacting their bosses. I can't understand their language, but I recorded it. They're definitely calling for backup. Those satellite gadgets should be worth at least 100 merit points if we turn them in, right?" The corpse handler was pleased. "Of course. If a fight breaks out, grab those valuable things first. Turning them in will get you a lot of merit. And your intel is worth at least 100 merit too. Keep watching." The villagers were stunned, but if they could be used like mules, so be it. The handler went back to drinking water and making medicine to reward his people. "Got it." The handler then handed the recordings to Yang Yang, who immediately called a meeting. Jingshu yawned as she arrived. C2 Xiaoye was right. These people were so poor there wasn't even any junk for her to scavenge. Their only use was to feed the mud mermen. From the mud mermen's feedback and the intentions of the surrounding boats, Jingshu guessed what was happening and quickly sent out hundreds of mud mermen teams to scout the surrounding sea. After all, drones and recon planes can't cover every angle, but if her mud mermen found something first, she could help the organization by intercepting pirates early and picking up any extra loot. That's perfectly reasonable and considerate, right? There aren't many people as thoughtful as her. Of course, this isn't called stealing the organization's profits. Her mud mermen were outside the official recon range, so if pirates died at their doorstep, it had nothing to do with her. In the meeting room, "What's up? Any pirate news?" "No idea, but something's definitely happening." "Probably nothing big. The top brass aren't here and there's no warning on the radio." This time only the elite bodyguards were present. Old Joe and Captain Chi weren't there. But when Yang Yang coughed and said a single sentence, everyone got excited. He snapped his fingers for silence, then announced loudly, "Everyone, get ready. We've got a big job coming." "What? A big job? Seriously?" Everyone's eyes lit up. Yang Yang first praised the corpse handler for his foresight in gathering intel from the small boats. The key news: the big pirates nearby were gathering to take down their fleet. Their fleet had just traded a lot of valuable goods at the Cambodian coast, and most of their ships weren't even armed, just slow, hard-to-maneuver ferries. It was like an ancient merchant caravan with 20 war horses and 100 empty ox carts. Those oxen were worth a fortune. But the pirates know that even together, they might not be able to take us. So they've called in the biggest pirate groups in the area, and from their conversations, we learned they've even rented high-powered long-range weapons from another country. This time, we have solid evidence, so we don't have to wait for them to attack before fighting back. This time, HQ has given the order. We're allowed to go all out and strike first. The operation is officially named, "The Vultures Catch the Chicks." As soon as Yang Yang finished, the room erupted. Even Zhang Lang, blowing bubbles next to Jing Shu, was getting excited. What was this hot-blooded feeling? It was like he was about to go to war himself. As the room buzzed with excitement and everyone discussed tactics and plans, Yang Yang finally calmed the elite bodyguards and began to lay out the operation plan. He began to explain in detail. Although we can take the initiative, we can't risk alerting the enemy and scaring them off. So, at first we need to be patient and focus on gathering intel. Know yourself and your enemy, and you'll win every battle. Right now, the biggest threat is the enemy's long-range strike weapons, so I'll send 2 elite teams to neutralize them, executing plans A, B, C, and D. These 4 plans are all about using information gaps to delay their attack or feeding them false intel. In short, we deal with this first, then wipe out all the pirates targeting us in one go. Now, listen to your assignments. Yang Yang truly lived up to his reputation as a strategist. In just half an hour, he'd come up with a reasonable plan and assigned tasks. Every elite team now had something to do, and the missions weren't easy, so the rewards were high. Most importantly, Yang Yang had matched each task to the team's strengths, so everyone was satisfied. But time was tight. They couldn't go after scattered pirates now and risk tipping them off, nor could they wait until all the pirates had gathered. By then, the fleet could suffer huge losses. So timing was everything. How to strike at just the right moment with no losses depended on command and coordination. The teams just had to follow orders, and things should go smoothly. Meanwhile, in a cramped meeting room at the bottom of the ship, Old Joe watched the display of Yang Yang's plan and assignments, as well as the reactions of the elite bodyguards. Standing beside him were Captain Chi and another figure shrouded in shadow. Old Joe sipped his steaming goji tea and asked, "Chi, what do you think of this batch of elites? How do they compare to the last group?" Captain Chi replied coolly, "Too little contact, too few tests. Hard to say. But from this selection, I doubt more than 10 would pass. Yang Yang is good, ruthless, no bottom line. That's the kind of talent the organization lacks. If we'd had someone like him back then, maybe so many wouldn't have died. After all, only the living have infinite possibilities. The dead have nothing." The shadowy figure added in a raspy voice, "The last batch, the Yunyan group, were all top-notch, but their flaw was the same, too upright, too rigid. This group is much more flexible." Old Joe took another sip and switched the camera to Jing Shu, who was daydreaming. "What about this girl, the only S++ potential in the group? Both Yang Yang and Jen Nantian rate her highly. Can she handle the big job?" Captain Chi frowned. "Aside from her cocky words on the first day, I haven't seen anything special. After repeated observation, she actually seems too ordinary among these national-level weirdos. No standout speeches, no sharp awareness, no obvious leadership, and her combat ability is unclear. Old Joe smiled and nodded. That's not wrong, but it's strange. Anyone who spends time with her ends up centering around her. Hao Yunlai, Tank, all her old friends, follow her lead. He gestured to the shadow. What did you find? The shadow's voice was hoarse. That's just her public face, but I infiltrated several of her big ships. He swallowed. Captain Chi frowned. What? Did she break the rules? The shadow shook his head. No, she reported she'd bring a ship full of gastropods and a queen. Those bugs are strong, enough to wipe out an elite team. So, that's all reported? The shadow shook his head again, thinking Captain Chi was all brawn, no brains, and explained patiently. She brought a whole ship of high-combat bugs, plus a queen laying and hatching eggs. That shows ambition, and such a bug army must consume a lot. So I snuck onto the bug ship and was shocked to find the regular crew eating rice, with 3 dishes and a soup each. The food was cheap, but each meal cost at least 30 virtual coins, and there was even a late-night snack, sometimes eggs, sometimes chicken legs. Their daily food budget is way higher than ours. What? Her crew eats that well? Captain Chi was stunned. Old Joe's hand tightened on his goji tea, lost in thought. He, a leader, had to reuse his tea leaves 20 times. But this girl's people ate like kings? He started to question his life. The shadow swallowed again, not mentioning how delicious the food smelled. He'd drooled on the spot. So I thought she was even more unusual, so I tried to sneak onto Jingshu's ferry to see for myself. And? Spit it out, Captain Chi snapped, clearly impatient. The shadow showed his hand, trembling and blackened. He rubbed his nose awkwardly. I didn't make it. As soon as I touched her ferry, I was repelled. I tried several methods, even using poisonous creatures, but she seems to control many venomous animals. Some areas are guarded by bugs and snakes. No way to sneak in quietly. Some places are wired with alarms. If I tried anything else, I'd definitely alert her. This person is far from simple. She acts ordinary, but my special ability is stealth, and I couldn't even get on her ship. How tight must her defenses be? What's inside her cabin? How capable is she really? Captain Chi grew serious and nodded. To pull that off, she's definitely not simple. And to feed so many pets? Even less simple. I'll keep a close eye on her in the coming operations. Old Joe took another sip of tea. All right, let's do that. No wonder Yang Yang never eats in the canteen. He's always sneaking over to that girl's ship for meals. Tomorrow I'll tag along with him and see if I can mooch a meal too. After all, I'm getting old and need the nutrition. Oh, and bring some of my old pure tea and wild black goji berries for the girl to try. Jingshu had no idea she was being watched in secret. After all, this was the official flagship, so she hadn't extended her claws or filled it with bugs like she did on her own ships. But even if she knew, she wouldn't care. Now was the time to make money. Who had time to worry about that? In the main hall, everyone was anxiously waiting for news. The elite teams were all assembled, ready to move out. 2 special teams had already been sent to intercept the enemy's long-range weapons. As for Jingshu, she looked distracted, because far away at sea, her mud mermen had just discovered an island. At first, the mud mermen were excited to explore, but it turned out the island was a pirate base. Of course, that wasn't the main point. The mud mermen arrived just in time to see the pirates setting out. Boss Jing, a batch of pirates just left. They're heading out to attack our fleet. Should we intercept them? They took 5 big ships, but Guotu checked and they're pretty poor. Lots of weapons, but not much else. Pirates treat weapons like wives. Top priority, everything else is secondary. Jingshu thought for a moment, then changed her plan. Go check out the island and see what treasures the pirates have stashed. Forget chasing them. Chasing those broke pirates would only net her some ships and weapons, which she didn't need. And if she took the ships, everyone would know she'd snatched the organization's loot. Hard to hide, hard to sell, not worth it. But the pirates' lair? Who knows what treasures might be hidden there? That kind of unknown adventure is always the most exciting. All right, while they're gone, let's clean the place out. Just thinking about it is a little thrilling. Guotu and Wenjun took the new submarine to the island, with gastropods clearing the way. They didn't encounter any danger. This time the pirates had all left the island, thinking it was so well hidden that no one would ever find it, let alone raid it in just half a day. Along the way, Wenjun ran into some imprisoned women. Blonde white women, black women, even some Native American women. Clearly, after raiding merchant ships, the pirates kept the women. Who knows where the Native American woman came from? They were barely clothed, just ropes covering the essentials. One blonde, blue-eyed, big-bottomed woman hugged Guotu's leg, crying and gesturing. Guotu scratched his head, looking troubled. Wenjun thought Guotu was having other thoughts, but Guotu said, "Wenjun, does this woman want to come with me and eat my food every day? What do? I barely have enough for myself. How can I feed her too? She looks like she wants to eat me." Wenjun. Classic Guotu. "Let's go, don't waste time. They're not from our country, no need to save them. With the pirates gone, they'll survive just fine. The island has enough resources." So, Wenjun and Guotu left the women and started a carpet search of the small island. And wow, they didn't disappoint Jingshu. Although there wasn't much good food, resources were pretty poor. They found some new post-apocalyptic fruits and all kinds of collectibles, like a master hoarder's stash. Who knows how many ships the pirates had raided to amass all this? The gold and jewels alone formed a small mountain. In the apocalypse, gold and silver aren't worth much, but Jingshu still packed it all up. Gold and silver are still useful in industry and can fetch a price back in China. Plus, it's nice to have some shiny things. Her mom loves them, and they make great gifts for friends. Who wouldn't want a friend who can casually hand out gold and jewels? There were also lots of satellite gadgets. These can't be sold openly, but China needs them badly. Turning them in would earn a ton of merit points, so she took them all. Jingshu was especially pleased to find loads of preserved crocodile meat and crocodile skins. The skins are valuable and useful even in the apocalypse, and the meat would be a great treat for the crew. This was a huge windfall. Better food for the crew, and Jingshu barely had to lift a finger. Perfect. The women left on the island could only watch as the place they'd lived for years was stripped bare. How empty did they leave it? Even the pots and pans the women used were taken. Even the dried firewood for winter was gone. Most outrageous of all, even the filtered water in the jars was carried away. In just over an hour, what looked like mountains of junk to the women was all gone. Before leaving, Wenjun and Guotu left a little food behind. After all, the women were used to surviving here, and with the pirates gone, they'd be fine. The island's resources would last them. "Oh, right, Guotu. Those women can't eat all the fruit. Have the gastropods dig up a few of those new fruit trees and bring them back to the ship for cultivation." Guotu slapped his forehead. "Almost forgot. Boss Jing said to collect as many new fruits and plants as possible. I'll get on it." So, even more outrageously, these two humans and their monsters didn't even leave a single fruit or leaf behind on the island. You could understand taking the fruit trees and leaves. After all, when you're starving, anything can save your life. But what really left the women on the island baffled was that these two humans even took away their old garbage piles. Those piles were full of animal fur and feathers from past hunts, most of it already stinking. The whole little island was left bare. Even the crows flying overhead seemed to sneer at how barren it was, as if not even a goose would find a feather here. Meanwhile, Wenjun was tallying and appraising everything they'd hauled back. This half-mountain of fur and feathers, who knows what animal it's from, is actually great stuff. These pirates treated it as trash, but with the heat here, they barely wore clothes, so they didn't need it. Guotu, have the villagers boil it down and make thin quilts or down jackets. The leftover shafts and feathers can be used as needles or for drainage. Guotu pinched his nose in disgust but agreed. Wenjun, for all his scholarly looks, had a mind that could find a use for anything. Wenjun kept sorting. "This is good too. Industrial supplies. We can sell these for a lot of goods. This is a real find, an obsolete precision circuit board. The country is desperate for these, and these clueless pirates just tossed it aside as junk. This one's definitely worth selling. These mushrooms are brightly colored, definitely poisonous. We even took the soil they grew in. We'll cultivate them and make poison later. Guotu gave him a thumbs up. Classic Wenjun. Wenjun divided the loot into 4 categories. One pile was for sale at the next port. One pile was for Jingshu's team's own use: food, clothes, daily necessities, fruit trees, fuel, etc. One pile was for valuable collectibles: gold, jewels, and private treasures from the ships. The last pile was stuff even Jingshu didn't want: stinky feathers, pots, containers, firewood, just for their own use on the ship. All in all, everyone was very satisfied with this haul. After sorting and packing up, Guotu and Wenjun returned to their ship. Back on the flagship, it wasn't just dozens of ships anymore. There were now over 100, maybe 200, all gathered and ready. In the conference hall, everyone was on edge, ready for action. The yellow-toothed Taoist sipped scalding tea, drumming his fingers on the table. Zhanglan paced back and forth, limping. Damn, this is torture. So many ships gathered. Why aren't we moving yet? Yeah. How long are we going to wait? Are we going to let hundreds of ships blast us with cannons? Exactly. We can't fight them all at once. The Macau gambler waved his hand. Patience. Until the enemy shows their trump card, any attack is just cannon fodder. You heard the news. There are still dozens of huge ships gathering behind them. Right. We have to wait until their long-range weapons are neutralized. Otherwise, they'll get desperate. It's been half a day. They're just following us openly, trying to make us nervous. Now it's a test of patience. As everyone kept in touch with their teams and maintained high alert, the loudspeaker suddenly blared. It was Yang Yang's voice. All units, attention! The long-range weapon threat has been neutralized at the source. Team 4 has set up signal jammers, and specialists have sent out false coordinates. Team 5 has infiltrated and taken control of the enemy's communications fleet, so they'll be getting the wrong info. The time for our counterattack has come. Everyone stood up. Then, the loudspeaker delivered a rousing order. All units, elite teams, follow the plan. Full assault. Let's do this. Move out in waves, hit your assigned targets, and follow all commands. Let's do this. I repeat, let's do this. With that, all the elite team captains grabbed their long-range radios, gathered their teams, and set out. Even Zhang Lang, his antenna standing tall, donned his black combat suit and followed Jingshu, ready to go. But before they reached the door, they bumped into Black Dragon, the captain of Team 1. Zhang Lang stopped, pinching his nose, frowning. "What's your problem?" Black Dragon paused, then turned coldly. "I advise you to stay on the flagship. If you run around and something happens to Zhang Lang, we'll all get punished." Jingshu's cheerful, drooling smile vanished. She replied coolly, "Don't worry about it. If anything happens to Zhang Lang, it won't be your fault." Suit yourself." Black Dragon barked at his team. "Let's go." They marched off, and Zhang Lang's antennae drooped again. Maybe we shouldn't go out? But Jingshu strode ahead. "What are you waiting for? Who's your captain? Follow me. Move." Hao Yunlai yawned and patted Zhang Lang. "Come on, let's see how our captain picks the place clean." Tank, towering and strong, bent down and gently tapped Zhang Lang's antennae with his pinky. "Relax. Even if the flagship gets wiped out, you'll survive with Jingshu." Four Eyes blinked, remembering the terrifying bugs he'd seen that night. Jingshu hadn't left, and later, the report said there were fewer bugs than expected. Where did they go? The answer was obvious, so he patted Zhang Lang. "Don't worry." The new member, Sichuan Dragon Gate, grinned. "Let's make money. I love a captain who's all about business. Don't worry, little bro. If things get hairy, I'll grab you and run." Zhang Lang's antennae stood up straight again. He nodded hard. "Yeah," and followed along. He wouldn't let anyone down. He'd show everyone he could fight too. The 6-person team left behind a line of black silhouettes, stretching long in the sunset, finally disappearing from everyone's sight. Maybe even the heavens were nervous about what was happening. The once calm sea was now whipped into white-capped waves, the masts on the ships rattling from the wind. The wind was so strong that it made everyone stagger on deck, and the sky quickly darkened, the deep black sea growing even more unfathomable. One by one, ships broke away from the massive fleet, some even passing the nearby pirate flotilla. Strangely, the pirates didn't attack. Their eyes were locked on the dozens of giant cargo ferries ahead. Those were their real targets. Hard to starboard. Move the buoy to port. Watch the backflow. There might be a whirlpool, maybe even a double vortex, but it's fine. Full speed ahead. Jingshu's modified ship, once separated from the rest, kicked into overdrive. The propellers spun furiously and the ship surged forward at an incredible speed. Sea wind whipped into Jingshu's mouth, waves roared in her ears, and in the pitch-black, seemingly endless sea, she tilted her head back, eyes narrowed, staring at something unseen. Four Eyes, peering through binoculars with his two protruding eyes, scanned the surroundings. All he saw was churning waves, nothing else, even with his enhanced vision. "Where are we going?" Four Eyes asked, a little curious. "We seem to have left the main fleet and—" He was a bit embarrassed, just a little. "It seems we haven't even been given a mission." He had to admit their captain looked super cool just now, and even he was fired up. But with no orders and no intel, where were they going? Was this just a joyride? Hao Yunlai sighed, leaning on the rail. So naive. New teammates are always so naive. Tank already had the fat chicken perched on his head, giving it a massage. Don't ask why Fat Chicken was on Tank's head. Because Tank cared about Fat Chicken even more than Jingshu did. Whenever they went out, he insisted on bringing it, just in case they didn't make it back. At least Fat Chicken could lay eggs every day. Jingshu's voice was calm, but there was a barely hidden excitement. Well, we're going to intercept a ship the others haven't found. As a patrol team, our job is to solve problems for our teammates. If we wait until that ship arrives, it'll be too late. Sure, we believe you. The group stared ahead for over an hour. The sea, just water everywhere. The sky was now pitch black. You couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Four Eyes checked with his binoculars again. Still nothing. On the ultra-long-range satellite channel, they could hear other teams reporting victories. Some had already started fighting their second batch of pirates. "This is Elite Team 10. We've wiped out 5 enemy warships, activated special abilities, no casualties, destroyed 1 enemy warship, and our regular troops have taken over. Now heading to 8 o'clock to intercept another pirate fleet. Report! This is Elite Team 15. We were surrounded by 10 enemy ships. All our ships were sunk by cannon fire, but we wiped out the enemy, captured 6 big ships and 1 warship, destroyed 3 enemy warships. All units, be advised. Pirates, having lost much of their support, are now launching a full assault on our main fleet. 2 enemy ships have special ability users. Team 1, proceed to eliminate them." As the radio crackled with reports of fierce battles, the team could tell how intense things were. Even the main fleet was in battle. It must be chaos over there. Only Jingshu's team was still drifting on the sea. Dragongate rubbed his hands, a little anxious. If they were supposed to intercept another ship, shouldn't they have arrived by now? The ship was fast. Where were they going? Just as everyone was getting impatient, Jingshu suddenly gave the order. "All lights off, engines off. Drift on the sea. You guys put on your wetsuits and come with me." Zhang Lang's jaw dropped. Going overboard themselves, that was intense. But he said nothing, just followed the captain, though he was puzzled. With their team's abilities, Four Eyes could just sabotage the enemy ship from a distance, then they could board and finish the job. Why go to all this trouble? Jingshu quickly explained. "From now on, every blade of grass, every loaf of bread on those ships is our property. We have to take care of our assets. If the ships are damaged, we'll have to repair them, and that lowers their value. More importantly, there might be other valuables on board, or the captain might escape with them if we scare them. So we'll do it the hard way. Board the ship, figure out what's there, drug everyone, and take them all down without damaging a single thread." Zhang Lang gulped. Now he understood what Hao Yunlai meant about their captain's pluck every feather style. Actually, this was beyond that. Jingshu said they'd scout the ship, but everyone felt she seemed awfully familiar with these ships. They spent over 10 minutes underwater, and then a massive ship appeared, bigger than any ferry, with 7 stories above deck, a true floating fortress. A sea fortress this size moved slowly, with a deep draft. Just the underwater hull was over 10 meters tall, and the above-water part was another 10 meters. The team felt tiny in comparison. This was a genuine 5-star passenger ferry. Was this really a pirate ship? What were pirates doing with something like this? But now, if they wanted to board, they could either cut a hole in the bottom, which would flood and get them caught, or climb the barbed wire-covered sides and risk setting off alarms. Jing Shu chose a third way. She'd prepared special tools for everyone and had them wedge themselves halfway up the hull. Then she turned to Zhang Lang. "All right, Zhang Lang, chew us a door." Chewing through the mid-hull wood was easy for a mutant cockroach army. In just a few minutes, they'd made a small door. One by one, Jing Shu's team slipped inside, right into... Their entry point was right at the air conditioning vent, conveniently next to the central AC unit. Not too high, not too low. What luck. If they'd just picked a random spot, they might have ended up in the captain's quarters, and if he hit the alarm, it'd be game over. Or they could have landed in the dining hall or even the bathroom. Who knows? The vent was thick with dust, clearly unused for years since the apocalypse began. Cough, cough, cough. As the team crawled in, the dust made them all cough violently. "Shh, keep it down!" Jing Shu was already prepared, wearing a gas mask, and, like Doraemon, she handed out gas masks to everyone. Zhang Lang muttered, "Isn't this a bit much for a little dust? Gas masks? That's overkill." Tank obediently put his on right away, afraid of missing a step and getting hit by poison. Jing Shu never did anything unnecessary. After climbing down, they found themselves in a huge network of pipes. Dragon Gate was excited. "Captain, what's the plan? Do we crawl through the vents and take out the enemy one by one? Split up or go straight for the boss?" Jing Shu clapped her hands. "Why make it so complicated? Come with me. This is the AC control room. We'll turn on the central air, release poison into the vents, and after half an hour, we just go out and collect everyone." Zhang Lang gaped. "That's it? That's all?" Jing Shu patted him. "Of course not. You wish it was that easy. There's plenty more to do. What if someone's immune to poison? What if everyone passes out and there's no one left to steer the ship and we crash? Now turn off all comms and long-range radios. Just use our own walkie-talkies. Let's get to work. I'll assign 3 task plans and your jobs now." Jing Shu's team shut down all devices and used the time to make a detailed plan. What they didn't know was that, just after they went dark, a frantic voice came over the comms. "Reporting in. This is Elite Team 1. We intercepted over a dozen ships, captured many pirates, but none of them were ability users, just regular people. This is Team 18, no ability users found here either. Team 6, all normal, captured 3 ships, no ability users." Yang Yang's voice came over the broadcast. "Urgent notice. We have reliable intel that these pirates aren't just a simple organization. There are foreign powers involved, and they've sent many special ability users, changing their original plan." He paused, then continued. "According to the latest info, the enemy wants to wipe us out and seize our 100-plus ships. They've sent high-level ability users and over 1,000 professional sailors ready to take over our ships. So everyone, you must find the ships with the high-level ability users. They're probably on the big ships or ferries coming in last to clean up. All units, cast a wide net and expand your search." On the flagship, the mop-up was nearly done, but they'd missed a ship full of ability users, so an emergency plan was launched. In the apocalypse, special ability users are extremely rare, only a few thousand per country, but their powers are terrifying, so Yang Yang and the others had to take this seriously. Now, new assignments. Team 1 search 10 km vertically and 100 km horizontally in the 1 o'clock direction. Team 1 received. Team 2 received. As tasks were assigned, everyone responded. But when it came to Jing Shu's team, there was no reply. Yang Yang called several times, then gave up. Where had Jing Shu gone? She'd messaged him 5 minutes ago saying she'd found a big fish and was going to reel it in, but now, nothing. Other elite teams started whispering. That's the S-Class team, right? Why aren't they responding? They didn't even have a real mission, just patrol duty. I have a photographic memory. This round, their team hasn't reported in once, hasn't killed a single pirate. Team 1's Black Dragon frowned and cursed on the channel. Told that idiot not to take Zhang Lang out. Now look, probably got themselves in trouble. Serves them right. Should we go look for them? Yang Yang coughed and said over the channel, Don't worry about that team. They reported 5 minutes ago. They're on a secret mission and have gone radio silent to avoid exposure. The priority now is to find the ship with the ability users, otherwise it's too dangerous. Yes. Received. On the flagship. Old Joe let out a satisfied burp, then tossed a big handful of goji berries and red dates into his cup, and even, luxuriously, added some tiguanyin tea. He smacked his lips and sighed contentedly. Ah, that little girl is really generous. I'll never have to reuse a single goji berry 20 times again. This is happiness. Old Joe was in a fantastic mood. Jingshu was so thoughtful. He'd just hinted he liked tea, and she'd gifted him a whole stash of tiguanyin dahung pao, even the now extinct Long Jing. Shouldn't we help Yang Yang and those elite teams? They seem to be in trouble, Captain Chi asked, his face cold but clearly tempted. Old Joe glared at him. Help. Remember, we're examiners. No matter what happens, we're not participants. If you help, whose score does it count for? Besides, it's rare to get a break. Can't you let me relax? The shadow burped too, nodding. Yeah, we just keep the big picture on track and make sure we reach the destination. The rest is up to the young ones. Let them learn to handle things. Burp. That meal was amazing. Maybe I'll go check on Jingshu. Can't let her die, right? Old Joe's hand trembled slightly, but he forced himself to say, Wait a bit longer, let's see what happens. Without a little danger, you'll never know what that girl is really hiding. Burp. True. But that meal was so good, I feel a little guilty. Captain Chi's face was dark. Guilty? You have a conscience? But what about Jingshu's team? Zhang Lang was with them. They couldn't let anything happen. Finally, Captain Chi said in a low voice, I'll take a team to look for them, and at the same time try to find that ship full of ability users. That way I can grade them based on what actually happens. Old Joe shook his head. You're still too soft. Go ahead, but remember, don't interfere. Meanwhile, Jingshu, having missed all the urgent updates, was simply excited and at ease as she led her team to the central AC room, firing up the old system that hadn't run in years. The air conditioning started humming, sending a faint breeze through the vents. Jingshu had prepared all kinds of poisons, instructing everyone to spread them through the various vents. There are a lot of people on this ship. What if there are places the AC doesn't reach? Just to be safe, I'll add another layer of poison. Jingshu went all out, using her usual mix of poisons, aphrodisiacs, emetics, and knockout drugs, blending them into a special incense. She had her bugs deliver it to every corner of the ship, making sure everyone would enjoy her hard work. Everyone else. Thanks. I guess? Jingshu thought of everything, even backup plans in case someone was immune or if anyone slipped through. She always assumed the worst. If there wasn't a 99% chance of success, she treated it as if she had no chance at all. Strike while the iron's hot. Jingshu made her move while the whole ship was still clueless, going for the kill. As mentioned before, even C-rank elites like Zhang Lan would go down if shot, so whether it was a regular person or an ability user, their bodies were still human. Jingshu had only planned to knock everyone out, but she never expected this ship to be packed with ability users. Most of them were asleep. It was the middle of the night after all. Only a few were on watch. On a ship like this, ability users wouldn't sleep too deeply. They were all on high alert, ready to wake at the slightest disturbance. But who could have imagined that a team of utterly shameless enemies would travel hundreds of miles just to ambush them? And not just ambush them, but sneak aboard and gas them all? Who the hell would do something so underhanded? Normally, you'd expect a direct assault, multiple ships attacking, or a big battle between ability user teams. They'd prepared 5 contingency plans, but no one could have predicted this. Neither the ability users nor Jingshu herself expected things to go so smoothly. Those sleeping, regular or ability user, were knocked out in their sleep. Those on duty or piloting the ship had a few moments of reaction. "Damn it, Jet, get the cleaners. There's too much dust." "Ugh, why is it so hot?" "David, you're looking pretty good right now. Come here and let me kiss you." "Come on, let's dance the elephant dance." "Cough, cough, stay alert. Full speed ahead, we have to reach the rendezvous in 3 hours and take over those ships. Wait, Jenny, why are there 3 of you?" "Damn, something's wrong. We've been—" Thud soon, the entire ship was silent. No one left standing. To make sure there were no survivors, Jingshu sent her bugs to patrol again, only speaking into the walkie-talkie once she was sure. "All right, everyone's down. Time to split up and get to work. Let's go." She dashed off, excited. Four Eyes, always observant, nodded and followed the plan, thinking, Jingshu really has skills. How else would she know everyone was down unless she was monitoring the whole ship? The tasks were simple. Hao Yunlai and Four Eyes went to the engine room to pilot the ship. Zhang Lang and Tank were in charge of gathering all the bodies from the ferry, tying them up in one place. Dragon Gate was on guard duty, ready to finish off any survivors and patrol. Jingshu herself was in charge of inventory, sorting and categorizing all the loot, deciding what to turn in and what to keep. After all, this was an official mission, so she had to follow the rules. But since she'd scouted ahead, she knew this ferry was mostly loaded with food and weapons. Weapons had to be turned in. She had no use for them, but they'd earn her merit points. The food was probably just for the crew, nothing special, but she'd check for any hidden treasures, like the captain's private stash. But the real prize was the ferry itself. Jingshu had her eye on it. She figured 3 ferries weren't enough for her Middle East supply run. With this one, she could haul even more. Who wouldn't want that? Thud. Thud. Heavy thumps echoed as Tank dragged bodies from every corner and piled them on the deck. First, they'd count the bodies and report the number. Killing pirates earned merit points after all. Once that was done, they'd strip the bodies, take all valuables, and finally toss them overboard to feed the corpse bugs. Soon, a mountain of bodies was stacked on the deck. At that moment, Jingshu's main ship arrived to rendezvous, and she began transferring the sorted loot. As expected, this was a logistics ship loaded with grain, mostly cornmeal and bran, which Jingshu didn't care for. Even her crew wouldn't eat this stuff. But turning it in would earn her team a nice bonus, and grain was always valuable. No complaints. "Captain Jingshu, come here. I found something big," Zhang Lang suddenly shouted as he stripped the bodies. Did you find something good again?" Jingshu rubbed her hands together and walked over, asking, "Zhang Lang, what did you find? Are you going to show me some kind of treasure?" For some reason, seeing the captain like this, Zhang Lang was reminded of that line from a movie. "Come here, I'll show you a real treasure." Shaking his head hard, Zhang Lang turned over the corpses, pulling back their clothes one by one, arranging them neatly, and said seriously, "Captain, these people are definitely not ordinary humans. They're all mutated new humans. Look at them. Some have strange organs, some have half their bodies turned into spinning tops, and this one even has weird plants growing out of him." Jingshu looked at these bizarre, mutated humans. Instead of being scared, she looked like she'd found a real treasure. Excited, she stepped forward to examine them. "Oh, this one's only a level 3 mutant, not even a full new human, at best half of one, only worth 500 merit points. But this one's not bad, a level 1 mutant with half his body no longer human. This one's at least worth 5,000 merit points. Tisk, tisk. Now this one's impressive. Must be a strength-type new human? Look at this giant, at least S rank, right? This one's worth at least 20,000 merit points. Zhang Lang, you did great. You really did find a treasure. This time, we're seriously going to strike it rich." Oh, Zhang Lang's antennae twitched. Sure enough, the captain's focus was totally different from his. He continued, "No, Captain. What I mean is, so many new humans died, is that really okay? And we actually took out a whole boatload of new humans. Aren't we doomed? Think about it. Killing so many new humans, won't the forces behind them go crazy?" Seeing that Jing Shu was just blinking and not getting his point, Zhang Lang got anxious. Think about how much these new humans are worth, and put yourself in their shoes. If someone killed me or killed you, wouldn't the forces behind us go nuts? Bottom line, we're in big trouble. If before they just wanted to profit and were hesitant to use big weapons, now they'll probably go all out. Jing Shu understood. As someone who needed protection, Zhang Lang was always more cautious, and this was the first thing he thought of. It's fine. Jing Shu patted Zhang Lang and winked. No one knows it was us. They'll just think it was the higher-ups who did it. If anyone gets mad, they'll take it out on the organization. Don't worry. If the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. We've got the organization backing us. Oh, that makes sense. We kill people, and the organization takes the blame. After all, the people are dead. We got the loot, so I guess that's only fair. What do you mean, only fair? Letting the organization take the blame? What are you two talking about? What have you done this time? At that moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out. In the darkness, a Yulin-class submarine had surfaced at some point, and now on the deck, someone with the codename Qi stood there, face frosty, questioning them. Before Jing Shu and the others could reply, Qi, who had finally found their group, started scolding them like a parent who'd finally found their mischievous, missing child. Do you know what you're doing right now? Why did you turn off your communicator? Everyone else is out there fighting pirates. What are you doing? Are you on vacation? Just relaxing on someone else's ferry? And do you know the latest news? According to reliable sources, the enemy sent out an entire ship full of ability users to deal with us. A whole ship. That's at least several hundred ability users. Even our official ships would have trouble with that. Only the entire elite squad would be sent out for something like this. And you dare run around outside? Now the whole fleet's elite squad is frantically searching for this ship of ability users. Whoever finds it will get a huge reward. Zhang Lang stood up straight and saluted. Reporting, sir. They sent out 243 ability users in total. It's not as many or as exaggerated as you said. Qi frowned. How do you know that so clearly? Did you meet them and just make it up? Jing Shu quietly raised her hand. Not only did they send 243 ability users, but they also sent over 400 all-purpose sailors, plus enough food and fuel for 1,000 people to live for a week. Huh? Qi felt something was off. As his anger faded, he finally noticed the mountain of corpses piled up on the ferry. These corpses were all bizarre, not even human-looking. This is... Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhang Lang nodded. Jing Shu nodded too, then said, Just as you see, this ship was carrying their ability users and logistics team. We turned off our comms so we could poison all the pirates on board. Qi was so shocked he couldn't get his words out. It took him a while to process everything, and he had to have Jing Shu and Zhang Lang repeat it several times before he finally believed it. Absurd. This was just off the charts absurd. The ability users the whole world was searching for had been killed by Jing Shu's little team. Just like that? Is this a joke? This was a whole ship of ability users. And they didn't even start a real fight. No gunfire, no battle, not even a single bullet fired. The other side was just poisoned to death by 6 people? Qi felt this was so absurd that Absurdity's mom had opened the door for Absurdity, and Absurdity had come home. Then he asked the question in his heart. Did you guys know all along that the ability users were on this ferry? Jing Shu shrugged. No. We only found out about a minute before you did. Earlier, I just heard this was a pirate supply ship, so I thought there'd be a lot of food and didn't want it to go to waste. Also, fighting would damage the ferry, so we decided to poison them instead. Zhang Lang nodded furiously. I can vouch for that. I swear we didn't know. We poisoned them, and only when we were sorting the supplies did I realize it was a ship full of ability users. Jing Shu nodded too. So, we just happened to poison a whole ship of ability users. Qi's mouth twitched. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. So not only did Absurdity's mom open the door for Absurdity, but she brought the whole Absurd family home. Absurdity's whole family is here. Just by the way, you guys just did it by the way? The whole fleet has been searching the ocean for ability users and found nothing. And you just happened to rob a supply ship and, by the way, poisoned a whole boat of ability users? If we report this back, they'd probably get beaten up for it. Codename Chi waved his hand and quickly connected to the radio. Yang, let everyone know to regroup. No need to keep searching for the ability user team. A woman's voice came through the radio. Why, sir? Did you unleash your mighty power and take care of all the ability users yourself? Wow, as expected of the most powerful ability user on our official ship. You're way better than those so-called S-ranks who are nowhere to be found when things get tough. Hearing this, Jingshu rolled her eyes. That fake white tea girl was at it again. Zhang Lang and Jingshu's team looked a bit awkward. He wondered if that lady would slap herself when she found out the truth. Meanwhile, the background was noisy, with everyone speculating about what happened and, after hearing White Lotus's words, showering Codename Chi with flattery. The whole atmosphere was pretty relaxed. But Codename Chi, ever the straightforward guy, said, "It wasn't me. When I was out on patrol, I found that this ship's 243 ability users had already been wiped out, so the mission is complete." What? They've all been wiped out? Who did it? That's incredible. A whole ship of ability users. Who could pull that off? You're not joking, are you? Testing our reaction or something? White Lotus was so shocked her mouth could fit 2 eggs. Even her simps started to doubt their lives. How could their goddess's mouth be that big? What did she eat to get it that wide? White Lotus shook her head hard. Lies, that's impossible. With their team? No way. The people around her made it even more awkward, remembering how she'd just been sucking up, and the looks from her simps and others made her want to curl up and disappear. Codename Chi, unfazed by the chaos, kept dropping bombshells in a calm tone. Oh, it's because when Jingshu's team went to intercept the enemy's logistics and supply team, they found a ferry full of pirates. This must have been their supply ship, so they just happened to wipe out a whole boat of ability users. Yep, just by the way, and they also seized all the supplies on the ferry, send a logistics team over to take over the ferry and move the goods. I've already shared our location. Chi didn't even realize he was emphasizing the words, just by the way. He didn't want to be the only one mentally scarred. He wanted everyone to be shocked. White Lotus bit her lip hard. After hearing the news, she felt like she'd fallen into an ice pit, her face turning pale. But at this point, who was paying attention to her? Hiss! No way! Is this for real? This has to be fake, right? Isn't Jingshu's team the one that did nothing today? Didn't they disappear? Turns out they were off killing ability users. Holy crap, a whole ship of ability users? And they just wiped them all out? And that's not even the craziest part. They went to intercept the logistics team and just happened to kill a whole ship of ability users? How strong are they, really? Yeah, a ferry with thousands of people and they just killed them all? So how many did they lose? Normally, Chi would have turned off the radio by now, but hearing this, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth, glancing at Jingshu's group, who were leisurely counting supplies, hauling bodies, and even stripping the corpses for anything useful. So what was their biggest loss? A few packets of poison and a bit of energy? Chi couldn't hold it in and continued on the radio. Report your casualties and losses. On the other end, people perked up. Now this was interesting. With so many killed, there must have been heavy losses, right? Tons of weapons and ammo used, right? And surely there were plenty of casualties. This time, fighting the pirates, we didn't lose anyone, but there were quite a few injuries. Direct confrontations are unavoidable. Like Team 13, 3 of their elite were seriously injured. If it weren't for the medical department's Nanan, they'd be done for. Yeah, Nanan's healing ability is really useful. As they said this, they threw a few more compliments at White Lotus. After all, you can't offend the medics, especially those with healing powers. White Lotus, hearing this, lifted her head, feeling a bit more confident. When Jingshu's team comes, she'll just say she can't heal them. Who told them to offend her? In the whole team, who dares give her attitude? Isn't everyone always flattering her? Just then, Codename Chi's voice came through, sounding even stranger. 0 casualties, 0 losses. The radio signal was a bit bad, so everyone thought they'd misheard. What, Captain? What did you say? Did I just hear that right? Must have been a glitch. I didn't catch that. Then Chi's roar came through. I said they had 0 casualties, no injuries at all, and not a single bullet or shell used. There was a pause, then the noise on the other end exploded. I don't believe it, that's gotta be a lie. Not a single casualty? That's way too much. Yeah, a whole ship of people and not a scratch? I don't buy it. Not even a single bullet used? The reason for reporting this is that bullets and shells are all government property, and every use has to be accounted for, like expense reports. Casualties also come with compensation. So usually no one would report 0. Who'd be that dumb? Most people would exaggerate their losses to get more benefits. Jingshu wanted to exaggerate too, but unfortunately Chi showed up at the wrong time. They'd just poisoned everyone, so how could they report anything? Not even a scratch on anyone. So frustrating. It's like going out for lunch and finding a place that gives you free food. You can't even claim reimbursement, and it feels like you missed out. How can this be okay? Of course it's not. So, Jingshu stepped forward and shouted loudly, Of course not. Of course we had losses and expenses. We used up 20,000 virtual coins worth of fuel, 20,000 virtual coins worth of broken ship tools, and 50,000 virtual coins worth of poison. Jingshu racked her brains, trying to think of anything else they could report for reimbursement. What else could they claim? What were they still short on? She even reported every little gadget they used, plus the diving suits and oxygen tanks. After all, those are consumables too and need to be replaced. Finally, when she really couldn't think of anything else to claim, she gave up. Seeing Jingshu still looking a bit regretful, codenamed Chi's mouth twitched. Sure enough, the elite bodyguards on the other end of the radio were speechless. They all wanted to smack someone after hearing that. Just listen to this. Does that even sound like a human being? So after all that, you're telling us your biggest expense for wiping out a whole ship of ability users was just poison. So you really didn't use a single bullet or ability? A lot of people were green with envy, not knowing what to say. As the silence dragged on, Zhang Lang's antennae twitched and he added, Reporting in, I also used up 1 million of my soldier cockroaches. I'll need reimbursement for their special metal food when we get back. Jingshu quietly gave him a thumbs up. Zhang Lang was finally getting the hang of it. Codename Chi's mouth twitched even more, and the elite bodyguards on the other end were thinking, Are you serious? You want to claim for your cockroaches too? Even Zhang Lang's been corrupted. Even Yang Yang took a deep breath. Yep, that's Jingshu's magic. She always manages to get everyone to follow her lead, and she's so stingy about it that it's almost a talent. Yang Yang remembered how back in the dorm, there was only one guy from the Northeast, but by graduation, everyone was talking like they were from there and eating scallion pancakes. Jingshu was just like those Northeasterners. She had a way of rubbing off on everyone. Codename Chi clapped his hands. All right, Jingshu's team has made a huge contribution this time. When we get back, you'll be rewarded. Now, everyone listen up. In 2 hours, there'll be a meeting in the conference room. With the coordinates in hand, the official fleet quickly arrived to collect the spoils. In just half an hour, all the loot was handed over. The huge ferry was now empty, and the crew that came to take over sailed it behind Jingshu's main ship, on the official ship, in the conference room. Yang Yang held a list and began announcing the contributions and kill counts of all the elite teams. Xiangxi Corp's driving team captured 6 large ships, gained 2 million virtual coins worth of supplies, 200,000 merit points and 100,000 kill points. Shandong Pancake Roll team gained 800,000 virtual coins worth of supplies, 80,000 merit points and 50,000 kill points. Macau Gambler team gained 2.5 million virtual coins worth of supplies, 250,000 merit points. Big Yellow Teeth glared at the middle-aged man in a gold-toothed suit, unable to understand how, with all his zombies, he only got 2 million, while that old guy got 500,000 more. How was that fair? The Macau Gambler just raised his chin slightly. Sometimes luck is a kind of strength too. All the elite teams had made a killing this time. This was a real windfall. Just this haul was more than they'd make in a whole year. Not to mention the extra merit points, which could be exchanged for official goods, and the ships they'd looted had plenty of things the officials didn't care about: clothes, parts, and other non-strategic items they could use to maintain their own ships. When it came time for the final tally, Yang Yang hesitated a moment, then continued. Jing Shu's team. Even though Yang Yang only paused for a second, the whole hall went silent. Everyone looked at Jing Shu's 6-person team, who were just yawning, not knowing what was coming. Jing Shu's team gained 10 million virtual coins worth of supplies. Hiss. 10 million? Holy crap, is that right? How could it be so much? Haven't you heard? They robbed the pirates' logistics ship, a whole boat loaded with food and supplies for thousands. Even so, that's more than 10 million, right? I heard they also took over the fuel supply for over 100 of our ferries. The enemy sent all that good fuel to try to take over our official ferries and speed up their return since we use red threadworm fuel. Tisk, tisk. They wanted to take over our ships, but in the end we took over theirs. A lot of elite teams looked at Jing Shu's team with envy and jealousy. 10 million in supplies. They'd struck it rich. Looks like robbing those little boats isn't worth it. Next time they should go after the big ferries. Jing Shu's team made back their investment in one go, easily earning 5, even 7 or 8 times more than the others, who'd worked themselves to the bone and risked serious injury. Everyone thought that 10 million was the biggest prize, but Yang Yang continued. And they killed 243 ability users and 400 enemy pirates. After verification, they're awarded 4 million merit points. 4 million merit points? That high? We killed so many and only got 80,000. How come a whole ship is worth 4 million? Are you stupid? They killed 243 ability users, including some A rankers. Do you know how much an A rank is worth? At least tens of thousands. But they just poisoned them, didn't even fight. Then you go poison a whole ship of ability users and see if you get merit points. The elite bodyguards were so sour they could have eaten a lemon, but some team members understood the rules. Jing Shu's team really did deserve it. In the end, Jing Shu's team just had amazing luck. Yeah, if our team had run into that, we could have done it too. Shut up! The Macau gambler cut off his C-rank teammate Wang Yun, raising his voice a bit as he addressed the others. Luck is a kind of strength. Some people are just born lucky. Honestly, even if our team had found that ferry, we couldn't have pulled it off. With our current strength, we probably wouldn't have even made it onto the ferry before getting wiped out. Wang Yun puffed up and said, I don't believe it. If they could sneak in and poison everyone, so could we. Captain, we've seen your strength. You could do what Jing Shu's team did. No, you're giving me too much credit. Big Yellow Teeth, the corpse driver, smiled and nodded at the Macau gambler. You get it. Some things may look like luck, but they actually require real strength as a foundation. You really couldn't have done it. Wang Yun glared at Big Yellow Teeth, unconvinced. Why do you say that? Do you even know how strong our captain is? This time, it was all thanks to our captain's strength that we got such a haul. Your whole team isn't even as good as our captain alone. Big Yellow Teeth winced. Why did this guy have to blurt out the harsh truth? The Macau gambler just shook his head and continued analyzing. That ferry had a security system and at least dozens of ability users on guard. The ship itself is over 10 meters high. How could you possibly kill everyone on board with poison at the same time without alerting the guards? Even if you take a step back, you'd be discovered within 10 miles of the ferry. How would you even get close? This stumped everyone. Right, the ferry was huge, and the security must have been tight, not to mention all those ability users. How did they even get close? Any of you figure out how to approach a ferry with such a wide detection range? The Macau gambler kept pressing. Wang Yun scratched his head. Stake it out in advance, I guess. Hide under the ferry and sneak on board when they arrive. Big Yellow Teeth looked at Wang Yun like he was an idiot. With the ferry's radar covering dozens of miles, how would you not get spotted? And how would you know where to wait? Are you just going to squat there forever and hope they show up? How would you even know which direction the ferry's coming from? Wang Yun was stumped. but still protested. Well, whatever Jing Shu's team did, we could do too. Do you know how they did it? That's exactly what makes them impressive. They had a wider detection range than the ferry itself and staked it out in advance. On our whole ship, only the official vessel could do that. That's the first thing. The Macau gambler laid it out. Sitting in the corner of the conference hall, Jing Shu narrowed her eyes and smiled. This guy saw things clearly. Not even the official ship could match her. She'd scattered her mud mermaids all around, making the whole area her natural radar. Seeing Wang Yun still unconvinced, the Macau gambler shook his head and continued. Second, even if you got lucky and staked out the ferry, how would you get on board without alerting the dozens of ability users on duty? According to the report, the ferry was completely intact, not even a leak or a scratch. Wang Yun thought about it. Their team couldn't do it, but B-rank Zhou Mengyao next door has illusion and hypnosis powers. She could just hypnotize everyone and tie them up. Wouldn't that be even better? The Macau gambler shook his head. The ferry is bigger than a football field and 6 stories high. At best, Zhou Mengyao's power could cover a third of it. If she couldn't hypnotize everyone at once, the rest would call for help, and the remaining 100 ability users would fight back. The whole operation would fail. Big Yellow Teeth added, and don't forget, there were 5 A-rank mental controllers among the ability users this time. They're immune to Zhou Mengyao's powers. Plus, Jing Shu's team poisoned the whole ship at once, without letting anyone send a distress signal. Wang Yun broke out in a cold sweat. At first it sounded easy, but after hearing the analysis, it was clear Jing Shu's team had pulled off something really difficult. The Macau gambler continued. Third, how do you poison nearly 1,000 people at the same time, making sure the toxic air reaches everyone on a space that big? Wang Yun's face turned pale. He shook his head. Big Yellow Teeth chuckled. Isn't that easy? Just use the central air conditioning. But you'd have to poison the vents. The hard part is, on such a big ferry, do you even know where the vents are? And how would you get to them under everyone's noses? The Macau gambler nodded and added, even if you manage to use the central air, how do you guarantee it works everywhere? Some places might not get airflow, or some rooms might not have air conditioning at all. If anyone's missed, they could sound the alarm. The Macau gambler's voice was loud enough for everyone to hear. At first, everyone thought he was just being modest, and the elite bodyguards, top talents from all over, felt the same as Wang Yun. If it were me, I could do it too. But after the analysis, everyone looked at Jing Shu differently. Her team really was something else. What seemed simple for them would be impossible for anyone else. Just the first step. Most people wouldn't even make it onto the ship. After finishing, the Macau gambler saw that Wang Yun and the others no longer underestimated Jing Shu, and he let out a sigh of relief. That was close. He almost ended up with a powerful new rival. He'd always relied on luck, but as a gambler, he had a sharp eye. He could tell Jing Shu's S rank was the real deal, and the country wouldn't fake it. So what looked simple on the surface actually required immense strength to pull off. He'd better be polite to Jing Shu's team and build a good relationship. With that, the Macau gambler gave Jing Shu a slight smile. Jing Shu smiled back, but was wary. This old man was sharp, deducing so much from so little. In a room full of people looking down on her, he deliberately explained things out loud. Was he trying to do her a favor? Looks like her plan to quietly get rich in the background would need to change. After the explanation, Nanan's face turned pale. This was nothing like she'd expected. So Jing Shu really was that capable? Then what about her? She bit her lip, feeling extremely unwilling. After all the results and spoils were announced, even Yang Yang was grinning. We really hit the jackpot this time. Once we get out of the South China Sea, we can sell all this loot and go after even bigger fish. But since we killed so many ability users, things probably won't be so easy going forward, so everyone stay sharp. Now, let's discuss our next steps. Even though Jing Shu's team did the killing, the whole team would have to take the heat. So what? However many come, we'll fight them all. The more that come, the more bullets for us. Exactly. Old Joe said we're having a celebration feast tonight. He's having the canteen cook something good for us, is that true? The atmosphere was lively, everyone talking about their haul and the plans ahead. But just as everyone was getting excited, a bucket of cold water was thrown on them. Someone rushed in, panicked. Bad news! Forget the celebration feast, we might not even survive. Something's wrong! Something's wrong! Master's been taken! Something's wrong! Senior brother's been taken! As soon as everyone heard this panicked cry, their brows furrowed. The infectious anxiety in the voice instantly killed the high spirits in the room. Jingshu also frowned slightly, her mud mermaids in her mind instantly going on alert. But everything around seemed calm and peaceful, nothing out of the ordinary. No, wait, it was too calm, too peaceful, not even a ripple on the water. When things are abnormally quiet, something's definitely wrong. Jingshu immediately became vigilant, spreading out her mud mermaids to patrol further. Yang Yang also frowned slightly. Zhao Wang, what are you shouting about? How can you say something like, we're all doomed? You think all these people here are just for show? Morale was at its peak, and Yang Yang had been planning to round up everyone following them, including any enemies seeking revenge, and wipe them out in one go. After all, they were here to kill pirates, not to start a war with other countries. What? Some of these pirates have ability users from other countries? Sorry, we only kill pirates. If you try to rob us, you're a pirate. So, Zhao Wang's panic was unacceptable. He needed more training to keep his cool. Yang Yang asked calmly. But Zhao Wang, instead of being comforted, gasped and choked out, We're really doomed! We're really doomed! I think we've entered the mirror domain of the South China Sea and are trapped inside. We can't get out. What? What's the mirror domain of the South China Sea? How could we be trapped? Weren't we just catching pirates a few hours ago? Everyone was confused, looking at each other. Yang Yang's hand trembled, and he cursed inwardly. Damn, what's going on? Are we really this unlucky, getting trapped just as we're about to leave the South China Sea? That's impossible. I've had my mud mermaids patrolling a 300-mile radius, and there's been no sign of danger, not even any energy fluctuations. How could we have silently entered the mirror domain, a dimensional space? Jingshu sat up straighter, her expression turning serious. While others didn't understand, she knew exactly what Zhao Wang meant. The mirror domain of the South China Sea is a separated or newly formed world, a dimensional space. Once you enter a dimensional space, it's not something you can just leave at will. And as she thought about it, Jingshu's expression grew strange. She remembered boss Shen Yuan from the Suen Ferry Association, who had taken a huge international order at NSQD. Over 100 ferries delivered goods, and when they returned, everyone came down with a strange sleeping sickness. Everyone who went to NSQD over the past 2 years became vegetative. When boss Shen was on the verge of death, Jingshu used her spiritual spring to save his life, signing a bet. For every year she extended his life, she'd get a ferry. The ginseng and other herbs irrigated with the spiritual spring really did slow boss Shen's illness, from sleeping over 21 hours a day to just 15. The spiritual spring, being from a higher dimensional space, suppressed the energy of lower dimensional spaces, which proved that NSQD really did have dimensional space phenomena. After boss Shen's case, NSQD became a top priority and was classified as an A-rank forbidden zone in recent years. Before, only people who landed on the island would get the sleeping sickness, but now, anyone who enters the area vanishes without a trace. No one knows if they disappear in the mirror domain or fall into a coma after landing on NSQD. What's even scarier is that the affected area keeps expanding outward from NSQD. Any ship entering the zone vanishes, so now, the area is called the South China Sea Mirror Domain. Yang Yang clapped his hands and explained the mirror domain to everyone. It's likely that a few hours ago, we and the pirates entered the mirror domain together. The mirror domain is a one-way street. Once in, you can't get out. But that's not the scariest part. The real terror is what Zhao Wang said. If you land on NSQD, you'll get the sleeping sickness. Everyone held their breath, the mood instantly turning heavy. The joy of their recent victory vanished in an instant. At that moment, a group of people strode into the conference room. Liu Shi, who was in charge of the route, asked in confusion. The thing is, we've always steered clear of the NSQD area. To avoid being sucked into the mirror domain, our ship deliberately stayed far away. So how did we end up inside? Why? Because the Forbidden Zone's range has expanded. All right, is everyone here? Old Liu, bring up the map. Old Joe, holding his thermos, walked in with a serious face, taking the lead seat and waving for everyone to squeeze in and sit down. Everyone grew solemn. Liu Shi opened the map and explained, according to the normal route, they should have already left the South China Sea. But 2 hours ago, when they lost satellite signal, they suspected something was wrong. Sure enough, even though the ship kept moving, their position never changed. In the vast ocean, losing GPS, satellite, and all sense of direction, how terrifying is that? Old Joe coughed. I'm sure Yang Yang has already told you about the Mirror Domain Forbidden Zone, so let me share another secret. As he spoke, Old Joe glanced meaningfully at Jing Shu in the crowd. Jing Shu was puzzled. What did this have to do with her? Old Joe continued. Although the Mirror Domain is extremely dangerous, it also represents opportunity. We can be sure that this special environment contains the apocalyptic new energy we've been researching. You all know what new energy means. Just over 3 months ago, a huge new energy source was found at the Sichuan border. The red and black energies discovered a year ago each have different uses. Even a tiny bit of new energy is worth a fortune. Every country is fighting over it. So now the question is, do you want to focus on escaping the Forbidden Zone and rush to the Middle East to continue our mission? Or do you want to spend some time searching for this new energy? Everyone began whispering among themselves. Jing Shu subconsciously touched her nose. Old Joe looking at her like that. Sure, he knew she'd found the new energy ticks in Sichuan. But what was with that meaningful look? Jing Shu didn't misunderstand Old Joe. He not only knew about the tick new energy incident, but also that several new energy events were connected to Jing Shu. What was up with this girl? Did she have some kind of constitution that just attracted new energy? Yang Yang helped everyone analyze the situation. Both options have pros and cons. Searching for new energy on the forbidden NSQD island could mean catching the sleeping sickness and ending up a vegetable. You might not even find any new energy, or if you do, you might not make it out alive. But if you do find it, the rewards could be even greater than what we'd get in the Middle East. In short, the risk is sky high, but the reward is massive, almost certain death. Seeing that many people in the audience went from greedy to hesitant at the mention of mortal danger, Yang Yang continued. Escaping directly also has its pros and cons. The good part is, as long as we don't set foot on NSQD, we won't get the sleeping sickness. We can wait for rescue or try to find a way out. There's always a slim chance. The downside is, it wastes time. If we run out of supplies, we could die before finding a way out, and we might miss a huge opportunity. Codename Chi stood up and said, You choose. One path is high risk, high reward, and likely death, NSQD. The other is low risk, no reward, and just barely hanging on, searching for a way out. Old Joe said gravely, Discuss it among yourselves. All the teams and department heads started whispering and debating. Hell with it, let's just go to NSQD. There's so many of us, what's there to be afraid of? I think we should scout the area first, know the enemy and ourselves, and don't act rashly. Remember, everyone who went to NSQD before never came back. How long can our food supplies last? As the serious discussion continued, Jing Shu's expression grew odd. She was a bit confused. Hey, aren't you guys the leaders of the official fleet? Why are you tossing the decision to us underlings? It felt less like superiors asking for input, and more like examiners throwing a tough question to students, completely washing their hands of responsibility. Zhang Lang's antennae tilted. Captain, what should we do? Jing Shu, of course, was all for going straight to NSQD. After all, with her spiritual spring, she wasn't afraid of the sleeping sickness. But she couldn't say that out loud. And if all these hundreds of official ships landed and everyone got sick, would she save them or not? If she did, her spring would run dry and she'd feel bad. If she didn't, she'd have to watch everyone die. So Jingshu tapped the table lightly. There's something strange about NSQD. I don't recommend rushing in. We should scout the area first and get a clear picture before landing. Hao Yunlai woke up from his nap, grinned, and said, Captain, if needed, send me to scout. If there's danger, let me go first. Jingshu couldn't be allowed to get hurt. Who'd cook for him then? Four Eyes pondered quietly. He hadn't expected the infamous child of misfortune, usually invisible these days, to be so loyal to Jingshu. Wasn't this guy supposed to be arrogant and look down on everyone? At this point, the Jiangxi corpse driver, Big Yellow Teeth, signaled for quiet. Everyone, let's not argue. The first thing we should do is inventory our food and fuel. Only then can we decide what to do next. If we're really trapped, those are the most important resources. He glanced at Yang Yang on stage. This was something only the strategist could handle. With nearly 200 ships, including official ferries and private vessels, the daily consumption was staggering. Now, with no pirate supplies and no ports, this was a huge problem. Everyone quieted down. Big Yellow Teeth made sense. Yang Yang pulled out a chart. The official fleet has enough basic food for 20 days. A few hours ago, Jingshu's team turned in a ferry's worth of supplies, enough for another 10 days. Now how long can your private ship's food last? At this, most people looked embarrassed. Why? Because most of them didn't bring much food or fuel. At most, enough for 7 days. Their thinking was simple. Like cavalry in old wars, they'd resupply as they went, looting pirates and stopping at ports every few days. Besides, if they loaded up on supplies, there'd be no room for pirate loot. Using up some on the way made space for more plunder. And so far, that plan had worked. Pirate loot had kept them going. Of course, everyone's last resort was the official fleet, which had plenty of supplies. If things got really bad, they could always buy some with their contribution points. Dozens of ability users mumbled, faces turning purple with embarrassment. My ship has over 50 people, enough for 3 days. Mine can last 2 days. Mine can last 7 days. Wow, the one with 7 days' worth was suddenly the class rep. Yang Yang coughed. All right, if we split the official supplies, we can guarantee at least 15 days for everyone. Food isn't the issue. Even if we run out, we have Zhang Lang, who can produce cockroaches. If it comes to it, his cockroaches could feed us for years. At that, everyone turned to look at Zhang Lang, eyes lighting up. Yeah, as long as we have cockroaches, we won't starve. Good thing the organization planned ahead and brought cockroaches, otherwise we'd really be in trouble. Nanan looked troubled. But those are cockroaches! Are we really going to eat those disgusting things every day? Some people's faces turned sour. As ability users, they'd always had it good, never eaten maggots or cockroaches before. Jingshu got annoyed. Those cockroaches are for selling in the Middle East. They're worth more than you, and could be traded for several ships' worth of fuel. If you don't want to eat them, don't. Giving them to you would be a waste. Zhang Lang, remember her? Don't give her anything. Zhang Lang nodded hard. Got it, I'll remember. Yang Yang shook his head, rubbed his forehead, and knocked on the table. Be grateful you have anything to eat. Food isn't the problem now. The real issues are water and fuel. At that, everyone was shocked. Right. Water and fuel were the real problems now. If we don't solve the water issue, we can only last 10 days at most, and if we run out of fuel, we'll be stuck in this endless sea forever. Hurry, hurry. How much water do we have left? I didn't bring much. Just enough for 3 days. I've got fuel for 7. What about the official fleet? How many resources do they have left? Everyone looked at Yang Yang with hopeful eyes. Right now, everyone's hopes were pinned on the official fleet. If the official ships had a month's worth of supplies, they could relax, scout the area, and carefully decide whether to land on the island or not. But if the official fleet was also low on supplies, that would be a disaster. Yang Yang rubbed his nose, his expression unreadable. I have good news and bad news. The room fell completely silent, everyone holding their breath. Yang Yang continued. The good news is, we have enough fuel. If we run at minimum consumption, we can last a month. The fuel Jingshu's team collected is enough for all the ships for another 10 days. And even if things get really bad, there are plenty of corpse-eating bugs in the sea, and our ferries are all modified. We can go catch those bugs, dry them, and turn them into fuel. Everyone relaxed a little at that. At least with enough fuel, there was hope of escape. That was a huge relief. The bad news is, our last resupply was several days ago. Usually water isn't a problem at sea, but right now we only have 7 days' worth of drinking water. If we ration, we might stretch it to 10 or 15 days. Counting what you all brought, I'd say we can survive at most 25 days. Extreme survival, 25 days. That heavy number made everyone fall silent. No one had expected that. Trapped at sea, the first thing they'd run out of wouldn't be food or fuel, but drinking water. Before setting out, everyone had thought about all kinds of difficulties, but no one imagined that, surrounded by water, they'd actually run out of water. How was that possible? Didn't anyone bring a seawater desalination device? Are you crazy? There was plenty of groundwater before, and desalination devices were expensive. Before the apocalypse, sure, but now they're all gone. Exactly. We resupplied every week, so 10 or 15 days worth of water was enough. Any more, and there'd be no room on the ship. I brought a water vapor collector. At this moment, B-rank Zhou Mengyao raised her hand excitedly. Wow, you're a genius. That's great, but, how much water can you collect in a day? All the bodyguards looked at Zhou Mengyao. She hesitated. About 100 grams a day? I just wanted to collect some dew for face masks. Pfft, 100 grams? That's nothing. Everyone's eyes turned back to Yang Yang. So, what do we do now? We can't just drift at sea forever. Should we try to locate NSQD and get closer to check things out? Everyone started brainstorming, coming up with 5 or 6 useful suggestions. Yang Yang wrote them down and began to implement them. And again, no one asked Old Joe or Codename Chi for their opinion. Jingshu savored the subtle atmosphere. Right now, she was the most relaxed person in the room. Zhang Lang looked worried, his big eyes full of concern. He could produce cockroaches, but he needed water too, and so did his little cockroaches. Jingshu patted Zhang Lang and showed him a message on her phone. Don't worry, our team has enough water for 3 months. Drink as much as you want. Zhang Lang's eyes lit up instantly, swallowing hard. Was it true? Did Jingshu really have that much water? Jingshu nodded modestly, not mentioning that the water she brought could supply everyone on all the ships for a whole year. Of course, this was something to keep hidden, only to be revealed at the most critical moment. After all, if you give away 100 when you only have 100 and 100 when you have 10,000, the value is very different. Meanwhile, in the corner, Zhang Yicheng, who had come to the meeting with Jingshu, was struggling to contain his excitement. Boss, she... Zhang Yicheng was so excited he could barely speak, but he couldn't show it, so his smile looked more like he was in pain. The other secretaries and bodyguards nearby edged away from him, thinking he'd lost his mind. But Zhang Yicheng's hands were shaking as he remembered how, before they set out, Jingshu had brought so many huge water tanks all filled to the brim. He'd been annoyed at the time, but then again, Jingshu had never made a mistake, so in the end, he'd filled his own cabin with water barrels too. Now, he just wanted to hug Jingshu and shout, "Boss, you're amazing! I'll be your most loyal follower forever!" The planning was almost done, and the meeting was about to end. At that moment, a bald, chubby man stood up and said loudly, "I'm the head chef for the whole fleet. Now that we're trapped, I'm starting the emergency plan. Rations will be halved, and each person gets 500 grams of water per day." Someone protested, "We're not short on food, why halve the rations?" The chef snorted, "You think cooking doesn't use water? Anyway, I'm off to notify the kitchen ships." He left without another word. Big Yellow Teeth stood up, happily took another sip of water and said, "Anyone else got anything? If not, I'm off to tell my crew not to eat or drink. Gotta save it all for me. Us middle-aged folks can't go thirsty." Everyone shook their heads, looking at him with envy and resentment. The corpse driver's strength was really showing. His whole crew were corpses, didn't need food or water, and were still unbeatable. Sure, dozens of people were just supporting one useless guy, but damn, it was a sweet deal. The Macau gambler also stood up and cupped his hands. Our team is going to dive for food or catch some corpse-eating bugs. We'll try to get as much fuel as we can. That's all we can do for now. Others chimed in. Thanks for the tip. We'll go look for food, fuel, and clues too. In no time, everyone dispersed, rushing to tell their crews to eat and drink less and save resources. Only Jing Shu's team stayed behind. After all, she didn't have these worries, and she wanted to ask a few things. Now, only Jing Shu's team, Yang Yang, Old Zhou, and codename Qi remained. Jing Shu's first words cut straight to the point. Why do I get the feeling your real target was NSQD all along? Old Zhou sat as steady as a mountain. Codename Qi's face was icy and unreadable, and black shadows stared straight ahead, giving nothing away. Yang Yang subconsciously rubbed his nose. He might be able to lie to others, but not to Jing Shu. After all, his future meals depended on her. You can't bite the hand that feeds you, right? Jing Shu's team all gaped, and Zhang Lang looked like he'd just heard some earth-shattering secret. Old Zhou calmly waved his hand. Since you've already figured it out, let's hear it. What good ideas do you have, little girl? Jing Shu gave Zhang Yicheng a look. Zhang Yicheng immediately understood. He always carried a strange, insulated box, which everyone assumed was just a 4-layer lunchbox. But as he opened it layer by layer, it was a whole different world inside.